Top 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars. Plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Club 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Tops. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars. Plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Hello and welcome back to BIKC 2021. After 3,000 driver entries and 27,000 qualifying visits, it's time for lightweights, it's time for middleweights, and it's time for heavyweights, Moles.
It is indeed.
It's going to be an exciting day.
Can't wait, yeah, it's really good. My name's Lex, this is Molly, this is Davey. We were here yesterday. If you saw any of the action yesterday, it was absolutely incredible, wasn't it? Some of those races at the end there with Vito, with his first third place, he tried as hard as he could last year, but...
And we got the same result as last year, first and second.
Exactly, unbelievable. There's so much coming up on this one, there's so much more racing going to be happening as well, and we're giving away 10 pairs of View Cinema tickets, thanks to Coca-Cola. We'll tell you how you can do that a little bit later on, but we want everyone getting in touch, don't we, guys?
Yes, we do.
We do.
That was your cue, Molly.
Oh, that's my cue. At BIKC Official across Twitter, Instagram and Facebook, and we also want to see your comments on the YouTube channel.
Yeah. So if you did watch yesterday, we're sponsored by Tops F1, which they have a sticker book and they have sticker sets and things like that. And we made a challenge that we try and do this book and get it absolutely completed and give it away because it's kind of worth a lot of money. You lot spent so much time doing that yesterday.
There's about 6 of us.
It was great.
We succeeded.
We've got 4 stickers left.
4 stickers
We have
left.
4 stickers left.
I was impressed. I left the studio last night and the book was away and everything came into the studio first thing. Lewis is sat on the floor still going through stickers.
Yeah.
At one stage we had a complete production line of people stood along here peeling stickers, sticking them down. 4 left. I think we can do that today.
I think it can be done.
Although I'm worried that the 4 we need, one of them is at least going to be one of the stickers we stuck on the mug or stuck on ourselves, and it's now we've lost
Probably
it.
still got one stuck to you somewhere.
It's gone forever.
Yeah. Did you put any on the inside of your jacket?
Yeah, possibly.
Hello to all the TeamSport tracks that have got us on in the fuel bars as well. Give us a shout if you want to shout out. Let us know that you're watching. You can get in touch on all the social medias.
At BIKC Official.
Yeah, send your pictures. We want to see everyone. We had the elf.
Oh, we did.
Naughty Norris.
We will see what Naughty Norris is up to in Newcastle today.
Naughty Norris.
He's probably listening to Cheeky Girls.
Probably. We're going to be talking to a guy called Silky and a guy called Ben very shortly. Before we do that, though, if you've never been to the Warrington track, listen to that. I don't know if you can hear that in the background. Drivers are getting called down for the lightweights. But if you've never been to the Warrington track and you're wondering what it looks like through the eyes of these guys, this is one of the most amazing laps you're ever going to see around Warrington.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you join me at TeamSport Warrington International Circuit for the hot lap. This circuit is one of the longest, oldest and fastest indoor kart racing circuit in the country, going on to the main straight, and the drama, the action, it starts immediately as we literally slingshot down through these S's, tight as you can to the apexes, then it's down into the hairpin section, which is all tarmac, which is high grip, high speed. The most important apex is this one right here, because it goes onto the S's. The key here is to hug the corners as much as you can through here, but we're watching out for the next apex, which is coming up here. Really good high grip through here, and then we're just smoothing out this corner to hit that apex. Once again, we have good speed, and the car will be flat out around here, but we're watching out for the corner onto the up ramp. It's important to go left here, because there is an important apex there as we drive round over the hump, and then round these corners, down onto the downhill where you brake actually on the ramp, turn the kart in, and once again around onto the start-finish straight for one of the most epic corners in indoor karting. Should we do it again? Why not? Look at this, flat out here, flat out there. And that is a lap of the international circuit at TeamSport Warrington. That was good. I don't think I'm doing any better than that.
That's what a lap looks like around Warrington. Maybe not one of the quickest laps, but still a lap nonetheless.
I don't know. It's yeah, it could have taken a few corners a little bit wider, but you never know. It's a good lap from Russ, that.
Do me a favour, introduce yourselves.
Yeah, so I'm Ben. I'm basically doing all the timekeeping for this weekend. Basically make sure everyone has different karts for each session, and making sure everything runs on as much time as possible.
Is
really.
that why it was half an hour behind yesterday?
No, that was not my fault.
Silky, explain your role here today.
Yeah, so I'm Silky, I'm in the VAR, so I'm down in the cameras.
Ah, okay.
A little cold room next to Ben. And we are watching...
It is cold out there.
Cold.
Yeah.
We are watching the full circuit, any incidents that go upon.
So it's all fully covered for VAR and stuff like that. That's awesome. They've been giving you coffee. Got some of our smoking bean.
I didn't get any.
I mean,
I'm going to say I've had 2 this morning, you were laughing at me.
Very nice, very nice. Anyway, yesterday, amazing action from the cadets and the juniors. We've spoken to a lot of people about it, but obviously you guys in the thick of it. Start with you, Silky. Any dramas that you had to deal with? Anything that sticks out in your mind?
Nothing over the top. Like, there was a lot of clean overtakes out there. The far side of the circuit, we're down there, great overtakes, and behind the bridge as they're coming up, great overtakes there as well. Nothing too over the top.
Do you want to speak to Ben?
Yeah. So, what was the penalties and stuff with yesterday? Was there a lot? Did you see more than normal?
There was a lot of 5-second penalties. A lot of drivers were trying overtakes. I think there was a few retaliation overtakes, which weren't exactly brilliant, but a lot of 5-second penalties compared to normal 1-point deductions. But a lot of drivers knew what they'd done wrong, so it was quite good.
Sending it, weren't they?
The thing is, when it comes to the semi-finals and finals, you've got to go for it because you're not going to make it otherwise. So fair play to some of them. I think we had one black flag for a kid trying it a bit too hard, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. But everyone drove really well yesterday. It was great racing. And
do you think you're going to have more of a challenge on your hands today with what you're going to have to do?
Well, I think when it comes to middleweights later, I think when I was going through it, there was at least 12 national finalists from last year.
Yeah.
Because where we've lost out lights and heavies from last year, combining them into the middleweight this year, there's a lot of really good drivers competing for that one spot.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a look back at last year in just a sec, but we've got a competition running later, but to win a pair of cinema tickets.
Cinema tickets.
Cinema from Coca-Cola.
Thanks to Coca-Cola.
It's called Bingo Kart, and we'll go into detail in a bit, but I want you to just give me a number. What kart number is going to win the lightweight final?
I'm going to say number 9. I think number 9's going to have a good shout.
So you're saying
I'm
9.
keep it close to you, and I'm going to go kart 10.
You're going kart 10.
Got to be one better, haven't you?
I'll go cut 12.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Oh, sorry. What car would you like to go for, Lex?
Okay, we'll go for 12, dear, don't worry. Right, thank you, boys. We're going to let you get what you need to do, and while they do that, let's take a little look back at what happened last year.
Charlie Bradford, a great opportunity. Preston goes for the move down the inside. This is going to run all the way through the race. Contact on Smith. Gray's got through as well. Straight down the inside, a dive and a half. It's a 5-way battle. I hope you've got a seat for this, guys. Don't worry, you're only going to need the edge of it. He's gone through. Dante Dillon makes the move. Absolutely stunning racing. Fantastic racing from these young drivers. Wins the British Indoor Karting Championship 2020.
And just before we get started with the lightweight heats, we're joined again by the legends of the world. Russ Maverick, Tom Gibson. What a day. What a day yesterday. Let's start with that.
First of all, what a day,
Yeah.
I'd say. For me, the main thing was just a complete reminder of just how competitive these BIKC finals are. Incredible race, incredible from the cadets, first of all, and then the juniors hit the track, and we saw incredible lap times and stunning racing and stunning overtaking maneuvers. And also, I thought notable that we crowned our first double BIKC champion in Charlie Radford, who drove absolutely spectacularly well. So we were a bit blessed. The gods of racing came out for us yesterday.
It was awesome.
I've got a funny feeling they're going to come out today as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one today. Vito done really well. The defending for the entire of that final
Yeah,
race.
that was a defensive masterclass that he put on.
Yeah.
It looked at times like he may not have been able to hold it, but to hold someone up for 12, 13 laps, he did so well out there.
Yeah, it would have been. You would have felt the pressure of that. Like,
And
all the way
his
through.
podium,
His podium.
amazing. Did
The
you see
shoey.
Charlie try and do a shoey?
Yeah,
And he was not
there's
having any
shoeys
of
galore.
it.
He was like, no, none of that.
Not for me.
I was hoping he was going to get you to do the shoey. I thought you would have been.
Don't tempt him. Don't tempt
Do
him.
it
That's
later.
right
See
like
if someone does it later. Obviously now the adults, this is going to be pretty intense. Ashley, yesterday, any names that come to your head now that you're thinking to look out for?
that. Yeah, straight away, the lightweights. You've got the top three in featherweight now on track practicing already. And looking at the times the first guys are putting out there already on par or quicker than what we saw yesterday, which is amazing to start with. So champion Dante Dillon, Zach Venn, Adam Shergold, all three of them back. Even in lightweights, we've got some outside drivers with the likes of one of ours, Alex Wentworth. He's been racing with us for 4 months, and he's already on the grid for a national final. So it's just crazy. He came down with his mates to start off racing, and here he is in BIKC 21.
For me, Zach Venn. He was here last night doing a little bit of last-minute practice. He's got a lot of history with BIKC and Kart Champs, which was the predecessor of the BIKC. And with all his experience, he looked on it, and he's already gone out there, and he's already in practice done a 58.3. And when you put that into perspective, 58.3, that was pretty much the ultimate pace that we got to in the juniors last night, and he's already done that in practice. So, ominous, but can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Well, we had 731 lightweights enter the competition this year, so, and we're down to the top 32?
I think that's like is that the most. Yeah, so it's the most. No, it's not. Middleweights. There's 744 in middleweights. Lightweight 731. That's a phenomenal lot of people. So how must they be feeling now? You can imagine. After getting here.
Yeah, it's a challenge just to get here, let alone try and take home a title, but we've got drivers on that grid who can do it, and who've done it before.
Absolutely. We're just saying to the guys before, we're giving away cinema tickets, and to do that, you need to guess what kart number is going to win the lightweight final. So I want a number off you guys.
I'm going to go Kart 16.
Kart 16.
Because all the chaos in team sport always happens to Kart 16. Always. Just Kart 16.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit lower, but Kart 10's my guess.
Ben from Timekeeping has also gone for 10.
We can't have two, Tom. We have to go for something different.
Okay, I'll go.
Decisions.
I'll go lucky number 7 then.
Lucky number 7. Okay. That's interesting. And Molly's gone 12.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, she really wanted to get
I
it.
really wanted to get it in there, but Lex really didn't really want me to take that number.
Thanks for joining us. Get yourselves down, get yourselves ready, get excited, and we'll have a chat later on.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
But yeah, to enter this competition, anyway, you can go if you want. It's up to you. To enter this competition, basically what we're going to do is called kart. What did we call it? Bingo karting? That's it.
Yeah, because it's like bingo karting.
Bingo karting.
Bingo karting.
So to do that, you can come back, Davey, if you want. Yeah, it's very unprofessional. Bingo karting. So you just need to guess what kart number is going to win the lightweight final. Okay, not the heats, none of that. It's the lightweight final. So pick a number 1 to 18, but not kart 4, 5 or 8. Don't choose 4, 5 or 8. 1 to 18, send your guess to win at bikc.co.uk. Win at bikc.co.uk. 1 to 18, not 4, 5 or 8. I didn't ask you what number you wanted to go for.
Well, also, you have to get that in before the lightweight final starts.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah. Get it in just before the start of the lightweight final. It's a draw as well. 10 pairs of View cinema tickets, thanks to Coca-Cola. And we'll give you some shout-outs and stuff and finally see who wins.
I'll go for kart 1.
You go for kart 1?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Because I'm thinking it'll come in position 1.
Yeah?
You know?
I mean, that's fair thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Yesterday, we caught up with the Naked Warrior. You know a bit more about what she does.
I do. So she is all into her fitness. She's got a book that's just coming out. You'll see it on the VTs throughout the day, so make sure you go check her out. She's at the Naked Warrior. And she's great. She's getting women into motorsport, and she was part of the BIKC as well. She's one of our ambassadors, so she's been great.
And I had a little chat with her yesterday. This is that.
Hello everyone, we are joined with Claire Johnson, the Naked Warrior. Welcome to BIKC 2021.
Thank you for having me, it's great to be here.
So could you tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, what you do, what you stand for, what you're about?
Sure. So I work with women in motorsport and I help improve their performance out on track. I work with them in terms of improving their nutrition and training so they can be fitter and stronger and just improve their overall performance and their results. I'm also part of the Formula Women Health and Fitness team, and I also work with a couple of different driving academies as their lead trainer, nutrition coach to help women within motorsport as well. And I'm also an author of a book called The Winning Formula.
Oh, amazing. You will see that on some of our VTs running through, so make sure you check that out. So obviously you're one of our BIKC ambassadors.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about your journey through the competition.
Okay, so I started working with BIKC as an ambassador probably when I wrote my second book, The Winning Formula, because I wanted to do a book launch down at my local track, TeamSport in Basildon, and it just naturally evolved from there. I turned out to be quite fast on track. I was asked to be a BIKC ambassador and a role model to help more women and inspire more women to get out on track. And then I just ended up competing and going through to the local finals, and it was an incredible experience. I loved it.
That's amazing. So what would you say you enjoyed the most about the competition?
I guess it was definitely going down to the track. The team at the track were amazing. They were so incredible. They were so supportive. They really encouraged me and helped me improve my lines and get better. I literally felt like I was part of the furniture down there. And then just all the other members that I met. So there was a real good, strong community spirit, and that was really good.
Yeah, well, we've got the TeamSport Basildon takeover that's happening at the track at the minute.
And I've seen them out on track. Yeah,
loads of banners out there. And what would you say you learned most about yourself or about karting during your journey?
Oh gosh, I learned so much. I learned I'm actually more competitive than what I gave myself credit for. I learned how to improve myself out on the track, and I learned and understood more of the mindset that I help women with when I'm helping them improve their performance out on track. You know, when you get that negative self-talk about, oh my gosh, I can't do it, or I'm not good enough, or something goes wrong out on track, then it's like, okay, like how do I overcome that so it doesn't impact the rest of my lap? So it was an incredible learning experience for so many reasons.
Perfect. And were you racing against any other females out on track?
There were a few ladies out on track. There was me and two other girls that were going through the qualifying process, and but the rest of it was the guys.
Why do you think that is? Why do you not think that women are involved in motorsport as much?
I think that women potentially feel that they don't want to compete against the men, so that's why the ladies' night events are really good, and I've enjoyed going to a few of those. They don't want to compete against the men, or they don't feel they're as good, or I think more of it is to do with the fact that they don't know what's possible. So one of the things that I want to do is just create that awareness and inspire more women to get out on track, to show them that it is possible, and just go out there and have some fun, and go and do it.
If you could give one bit of advice to women that are thinking about getting into motorsport, what advice would you give them?
Just go do it.
Just get out there, basically.
Just ask me and I'll go and help you do it, it's fine.
Perfect. So will you be competing in BIKC 2022?
Oh, I don't know. Potentially, I think that's a yes, isn't it? I think you've twisted my arm to go and compete down in Harlow. Let the cat out of the bag now.
Perfect. So we'll see you again next year.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Fuel Bar at TeamSport Warrington for the BIKC 2021 finals. We're coming up now to the lightweights, quite exciting, joined by the legend that is Rod.
Hello, they've let me in the studio for good behaviour.
Was it cold outside last night?
It's not too bad. I move around quite a lot, so I generally stay quite warm, but it's a lot warmer in here than it is downstairs.
Yeah, you had confetti all over your hair.
I did have confetti. Let's see how many people want to explode confetti cannons on me today. But no, it was good.
Were you expecting that, or did you know it was going to happen?
No, they had mentioned one, so when one went off, that was all right. When the second one went off, I was a little bit surprised, but it's all right. You never know what's going to happen. It's motorsport.
Very true.
Oh, look. You.
Lovely. So we haven't got torrential rain today so far, so touch wood, that's not going to happen again today.
No.
So who are we looking out for today?
Dante
for me as well.
I've seen him race a few times, and even if he's not starting in pole position, the leaps that I've seen him make down the track, he sees gaps that I didn't even know existed, and makes them perfectly clean as well.
It's like liquid on track.
Absolutely astonishing.
And he was on the podium last year as well.
And I'll try and grab him downstairs. Take a look at the helmet that this guy's got. It is absolutely. He had it made in Germany. It cost him an absolute fortune.
We'll have to try and
get it.
It
is stunning.
Yeah.
I will get a shot of it downstairs for you.
Oh, awesome.
Not just Dante that we've got. We've also got Zach Venn and Adam Sheargold. So I'm pretty sure if Adam wins, you will get another cannon to the face.
100%. 100%. all cannons welcome to the face. Let's see what happens throughout the day.
Have you seen any banners out there today?
There is quite a few banners out there, so I'll get some pictures of the banners to go on social media
That'll be
later
great.
on.
Yeah, we've got a competition for the best banner as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a coffee machine that we're giving away for that.
It is a coffee machine.
It's an excellent coffee machine as well.
Is it? Is it here? Have we got it? Or is it getting sent out?
I've seen a picture of it downstairs, and I know how much it's worth.
Oh, okay.
It's very, very good.
Okay, awesome. Well, we'll tell you how you can win that coffee machine later.
So if you're at track then and you haven't already got a banner, I can see people flocking out to Staples and grabbing some paper and coming back and making some banners up, I reckon.
Yeah, I'd do that, yeah. But yeah, right now though, we're giving away 10 pairs of tickets to view cinema. See a film of your choice, thanks to Coca-Cola. I've been asking everyone what cart number they think is going to win.
What cart number? We can't use cart 4, can we?
We can't use...
Okay.
4, 5 or 8.
4, 5 or 8.
5 or 8. Yep. Is 10 been used?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 10's available.
Everything's getting popular. I will go for 3.
You're going for 3.
3, cart 3.
Okay.
Perfect. We've also got Sophie Gill, who will be out on the grid today. She won her heats and her regional finals, so she's doing it for the girls.
Definitely one to watch.
Doing it for the girls today.
Anyway, we're going to be quiet. Let's get to the action, and this is why you're here. We're going to go down to the commentary box with Russ Mabley and Tom Gibson.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, here we are on day 2 of the BIKC Finals 2021, and we have got such an amazing, fantastic lineup of events coming up over the next 10 hours. So a warm welcome to absolutely everybody. Everybody is joining us on the live stream, everybody who is here in the venue. This is where the racing starts. My name is Russ Mabley, and with my trusty sidekick, Tom Gibson, we will be taking you through all the thrills and all the spills that are going to be coming our way in the BIKC. And we start off with the lightweights. And already we are excited, Tom.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It's a stacked grid, one of the biggest grids we're going to see over the course of the day, and a lot of drivers from a lot of different circuits being represented today. And it's quite easy to forget that these guys have gone through quite a bit of competition, even though the BIKC 21 has only been kicked off around about 5 months compared to the 300 and something days that we had last year. But as you see, drivers now just coming onto the grid, and we have got a grid for you. Off pole position, Kart 18, James Mills will lead the field away. Lewis Marcher will line up alongside him. Sophie Gill, Dante Dillon, the featherweight champion, who's going for a second crown this time around. Adam Britton, Harrison Kirkham, Hayden Fletcher, Alex Wentworth, Martin Kutcher, Ronan McDougall, who has set so far one of the fastest times we've seen. He got within about 2,000ths of what we saw from the juniors yesterday. Jordan Hayden will go off 11, vice champion in featherweight last year. Zach Venn will go off P12, P13. Josh Selway, Cameron Sale and Callum Sanderson complete the 15-kart grid as Dave Mylander leads the field away in that beautiful Biz EcoVolt GT, one of the latest spec of electric karts, forming our pace kart for the today's proceedings. But you can just see in the 18, you've got James Mills, Lewis Marchant on the front row, and we're going to head through the final hairpin and hopefully get ready to go racing. What we're looking for now is a green light, a nice tight formation. We had a couple of issues with it yesterday. It looks like these lightweights are already on top of the start. In this one, they're going to come under the Dunlop Bridge. The pace cart's going to drop the throttle. We wait to see now if we're going to get a green light. Nice slow formation. Green, green, green. We're racing for the lightweight in BIKC 2021. And it's Lewis Marchant who's got the jump on James Mills. Looks like is that Dante Dillon up to third already at the expense of Sophie Gill as they now drop under the mezzanine for the first time. That 3-kart of Dillon is not hanging around as they head up the ramp. He's already gone for it. He's trying to get 2 positions in 1 lap. That move on James Mills, that didn't look like like it may have been too clean already. We may be taking a look at the VAR cameras, but already Dante Dillon has taken 2 positions in the space of a couple of corners. That did allow Sophie Gill to get back up into 3rd place, but as a result of that, the top 2 have a massive lead as they head down the ramp for the first time. It's multiple seconds they've got in hand over Gill, who's there, and it looks like Adam Britton's also got past James Mills as they go through. Mills is falling down the order, so it looks like that incident may have cost him quite a bit of time. We'll have to see exactly where he comes through, but looking at our featherweight champion going for a second crown this time out, it's Dante Dillon in 2nd place. He's chasing Lewis Marchant as they go over the line for the first time.
Dante Dillon really means business. Now, we're not sure about that manoeuvre on the up ramp there because there was definite contact, and that is definitely one for the VAR, definitely one for James Slop to unravel. But the main thing here is he means business. He's right on the back of Lewis Marchant, and the main thing that we really are going to be referencing all the way through this particular stage of BIKC is the quality of the drivers that we have got racing here. We've got drivers here that have been dicing it out in previous BIKCs, or have been racing in what was kart champs years ago for years. We've got Zach Venn, who's currently running in 11th place. He set a 58.3, which is the fastest lap time we saw in practice. And look at Dante Dillon now, really, he's using all of the track. He's going to try and come through on the inside here. He's got so much more speed, so much more momentum. He's just now thinking, where do I do it? Where do I pick the spot? Where do I go for it? He's going around the outside here, and now Lewis Marchant has switched into defensive mode. No doubt about that. He knows he's got Dante Dillon right there. And now this is the corner. This is the corner he's trying, and that is better.
Beautiful
that is a
move.
Fantastic manoeuvre. That's what he should have done first time round. I'm not saying that he would get a penalty point last time. That's for the stewards. But that was as sweet as you get. And already in 2 laps of the BIKC, we've already got an overtaking manoeuvre that's been right up there with any overtaking manoeuvre that we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, Dillon timed that one to perfection, but you can see there's a couple of seconds in the pocket there, and 5-second penalty pops up for James Mills in that one. So looks like the stewards had a good look at that one, portion the blame onto Mills himself, and Dillon now looks like he's gotten away with that one, and he's getting away from Lewis Marchant as they go over the line. It was a 1/10 disadvantage, now a half-second advantage. Gill is still there in 3rd place. She's dropped another couple of tenths back. She's about 3 seconds behind that leading battle. She's got Adam Britton tugged up right behind her. Harrison Kirk and Alex Wentworth's already moved up into P6. Hayden Fletcher, Jordan Hayward, Callum Sanderson, Zach Venn now inside the top 10 as they head up onto the mezzanine for the 4th time of asking here. The good thing we've got this year, we had to wait until the final to get Dillon and Venn on the same track at the same time. Now we've got them through the heats as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how that rivalry plays out. 3rd place in this one last year, Adam Shergold is in the 2nd group, so we're going to have to wait to get all 3 of them back together. But as they fire down, you've got a massive train of karts now right up behind Adam Britton. It looks like Gill just has a bit of breathing room, just taking a little bit of a look down the inside. That's Harrison Kirk, and Alex Wentworth in the 10 just throws it down the inside. Oh, he's killed the barrier. He's made the mistake live on stream. Alex Wentworth takes the spin and in the process brings out the yellow lights just before they came out, though. Fastest lap of the race for kart 3 of 59.1 as the marshals attend the scene, and they're getting pointed in the right direction. Again, track is clear, and we should be going back to green flag racing anytime soon with about 3 minutes left.
Alex Wentworth there, really his own fault there, just went in and just lost it, just trying a little bit too hard. And got to remember, these karts are going out on cold tyres. There's no doubt that these tyres are not anywhere near the kind of temperature that they will end up in maybe 10-15 minutes. For fastest lap time so far in this race is 59.1, which is a good second off what we've already seen in the practice, and that is all about tyre temperature. Dante Dillon still leading. The gap, though, still less than 1 second. Lewis Marchant is not giving up. We've got Zach Venn. Zach Venn is a bit of a favourite here, so we are gonna reference him a few points. He's up into 8th position, is making progress, not making the kind of progress that is going to see him, I think, join the leaders, but still, this competition is all about when you get your low grid positions, you've got to move forwards. Even if you just get another 4 or 5 places up ahead, you might finish 6th or 7th or something like that, but it's actually a good result. when we get to the end of the heats and we actually count the points up and we see who's where for the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's all about consistency here. Even a 1-point penalty, if you get shown the warning flag, that can cost you quite a bit. One driver who's had quite a bit of time afforded to him. Oh, as we speak about Venn, right down the inside on the 13 of Hayward. That was a great move. He's clearly been taking notes.
That's why he's a favourite.
Yeah, and he's already up into P7. Like we said, it all depends on how quickly you can move through the field in these really short races. Maximise your grid positions. You're going to get one at the front, you'll get one in the middle, you'll get one at the back. But it's all about trying to make that low starting position. All contact between the 18 and 11 as they come round there. That was Mills and Sales. They came down the ramp, and it looks like you've got another driver trying to sail down the inside of James Mills, but looking now towards Dante Dillon in the 3. He's on his final tour of the circuit this time round, and he's still got the fastest lap, but he's lowered that benchmark down to a 58.796. One of just a couple of drivers to manage it. Another driver, Alex Wentworth, in the 10. He's on a 58.9. So despite that spin, he has got the pace in him. Zach Ven's in the 58, as is Harrison Kirkham. We're going to see a lot of quick times. I wouldn't be too surprised going off practice if we see the mythical 57 at some point today. But down the start-finish straight, in towards the chicane and heading towards turn number 1, Dante Dillon looks pretty set now to open up his account with a nice big win. He's managed to pull about 2.5 seconds already to Lewis Marchand, just showing how quickly he's able to move away. Gill, though, did make a bit of time into Marchand, but the checker flag flies. Dante Dillon, featherweight champion of 2020, takes the first heat win here at BIKC 21 on a Super Sunday here, and looks like Lewis Marchand's third, Sophie Gill there in third place, Lewis Marchand's second, Adam Britton there in fourth, Hayden Fletcher completes your top 5, Harrison Kirkham in sixth, Zach Venn comes home in a astounding 7th place and bags the fastest lap of the race on the final tour of the circuit. So these two may have been separated on track, but are already throwing punches.
Indeed, and there's a lot of talk on the chat about tyre temperatures. Oh, I opened a can of worms there, didn't I? Tyre temperatures.
Yeah, you've opened that one. You've opened that door.
Let me tell you, it is. There's a lot of banter going on, and yes, tyre temperatures are everything. You can see that fastest lap time there, Zach Venn, came, surprisingly, on the last lap, and that was because the previous 6 laps were there heating the tyres up, and every single lap you get a bit more grip and a little bit more grip, and suddenly you just get the tyres into a zone, and then the lap times really, really tumble, and it's fantastic, and the karts just come alive at that particular point as well. But a fantastic win to start off is his title defence, Dante Dillon. Lewis Marchand kept up with him, only 2.8 seconds behind in the first heat. It's actually a very, very solid performance. Sophie Gill, really outstanding, third place. Adam Britton fourth, Hayden Fletcher in fifth, Harrison Kirkham and Zach Venn. That beautiful overtaking manoeuvre on the up ramp. So far, that up ramp didn't see much on the up ramp yesterday. Overtaking, it was all around the fastest for hairpins, the real sweeping hairpins that we got here. We had a lot of great overtakes around that section of the circuit, but already 3 fantastic overtaking manoeuvres on that up ramp, and hopefully we're going to get a whole lot more. And let's have a look what else is going on. A lot of love for Luke Evans. Now, Luke Evans, I remember, didn't have a good run, I don't think, last year in BIKC. And so, yeah, he's due a good one. He's due a good one. Now, Luke Evans, I know, has come up for the ranks in TeamSport and has previously won the previous incarnation of BIKC in Kart Champs. So Luke Evans definitely knows what he's doing. And also we found yesterday that there is a lot of support for Cardiff drivers.
Yeah, there's a lot of support for them.
Honestly, it was all about the Cardiff drivers. A lot of people yesterday were saying, come on for the drivers who are racing today.
Yeah, there's a lot of support for the guys from Basildon as well. They trying to complete the Basildon takeover, as Molly keeps trying to remind us. They've got a lot of drivers racing over the course of today. I do believe, though, they've got no driver out in middleweights later on today, so that's the one class that Basildon may not be able to take over. They do have one already. And you already have one champion from Basildon in the form of Charlie Ratford and one champion from Warrington in the form of Jacob Lammers from the cadets. but it remains to be seen who we're going to get from this next group. Thinking about the next group, we have a grid. Taylor Norton is going to go off pole position in this one. Gaurav Bogra is going to go off P2 on the front row. Ollie Bell and Numan Hassan are going to be on row number 2. Sonny Scott, Adam Davis, a driver who's got a lot of experience around here. He's a very difficult driver to pass. Row 4 is going to be Adam Shergold and Luke Evans. We said we were going to see Adam in the second group. He's going to go off P7. Harris Ahmed, a driver to watch. He's ridiculously quick around this track. He's already been down in the mid 58s already. He's got Dan Tegg alongside him. McKinley Coburn and Lucas Sullivan are going to go off 11 and 12. 13th is Daniel McCauley and Stuart Nunnan off P14, qualified from Liverpool. Rounding out the grid, qualified through from Trafford Park, is James McGing. So 50 more drivers, total of 30 drivers over the lightweight category. And you can see that electric pace cart is sat there waiting to receive a full grid of lightweights.
Now the Luke Evans fan club has gone crazy online. So we've got let me have a quick. We've got Jennifer Tompkins. So we're all sat at Cardiff watching the Nationals right now. Come on, Luke! We've got Christopher Ball saying, "Come on, Luke." We've got CMG saying, "Oh, come on, Lucas." We've got Gabriel Quenta, "Come on, Luke Evans." Jennifer Tompkins, Luke Evans, smoke them all. Right, okay. So, yes, we've got a lot of love out there for Luke. And don't be afraid to put your comments on. Don't be afraid to take the mick out of us, because we're going to take the mick out of you. There's no question about that. So keep them all coming. Here we go. We've got TS Storm. I really should read these before I actually read them out. But I want to try the other tracks. But my Jaguar XKR isn't MPG friendly. Well, there you go. Well, you know, it's just going to cost a bit more money. That's all I'm going to say. You have to just top up a few more times. You need to get up here. You need to try these tracks. So we got We Love You James from Queltsey. We've got James Jr. all the way from Zulema Chic. We've got we got lots and lots of comments flying. Oh, here we go. A few controversial things going on as well. But I'm going to read that out, but hey-ho. But here we go for heat number 2. Now then, we are at a walking speed, or just slightly faster than walking speed. The pace kart driver is just taking them around, and this is looking good. We had a few false starts yesterday, namely in the cadets. But it's looking good at the moment. This looks pretty perfect. So I'm expecting a green light here. Here we go. It definitely is, and the driver there in pole position. Let's see if it's going to be
Taylor Norton straight through.
Norton straight through. That's how it's done. A lot of squabbling behind mine. A lot of squabbling behind. Let's see if that ends up in tears for everybody, for anybody, as we go through the fastest left-hand sweeper. But Taylor Norton absolutely making a fantastic, with Bogra in second.
Yeah, light to yellow. Not quite sure where that has kicked off, but it looked like it was a pretty short one from what I can see. We'll have to try and see a driver who's plummeted down the order over the course of this one. I can see at the back of the grid, looks like Lucas Sullivan's just joined off the back, so maybe he was involved in that one. The light to back green, and we're off racing. Norton resumes the charge. Gaurav Bogra trying to get on terms. He had a bit of a challenge from Ollie Bell at the start, but he couldn't quite do anything. Looks like that top 4 have got a bit of a gap. I said keep an eye on Adam Davis. He's already gone through past, I believe, Sonny Scott in the 6th, so he's up into P5s. Nice clean move there. Adam Shergold still showing up as 7th place. Not sure if he's moved up as they go over the start-finish line. 1 lap in the book here, and that top 4 are separated by just a second. Oh no, there's the 10 who's spun off. That's Luke Evans. The Cardiff fan club are not going to be happy at the sight of that one. That's the second yellow in the space of 1 lap. The drives are all brought under control. We wait for the greens to fly as the marshals have got Luke back out, but the drivers head up the ramp, and now you've got that top 6 all nose to tail. There's Luke trying to rejoin the field as the lights are back to green, and we are racing once again. It's still Norton though who's up on the charge as they head over the flyover. Lights back to green, green flags waving. We wait to see the drivers come back through that top hairpin, and it looks like you've got that front pack come down the main straight. They are all nose to tail. That yellow flag hasn't been kind to the leaders. Looks like you've also got, I believe that's Sonny Scott trying to get on there as well. The 2 trying it around the outside. That is Ollie Bell trying to go for the move. Doesn't quite pull it off. Bogra's just managed to defend, and almost Hussein was in there as well. As the drivers come across the start-finish line, Norton, his lead is now up to 7 tenths as Bogra in the one behind is defending for his life.
That Newman Hussein there was making so much room to try and get a little bit of extra speed in order to go past Ollie Bell that he just ended up too wide and just lost a bit of momentum, and he's fallen a little bit behind. But I've just got to say, what an absolute disaster for Luke Evans. Now, he started mid-pack, and we talked about the importance of going up through the order. But he started mid-pack, and he's currently running last. And he's not only running last, he's running last by 10 seconds. So he's got an enormous battle just to catch up the pack before he can even start racing again. We didn't see it. We don't know if we can get on action replay. We do have the capabilities. Oh, this is team sport these days where we actually have, we don't have to have VAR. We can do action replays. Three on the
three
inside.
Down the inside.
Hussein, has he got him? He's, I think two's going to hold
Davis
the line.
is
He's
in there as
out.
well.
He's
Oh.
lost out. Adam Davis, brilliant driving. Really takes the opportunity when it was presented right in front of him.
Yeah, Hussein tried to open up the corner to get the run round the exit of that corner, and that just opened the door for Adam Davis. He threw that in. He's up to 4th place at the moment, and he's got his sights set on the back of Ollie Bell. Taylor Norton, though, has clear track in front of him as he heads up the ramp. It looks like Bogger's a little bit closer to him this time around. Gap 6/10 with about 1.3 to the fight that we're watching at the moment. Over 3rd place between Bell and Davis. Hussein's still there. Hussein's still there. You've got Scott in 6th. Fastest lap of the race, though. He may be down at the back, but he is flying. Luke Evans in the 58 to 58.987. Great lap from the Cardiff man as we watch the top drivers heading through the chicane. A little bit of a slide there from Norton. That back end came out a little bit too much from my liking on that one. The 12 looks like he's gone straight down the inside. The 2 opened up the door and Davis threw it down the inside. He's now up into the top 3. I say keep an eye on him. He knows this track quite well, but he's flying here at the moment.
And also, right, even though Luke Evans is last, a long way back, he's got a clear track in front of him, and so therefore he is the fastest driver on the track at the moment. So here we go. So we're going to go trackside, and we've got a roving reporter this year. Yeah, we have got Track Rod out there. Did you get that? Track Rod. They're honestly, I'm here all day. So we're going to hand over to Track Rod, who's got somebody in the pit lane.
Hello, you're right. No one here just yet. We're just getting some people over now. The race is going absolutely fantastic. But over here, we do have Adam. Again, checking over the carts, making sure everything is going swimmingly. They are just going around. They are close. They are bumper to bumper as they are going around here. And over here, we've got Dave McGregor. Dave McGregor, come over. Come and say hello. Come over, Dave. Dave's shy. He's amazing with mechanics, but he's shy with people. And now we're just going to go back over to the studio.
Go back to us. Yes, very
Yeah, so back up with the leaders at the moment. Looks like that lead for Norton has just come down now to a couple of tenths over the last lap or so. He's right on the rear bumper of Taylor Norton as we get on to what is potentially going to be one of the last laps here. I reckon you've probably got this one and one more. Adam Davis, though, 2.2 behind this fight at the moment. He's managed to build a bit of a gap over Ollie Bell. Newman Hussein is still there in P5, so he's got P6. McKinley Coburn's up in P7. That's a decent run for him so far. Lucas Sullivan, P8. Harris Ahmed is on a charge and he's in P9. Dan Tegg completes your top 10 from the back of the grid. James Beging, a decent performance so far. He's up in P11. Stu Nunnan is there in P12. Adam Shergold, P13. He's fallen back quite a bit on this grid. Daniel McCauley and Paul Luke Evans, he's going faster and faster, but he's still down in P15 at the moment as the drivers head onto the final lap. That gap at the lead now about 3 tenths. It's just coming up a little bit, so it looks like Norton's doing everything he needs to do to just hold the second place man just in his rear sights as they head up onto the flyover once again. Norton, though, 58.9 that last lap. Bogger on a 59.0. There's only about a tenth between these two. Davis a couple of tenths off in third place on a 59.2 as well. Dropping down now through the top hairpin and getting ready to go through the double left-hander. The 18 of Norton, he is just focused on the track in front of him. Down through one of the fastest corners in indoor karting. Through the left-right chicane here at TeamSport Warrington. The tricky braking of T1. It is easy to run a little bit too deep into that corner, get close to the barrier. It doesn't look like Bogger's going to have the laps to be able to do anything about it. Saying that, Norton opens the door. It looked like there may have been a cart-sized gap on the side there, but checker flag flies. Taylor Norton wins heat number 2.
Okay, great racing from Taylor Norton. Bogger second. Adam Davis coming home in third. In fact, Adam Davis third. Hussein Newman Hussein takes 4th, literally on the line. Ollie Bell 5th, Sonny Scott in 6th, McKinley Coburn in 7th, Lucas Sullivan in 8th, Harris Ahmed is in 9th, James McGing in 10th, Adam Sheargold in 11th, Stuart Nunnan, boy, he had a lot to say on social media yesterday on the live stream. Now he's got to do his talking on the track. Daniel 14th, and Luke Evans with really, really fast lap time, 58.6, because he had loads of room in front of him. Not quite the fastest lap in that race, 58.4. Lucas Sullivan, but yeah, disaster for Luke Evans, and we're going to see how much that affects. He's left himself already a huge mountain to climb when we get to the semi-finals.
Yeah, we didn't see any penalties handed out in that one, so maybe he could have been the master of his own demise in that one. But another driver to be wary of there, Adam Sheargold, comes home in P11. The driver who finished 3rd overall last year comes home 11th. Saying that, no penalty, as I say. Dan Tegg has just been handed a 10-second time penalty in that one. That drops him way down the order. So that may have been for his part in an instant that we didn't quite see. But Taylor Norton knocks up his first heat win of the day. And the drivers jump out. We're going to get ready to go racing for heat number 3. But already 2 heats, and we've seen some impressive driving so far.
Fantastic stuff. So again, let's have a little look at the social media and see what's going on. There's a lot of people going, "Oh no, Luke." Okay, and we're going to go to Hot Rod on track, who has got Taylor, and we're going to have a quick interview.
Hello, Taylor. That was a fantastic heat. Well done. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was pretty tough because I knew, Gaurav, who's a good friend of mine, is quick around here. So he was starting P2, and I knew if I could just fend him off, that would be really good for me, and that's what I did. I saw him behind me all the way, and I just kept pushing.
You were absolutely awesome in that one. Well done. Definitely one to watch for the rest of the day.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you very much. Back to commentary.
Thank you very much. Just a little bit of news coming out from race control. We've got Dan Tegg causing a collision. Dangerous driving. Oh, dangerous driving. 10-second penalty in that last race. Yeah,
I think that's the first time we've seen a 10-second handed out. We've had a couple of penalty points, had a smattering of 5-second penalties, but I don't think we've seen the 10 handed out. Apart from a disqualification, that's one of the biggest penalties that can be applied. But now we're getting ready for heat number 2. And just looking through the socials, if you do want to get involved in the conversation, guys, hashtag BIKC2021 on the socials. We're going to be keeping an eye on them. And,
heat number 3, Tom, it's flying away.
I know, we're getting through already. And a couple of people already have a good idea of who they are looking for. I see a couple of people saying that they can't lie. Dante Dillon's probably going to win again this year. But yeah, that looked like a pretty good shot. But in this heat, he's going to have to go off P11. So he's got his lower start now, and he's going to have to try and work his way through the field. Meanwhile, his sparring partner from last year, Zach Venn, is going to go off P4. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what Zach can do from that starting position. Run through the full grid. Martin Shooter is your pole man. Cameron Sale alongside him on the front row. Jordan Hayward, Zach Venn, Alex Wentworth, Sophie Gill will line up on row number 3. Josh Selway, Callum Sanderson is row number 4. Row 5, James Mills, he's going to want to make amends for that last one. For that last heat, and Lewis Marchant is in 10th place. Dillon will go off P11. Ronan McDougall, who is pretty quick around this circuit, he is going to start P12. Adam Britton, Harrison Kirkin, and Hayden Fletcher complete your 15-car field. We just see Dave Meyerlander just waltzing around the pits, surveying his land as he gets ready to lead
and what we got
the field
here, Tom,
around.
What we got here is we've got Zach Venn and we've got Dante Dillon largely in the opposite grid positions to what we had in Heat 1. So this is going to be a good reference point because in Heat 1 we had Dante Dillon go on to win, and we had Zach Venn starting roughly around the point where Dante Dillon is, who went up into around 5th position, I think, off the top of my head. So they both did well, but here we go. It's the same. These are we're talking about favourites here. We're talking about drivers who, when we saw the team sheet, put it that way, we go, right, okay, those are the drivers to watch. So here we go. We've got the pace car that is out, the new Biz Electric pace car, everybody, if you It does look a little bit like a Christmas tree. And when the lights do go down at about 4 o'clock and gets a little bit darker when there's no natural light coming in, you will see exactly what I mean. But we have the latest electric kart from BIZ Karts as our kart, and it is a serious piece of kit. But here we go. We are just setting up. Just to go through the format so everybody out there knows exactly how it's going to work. We've done the practice. We didn't actually show the practice. Okay, and we've already had 2 of them. And each driver races in 3 heats, okay? And then they will score points. At the end of the heats, we'll add those points up and it will decide where they start on the grid for the semi-finals. 2 semi-finals, and the top drivers, who will end up with a 16-kart grid, I believe, will go through to the grand final. And then it is, obviously, winner takes all. So it is an absolutely prospect, that race, with the kind of drivers that we have got racing. There can only be one winner, and we've got a list of about 4 or 5 names that immediately we look and we think any one of those drivers could win. One of those names was Luke Evans, it has to be said, and a lot of work left to do for Luke to get back into this. But it's not impossible. A few good races, a few good point scores might have a little bit to do in the semis. But there's a long, long way to go, and Luke Evans is certainly not out of this in any way at the present moment in time.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the heats. If you do have one bad run in the heats, you do have the opportunity to make up a few points in the next 2. And then you've also got the semi-final, which is going to decide who will make it through to the main event. When we get to the semi-finals, we will be eliminating around about half the grid, so 8 of each will go through. And it looks like we've just got a bit of kart testing going through just to make sure the karts are all good and the karts are all warm, ready for these drivers to head out. We do have one of our head kart tech guys, Adam Beale, just doing a little bit of final prep, just to make sure everything's fair, that the drivers are the one doing the talking. And as we take a look here,
penalty there coming in. Okay, here we go. In fact, let's just talk about something that's going on the whole on the old chat. Okay, we've got Neil Durant and Tom Seabrook. Give us a wave, says Jennifer Tompkins. She's not interested in the racing. She just wants people to wave at her. So let's have a look. We've got Ryan Williams says Dante or Danteg. Well, there we go. Jennifer comments, also shout out to Eva, best driver, best CLO driver. We've got, dangerous driving records, Josh C98. Well, we got the stewards there, and we got VAR, so we'll take a little look at that. Dan Chon, they are all worth watching. They certainly are. Yeah, some good stuff. Keep the comments coming. Keep all very tame comments at the moment. There's just, yeah, go on Harrison, or go on Luke. Anything you want to bring up, we'll have a talk. We'll have a talk about it. Luke is still going to smoke them all, says Jennifer Tompkins, hot off the press. Still going to do it. Well, we shall see in a few minutes' time. Right, we're getting ready now for the start of heat number 3, and let's go through the order once again. It's going to be Cameron Sale in pole position, Jordan Hayward second, Zach Venn third, Alex Wentworth is 4th, Sochi Gill is going to be in 5th, Josh Selway in 6th. Callum is going to be in 7th, James Mills 8th, Lewis Marchant in 9th, Dante Dillon in 10th, Ronan McDougall in 11th, Adam Britton in 12th, Harrison Kirkham in 13th, Hayden Fletcher in 14th, and Martin Shooter in 15th on the grid. Yeah. So here we are. We have got the new pace car that leads the drivers away. And what we want here is nice, slow, 2 abreast driving. Now, even though this should be fairly straightforward, it is amazing how strategical these rolling starts have been throughout the weekend. And it is possible for the driver in second place to really predict precisely when that light goes to green and end up easily in the lead at turn 1. So they have to go around that red line as well, just to spread them out a little before they end up piling down. And here go, we are green, and we are racing on heat number 3. And let's have a look. It's 10 on the outside, who sweeps through. And just as I said, driver number 10, Cameron Sales, starting from second on the grid,
second,
goes through into the lead. And Zach Venn He's not messing about. Straight through to second position. This is going to be a titanic battle.
Yeah, Venn wasting no time trying to get through to second place. Looking exactly, oh, yellow's out at the moment there. Looks like we may have had a spin in the tunnel section. I did see a kart go in sideways. I'm not quite sure what that was, but lights green once again. So it's going to be a Sale that leads Venn as they head down the ramp. The 10 versus the 7 as they head down. They've got a good bit of a gap there over the 19 of Martin Shooter as they head now through the first hairpin for the first time and get ready to notch up their first lap. But Venn looking dangerous here. He's already trying to look for a way past Sale as they head side by side through the S's. Be careful, lads. You can't normally go side by side through here. They go over the line. Cameron Sale just holds on to the lead at the moment, but Venn takes it as they go through the second Dunlop curve. Venn in the lead here at BIKC 2021, but Sale is not going to take it lying down. There were 16 thousandths of a second between them as they crossed the line that first time. Shooter looks like he's up in third place. No, that's Sophie Gill up in third place at the moment, so not quite sure where Shooter's disappeared to on that one. Wentworth inside the top 5. Mills, Sanderson, Hayward, Dillon up to ninth at the moment. McDougall, Kirkham, Marchant, Britton, Selway, Fletcher is your field as they stand at the moment. They fire down the ramp and head towards the chicane. That top 2 have a massive gap at the moment over Sophie Gill, sat in first place, who sat in third place at the moment. She had a pretty impressive run in her regionals, won all 3 heats and the A final to earn her spot on the grid for today. It's easy to forget these drivers have gone through so much racing in so many tracks just to earn a spot on the national final, but as they lead them over the line, half a second to the good. Zach Venn over Cameron Sale, Sophie Gill, James Mills, Alex Wentworth shooting out in 6th place at the moment. Dillon up to 8th.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, and Zach Venn hits the front as we actually thought that he would, and Dante Dillon as well is making progress, but it's not easy.
Oh,
down the pack
at
at 17 is absolutely spun all the way around. That's going to really change the order. That is James Mills getting it all wrong on the up ramp. We're going to have to see exactly how the order changes here as they come around the final few hairpins before they hit the down ramp, before they fly past the pits, but that will certainly mix up the order a little bit, and James Mills is going to be going backwards, which will give the next 3 drivers an easy place. And we got 7 here, we got 10 on the outside, and it's not over for the lead here because Cameron Sale is absolutely all over the back of Zach Venn at the moment. He is literally picking his point, and Zach Venn went from being like pushing and wanting to overtake to desperately trying to defend. And again, number 10, Cameron Sale has just suddenly come absolutely alive here. And Zach Venn, if he wins this, he's going to have to hang on for another 5 minutes of this pressure in order to get it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, we saw that incident on the previous lap. Sophie Gill's been handed a 5-second penalty for her part in that incident. That's promoted Alex Wentworth into P3. Dillon now is up to 4th. So as they now fire through the double left-hander, we said they were in opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of Venn and Dillon starting positions, but Dillon is definitely not letting that hold him back. 11th to 4th already. And they fire down the ramp once again. He's just in that pack with Alex Wentworth behind him. We've got a massive fight between first and second, and a train of karts fighting over third as they fire through our position. Gill's in that one at the moment. Dillon straight down the inside. That move isn't going to factor into it with Gill holding on to that 5-second penalty at the moment. Side by side behind, you've got McDougall and Hayward in the 12 and the 15 as the leaders now fire through the top section of the circuit. Looks like Wentworth's got a little bit of breathing room over Dillon at the moment. Looks like 1.5 seconds that our featherweight champion's going to have to try and catch up, but he now has got clear track in front of him and he can get his head down. McDougall up to 5th position at the moment. Hayward just behind him in the 12 as they all fire up that train of karts behind the number 1 of Sophie Gill. She's proving to be a very, very hard driver to pass today.
Now, there's a few things to note here. First of all, Dante Dillon is up into 3rd place, and all that chaos that happened a few laps ago really helped him, although it was a fantastic move that he just made to go into 3rd position. The next thing I want to point out is that if you look at the order on your screen, you'll find that you might look at it and go, hang a minute, they're in the wrong order. They're not, it's just we've already applied the time penalties. So for example, Sophie Gill is currently running in 15th position on our leaderboard, but in actual fact, on track, she's not. She's much further up the field. So that's why you will find drivers in slightly the wrong position. Number 12 there, though, is looking Jordan Hayward, looking very, very feisty for a move underneath the mezzanine. Didn't quite make that stick there, but there's no doubt he looks like he really wants to get past driver number 15, Ronan McDougall. Let's see if he can do it on the up ramp. Here we go. Right, for Zach Venn, a 0.6 second lead. The battle at the front continues to absolutely rage. And also, one of the messages there, why aren't the commentators racing, Tom?
Because we all know what that result would be. We don't want to embarrass these guys out there.
There is a good reason for that, but I can't actually mention it on live on air.
Yeah, I think
it's because we are... the word, I can't finish the sentence.
Yeah, we're just too good to be on circuit.
Yeah,
though.
that's right.
Why.
We're just
the
too
room
good.
temperature lap proved that one.
Yeah.
As we go back to the job in hand of taking a look at the racing. Zach Venn now has got a bit of a lead over Cameron Sale thanks to a fastest lap of 58.496. That's quicker than anything that Cameron's been able to pull out of the bag so far. That gap up to about 8 or 9 tenths at the moment. These two, they were absolutely flying. They've got about 6.5 seconds over the guys behind on what I believe will possibly be the final lap. They may get one more out of this one, but Dante Dillon isn't making too many inroads into Alex Wentworth at the moment. That gap's coming down a little bit. It's about 1.2 seconds as it stands. McDougall, he's been flying for most of the practice sessions. He's yet to find his pace in this one. 59.4 is all he's managed so far, but he is running inside the top 5 courtesy of Sophie Gill's penalty that she's picked up as the leaders now head through the top section of the circuit. I believe they should be going on to the final lap this time. No, checker flag flies. Zach Venn takes his first heat win of BIKC 2021. 1.1 seconds clear of Cameron Sale. Third place goes away of Alex Wentworth. Dante Dillon in the 2 comes home in P4. Over the line, it's Sophie Gill in 5th, but she drops way down the order. Ronan McDougall in 5th place. Jordan Hayward, James Mills after that spin, he's in 7th place. Harrison Kirkham, Callum Sanderson, Martin Shooter, Lewis Marchant, Adam Britton, Josh Selway, Hayden Fletcher, and then Sophie Gill drops down to P15. One thing I will say, with the fact that we apply the penalties during the race, we can see it on the leaderboard, it just shows how much of a difference that these 5 seconds can make. It can drop you all the way down from 5th on the road to be right at the back of the field.
Also, I'd say, look at these lap times starting to come. 58.441 there, the fastest lap in that last race, which was for Zach Venn. And just talking again about the debate about tyre temperatures, as we go through and we hit the semi-finals and we get to the final, we are expecting faster lap times because the races are longer. And these karts are all now no longer absolutely pounding around the circuit. They're very, very slow speed. They're driving in the pit lane. They're going to be stationary for about a minute or two, and it all makes a difference. And the longer races that we will see when we get to semi-final stage should, in those final laps, really bring in some absolutely stellar lap times. There's a lot of banter, right? Rachel's desperate for me to look out the window, but
yeah, we don't let Russ look out of windows anymore.
They blocked the windows off, and if anybody's seen any outtakes from last year, there's a good reason why they blocked off the windows. I'm literally not allowed to look outside.
We keep him away from the windows just to make sure that we can keep him under control.
Indeed. It's just important to keep your clothes on in life, isn't it, Tom? I'd say I wouldn't want to get anything out that I may have mentioned last year on commentary. But
yeah, if anyone wants to know what we're on about, Rising Stars
somebody
Heat 5
will put it up.
Where you need to go back to in the 2020 stream. What track says this is TeamSport Indoor Karting in Warrington, one of the longest indoor circuits in the country, and it's putting on a fantastic show, as it did last time. Just see now the drivers for their next heat taking their karts, and we'll get the grid in a moment.
Hot news, Tom. Sophie Gill in the last race, 2 penalties, not one.
Hence why she dropped it even further down the grid.
So 2 5-second penalties, so 10 seconds. We're going to go down to track rod.
We have Zach, the winner of that heat. Zach, what a race. You made quite a gap at the front there.
Yeah, I mean, the start of it was quite difficult. I thought the start was the key bit, really. I had to try and make as many spaces up as possible. Managed to get in a second by the second corner. I can't remember who it was in second place eventually, but we had a good little fight for a few laps. Managed to get past him, and eventually managed to put a little bit of a gap. Not as big as I would have wanted, but a gap.
You did what needed to be done. So who have you brought down with you today? Because there's quite a few spectators around.
I got my girlfriend Alicia with me today, and I got a few people who have to support me, but are also racing as well. So
yeah. And lots of people watching online. Well, you did absolutely amazing today. How did it feel having the competition that you know's in your group behind you?
I mean, as soon as they said that Dante was in my group, I was just like, oh, great. But we'll see what happens. It'd be interesting. As long as we get near the top of the final, it'd be an interesting one.
Well, if you keep racing like that, hopefully I'll see you in the end. Thank you, well done. And back to commentary.
Ben there, Zach Ben just showing off that he's got a girlfriend. He just made a point of getting that in there. So, yeah, no problem. No problem.
Oh, man.
So, here we go. I'm going to get into trouble.
Yeah, I think you might. I think you might. It's already. We're only on like heat 3 or 4.
This year, we've got the door locked. We've got the blinds down. I feel like I'm in like some kind of cage, so I could say anything basically, and nobody can get at me. But here we line up, and already there's a lot of good thoughts going on. About Luke Evans, who he's got to come back. He starts 5th. Now that's a solid grid position. So Luke Evans, really, he's got to get to, if he's going to make an impression in this, he's got to get to the front. He's got Harris Ahmed in pole position, Stuart Nunnan 2nd, McKinley Coburn in 3rd, Lucas Sullivan in 4th, Luke Evans, I said, in 5th, Ollie Bell in 6th, Daniel Corley 7th, James McGing in 8th, Taylor Norton 9th, Graf Bogger is in 10th. We got Newman Hussein in 11th, Dan Tegg 12th, Sonny Scott 13th, Adam Sheargold 14th, Adam Davis in 15th. So here we go. So they're all lined up, and there's some of the marshals just doing a bit of a jog. Look at that. That's pretty good going, that, isn't it? Oh,
a little bit of a workout there for marshals. Yeah. Just giving the front row men.
That's like Sunday morning workout at TeamSport.
Yeah, just giving the front row men a couple of little tips, and just explaining what's going to happen with the blue and orange pace cart that's sat in front of them. Honestly, I can't wait to see what these guys can manage. Harris Ahmed's a very quick driver around here. Stuart Nunnan's got a lot of race experience. Keep an eye on the back of the grid, though. Adam Sheargold and Adam Davis, 2 drivers, are going to be looking to make a lot of places during this heat. The Luke Evans fan club are going to be in full force and looking forward to seeing him have a strong run from P number 5 as they all come through the top hairpin. Nice slow formation. Ahmed leads them towards the start-finish line under the Dunlop Bridge. The pace cart's going to drop the throttle. We wait to see the lights go green here at TeamSport Warrington. They do so now. We are racing once again, and the drivers fire down. It's Ahmed who still holds the lead, but the 12 of McKinley Coburn tries to go down the inside. Lights are yellow once again, so maybe an issue a little bit further back down the grid. The drivers are all going to try and sort themselves out in some order. The 12 waves the 10 past as he seems to have allowed him back through. Looks like the 3 of Sonny Scott.
7's not happy. Lucas Sullivan not happy at all there with yellow flashing light conditions, but we're back running once again. And on number 10 as well there with a bit of contact with his hand in the air. So it's just a little bit messy at the present moment in time. We have to it just needs to just settle down a little bit. Let's see if it happens as they come down the down ramp and onto the fastest part of the circuit. We've got 19. Harris Ahmed is leading the race at the moment, and then everybody else is
of him. Looks like Stuart Nunnan's just stretched a little bit, but nearly a second the gap that Harris Ahmed had at the front of the field. Sheargold and Davis from the back of the grid, they're at 1 position thanks to the unfortunate fate of Sonny Scott, who's now running down towards the back of the field. The drivers come through the top section of the circuit once again and get ready to notch up yet another lap, and we're watching Sullivan now, who's got past McKinley Coburn. So good move from the 7 there. He's up into P3, and Sullivan sets his sights on the back of Stuart Nunnan. Over the line, that gap at the front, 1.1 seconds, a further 9/10 to Sullivan behind. Coburn's not going to try and let Sullivan get through too far. It looks like Taylor Norton and Bogger have got through to 8th and 9th at the expense of Daniel McCauley, but the drivers now just starting to fan out a little bit as we get towards the halfway point of this race.
Okay, and on the feed, Luca Stazioni, why are you all talking to the commentators? Let them work. Now, Luca, look, right, 10 hours, all right, 10 hours. Give us a break.
Yeah,
give us a break. Give us some
we need a bit of company every now and again.
We've also got our favourite place to go on holiday. We'll cover that in a bit. That's all I'm saying. A big shout out to the boys on the balcony from Bradford. Give us a cheer. But I've got to get back to the racing because this looks really hot. It's Haris Ahmed who is still leading, and he's leading by 1.1 seconds at the moment. Lucas Sullivan is in third place, 2 seconds behind the leader. McKinley Coburn is third, but look, as we got some, I thought they were going to be side by side. They're going through the S's, but
a little bit of a touch there from Luke Evans. And, I think that was Taylor Norton getting involved in that one. So Luke Evans drops down to 9th place. He's fallen down the order a little bit. He's going to have to try and make a bit of an impression in the latter stages of this race, but still, Ahmed's opened that gap up to 1.6 seconds. You can see that looks like Evans has Davis all over the back of him there. Adam Davis, 3 wide into the hairpin. That's normally not a move you can go for, but Numan Hussein is the winner out of that one. He's managed to pick up a couple of places at the expense of, I believe that's Dan Tegg and Adam Davis in the process as they get ready to come down the ramp. Adam Shergold, he's up into P11 at the moment. Going to want to make a little bit more progress than that as we look at the number 1 of Ollie Bell. He's got Taylor Norton tucked up behind him. Lucas Sullivan, though, close right onto the back of Stuart Nunnan. So in the last couple of laps of this one, we could have a nice little fight brewing over second place. McKinley Coburn, James McGing is your top 5 at the moment. They've got a bit of clear track in front of him, but if the top 2 of Nunnan and Sullivan start fighting, there's a very, very good chance this could get close. There's a good reason Sullivan's closed up, though. He's now within a 10th. He's just set the fastest lap of this heat, a 58.483. These guys getting very, very close to the ultimate pace we saw out of the juniors yesterday. Wonder if they're going to be able to beat them as a 5-second time. '16 of James McGing into this. So straight into this fight, the fight that was 2 drivers.
Using every single inch that this track has got, and then he just got it. He just went left. Come round. We're going to start our final. Jim. And he's really now got, should be and fought for that position. And number 10, Stuart Nunnan, who is known for his defensive driving, has to be said. I can remember him from last year driving extremely defensively around this circuit, and he really has also, Jim, we've talked a lot about Lucas, but the defensive driving that Stuart Nunnan has done has been absolutely exceptional. And the only real twist in the tail here, McKinley Coburn has pulled all the way up to the back of them. He could do something. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen here. And it might do another lap here. We're going to have to wait and see. I would have thought it would be checker flag. So final few corners, it's now or never. And very, very tight racing. Checker flag is out. Haris Ahmed takes the victory. And here we go. We got Stuart second, Lucas in third, McKinley in fourth. It's going to be James McGing coming home in 5th position. Taylor Norton. Oh, he's dropped down. Of course, he had a penalty, so that's why he drops down on the leaderboard just as he crosses the line there. Ollie Bell there, Adam Shergold in 7th. Groff Bogger is in 8th. Daniel McCauley 9th. Still not a good race for Luke Evans. Comes home in 10th position. Numan Hussein in 11th. Adam Davis 12th. Dan Tegg in 13th. Taylor Norton is in 4th place. And yeah, it's It's really, really hot racing. A lot of banter going on about what happened in the regionals on the social media feed, talking about crashes. I once had a bad crash once. Oh, I had a bad crash once, Tom, back in 1998. But I don't go on about it, do I? Right, here we go. So that's the end of, where are we? Heat number 4. We've got just 2 more heats to go. And we're flying through this.
Yeah, Harris Ahmed putting on a decent show there. Was one of the wild cards from BIKC 2021 and proving to us there exactly why he deserves his spot on the grid. Stuart Nunnan as well. Very, very good defensive drive from him against Lucas Sullivan and McKinley Coburn. James McGing, another wild card, proving why he's got his place on the grid today, coming home in P5. The other wild card as well on that grid as well. Dan Teg there in P13 at the moment as we wait for the heat to go out. If you do want to get involved in the conversation, guys, hashtag BIKC 2021 is where we want to see you on socials. A couple of requests coming back through for you to start singing, Russ. So we're gonna.
Well, I was about to say, Zach Bradley, you wait till I catch up with you next time I see you. I ended up singing Cheeky Girls yesterday. It's like nothing today. We're gonna focus on. I also sung Cheeky Girls 2 seconds before the grand final of the juniors, just at the bit where we want the tension to go up to absolute maximum. I end up singing the Cheeky Girls. It's like, no, we're not going to do that. Right, yes, we don't need to go on about our bad crashes. We feel them when we get up in the morning. It's motor racing, indoor karting. It's if you want something a bit softer, there's lots of other things you can do, like knitting or something like that.
Yeah, I heard bowling can help you as well. Maybe swimming.
Bird watching kind of thing as another pastimes, but no, it's indoor go-karting. It's 40 miles an hour. Should we go to Rod? Rod's asking, shall we? Why not? Rod, how's it going out there? We're going to hand over to you.
Going great out here. Here we have Harris Ahmed. Harris, what a race. It pretty much seemed like you were racing on your own out front there. You created a massive gap. How was it for you actually on track?
Yeah, good. It's just to first get away from the pack and then just keep my lead. Then.
Did you have any idea about the fights that were going on behind you? It was quite a battle going on there.
Yeah, I was looking back just to see how much of a gap I have, but I just kept it calm, collected.
And you were a wild card coming through to this event, weren't you?
Yeah.
So you've proven yourself today, haven't you?
Yeah, I had a bad regional final, but I got the wild card, so just proving why I'm here today.
100% correct. Harris Ahmed, the winner of that heat. Well done, and I will watch out for you for the rest of the racing. And back to the commentary.
Well done, Harris. That's brilliant, brilliant racing. Now, social media's now gone absolutely crazy with me. I got a few shout-outs. Some of the speed, I feel crooner vibes, Sinatra. Now, have we met? Because, yeah, that's my kind of karaoke kind of phase, that is, bit of Frank Sinatra. Maybe later, maybe just before the final, just when nobody wants it, just when nobody wants to hear me whatsoever.
Just when it's all kicking off, calm everyone down with a bit of Sinatra.
On the green light in the grand final, I will break into song, maybe, or maybe not.
Yeah, so it looks like what we're breaking into now is our next heat. Callum Sanderson, Roe McDougall on the front row, Hayden Fletcher, Harrison Kirkham on row number 2, Josh Selway and Adam Britton is row 3, Cameron Sale, Zach Venn already with a heat to his name. Guess who he's got behind him? He's got Dante Dillon just on his rear bumper. Jordan Hayward, Alex Wentworth, Lewis Marchant, Martin Shooter, James Mills and Sophie Gill will complete your grid. We had to wait to the finals to get Dylan and Venn together. Now we've got it in the final heat for these guys. So could be quite an interesting battle out there, but you can't discount the guys further up the orders. Some very, very quick drivers at the front of this field. Some very, very quick drivers towards the back as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. The pace car leading them away. We've changed the driver. It's now Adam Beale at the wheel, who's going to lead everyone through at a nice, slow walking pace. You can see the flashing lights just dictating that he is the pace car in that brightly liveried blue and orange Biz EcoVolt GT. Fantastic piece of kit, that thing. But it's the 19 and the 15. They're going to lead us towards the start-finish line. The pace car will drop the throttle, and we get ready to go racing. We look towards the lights. We wait for them to go green. They do so now. We're racing once again. Good. Last heat for these guys, and the last chance to book their position on the semi-final grid. And it's the 15 of Callum Sanderson that leads them through the opening couple of corners. Looks like it's all clean at the moment. McDougall's been hung out to dry. He's lost not one, but 2 positions. Looks like to Hayden Fletcher and Harrison Kirkham, the row 2 men, are flying through the order. So that's McDougall down into 4th place. He's got the 12 of Josh Selway just behind him. Remains to be seen how Venn and Dylan getting on a little bit further down. But your leader at the moment, Callum Sanderson, as they head down the ramp for the first time of asking. He's got the 10 and the 3 tucked up under his rear bumper. That's Fletcher and Kirkham as they go down the ramp for the first time. Looks like our top 2 have a little bit of breathing room. 2 by 2 they go. Dylan in front of Venn already. So as those two come together on the circuit for the first time, advantage Dylan already. And now as they head through the top section of the circuit, get ready to book put the first laps in the book. Over the start-finish line they will go, and Sanderson will knock up his first lap lead here. Kart 10, Hayden Fletcher is 3/10 behind. Top 3 covered by about a second. McDougall in 4th, Selway 5th, Sale in 6th, Dylan and Venn 7 and 8. Adam Britton is there in 9th. Alex Wentworth up into 10th. Jordan Hayward has dropped way down the order. He's in P11 at the moment. Off the back of the grid, James Mills is up into 13th. Martin Shooter way down the back as well. So not quite sure what's gone on there, but I'm pretty sure the stewards are going to have a good handle on that one if there is anything to take a look at.
And Dante Dillon and Zach Venn are still bumper to bumper, that they've just swapped positions. So at the moment, Dante Dillon with a slight upper hand, but they're not making much progress on the drivers in front. But it's still a good 6 minutes to go to the end of this one. So Callum Sanders, it's very close. I thought Hayden Fletcher was having a good look there down the inside, thinking about maybe making a move, but they're all sweeping through. They all know this part of the course so well. Little glance behind from Harrison Kirkham, just checking exactly where that front bumper is of the driver behind, so he can just make sure he makes his car just about wide enough to make sure there's no chance of that driver getting through. But Callum Sanderson still with the fastest lap, the lead. Fastest lap is 59.088 by Ronan McDougall in this race. But we don't really expect at the moment any real fast lap times, so they're all bunched up and they're all absolutely racing, and not really an environment for really stellar laps unless Callum Sanderson suddenly moves a little bit away from Hayden Fletcher and then thinks, right, I'm just far away enough, I can really put my foot down, because number 10 here, Hayden Fletcher, really look feisty coming down the ramp there. Let's see, he's having a go, and yes, surely he's got the inside. He's just got to slow it down. But 15's still got momentum, but if he just hits the right point, and they touch, and they're backing off, but that is a move. Number 10, Hayden Fletcher, has hit the front of heat number 5.
Yeah, it looked like a combination of a good dive by Hayden Fletcher and a bit of a mistake from Sanderson. He's went a touch wide at the top of that first corner, but what that has done, has brought Ronan McDougall into this one. Not quite sure where a couple of the other guys have gone. They've dropped down the order by the looks of it, but that has put Venn and Dylan, they're 5 and 6 at the moment. They're getting close to this lead battle. Warning flag being handed out there. I believe that was maybe to Ronan McDougall. Not quite sure. We'll take a look at race control at the end of this one. But Hayden Fletcher's your leader as we head through the halfway point of this heat. Dante Dillon there has Josh Selway just in front of him. Zach Venn just behind. That's not quite where you want to be, with Zach Venn just behind you, and a 5-second time penalty was handed the way of Ronan McDougall. That's going to drop him way out of that fight now. It drops him on our leaderboard just in front of Lewis Marchant in P12 behind Jordan Hayward. Looks like Dylan and Venn goes to tail again.
Whoa. Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So Dylan and Venn, even though they've moved up a little bit, they're now 4th and 5th. They're still absolutely bumper to bumper. You just know now that it's going to be a battle that's going to be raging through semi-finals and grand finals. And Matt Lintott has said Adam Beale for the win. Now Adam Beale is driving the pace car.
Contact!
10 is gone.
The 10's been spun round.
It's been spun round. Hayden Fletcher. What are they going to do here? Let's have a look. Hayden Fletcher ends up absolutely smack bang in the barrier. And he was in the lead of that race. We're just going to see exactly what happens, what race control decide to actually do. But Matt Lintott saying Adam Beale for the win. He's driving the pace car. Now, it's not the fact he pulls over after a few corners. That's just how long it takes Adam Beale to crash. So literally Adam Beale starts in the pace car. He doesn't pull over, but by corner 2 or corner 3, he's binned it. And then everybody else starts racing. That's how we're running it this year. So let's see. So there's no change to the leaderboard. McDougall is just still on our screens as a 5-second penalty. But at the moment, Callum Sanderson is your leader. Yeah. Take me to your leader. It's Callum Sanderson, 0.8 seconds from Josh Selway in second. And the two favourites, Dante Dillon up into third, Zach Venn up into fourth. Cameron Sale in fifth, Alex Wentworth in sixth position, Harrison Kirkham seventh, Adam Britton in eighth. And that's your top 8. Right, here we go. We've got probably one more lap after this one.
Yeah, we did say that Sanderson may have been involved in that one. He's just been handed a 5-second penalty, so he may be the leader on the road, but Josh Selway is your leader on the leaderboards. So that is the 12 and the 1. They're now fighting over first and second. That puts Dylan and Venn into second and third. You can factor the front two out of this one. Dylan, though, trying to go for what will be the net race lead at the end of this one, while the guys on track are fighting. Venn throws it down the inside. That was a really good opportunistic
side
move.
by side.
Oh, contact in the background. The 7 and the 9 get into each other. That's going to bring the 2 into this one. Adam Britton looks like he's just managed to get a position against Harrison Kirkham, as those top 2 are fighting tooth and nail. Both of them have a 5-second penalty, and Selway lobs it down the inside. The 15 just opened the door a little bit. Sanderson just tried to get the run on McDougall there. That allowed Selway through, but Selway's been caught napping there, and that's brought Venn and Dylan through. Arms up in the air. He's not happy with that one, as we're on the final lap here of this heat. Dante Dillon now up into red. Oh, we're going red for that one.
We're going red for that one.
Yeah, that looks like a nasty one. Cards up in the air. Look, just the marshals double checking that everyone is okay.
To anybody watching racing for the first time, that is not how it's done. If I'll be honest, that's not the right way to go around. And we got arguments going on here on track as well. We got arguments between number 3 and number 7, who are parked directly next to each other. We'll have to just keep an eye on them. This is all getting a little bit heated all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think the guys at the bottom are trying to figure out exactly what happened between the two of them, but it does look like the 2 of Adam Britton is going to continue. Just double checking the 18 of Sophie Gill is all okay as well. They may just want to take a quick second. They're just going through exactly what manner of thing did occur in that one. The stewards are definitely going to be taking a look at that one before we get off and racing again. You've also got the 13 involved in that one. That is Martin Shooter. He's had a bit of a torrid time today. Seems to be, if there's been an incident, he seemed to have been involved in it at some point. But yeah, these karts, they do have safety systems. You can see the wraparounds that pop up and do extend beyond the bumper. They are designed to try and protect the driver in the event that something rare like that happens. That's what the little shark fin by the engine also helps with as well. A couple of opinions on what manner of thing occurred there in chat as well. But that one is going to be down to the stewards just to make sure that it was all bona fide. Make sure everyone's okay. You see Clark, of course, there. James Sislop surveying his surroundings, and then Adam Beale just checking over the karts, making sure they are safe to continue before we get the balance of this race. Looking at this, though, I do have a feeling similar to one of the heats that we had yesterday. This one may finish under yellow lights with a checker flag going at the end of this lap.
No doubt that this is a lot of work for the race director and a lot of work for the VAR that we have here. We have Liam Silkstone, who's got Liam's been with us for many, many years and is an incredible racer, if I'll be honest, and loves his online, his virtual racing as well. And he's on the VAR this weekend for us, and he'll be studying all the images of what has happened. Let's just see exactly what's going on, because there might be, I think, a little bit of repositioning. So we've got kart 15, which is Callum Sanderson. Yep, we know about that. That's contact gained position. So we'll just have to wait and see till the penalties get applied as to what happens here. And look at this, all these drivers are bunched up. So let's see. I would have thought they'd probably take them back and do another rolling start. But number 3 still shaking his head. That's Harrison Kirkham. There's a lot of drivers out there thinking that they've been a little bit hard done by. They can't all be hard done by, can they? You know what I mean? Everybody can't think that, oh, that's not right.
Drivers moving once again under yellows. The checker flies as well.
And checkered flag.
So that is yellow and checker goes out. So that looks like the win goes the way of Josh Selway in the 12 there. The driver's brought back in the pit lane, So Josh Selway, Dante Dillon, Zach Venn, your top 3. Cameron Sale, Adam Britton, Alex Wentworth, Harrison Kirkham, Jordan Hayward, Callum Sanderson, Sophie Gill, Ronan McDougall, James Mills, Hayden Fletcher, Lewis Marchant, and Martin Shooter. Our worst fears confirmed that we don't get to see the end battle of that race. It was shaping up to be quite a good one between Selway, Dillon, and Venn. That could have been quite interesting in the last lap or so.
Indeed. Porsche Sports say, do we have replays? We do have the ability. It's not just we can just flick a switch and do them, but we do have the capacity to do this. Joel in the background is thinking, "Oh, don't ask me that now." But
the guys
we'll see what we can do. Is all I can. No promises. We'll see what we can do. So, yeah, indeed, it was a bit of a shame that last race it had to be decided by just a straight checker flag and back to the pit lane. But we will get through all the incidents that happened, or the race directors will, and allocate the correct penalties to the correct people, etc., etc. So here we go. That was a very eventful heat number 5. We've just got one more heat to go, and a big shout out to the banners. There is a banner competition, and go Daddy! Yeah, come on. Yeah, that could apply to anybody, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bit of support there for bit of support for the BSR drivers that are going to be elected throughout.
Yes.
Neil Durant and Sam Slater. Sam, former BIKC champion.
Yeah.
He's going to be racing in the middleweights later. It's going to be quite a stacked grid. We'll take a look through that one later on. But one thing I also spotted there, someone mentioned that this looks a little bit like a Club 100 race. Quite ironic, that, isn't it? Because what's the prize that these guys get if they
Club 100? They're going to fit right in.
Yeah, they're going to fit right in. It's a full season in Club 100 on offer for these guys. The fastest arrive and drive championship out there. Some fantastic karts using a 125cc 2-stroke Rotax engine. Some of the fastest karts that you can pay your money and turn up and drive. And their race is all live streamed as well. So we look forward to seeing how our champions get on when they take on a full season in Club 100, hopefully in 2022. But the drivers just looking on now, getting ready to go for their next heat, and the drivers all just looking on as a little bit of prep work done to the karts just to make sure they are in fine fettle and they are all ready to go.
I've got to interrupt because we're going to. No, I said we could do action replays. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Well, Joel's actually got one. We've got the start of the incident. We haven't got all, but we've got the start of it. And
yeah, I believe this is the one.
I think our main man Joel is going to play it, so everybody at home can just see it again. Look at this. This is
the contact at the start where we lost the lead. Oh, that looked like a closing door to me. I don't want to apportion blame, but I do think the 15 could have backed out of that one a little bit earlier. So looks like Sanderson may not have been able to make that move, and so he may have took the win on the road. I do sort of agree with our clerk of the course, James Hislop, on that one. A 5-second penalty, I believe, well deserved in that one, as the 10 comes back on the road. That did cost Lewis Marchant quite a lot of time, as the guys you can just see up in our race control, also known as the God Box, because it is all seeing, it is all knowing. They've got cameras on the screen, they can see absolutely everything. So if something goes on circuit, they will know about it.
Yeah, so great stuff. So we've got just one more heat, one more chance for drivers to. A lot of comments coming. This is good. We can show the action replay, and then everybody at home can decide for themselves.
It's almost
what happened.
It's almost like we've got our own FIA stewards sat at home just watching and giving us some help on what they believe went on. Love to see the comments out there, guys. But yeah, 5-second penalty was handed out for that one. That was the decision given to the stewards as the drivers now take their karts for the final heat. And you can see them all making their way in. One thing I will say, there's some beautiful helmet designs out there. Helmet designs are quite personal to racing drivers, and some people go for replicas of their favourites, some people go for nice custom ones. I've seen some beautiful ones out there over the last couple of weeks while people have been testing. Also, just popped up on our screen, looks like a 5-second penalty for Marchant and a 5-second penalty for Adam Britton. Can you enlighten us, Russ?
Yes, I can. So, Adam Britton, Lewis Marchant both get 5-second penalties for that up-ramp incident. So VR has stepped in, we viewed it, and that is what the stewards have decided. And they took a bit of time to do that because they literally put something on got a bit of a WhatsApp chat, and it took them a good 5 minutes of reviewing that footage to decide where the penalties ended up. So just to reinforce that everything that happens out there, it is reviewed, and it's reviewed with people who really, really know what they're talking about. We've got Adam Beale in the pace car. Let's see how many corners he does before he crashes. And when he crashes, that's when the race will start. And let's talk through the actual grid. So we are, look at that, Fox Bleed said, doing a top job, Tom.
Yeah, Adam Blees, that is one of our Warrington's local drivers, actually.
Just Tom doing a good job, so I just want to point out, that's all.
He's not biased at all.
Not much love for any other commentator. There you go. Right, 15, James McGing is starting in pole position. Dan Tegg is in second. Adam Davis, third on the grid. Adam Sheargold in fourth. Daniel McCauley in fifth. Sonny Scott in sixth. Stuart Nunnan is in seventh. Luca Sullivan, eighth. Newman Hussein, 9th. McKinley Coburn starts in 10th. Luke Evans, he's had an eventful race, 11th. Gareth Bogra is in 12th. Harris Ahmed is in 13th. Taylor Norton, 14th. And Ollie Bell in 15th. So, yeah, a lot of love for Adam Beale at the moment, P1. That's one of the only times Adam's actually been in P1.
You're only getting away with this because he's in that car and he
can't hear a word I'm saying. So happy days. So let's have a look. So Jeff Evans says, come on, Luke, finish with a bit of luck. Yeah, absolutely. I think he needs a bit of luck, if I'll be honest, because he hasn't had much luck so far. So let's see how it's going to go. Win or crash, nothing else, says Tom's Karting Diaries. Win or crash, nothing else. Sounds like we've got a bit of Max Verstappen fans, I think.
Yeah, there's a couple of people likening that incident we saw at the bottom of the ramp to Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton at Monza. Indeed. So showing that some of these drivers taking inspiration from their favourite drivers.
Here we go.
But the drivers now getting ready to go, racing for the final heat, the last opportunity these guys are going to have to influence their starting position for the semi-finals. McGing, Tegg, Davis, Sheargold, McCauley, Scott, Nunnan, Sullivan, Hussein, Coburn, Evans, Bogra, Ahmed, Norton and Bell are your grid, and they are your runners and riders as they go under the second Dunlop bridge. We wait for the lights to go green, the pace car drops the throttle, the drivers drop the throttle now as we go racing for the final heat here in the lightweights, heading towards the first corner. It's the 19 of Tegg. Oh, he's been spun around, he just gets it going again, but it is James McGing who comes through in first position there. Looks like the RFM suit of the 12 kart. That is Daniel McCauley, who's moved up into second place from 5th on the grid. I think Adam Davis may have moved backwards a little bit there. There goes the 3 of Adam Sheargold. He's finding his pace now as he's up in the top 3. Luke Evans also getting into the mix as they head up onto the top section. Looks like that's Lucas Sullivan. He's running in P6 as well, so he's moved up a couple of places as they fire through the double left-hander head down the ramp for the first time, and we wait to see the drivers come past our commentary position and head towards the top section of the circuit.
Luke Evans looked like he had a good run on the up ramp there. It's really hope he can make up a few positions, but let's see exactly what the order is as they come round the hairpins and on to the straight underneath the Dunlop curves, and we have got James McGing leading at the moment. Daniel McCauley is 0.7 of a second behind. Adam Sheargold third. Dan Tegg is fourth. Lucas Sullivan fifth. Adam Davis in sixth. Then Sonny Scott seventh. Stuart Nunnan down in eighth. Luke Evans ninth. Harris Ahmed in 10th. Newman Hussein 11th. Taylor Norton 12th. Gareth Bogra in 13th. Ollie Bell and then McKinley Coburn. But the real battle is further up the field, and it's all a little bit spread out at the moment. This is the battle here, 9. So that's Stuart Nunnan and Luke Evans.
Breaking news, 5-second time penalty just handed out to our leader James McGing for, I believe, his part in that opening corner transgression, which did see one of the drivers pushed out a touch wide, so he's not going to factor into this one. So
James McGing is leading on track, but he is not leading on the leaderboard. That is the main thing to come out of this.
Yeah, so Daniel McCauley's the one who takes the lead on the road here. James McGing is pushing on, though. He's going to try and win this one on the road if he can. Maybe see if he can pull a 5-second gap. That has been done over the course of the race. Adam Davis to the inside. He throws it down the inside of Lucas Sullivan. A lot of Dayglow yellow helmets there, so it's quite difficult to pick the drivers apart. But Adam Davis and Lucas Sullivan going for the move.
They swapped twice.
Very
the last
good move
corner.
from Adam Davis there. Lucas Sullivan wasn't going to let him take that position easily, but Davis now has his eyes set on the back of Dan Tegg for third position here as they head through the double left-hander and head down the ramp for the third time of asking. Daniel McCauley, Adam Shergold, Dan Tegg are your top three in the standings, but on track, James McGing is still holding them at arm's length at the moment. Throughout firing through the second hairpin into turn number 3, the 12 though. He may have the lead on the leaderboards. He's going to want to win this one on track. Daniel McCauley's got his eyes set on James McGing as they drop over the start-finish line. At top 3, they've only got about 3 or 4 tenths between all of them. Adam Shergold, though, looking for a really good run here. He's not had too good of a run in the heat so far. This is going to be one of his best results so far. Up in second position, and it looks like he's got a massive gaggle of carts fighting over, I believe, 8th position, being headed by Sonny Scott. Luke Evans is in there as well. Adam Davis now is pulling out all the defensive moves. You can just see him nudging right up against the barrier, trying to prevent Lucas Sullivan from getting through and try and make some inroads into Dan Tegg just in front. But that fight for P8 looks like it's starting to brew up quite nicely there, with about 6 or 7 carts involved, being headed by Sonny Scott in the 2 cart as the drivers fire down the main straight. The 9 has his hand up. Lights are yellow here at TeamSport Warrington. Not quite sure what has kicked off around there. Looks like you've got a driver rejoining on the flyover.
See, the thing about the McGing incident from the race control, it was contact, but he gained an advantage through it. And that's the reason why that the 5-second penalty went out for James McGing earlier on. He's racing near the front, but every single lap he clocks up and then rolls back down the leaderboard as that penalty gets applied. But with about 3 minutes of racing, we are back on, and it is still Daniel McCauley who has a very, very slender lead over Adam Shergold. That is 15 is effectively James McGing in the way, effectively, of Daniel McCauley, who will know nothing about the penalty that has been applied, unless you really caught that black and white flag. We'll just want to race him on track.
Oh,
simple as
spin
that.
for the 2.
Here we go, number 2, all over the place.
Oh, double heartbreak for Sonny Scott now.
A penalty.
Not only they face the wrong way, a 5-second time penalty applied as well. So disaster for Sonny Scott. He's going to want to wish this heat never happened. James McGing, those looking over his shoulder. He can see the 12 cart there. These guys are still racing despite the penalty. James McGing still has to try and maximise the speed, the pace he's got out there to try and counteract that 5-second penalty and finishes high up the leaderboard as he can. He's still free to race so long as he stays within the letter of the law, as now we've got a 4-cart train, for P3, as it looks like Stuart Nunnan in the 9 has got onto the back of that field. We've seen Stuart go a little bit defensive. Let's see what he can do on the attack. You've got the 10 of Adam Davis, the 6 of Lucas Sullivan, all trying to get past the 19 of Dan Tegg. There's only about 7 or 8 tenths separating those drivers, and I reckon they've probably only got one more full lap of this track to be able to try and make any changes in the order as the leaders now head down past the pit lane and head in towards one of the best overtaking positions on the track.
Whoa,
massive
here we go.
dive down the inside.
That's the biggest dive we've seen. That is number 12. Absolutely, Daniel McCauley. Absolutely pushy. Didn't really need to make that maneuver, but he's not to know that because the driver he's racing is actually 5 seconds behind. Let's see if there's any comeback here as we go underneath. There surely might be. But what a maneuver that was. That was brave. That was absolutely wearing your heart on your cart and going for it. So Daniel McCauley, we salute you for that maneuver. That is exactly the kind of maneuver that we love here at the BIKC Championship, and that is going to seal the absolute. That's going to be a victory on track and a victory on the timesheet, that's what we want to see. We want it won on the track, don't we, Tom? That's where we want it won.
Yeah, that's what we
Brilliant
want to see.
Stuff.
We did say he didn't want to win this race in the steward's office. He wanted to win it on track. Also, another driver who's moved right up, Adam Davis, has got to the front of that pack. He's managed to dispatch of Dan Tegg. The drivers head through the final couple of corners. James McGing's going to see if he's got anything left in the tank to try and get past Daniel McCauley, but he's not able to. The final run to the line in the last heat. Checker flag flies. Daniel McCauley takes the victory. Adam Shergold in second place. James McGing third on the road. The third position goes to Adam Davis. Dan Tegg in P4, Lucas Sullivan P6, Stuart Nunham Lucas Sullivan P5, Stuart Nunham P6. After that penalty, James McGing ends up in P7. Luke Evans does move forward and bags the fastest lap of the race, a 58.6. He comes home in P8. A decent run for him so far. Harris Ahmed, previous heat winner, he comes home in P9. Newman Hussein in P10. Taylor Norton 11th. Gareth Bogra in 12th. McKinley Coburn in 13th. Ollie Bell 14th, completing the field after that spin and penalty. Sonny Scott in 15th. Now, so we're going to take a little breathe from the action down here, and we're going to head back upstairs to we're going to head back up to the studio. Over to you, Lex.
Thank you very much, Tom. We're here now with Will from Club 100. Thanks for joining us. What a great day of racing so far. How have you found it? Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, as a racer myself from about 20 years ago, I've been really impressed by the driving standards today, and also the level of competition has, I would say, been insane, especially around the top. So very impressive indeed.
So what's the main reason you'd say Club 100 is now involved with BIKC?
So Club 100 has been going for 28 years now, and has always been founded with the principle of allowing people to race at a really high performance, but without them having to buy their own karts. So Club 100 is a national arrive and drive high performance karting series, and we go to outdoor tracks all around the country, and we run 11 championships for drivers from the ages of 7. So you can race as a cadet through to junior and through to senior racing. We have people who are in their 70s who've raced in Club 100. So it's literally available to all people who want to take the next step up from indoor and outdoor normal rental karting, if you like. And I say normal rental karting, but this kind of stuff. And it's a big jump in performance, but it's not so big a jump where you have to go and buy your own karts. We provide everything, much like you guys do here, but it's a big step up. And
you've got some of them karts at reception now.
We have.
Tell us about them.
We have. So we have 2 karts at reception. One is our senior max, senior kart. So that's used by our juniors and our seniors, and it's a 125cc Rotax, junior Rotax engine. Develops about 22 horsepower, so whereas an indoor kart maybe 5 or 6 horsepower, it's a big jump in performance. And it's the chassis itself is lightweight compared to a rental kart, but not as light as a proper race kart. But all the equipment is identical. You can't buy an advantage. You don't have to pay for tyres or fuel or all that kind of stuff. So we have our 125cc senior kart, and we also have our 125cc cadet kart, and it's more restricted. It has a smaller radiator, and the chassis is smaller and lighter, and it's for kids who are aged 7 to 13. So all age ranges now, and the cadet karts is a big project for us. To provide that accessibility for high performance racing for really young kids, who are just starting out in their motorsport career or hobby.
Yeah, I mean, if you're coming down to Warrington or you're already here, just head to reception, check them out. But as the main prize sponsor for the adult categories, what does it mean for the drivers today when the top 3 will get a prize off Club 100, and it's going to open up opportunities for them? Yeah.
So if I was racing the BIKC, I can't sadly because I run Club 100, but I love racing, and so we have the top 3 prizes are incredible. Actually, it's a full season in the Club 100 Sprint Championships. Now we run lightweight sprint championship, which is for drivers up to 78 kilos, and we run a heavyweight championship for everyone over. In general, and so we have lightweights today, we have middleweights and heavyweights. So between the 3 classes, we'll fit them into the lightweight class or the heavyweight class. But they will be racing in an 11 round series, starting in February and run all the way up until November. And the equivalent, the prize amount of that is roughly about £2,500. So full season in Club 100.
Thank you so much for that. That's great. But that being said, I was just going to say the differences between some guys. You mentioned Dante Dillon.
Between the 3 classes, we'll fit them into the lightweight class or the heavyweight class. But they will be racing in an 11 round series, starting in February and run all the way up until November. He also races the equivalent to. So he's a very quick driver. He's quite small too, so he is also our cadet test driver, so he uses our little cadet kart. It helps being small. sometimes.
So the main difference is he's they're going to see. What would you say that the differences between racing here and indoor now, going straight into a Club 100 race? What would you say the first thing they'll notice will be?
So if you've never been in an outdoor two-stroke kart, the step up in performance is significant. It's much faster. So we're talking of top speeds of nearly 65 miles per hour, much more acceleration, and a lot more brutal in a way. That you feel like you're in a proper motorsport vehicle, and you're racing around corners. I wouldn't say high G. It's not going to rip your head off, but after half an hour,
you still feel it.
Yeah, you really do start to feel it. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot more power, a lot more nimble. The karts are lighter. If you, it's the same principles by all means, but it's just you feel more edgy, and it's a lot more fun. And the thing is, two-stroke karting is where all the Formula 1 drivers came from.
Yeah.
So they may have started indoor karting, and then they've gone on to apply their own kart, and they've raced their own kart from the age of 7 or 8. Jensen Button started at Clay Pigeon down in Dorset, which is a track that we go to every single year, and Lewis Hamilton as well. He started in two-stroke karting. So those drivers who've driven two-stroke karts all of their lives and then go on to race in single-seaters, it all happens in two-stroke karting. It really does. So when we talk about indoor arrive and drive karting and outdoor arrive and drive karting, two-stroke karting is where you need to be to start your career up in motorsport. So we're just really chuffed that we have an amazing product, an amazing race series, where it's all about high-performance two-stroke karting and making that accessible for people, because that's the big thing for us.
And what would you recommend to anyone that's watching at home today if they want to get involved in outdoor karting with Club 100? What do they need to do?
Okay, well, the first thing to do is to go to the Club 100 website, so club100.co.uk, and we have all the information about the different age ranges that we have, cadets from 7, juniors from 13, and seniors from 16 plus. And check out all the different series, find the one which is right for you. In the seniors, we have a bunch of different championships. We have sprint racing, we also have endurance racing, so if you wanted to do it as a team, or father, son, daughter kind of thing as well. We've had a couple of them in the last couple of years. And we also have a couple of other formats as well, which may be a little bit more of a gentle introduction to Club 100. So we have so much demand to do Club 100 in the last couple of years. It's been amazing that we created these new championships just to fit people in. So we've got one called the Club 100 Experience. It's not so brutal, it's more relaxed, it's for novices and intermediates. But yeah, check out club100.co.uk. There's also loads of videos on YouTube. If you search Club 100 on YouTube, you'll find loads of videos. Or if you're at university, check out bukc.co.uk, so you can come and race the Club 100 karts in that too. So.
Amazing, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. You're going to stick around. You're going to be given up prizes later on the podium. Come up for a chat later on.
Yeah, more than welcome.
That's good. But for now, this is what Club 100 looks like.
Year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
And welcome back. We're just about to get into the finals of the lightweights. Exciting stuff already.
Honestly, I've not known where to look. So I've been having a little bit of a walk around the track, and there's always something going on everywhere. There's so much been happening today.
A lot of drama.
There's no point. There's no point at which you can stand where you can see just you miss something all over the place. So, having a stream like this, I think is really important.
You've got some shout-outs then?
We do have some shout-outs. So, firstly, we'd like to say hello to the Cardiff team down at TeamSport.
Hello, Cardiff.
Mainly a big shout-out to Jen and Casey. Thank you for sharing your photos with us earlier. We've also got a big shout-out for Nicholas Hamilton.
Nicholas Hamilton, literally. What a legend!
Yeah.
I've got a feeling he might turn up. If he turns up,
we'll get him on.
We'll get an exclusive.
We will get him on.
Nicholas Hamilton.
We'd also like to say a big happy birthday to Freddie Gaynor. It is his birthday party that he's having today.
So a BIKC birthday party.
Yes. So if anybody else is having a BIKC birthday out there, let us know and we will give you a shout out. That is to @BIKC Official on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. And we've also got a few more shout outs outs to Wendy, Duncan and Josh, and also Robin at Harlow, and Ian as well.
Robin.
We love Robin, we do.
I've got just one or two here as well. I've got to say hello to Rachel, who was watching at home and decided was enjoying the sort of environment so much. She came down.
Hey.
Robin Clare, who are just watching at home, and a message from someone called Charlie, who just said, just A and a load of H's. I don't know what that was related to. I don't know if it was some of the action on track, just like,
Maybe.
Yeah, hello to Charlie.
Is he excited or is he,
I'm not too sure. We should ask him. We should ask.
Charlie, could you please let us know whether you were excited or nervous?
We're still giving away 10 pairs of tickets to View Cinema as well, thanks to Coca-Cola. You've got literally until the start of this next race if you want to have a little chance of winning some of them. All you've got to do is pick a number from 1 to 18, not 4, 5 or 8 though, they're not included. Send your number to win at bikc.co.uk before the start of this next race, and you can win, or potentially win, a pair of tickets to View Cinema thanks to Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
We should mention this book. So we're sponsored by Tops F1 this year, which is fantastic, and we've been giving away a load of these. They've got sticker sets in them, and we gave ourselves a challenge yesterday. I shouldn't have done it because all these have done is sit there sticking it in, but it was like we wanted to fill the book and give the book away. Now, Molly, do you want to take over and explain where we're up to with this?
I will. So there has been 6 of us. We have gone through 4 boxes of stickers which have 50 in each.
Yeah.
So we've gone through about 2,000 stickers, and we are down to the last one. So without further ado,
I'm going to move some stuff so this can be seen kind of happening here.
so you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready
It's
for
going
this.
in.
Let's do this.
229 is about to complete the book.
Look at that.
The book is now complete.
If you want that book, it's worth quite a lot to some people, and you know, to have at the end of the season a Formula 1 sticker set complete, all you've got to do is like the stream. Do the like button now, and we will pick someone random and send that to you.
Yeah.
If you want it. I would.
Yeah, at the end of the day, once we've gone through all of the likes, this will be going out to one lucky winner.
Yeah.
Can I throw a like on there? Can I get involved?
No, you've spent the last
There's
3
been a
hours
lot of
doing it.
passion and time gone into this.
We've put blood, sweat and tears into this book.
For our viewers, not for you.
It's all right for you to say. You were sat there while we were doing all the work.
Yes, because I had to write things down. And one thing I have wrote down is that James McGing has had his penalty reversed.
Oh.
All right. Penalty for James McGing has been reversed.
That's why we have the VAR team.
Just hot off the press.
So as that came in from VAR, then
Yes.
you sort of looked it back and wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been very up and down.
So that could change like a number of things. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I didn't manage to actually see the standards at the end, but it could change. Like
It could change things. You know, Russ and Tom will know more. They're down there talking to the guys now. So we'll find out more about that. But we've got something really exciting coming up soon called the BSKC. That is the British Schools Karting Championship, and the idea behind that is schools create teams and do pretty much this as a So that is the BSKC, that's the British Schools Karting Championship. How cool is that?
Looks awesome. Now I wish there was nothing like this when I was in school. Right.
Yeah.
So in fact, the one thing I did have in school, we were talking about before, stickers. Like I used to go there going like I enjoyed that. But when I was back in school, there was nothing like this. You couldn't just, go and enter something like this. There was nothing around for it. The fact that this is there now is a massive opportunity for kids, is it not, to start getting into all of this?
This year as well, it's not just schools. We are also got clubs that so if you're part of a club, anything like that, it's ages 12 to 15. So if you're age 12 to 15, you've got some friends, you're part of a club, scouts, brownies, I don't know what else there is, but if you're part of them, make sure you do sign up and register. So head to the bskc.co.uk.
I wish all that was available. Like when I was younger, I just feel like
you wouldn't have done any good in BSKC.
What, me?
Yeah.
Neither would you.
I've seen you in Wales.
Yeah, no, that was. They were bad carts. That's what.
It wasn't. That's what they always say.
No, it was. It was like, where was it? I think it was in. I can't remember the name of the place. Somewhere in North Wales, and we were just on holiday, and it was just a track at the side of the road we found, wasn't it? And it was
say go-kart. It was like karting
Cartio on the side.
Can you imagine us as a team?
Oh, it'd be great.
Well, we'd never get anything done.
We'd be awesome.
Like we'd never even be able to decide who was going out racing or anything. Like the three of us would just we just couldn't do it.
Introduce Motorsport UK VT because my mic has gone off.
Oh, so we're going to head to Motorsport UK's VT now. So take a look at this.
My microphone is now back. Sorry about that, Molly.
VT is videotaped, by the way.
We're joined by Simon Wooldridge, Chief Operations Officer for TeamSport. It's nice to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down. How have you found it today?
Good to see you. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it's been good.
First time I didn't make it up last year.
Yep.
It's the first time I've seen it in action, and it is. It's immense, isn't it? It is absolutely brilliant.
It's a big production.
Oh, it is. What a setup! Yeah.
So obviously some great racing going on already. That last one there, bit of contact was a bit on the edge.
It was, yeah. But I mean, the quality of racing is something else.
It's nice to see it in real life though as well, isn't it? You know,
the passion, the sportsmanship. It has been. Yeah, epic.
So for TeamSport being involved, what does it mean for you guys to be doing something like this for BIKC and with Motorsport UK that we just seen then as well?
I think it's wonderful, isn't it, to do something on this scale, to have so many people taking part in it. I mean, we had about 2,600.
The stats.
So
Where's the
we had
stats?
3,178 sign-ups, which equated to 27,155 qualifying drives that each driver has done.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is.
And even in this category now.
So it's 731. So they are the top 731 drivers, and you can see it out there.
It is impressive. The quality of driving is fantastic. And to have had so many people. Last year, I don't think we were. I don't think we were close.
Doubled it. I think we've doubled.
Yeah. And the setup. It's not always easy to see kind of what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But the setup is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, the kilometres of cabling I think I've seen everywhere is
and they've
off the scale.
They've had to get, these guys, Revolution Audio, had to get the wires across the other side of the building as well, because there's speakers and cameras and everything down the other side, and it's huge in here.
It's very professionally done.
It's a lot colder this year, though. Well, 6 months. 6 months ago we were here, but it was a lot sunnier and warmer there last year.
So we're running a competition to win pairs of tickets to View Cinema. So if you can, pick a car 1 to 18.
I think number 12. I think I watched number 12 earlier, and
that's what
the
driver was pretty spot on. So I'll go for 12.
Simon, thanks for joining us. We'll have a little chat with you later on. But right now it's time to go down to the finals for the lightweights with Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley.
Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost set for the first race in the semi-finals. So let's just go through exactly what's going to happen here. We have 2 semi-finals, and they are slightly longer races.
Yeah, 10 minutes each.
10 minutes each, indeed, before we will line up for a 15-minute grand final. Now, a few bits of a few comments on social media about the length of races. 7 minutes is not bad for a heat, though, Tom. If you can't get it done in 7 minutes, but we then 10 minutes for the semis and then 15 minutes for the final. So there's a lot of racing coming up here. So we have the first drivers just heading out onto the grid, but everything to play for. Tom, who's your favourite? This is the part of the competition where we gamble on who is going to win. Who's your money on? Yeah. I know what you're going to say, but who's your money on?
Do you know? You know what I'm going to say? Honestly, looking through this, there is only really 2 names. Both of us have been talking about them the entirety of the weekend so far.
Yeah.
I sort of know where you're going. You said it earlier, so I'll go the opposite way. I'll go with Dante Dillon.
See, I knew you were going to say that. So I'm going to go with Zach Venn, in actual fact. Me and Zach Venn got history as well, I would say. Yeah, I had to call a lot of decisions in kart champs, which he was right in the middle of, has to be said.
Saying that,
somehow we're still talking. I don't know how.
Somehow. But I will say, looking at the guys as they all form up, we're waiting on a full grid coming up there. There's one outside shot that might be a bit of a good call there. Stuart Nunnan, he's had a bit of a quiet one so far. He has been in the mix at times, but yeah, Stuart Nunnan definitely getting his elbows out and getting involved in the mix. He looks like he's going to be going off the front row. Just joining them in 3rd place there, James McGing, by benefit of having that penalty overturned. That is the beauty of BIKC. Drivers can protest the result. That is a thing. It does cause a little bit of a delay for us, but it does mean that we take a second look, just go back through with maybe some new evidence, and then we can make a look at the results. Looks like that's Harris Ahmed joining them on the second row. Again, another very, very quick driver. I've said it a few times. There's at least 10 or 12 drivers on this grid that that if you put some money on them, it probably wouldn't be a bad bet. But I believe, Russ, you've got a grid for me.
Yeah, I do. So let's go through the grid. In pole position will be Dante Dillon, second on the grid. All the favourites are at the front. Stuart Nunnan second. James McGing. What a result in the last race. Not just for the result, but the result of actually overturning the penalty. That means he's got a whole shed load more points, which means he's starting third on the grid. Harris Ahmed is in fourth. We've got Jordan Hayward in fifth. Adam Davis in sixth. Adam Shergold in seventh. We've got Gaurav Bogra in 8th place, Josh Selway in 9th, Ollie Bell in 10th, Callum Sanderson 11th, Sophie Gill in 12th, Adam Britton in 13th, and Dan Tegg in 14th. That is the grid for the first semi-final. And we've got 7 drivers on the grid at the moment. So we are just formulating. Now, one of the big things here is these karts have now been stationary. With all those protests, those karts have now been absolutely stationary for 10 minutes at least.
Yeah, for a good 10 or 12 minutes at
I
least.
would even go as far to say, Tom, those tyres will be pretty stone cold. It's a long time for an indoor kart to be just stood around doing nothing, and they're only going to drive around at walking speed until they get to the green light. So it really is, as well as all the pressure, they are driving into the unknown. No question about that.
They are going to be heading at full race pace into that first corner, which is a tight right-hander with absolutely zero tyre temperature, and a lot of drivers fighting for the same piece of track. Just a reminder now, in the semi-finals, this is where we start saying goodbye to some of these drivers. At the end of this race, only the top 8 are going to progress to the next stage of the competition, so you want to make sure you are inside the top 8. So those outside, the likes of Josh Selway, Ollie Bell, Callum Sanderson, Sophie Gill, Adam Britton, Dan Tegg, Sonny Scott. They've got quite a bit of work to do if they want to get themselves into the main event, which will be a slightly longer race again, 15 minutes, where they can fight for a prize in Club 100. Now, moving up to something like Club 100, that is a very big step to make from an indoor kart to go with something with a lot of power and quite a lot more grip as well. But driving on these indoor circuits, this one is definitely a bit more like an outdoor circuit, so hopefully the experience these guys are getting should help them out today. Just looking at the different circuits we've got involved in this one, 20 tracks total. Looking at the way the grid lines up, it's Crawley on pole, Liverpool on P2 in the form of Stuart Nunnan, 2 Trafford drivers on row number 2, then it's Nottingham with Jordan Hayward, Adam Davis from Liverpool, Adam Shergold from Basildon, Gaurav Bogra from Edmonton, and Josh Selway from Gosport. Basildon definitely one of the most vocal circuits that we've got. It's great that we can have spectators here this year. That bridge is absolutely packed, and every time these karts come past, they are cheering, screaming, and supporting their favourite drivers out there.
Indeed, there's a lot of love on social media as well, and I think we are about to start. Dave McGregor, the pace kart driver. We had to replace Adam Beale because after the crash in the last pace kart, he's a little bit injured. But we've got Dave McGregor there, who is now in the pace kart. He will be pulling over after a few corners and letting the pack go. He won't just be crashing.
He's just going to take a little bit of a breather and let these guys get on with it. He doesn't want to embarrass them, too much out there.
And just a few final changes to the grid, just to make the grid right at the back. We are literally, I would say, within 60 seconds of starting the pace car. And a lot of shout outs. Ed White says, Russ. Oh, Ed, I haven't seen you for young. Ed White Lightning there used to race in racing kart champs and win kart champs several times years ago. So nice to see you're tuning in there. Nice to see you, Ed. A lot of banter going on there. People still wanted me to sing. Again, not the most appropriate time, I would say, this particular moment to start breaking out into some music. But we are underway in the semi-finals. We are on pace car, and what a great that's a perfect pace car. That is a perfect pace. It's going to go. There's no way we are not going green light. And Dante Dillon there on the right-hand side, kart number 7, Stuart Nunnan. On the left-hand side, we're watching out for that green light. Surely we're going green. And we are. And it looked like Stuart Nunnan got the power down early, and Dante Dillon makes it into the first corner, uses the line in order to make sure he makes it through in first place. There's a lot of argy-bargy behind. There's a lot of squabbling for the lower places, but at the front already Dante Dillon is leading, and he's pulled away already. Stuart Nunnan looking very solid in second, James McGing in third, and then a little bit of chaos behind.
Yeah, it looks like Stuart Nunnan's already going a little bit defensive. That's allowing Dillon to get away at the moment. He just took a slight right line up the ramp, but Harris Ahmed as well, he's in that fight as well. McGing, Nunnan, Ahmed in second, third and fourth. Looks like Adam Davis is just on the back of Jordan Hayward. I think he may have just held position. He's got the 11 just behind him. Josh Selway, he's made up position or two. Ahmed throws it down the inside in the 3. He's going to try and go up against the number 2 of James McGing to catch up to the number 1 of Stuart Nunnan, but in P1 at the moment, Dante Dillon crosses the line. 1.9 seconds is the gap already at the front of the field. He has stormed away at the start of this one. Stuart Nunnan doing his best to try and hold off the challenge from James McGing. A pair of Trafford drivers trying to get past one of the guys from Liverpool. Do you think even though these guys... I was going to say there may be a bit of team orders here with the 2 Trafford drivers. That is definitely not happening. Shades of Rosberg and Hamilton we can see there back in the Mercedes days. But Adam Davis now is up into 5th place now. Just got past Jordan Hayward, and he's on the back of Harris Ahmed now. So that is Crawley, Liverpool, Trafford, Liverpool as they cross, as they head down the ramp and head under the bridge.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Dante Dillon, he's just cleared off really, and we got defensive drive, and we got a great move. That is a move. That's a fantastic stuff. We've got, here we go, kart 16, Adam Davis moving up through the field. We've got a bit of contact there for number 10. Number 10 is Adam Sheargold making contact there side by side going through the Dunlop curve, and they make it side by side through there. You don't often see that. Usually there is a bit of a crash, but they both made it through. Dante Dillon leading now by 3.4 seconds. Now Stuart Nunnan, who was really set out all the way through. He is such a great defensive driver. He's done the defensive driving. There's been a bit of chaos behind, and now suddenly he's got a little bit of space, and he's got 1.1 seconds over James McGing, who is in 3rd place at the moment, with Adam Davis in 4th.
Yeah, Adam proving he's got quite a lot of experience around this track to make that nice dive down the inside of Harris Ahmed. Ahmed's got a lot of pace around here. He's done a lot of laps in the weeks leading up to this, but there is nothing that can prepare you for a race around this track than cold, hard experiences. Sheargold now throws it down the inside. He's trying to get past Jordan Hayward and keep his chance at the title alive. Remember, top 8 get through just inside at the moment is Adam Sheargold. Josh Selway currently occupying the box seat. He's got Gareth Bogra just behind him in the 9. The 12 is Ollie Bell just behind in 11. Sophie Gill, Callum Sanderson, Sonny Scott, Adam Britton, Dan Tegg not picking up on our screen at the moment. So we'll need to take a look at that in a moment. But Dante Dillon, 3.7 seconds is the gap. And now these drivers behind, they do have the hammer down. But so far, Dante Dillon, 58.7, is starting to run away at the pace of about half a second a lap. The guys behind sitting in the 59s. That's up to about Harris Ahmed. Jordan Hayward seems to be the cork in the bottle at the moment. He's got Sheargold just behind as he tries to find a way further up the order. Sheargold to drive with a lot of pace around this track. He's been in the 58.3, 58.5 mark for the majority of the day. Looks like Ahmed's trying to go for a move there. Sheargold again's going to look down the inside here of Jordan Hayward. This time it looks like he may have just got the move done. Yes, he's now up into 6th place. We look at Adam Davis. He's got his rear bumper covered in the back of Harris Ahmed with James McGing just in front. Looks like McGing's starting to pull a bit of a gap now. 7/10 is the advantage that he's got over Adam Davis. Sheargold now up to 6th. That puts Hayward into the path of Josh Selway, who's now going to try and get past him as these guys fight over a vital position in the main event later on this afternoon. But Dante Dillon, 4.2 seconds is the lead, still in the 58. He's flying here.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see with all that clear space directly in front of Dante Dillon. He's gone out first, so the tyres are cold, but now the tyres are warming up. And it's going to be interesting to see with such a long race exactly what lap time he can get down to. Stuart Nunnan is still there, and he's not under an enormous amount of pressure. There is a good 1.1 seconds there between Stuart and James McGing. And then Adam Davis behind. Now remember, right, we're after the top 8. It's the top 8 positions that will go through into the grand final. So at the moment, all the grand finalists are there, up to Josh Selway in 8th position. So Gaurav Bogra is literally there in 9th position. He's got to go a bit further. And we have just had the fastest lap of the event broken, but not by Dante Dillon. Adam Sheargold, 58.183. I repeat that, 58.183. That is an absolutely stellar lap time. That's what we want. Can we get into the 57s?
I think it's coming. That 57 is coming. I've only ever seen a few guys do it, but Adam Sheargold looks like one of the guys who may join the 57 club. 58.183, that's not just faster than anything we've seen for the lightweights, that's fastest of the entirety of BIKC 2021. The guys, though, at front, they're not quite going that fast because they're way too busy fighting. James McGing is trying everything he can to hold Adam Davis at arm's length. What that has done is allow Sheargold to get right onto the back of that pack. So it's now 4 drivers fighting over 3rd place here in this race. That's given Stuart Nunnan a bit of breathing room. He's now down in the 59.1s. Dante Dillon again goes with APB.
Number 10
looks like a little
on
bit
the
of a touch there from
outside.
the 10.
Adam Sheargold trying his best, didn't come off, but I knew he was trying to do there. Occupied a completely different section of the track there and just tried to hold it out around the outside, and it didn't work. But yeah, here we go, 58.183, and Dante Dillon 58.428. So there's a good 3/10 in that, and that's a little bit surprising, if I'll be absolutely honest, with all that clear track in front of Dante and how fast he's been so far. I would have thought he'd be down to the 58.1s, but here we go. We are in 2. We've got about 2 laps left. Okay, Dante Dillon, he's gone. He's out there. He's not even in shot, okay? But 2nd is a gap. But then 3rd, 4th, 5th. James McGing, Adam Davis, Harris Ahmed are absolutely together. And he's having a go. He's having a look
Davis
on the 16th. Adam Davis, he's
3 wide
done it.
S's.
Here we go. Oh, it's heavy. Oh, 10 smashes in as well. He had to because he had nowhere to go. He's either get back on track or go straight into the barrier. Now that we saw it all. VR saw it all, the race director saw it all. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what kind of penalties come out for that one. But we saw it kick off there last year, and it wasn't good, if I'll be absolutely honest, because it's a very, very fast part of the course to try going in there 3 abreast.
Yeah, trying to go 2 wide there is a little bit interesting, let alone trying to force it 3 wide. We're going to have to see what happens in the steward's office at the end of this one. What that has done, it's mixed up the order a little bit. So as they come down the ramp, yeah, you've got Nunnan, who's got a massive gap now. He doesn't have to worry. Davis currently occupies 3rd on the road with Ahmed behind. That's Hayward, who's now up into 5th. McGing still in a qualifying position in 6th. Looks like Sheargold there in 7th, with Selway still fighting over P8, but Ollie Bell is in there. 5-second time penalty goes the way of Adam Davis. So he has been pinged for his part in that contact. So he's running up in 3rd on the road, but he is not going to be 3rd on the road. That penalty drops him all the way down to 13th place. What he needs to try and do if he wants to have a shot at getting into the final at the end of this, he needs to try and dispatch of Harris Ahmed and then try and do his level best to get a bit of a gap, a little bit like Dante Dillon and Stuart Nunnan have. Dillon is 6.5 seconds clear of Nunnan. Nunnan is almost 5 seconds clear of Ahmed in 3rd if you take Davis out of the equation. With Hayward just behind. McGing's in there as well. You've still got Sheargold, Selway. Gill is now up into P8. Sophie Gill's come from absolutely nowhere, and she's in a qualifying position at the moment. So this just shows how quickly things can change here in BIKC. Things can kick off, and they absolutely have. Checker flag flies. That looks like Dante Dillon secured his win in the semi-finals, an important win. Stuart Nunnan, those going to start the final on the 2nd row. Looks like Harris Ahmed comes through in 3rd place. Adam Davis 4th on the road. Jordan Hayward though inherits 4th place. James McGing 5th. Adam Sheargold in 6th. Josh Selway 7th. Sophie Gill squeezes into the final in P8. That penalty drops Adam Davis all the way down to 13th. Sadly, though, it looks like we're going to bid adieu to Gareth Bogra, Callum Sanderson, Adam Britton, Sonny Scott, Adam Davis and Ollie Bell.
And that was just pure motorsport, wasn't it? You know, we watch motorsport and we love motorsport, but then there are occasions where it all just happens and you get these moments where it's just chaos. You get it in every single category. And boy, did we have it then. We were looking like we were going 3 karts abreast on the back straight through the Dunlop S's, under the Dunlop bridges. Absolutely stellar driving. And yes, there is a time penalty. There's a time penalty for Davis, and that will mean that Adam Davis will finish in 13th position. I would get your appeal in straight away. I'm not sure how successful that appeal would be, but I would get it in straight away because that does mean that it's not a grand final position. The top 8, and the big news, right, is Sophie Gill. What a race Sophie had. She started near the back, she came through and finished in 8th position and will be racing in the grand final. And we've also got Josh Selway in 7th, working upwards. Adam Sheargold in 6th, James McGing. Good race in 5th, Jordan Hayward 4th, Harris Ahmed 3rd, Stuart Nunnan in 2nd. Great race from Stuart, but Dante Dillon absolutely left it. And a few comments coming in, about Dante Dillon. Blink and you miss him.
Yeah, that was fantastic drive from Dylan. It's all bodes well for the main event in a couple of minutes' time, but I honestly can't wait to see what happens further down the order. But what we're going to do, we're going to hand over to our roving pit, well, our not quite roving pit reporter. Over to you, Rod Stone. I believe you've got Dante Dillon with you.
Yes, I have. I have Dante Dillon right here. Dante.
It was good because, just wanted to make sure you keep first at the start, and I knew it had a good amount of pace, so just kept it nice and controlled. Didn't want to do anything too silly.
You created quite a gap there at the front for yourself. Did you have any idea about the tussle that was going on behind you?
I could see across the track lots of karts battling. Obviously, it means they hold each other up. So I was, pretty happy with my pace and that I'd have the win by the end of it because there's so much going on behind. So as you'd expect.
Excellent racing as ever from Dante Dillon. Thank you very much. Okay. And just a quick thing, so please remember to get your kart numbers in for the kart bingo. Just email them in to win@bikc.co.uk, and remember you cannot use kart number 4, 5, 8 or 11. And a quick shout out to some of the guys sitting watching at home. We've got Esme, Oscar, Kaysen, Isaiah, Ava, Bo, Matilda and Niall all having a karting party watching us live. Thank you very much, and back to the commentary.
All I'm going to say, Rod, did you blink then? Because interviewing Dante Dillon, if you had blinked, you would have missed him. He was gone. That's what's coming through on the chat. Dante Dillon, blink, he's gone. Right, that was the first semi-final, and that was epic. And we've got another semi-final coming right up. And we're going to have the other kind of favourite, protagonist. People use that word is used a lot in motorsport, isn't it?
Quite a nice word, isn't it? Protagonist.
Yeah, but the second protagonist, that's the word of the day, I'd say, is Zach Venn, who will be leaving the pit lane. He has left the pit lane, and he'll be forming up in pole position for the second semi-final. I'm just literally looking at the stream. Jojo Gaynor loving the stream today. So, got to mention Jojo. How can we not mention Jojo? If Jojo puts something on the stream, we are mentioning it, Tom. It's as simple as that. Right, so we're going 3 karts on the grid so far. So we are just setting up at the moment. And McGing and Harris going to show them how it's done, says Ben Mashita. Let's go, James, says Zulema Sheik. We've got Come On Trafford from Ben Mashita. We've got Ed Powell saying, I thought Alex was in this. Maybe a different series. Maybe, possibly. We've got lots of, good luck Newman and Ollie B for Leeds. Come on, Luke Boy, says Jamie Smith. Nice one, Stu, says Vito Vokes. I had money on, I didn't actually, but that would be wrong.
you probably should have. He got a very good podium.
He was my favourite yesterday on the juniors. I thought the overtaking manoeuvres yesterday that Vito pulled off were absolutely outstanding. And really, really great to have you joining us today. A bit of an armchair today, you know what I mean, Vito? No pressure or anything. You can just sit back and you can watch the racing. And 3rd place yesterday. It was a great day, I would say, in the in Vito's household, I would say. You just have to reinforce that the table that you put the trophy on, because the trophy is so big. Here we go. We're leading away in semi-final number 2. We've got Zach Venn in pole position, Cameron Sale second, Lucas Sullivan third, Harrison Kirkham is in fourth, Alex Wentworth fifth, Daniel McCauley, then Newman Hussain and Taylor Norton, and we're going to finish the top 10. Ronan McDougall, we're going to go straight back to the racing because we are watching for a green light. They're coming really slowly. The pace car's going to peel off, and there he goes. We're wanting green, and we got it. And here we go, and it did look like a good start from Zach Venn. He's got the inside run there. Surely he's going to make that stick. And yeah, absolutely. Right behind, trying to overtake number 3. It says so. Lucas Sullivan has gone up into second position. Cameron Sale goes down into third, and we've got driver number 10, Harrison Kirkham. So a little bit of a change on the first few corners, but Zach Venn looking like he means absolute business right the way from the word go. And we're going to have to see here, Lucas Sullivan, he's been really, really fast all the way through the heats, and he's been right in the thick of all the racing. Let's see what impression that Lucas can make on Zach Venn, because Zach Venn, bit of a favourite here, but I think he's got a race on with Lucas Sullivan, who is there in second position. Cameron Sale in third. Let's have a look as they go through the S's, as they weave round onto the part of the course. We had that epic moment in the previous semi-final, but it all looks nice and stable at the moment. There's no real moves. Everybody is literally just driving totally as fast and as hard as they can. 59.9 is the fastest lap from Zach Venn, but it's only lap 1.
Yeah, from a rolling start, 59.9, it's a pretty impressive feat, but he does have a quality driver behind him in the form of Lucas Sullivan, a driver who's done a lot of racing, both indoor and outdoor. We're currently watching Cameron Sale all the way down from Dundee. He's had a long trip to get here, and he's got Harrison Kirkham sat up under his rear bumper. Two drivers from the opposite end of the country. It's Dundee versus Basel on circuit at the moment, but out in front, it's Bristol in the lead. Zach Venn coming through the top section of the circuit as the guys in third and fourth fight over that position, with Daniel McCauley trying to get in there as well. Another driver come down from Scotland. Kirkham tries to go for it around the outside. He's not able to go. He's going to try and get the cut back down the inside, thinking about side by side. He's not quite got the overlap. Slots back in behind the two of Cameron Sale.
Kirkham is risking it there. He's really wide. Really risky. Number 10 again on the inside, and that is again Harrison Kirkham. But said he was risking it. He's risking it because he left so much room trying to overtake. He's leaving too many opportunities for driver number 7, Daniel McCauley, right behind.
Yeah, McCauley there thought about the move. We've seen it so many times when a driver moves the outside to try and get a good run. It opens the door, and these drivers are so close. If there's a busy Evo 3 size gap, they are going to put their cart straight in there. Currently, though, the guy occupying the last qualifying space, good news Cardiff, it's Luke Evans. He's at the moment has a place booked for the main event in about 10 or so minutes time. Also joining him is going to be Alex Wentworth at the moment, Newman Hussain, Daniel McCauley, Harrison Kirkham, Cameron Sale, Lucas Sullivan, and our leader Zach Venn as he heads over the line to clock up yet another lap here. McKinley Coburn's going to be thinking to get another run. James Mills, he's got the chance of getting in the main event. He did last year. Let's see if he can do it again.
Okay, here we go, and then the battle for the lead is, as I thought, absolutely raging. It is just 0.2 of a second, which means they are absolutely bumper to bumps. We've got two separate battles here. The battle for the lead, Zach Venn, Lucas Sullivan, and then the battle for third place, Cameron Sale, Harrison Kirkham, and Daniel McCauley. And the battle for third is really being made by driver number 10, Harrison Kirkham, using as much of the track as he possibly can, not really focusing on the driver directly behind. Whereas the battle for the lead, very much, these drivers, veterans, shall I say, Zach Venn, Lucas Sullivan, they've been around racetracks an awful lot, and they're not leaving anything to chance. No area, no door is even left, even ajar, never mind open. Here we go for Fredo, and literally a little bit of weaving, a little bit of dicing, a little bit of strategy. Where am I going to go? Am I going to go left? Am I going to go right? And driver number 7, Daniel McCauley, is having to go. Now he's having to go almost. He needed a little bit more. He needed about another metre, and that would have worked.
Yeah, Macaulay there was very, very lucky not to get caught up on the barrier on the inside. Thought he got himself stuck, but he managed to get going again. But now that has reduced that battle from 3 cars down to 2, and he's going to have to be looking behind him because you've got the likes of Luke Evans, who's moved up a place. He's also got the fastest lap of this race, a 58.4 for the man from Cardiff. He's got Numan Hussein just in front of him.
See, Luke Evans, this is what he can do, Tom. This is what he can do. This is where we've seen him so many times in the past, in previous years. Now it's coming together for him. 7th place, it's a grand final spot, and he's got the fastest lap of the race. But Zach Venn still leading, slightly pulling away now, 0.4 as opposed to 0.2. So 2 whiskers instead of 1 whisker for the lead, but that is still important. But they both completely pulled away from the rest of the field. We've got Cameron Sale still doing a brilliant job of holding on to 3rd place. Harrison Kirkham, Daniel Macaulay, they are the protagonists. Used it again, Tom. Used it again. Just get it in there.
You love that word.
Yeah, absolutely. So they are the protagonists for 3rd place, and they are also, in fact, they've dropped Daniel Macaulay, which is quite surprising because Daniel Macaulay must have made a mistake because he was absolutely on the rear bumper of driver number 10, Harrison Kirkham, but he's lost a bit of ground, and suddenly he's looking behind him rather than in front of him. And behind him, he will find Numan Hussein and Luke Evans directly behind. And Luke Evans with that 58.4 second lap time, and with the nightmare of a racing that he's had so far today, nightmare racing, he surely would be wanting, really, and we're on the yellows.
Oh, yellows at the top. That looks like, is that James Mills that's been caught up yet again?
I thought it might be Kirkham.
No, it's 19. That's James Mills. He's not gonna be happy with that one. Pretty much every time he's been on that circuit today, he's been caught up in something. But it looks like we are going to get racing once again here. The drivers fan out a little bit. The lights are back to green, and the battle at the front reignites. Looks like Sullivan may have just got the jump on Zach Venn. I think Zam was a little bit slow to react to the green lights, but he's just managed to hang on behind. Though it's all kicking off. Luke Evans and Numan Hussein, Macaulay, Wentworth, they're all in a fight there over what looks like 3rd position, just flying through now. 3rd and 4th, nose to tail. It's Daniel Macaulay who holds on to P5 at the moment, but those guys are battling. Expect to see that order change when they cross the line the next time, with the top 2 all holding station here.
But Lucas there, right, he was very, very clever. He knew it was going to go green, and he literally took a wider line, put his foot down, probably very much on the yellows, but when it went green, predicted it perfectly. He had so much more extra speed, and that has brought him right up to the rear bumper once again of Zach Venn, who is literally holding on, battling for his life there. Looks behind, expecting, Zach Venn expecting Lucas to be absolutely right there, and they continue to just pull away from the rest of the field, with Harrison Kirkham now in 3rd position, Cameron Sale in 4th, Daniel Macaulay 5th, 6th place Luke Evans. Surely Cardiff are going wild. We know that Cardiff have got a bit of a setup in their bar. They've got a lot of fans there, a lot of staff there, all cheering on the Cardiff drivers. Luke Evans suddenly has come alive, guys. Come on, let's hear it. Let's hear it for him. Okay, right, 7 laps down. We have got this lap, and we have got 1 more lap after it, and it is still absolutely neck and neck for the lead. The fastest lap is still 58.454 by Luke Evans, and he did that a number of laps ago. And once again, number 3, Lucas Sullivan, looks like he's starting to, he might have had a breather over the last lap or so, but suddenly it looks like he's really trying to get straight back on the pace once again. Number 1, Zach Venn, 0.5 of a second, and this is surely going to be the last lap. So it is now or never for Lucas. And let's have a look. It's still going to be Harrison coming through. Number 10, yeah, number 2, and number 7 has now pulled right back up the Cameron Sale. So what was a 3-kart battle turned into a 2-kart battle. Now it's almost like a 4 or 5-kart battle. And Luke Evans again, can he do anything on the last lap? He needs a bit of luck. He hasn't had it so far today. He needs a little bit of luck. But Zach Venn, he as charging down to the final flowing section, these absolutely wonderful hairpins, high grip, high speed. Look at all the space. It's absolutely indoor karting at its absolute total finest. And here we go, onto the back straight, underneath the Dunlop bridge. The checker flag falls, and Zach Venn will be winning the semi-final. Great camaraderie,
Nice
absolutely, but that's what we want to see.
Yeah,
That's
nice show of
what
respect
it
between the
is
top two there.
all about. A brilliant race, a really, really fair race, and a lot of respect going on out there. Hayden Fletcher with a 5-second penalty puts him down into about 14th position. But the grand finalists, they start. Newman Hussein is going to miss out. We've got Alex Wentworth will be in the final in 8th place. 7th place, McKinley Coburn. Luke Evans, after everything that's happened to Luke over the course of this event, I think he's going to look at 6th place and go, actually, it could be a whole lot worse. I'm in the grand final. Daniel McCauley in 5th. We've got Cameron Sale in 4th. Harrison Kirkham in 3rd. Lucas Sullivan in 2nd, of course, but Zach Venn with that absolutely brilliant race to finish there in the lead. And you know what's coming, don't you? You know it's going to be the battle of the big guns, and we're a few minutes away from that. And here we go. Jamie Swift says Luke's true colours are starting to come out now.
Yeah, he seems to have he's saved it for the he saved it for the main event when it really starts to matter. He's pulled out a few good performances. It just proves, even though if you have a really bad run, if you have a bad run in the heat, you have a few moments of bad luck, you should never ever give up, especially in indoor karting. Anything can happen, and it very usually does. But now we do know the drivers are going to be making up the main event, and I believe that our man Rod Stone is going to be chatting to a couple of them.
Zach is just coming off now. What a fantastic race that was. He will be with us very shortly. So, like we said before, please remember for the kart bingo, send your kart numbers to win@bikc.co.uk. And remember, it's not kart 4, 5, 8 or 11. So send your numbers to win@bikc.co.uk. And here we have Zach. Hello, you all right? Fancy seeing you here again. How was that one for you?
Hard work.
Hard work.
Bloody hell, that was hard. Yeah, my hands are really starting to hurt now. Bitch got blisters. And I was worried that my teammate Lucas was going to catch up to me. But it was nice, so we had a whole pass race in 1-2 for the semi-finals, which was brilliant. But I was worried he was going to have me on that one, to be fair.
Well, you looked pretty comfortable out there at front. We couldn't see any nerves whatsoever. You looked cool as ice driving around that track. So, high hopes for the next one.
Well, I don't know. It's me and Dante Dillon again, 2nd year in a row. It's going to be interesting.
Definitely going to be interesting. Looking forward to seeing it. Go get yourself ready. And back to commentary.
Okay, thank you very much, Rod, there in the pit lane. Pick up the drivers as soon as they can. That's got to be tough, isn't it? They've just been in a 10-minute flat-out race, and they stagger out of the carts, and then, yeah, how was that? So, well done to the guys there for giving some absolutely excellent feedback. So, the time is really here. We just have one race to go, and it is an absolutely mouth-watering prospect. And memory is coming back of only yesterday, Tom, where we were literally in the same position and we were looking around at this moment thinking this is going to be unbelievable, and we're in the same place. It's Zach Venn, Dante Dillon. Is your money still on Dante?
It's a very safe bet, but honestly, looking at some of the performances been put out there by some of the drivers, I don't think it's going to be a 2-horse race in this one. I really don't. And just touching on the tracks that are involved in this one, out of the 16 drivers, there's 13 different tracks that are represented in this one, which honestly, to see a breadth of drivers that have come from both ends of the country. We've got drivers in this one from the likes of Bristol, Basildon. You've also got drivers from Dundee, Clydebank up in Scotland. They've literally come from all corners of the country to compete in here. But I think Dante Dillon's a safe bet, but having seen the pace before, I think Lucas Sullivan could have this one, you know?
Could easily do. I think, as ever, the start is going to be absolutely crucial. If Dante doesn't absolutely nail it into the first corner, then I think we're going to have the most epic epic race. And also Luke Evans there, 6th place, suddenly coming alive. Fastest lap there, 58.236. That's the fastest lap when battling through traffic. So a pretty unbelievable lap time there from Luke Evans. He's going to be starting in the final, but will be near the kind of bottom third. Where do you think Luke can come?
Luke, if he keeps that pace up there, he's possibly the second fastest driver on that grid, second only to Adam Shergold's 58.1. He managed to 58.2 in that last race, so he's definitely got the pace on him. He has been unlucky in a few of the heats that have gone previously. However, luck doesn't always factor into it. Sometimes pure skill can come into it as well. But he will go, by my maths, off the 6th row. He's going to have Josh Selway from Gosport alongside him as well. So the driver's now getting called towards the pit lane to get ready to go for the main event. And honestly, looking at the drivers that we've got qualified here, it should be an absolute cracker. We do have that battle, Dylan and Ven, that we've talked about all day, but there's still drivers with the likes of Stuart Nunnan, Lucas Sullivan, Harris Ahmed, Harrison Kirk, and James McGing as well. He's a very, very quick driver. Cameron Sale up from Dundee, Jordan Hayward from Nottingham, Daniel McCauley from Clydebank, Josh Selway from Gosport, Luke Evans from Cardiff, who we spoke quite a lot about, Adam Shergold trying to keep on that Basildon takeover, McKinley Coburn from Dundee, Sophie Gill from Newcastle, and Alex Wentworth off the back from Warrington. I'm quite interested to see what Alex can do from there. He is one of the quickest drivers that Warrington have, despite only starting racing a few months ago, finding himself in a BIKC final up against drivers with a lot of experience. Just shows the mix of drivers we've got on the grid. You've got the likes of Ven, Dillon, and Sullivan, who have a lot of experience both indoors, outdoors. They do this a lot, and then you've got the new breed, let's say, the likes of McGing and Ahmed, who are coming through. They're only just inside the age bracket for the lightweights. They're only just 16, and they're still taking it to the drivers who have a lot more experience, a lot more track time than those two young lads have.
A lot of love, obviously, going out on social media. We're going to read some of these out. First of all, MX FlameX. To be honest, I don't have a favourite, but if I had to pick, it would be Leclerc. Probably the wrong series you're looking at here, if I'll be absolutely honest.
Can we just put it out there now? No F1 and F2 spoilers, please. Can we keep that out of chat?
There's already seen some.
I've seen F2 spoilers already.
There's been an accident, but let's not talk about that. Right, let's go. We've got a lot of other shout-outs. So we've got Harrison having a good show. Go on, Harrison. And Arms. Josh says Adam. Come on, Ad. Chris Barrington just says TeamSport Bristol. Ahmad Patel says TeamSport Leicester, #1 in the UK. JT Pace says, I'm from TeamSport. I race. Good. That's what we want. Vito Vokes, come on. Sue Nunnan. That must be his sister, if I'll be honest. Got Sue Nunnan racing.
Hopefully seeing if we can get Sue Nunnan to get a second podium for the guys over at Liverpool. Thinking about the tracks involved.
It is the weekend, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know what people get up to. But in this one, though, there's shout-outs coming for TeamSport Bristol. They have two drivers in the form of Ven and Sullivan in this one. Trafford have two drivers in Ahmed and McGing. Dundee as well have two drivers in the form of Sale and Coburn as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what those guys can do. But I really cannot wait to see what's about to unfold in the next 15 minutes. We are getting ready to crown our second lightweight champion, and hopefully we will maybe we'll crown our second double champion.
I'm about to say, will that make a difference? The experience of actually winning and knowing you can do it, knowing it's something that you have won and you are defending champion, will that make the difference?
I think one thing that's going to help as well is the drivers who've done this before. They've been drivers who've been in this situation before. There aren't that many in this category. I think only about 8 or 9 who've been at the national finals before. Not only do they have the experience of being able to compete at this level, they also have the experience of the stewarding team, the Clark's team. They sort of know what they can and they can't get away with out there. But quite a lot of talent on that grid. And looking through here, anyone want some free cinema tickets?
Yeah, Ed White does.
To win.
Ed White's in with number 14.
Yeah, so,
Zach's got 16. I thought I had 16.
Going for 16.
I thought I had 16. I've just been superseded, I think.
I've gone for kart 7, which at the moment seems to be like a bit of a safe bet, with Dan McCauley pulling a 58.4 out of that one. Kart 15 seems to be doing okay as well in the hands of Luke Evans, and Adam Shergold as well pulling a 58.1 out as well. 58.1 at the moment is the benchmark. Are we going to see anyone pull a mythical 57. There's only been, I could probably count the amount of people who've done a 57 second time around this track on one hand. That's how hard it is to do it.
Right, I'm going to take you through the grid. We've got the two protagonists, first and second. Dante Dillon, Zach Venn will be first and second. They occupy the front row of this BIKC Grand Final. We've got Lucas Sullivan, who drove absolutely brilliantly, if I'll be honest, in the second semi-final. He pushed Zach Venn all the way, and he's there in third place. Stuart Nunnan, who's had a very eventful set of races today. He's there in fourth place, and great defensive drive earlier on in his heats. We've got Harris Ahmed in fifth place. Harrison Kirkham will line up in sixth. Oh, there's a lot of love for Harrison in the building.
The Basildon Massive cometh. The Basildon takeover is still on.
Cameron Sale there is seventh on the grid. Nothing, not much for Cameron, has to be said. Jordan Hayward in eighth. Daniel McCauley in ninth. James McGing, he's probably still with the stewards, James McGing, I'll be honest. He's there in 10th on the grid. We've got Josh Selway in 11th. A bit of a cheer for Josh. We've got Luke Evans in 12th. Now, and there's no cheers,
cheering at home.
No cheers in the building, but I bet there's a few cheers going on around the Cardiff area. We've got Sophie Gill, yes, 13th. What a fantastic race she had in the semi-finals. We've got 14th on the grid, McKinley Coburn. We've got 15th, Alex Wentworth, and we've got Gaurav Bogra, who is there in 16th place. That is your Grand Final. So here we go, and I don't think this is going to take very long to get through. I'll do the start, you do the finish, right?
Yep.
Right, so here we go. Oh, and a little bit of tyre warming up there going on. I thought he was going to put it in the tyres there before we actually started. That was pretty aggressive tyre warming. Will that make any difference? I don't think so, if I'll be absolutely honest, because we're going to be stationary for another 20 seconds before we end up starting. Oh, yeah, you almost lost it. Look at this. We've got some fine driver skills going on here just as we actually drive onto the grid. Those marshals, they do a great job, it has to be said, and they've been brilliant all the way through this, all the races. There's a lot of chanting going on as well.
There's a lot of love there for Harrison Kirkham from TeamSport Basildon. Basildon have come up in force over the last couple of days.
They are taking over the place. That's what they're doing. But here we go. We have got Adam Beale, who's going to lead away the pace car. Here we go. Right. This is it. This is where it gets serious. No, I'm not going to sing. This is what we're going to focus on. It is the Grand Final. And we have got Dante Dillon in kart number 9. We've got Zach Venn in kart number 12. And it's going to be Zach Venn on the left-hand side, Dante Dillon on the right-hand side as they go through. And this is easily one of the most critical parts of this race. And it looks beautiful from a pace kart situation. We're going to see the pace car tear away. And we're looking for a green light. We're looking for a green light. It is green, and it looks like Dante Dillon and Zach Venn both made excellent starts. And Dante Dillon goes into the lead of the Grand Final of BIKC, but Zach Venn, who had a lot of defending to do, going through those first few corners, makes it through in second place. And at one point, it didn't look like that was going to happen. The big mover from the start is number 6, Harris Ahmed, is up into 4th position. An absolutely brilliant first couple of laps. And also, not just the moving of drivers around, but how clean was that? That was exceptional driving from absolutely everybody. But coming onto the fastest part of the section, charging down to the big sweeping hairpins, it is Dante Dillon, who has got a good second lead over Zach Venn in second. Lucas Sullivan is racing there in third place, onto the back straight there. And it's side by side here. Thought we had a bit of a change, but no, they're flying through. It's Dante Dillon with a 59.881. Zach Venn is 0.6 behind. Harris Ahmed 1.3. Lucas Sullivan there 1.8. Harris Kirkham, the crowd favourite, currently running in 5th.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes throughout that field. Looks like a 5-second time penalty just be handed away of Sophie Gill. That's her second one of the day. Another driver who has fallen way down the order from their start, Stuart Nunnan, down in 7th place. Ahmed, though, the hard charger, is up in 3rd. He's got past Lucas Sullivan, but he now, it's the 13 and the 12. Harrison Kirkham now has got past Lucas Sullivan as well. So Sullivan falling down the order. Curse the commentator. I said he could go well. He's going backwards. What I will say, though, Ven and Ahmed are not being dropped by Dante Dillon. So this is still a 3-horse race at the front of this one. Kirkham, if he can get his foot down, may be able to get involved in this one as well. So the support from the Basildon crew is definitely willing Harrison Kirkham on as they come over the start-finish line again. Dante Dillon straight into the 58.4s. That gap is 1 second, with half a second to Ahmed just behind. Top 3 all lapping within a couple of tenths of each other as the field now comes under the Mez section, heads through the tunnel. Kirkham and Sullivan are still nose to tail. Looks like you've got the 19 of Cameron Sale. Stuart Nunnan still there in 7th. Jordan Hayward in 8th. Daniel McCauley, James McGinn now inside the top 10 thanks to that penalty from Sophie Gill. That's dropped her way down, but the 15 and the 13 are still nose tail. 5-second time penalty has gone the way of Harrison Kirkham. So if he wants to try and stay on the podium here, he's going to have to try and find 5 seconds ahead of Lucas Sullivan and the rest of the field. So back into 3rd place goes Lucas Sullivan. The Clarks clearly weren't happy with that move.
Something must have happened there with Lucas Sullivan because he was going backwards. He started straight in 3rd, but he went backwards. And yeah, we got the confirmation of the penalties, same as above. So it's Sophie Gill, contact gain advantage. It's a contact, okay, we do accept there might be a little bit of contact, but you can't gain the advantage by doing it. So here we go. Right, on social media it says, come on Luke, it's all Cardiff and concentrate Luke, focus Luke. But Dante Dillon at the moment, and still it is a 3-horse race for the win, and then there is a gap of around about just under 3 seconds between 3rd and 4th. So there's 2 battles going on out there, but at the moment it is, we've got the fastest lap is Zach Venn, and that is an absolutely amazing lap time, 58.184. If he can drive at that pace, he's going to pull in. He's going to reel in Dante Dillon, and then we're going to have an absolutely grandstand finish to the BIKC final for the lightweights in 2021. Everything to play for. Number 12 there, Zach Venn, he's right behind. Suddenly he's found the pace. And either he's gone a bit quicker or Dante Dillon suddenly has gone a little bit slower, but it's not 0.6 anymore, it's 0.4, and he brings it down, and we got a 58.4 versus a 58.6 on the last lap, and now Zach Venn is right with him, and I think it's going to get tasty. I think Zach Venn, at some point, he's now right behind him. He's now, I'd even go as far to say, he's notably quicker, and there's a change in strategy, as you rightly say, Tom. Dante Dillon has suddenly gone defensive.
Yeah, for the first time now we're seeing Dante Dillon on the back foot. He's got about a 2 or 3 tenth disadvantage to Zach Venn, so this fight is really hotting up. The smart thing for these guys to do, this race now is only 5 minutes in, there's another 10 minutes to go. What these lads need to do is they need to try not fight too hard, build a bit of a gap so they can start battling without bringing Lucas Sullivan into this fight, so they can fight over the podium paying positions and keep the rest of the field at bay. But as they go through the final hairpin, they come under the Dunlop Bridge. I reckon that 4 tenths gap probably a little bit closer this time. It is, it's just under 4 tenths, 58.5. Zach Venn has taken another 10th. Oh, yellow's out. Stu Nunnan's been turned around. So that's the number 2 cart coming all the way from Liverpool with the Century Sim stuff on the back of his race suit. We're under yellow flag conditions. As soon as the circuit's clear, we go back to green flags. Dante Dillon now has to rebuild that tiny little lead he's got, but still the gaps all stay the same. Harris Ahmed right on the rear bumper of Zach Venn. I think that gap between the top 3 may be a little bit closer this time around. All 3 of these drivers have a real shot of taking home a championship. Remember, Dillon already has a BIKC title to his name. Venn, a vice champion last year. Ahmed, this is the first time we've seen him in the adult division, and he's showing exactly why he deserves to get a wildcard position this time around, up in 3rd place, challenging 2 of the big names here in the BIKC.
Harris Ahmed, he has got a real big role to play here, because if he starts really piling the pressure on Zach Venn is suddenly going to have to start watching behind him as well as in front of him, whereas at the moment Zach Venn is just attack. He knows he's got the speed advantage right now, and he's having a little look. He had a little look on the inside there of Dante Dillon, and Dante Dillon had to shut the door there. It was just a little look, but there's no doubt that Zach Venn is very much lining him up. He's taking a wider line round these sections of the track because he can. He's got the extra speed. He can use the extra bit of track to get a bit more momentum in order to try and make a corner. And Dante Dillon there a long way away. And here we go.
Ahmed's gone for it. Ahmed up to second. Great opportunistic move. That is just proving the talent that young lad has got. Remember, he's only 16, fighting drivers who've got a lot more experience, a lot more time, even on this track as well. Harris Ahmed has done a lot of practice, and he's just used that experience to gain second place here. He's just got one driver now separating him from a BIKC title. The important part for them, though, is they haven't lost any time to Lucas Sullivan. Sullivan still is about 3 seconds behind that top three, separated by just 6/10 over the line. This fight is going to go down to the very final lap here at TeamSport Warrington, but still, Dylan, looks like Wentworth's in the pits. I think there may have been an issue with his kart. He's not too happy, so looks like day done for Alex Wentworth, but we go back to the leaders, and it's still Dante Dillon, now Harris Ahmed, Zach Venn is your top three. A little bit further back, you've got Sullivan, Sale, Evans, Macaulay, McGing, Kirkham, Hayward, your top 10 as they head down the ramp and head under the bridge once again. Dylan now has a brand new challenge. These two haven't come together. Dylan might know what Venn will do. He has no idea what Ahmed might do.
And that's a brilliant manoeuvre in order to get that second position. We were focused on Zach Venn, who was setting himself up. But Zach Venn is fighting back. He's going to switch round to the inside here, surely. He's got a bit more speed, but it's not enough because the track twists and turns there. And any chance, we've got a new fastest lap. Dante Dillon, 58.091, and we've got 58.044 Luke Evans. They're getting as close to the 57s as they possibly can.
To the inside, contact there.
There was contact. The stewards are going to have a look, but Zach Venn is back into second position, and this is all falling right into the hands of Dante Dillon, because now with Ahmed and with Venn absolutely fighting it out, there's no doubt they're slowing each other down, and Dante Dillon suddenly, who was under incredible pressure, suddenly has got the opportunity to stretch his legs, to put the lap times in, and to get away. And look at the gap he's got now. It's easily 1.2 seconds, easily, probably 1.5. And now Zach Venn back into second position has got to do all the battling once again to bring the gap down before he can then have another go. But he's got time. He's got at least 5 minutes of this race left.
Yeah, I'd probably say Venn has about 4 laps now to try and make up against Dante Dillon. That gap now 1.25 seconds. They're going to have to find another gear if they want to get onto the back of that number 9 kart as it heads up the ramp. But those trying to play kart bingo, 58.044 from kart 17 is your lucky number at the moment. But still, with about 5 minutes on the clock, Venn and Ahmed now need to get their head down. They need to stop fighting, work together, pull away from Lucas Sullivan, who's halved that gap. It's now about 2 seconds that he's got to catch up if he wants to get on that podium fight. But these two lads now, they need to work together, push on to try and eat back into that advantage that Dante Dillon now has. But just as Dillon found another gear and banged in that 58.0 was when the two lads started fighting. The smart money now, they need to try and catch up. There's time to do it. About 3 more tours of this 1,000-meter circuit for these guys to go. Dillon's back in the 58.1s, as is Venn, as is Ahmed. There is less than a 10 separating these 3 drivers in terms of fastest laps as we book lap 10 into the books here at TeamSport Warrington. We are looking to crown our lightweight champion for the 2nd year running, heading up onto the flyover. Defending featherweight champion Dante Dillon is in the box seat as they now head up onto the top section again. Head round the top ramp, down the small ramp before they go through the double left-hander and fly down a little bit further down the order, though. Lucas Sullivan still occupying 4th place, Cameron Sales still 5th, Daniel Macaulay, Harrison Kirkham, James McGing, Luke Evans, Josh Selway still your top 10, with Evans absolutely flying behind.
This is just a sprint finish now. There's enough gap between the top 3 that there's no defensive driving going on whatsoever. This is just absolutely flat out. Every single lap is a quali lap, a qualifying, a flat out, everything on every corner.
Venn's just gone faster still. He's just halved that gap.
58.02. How close to a 57 do we need to get? 58.024 seconds. And once again, Zach Venn, if he's setting that kind of lap time, he is closing in on Dante Dillon. There's no doubt about that. because the last lap, Dante Dillon was 58.5, Zach Venn 58.0. The gap was 1.2 seconds, now it's 0.7. And once again, Zach Venn is on the ascendancy, just like he did in the first third of this race. It's not over.
Yeah, we've seen these two go toe-to-toe before, and as we know from last year, this is not over yet. I reckon we've probably got around about 2 laps left in this one when they cross the line this time. Dillon, though, looks like that car's sliding a little bit more. Ben is visibly closer this time. That gap now is definitely not 7/10 of a second. I'd probably put it closer to about half a second now. I reckon he's just pulled another couple of tenths out of him. Another 58.0. He's pulled 2 more tenths out of Dante Dillon. This is going to go down to the final lap here at Warrington.
He's going to have 1 lap to do it.
He's on the rear bumper. He's on the rear bumper of that leader now.
And 1 lap to make it happen, Zach Venn. It's all or nothing. After all the racing he did last year in BIKC, after such an amazing set of racing we've seen today, are we going to see a monumental incident on the last lap? They're coming down onto the fastest section of the circuit. He's got 2 attempts. We've had so many overtakes around these corners. He's got 2 attempts here. Let's have a look and see what happens here. And no, they're both absolutely flat out turning in. And will Zach look to the outside? He does, but he's not alongside. He's not alongside it. He's absolutely less than a foot away from the rear bumper.
Yeah, as they head now onto what we reckon may be the final lap here. That gap between the top 3 is now down to 8 tenths. Any one of these 3 drivers could have the title here. If you've got anything left in the tank, guys, now is the time to empty it out and dump it all over this racetrack.
This is it, Tom. This is the final few corners. It's now or never for Zach. Absolutely, he's got to do it now.
He's right on the bumper. He might have a look into that top hairpin. He's pushing Dillon up that second ramp. Venn has definitely found another gear here as they head down the small ramp through the final hairpin. Double left-hander. They've probably got 1, maybe 2 good overtaking points left.
He's got to do it now.
The 12 versus the 9. Through the chicane into the first hairpin, into the second one. If Venn is going to do it, he needs to jink out now. Dillon has put up a fantastic defense here. He looks over his shoulder one last time through the final hairpin. It's going to be a run to the finish line. Checker flag flies. Dante Dillon is your champion here at TeamSport Warrington. We crowned a double champion last time out in juniors. We've got a double champion now, and look at the show of respect between the top 3. Gentlemen, I doff my cap to you. That is a fantastic performance.
Stunning. Stunning, stunning, stunning racing. Simple as that. Absolutely top draw. How, honestly, what a start to the day that we've had.
You can see what it means to him. You can see what that means to Dante Dillon there. He did say when we put a few questions to him, all he wants to do in racing is race in top-tier championships and collect top-tier titles, and that's exactly what he's done. 2 years on the bounce, 2020 Featherweight champion, 2021 Lightweight champion, heads down the ramp into the pit lane. Let's hear it for you drivers as they drop back into the pits. Everyone here in the venue has just been witness to a fantastic race here. We'll go through the full set of results. Your champion of 2021, Dante Dillon. Vice champion for a second time is Zach Venn. Harris Ahmed in his first time out here in the BIKC Lightweights comes home in 3rd place, proves exactly why he should be here. Lucas Sullivan in 4th. Cameron Sale completes your top 5. Harrison Kirkham in 6th. Daniel McCauley in 7th. James McGing in P8. Sophie Gill, despite carrying that penalty, comes home in P9. 10th for Luke Evans. Cardiff going to have to be quite happy with that one, sitting watching at home. Gareth Bogra from the back of the grid comes home in 11th. 12th was Josh Selway. Jordan Hayward in P13. McKinley Coburn in 14th. Alex Wentworth is in 15th there, with Stuart Nunnan in 16th after that spin. Fantastic racing, guys, and socials have gone absolutely nuts. Dan Trendle reckons Zach deserved the win. Any of that top 3 deserved the win. They put on a fantastic show. Jennifer Tompkins sat watching at TeamSport Cardiff. Luke is the GOAT. Luke the GOAT Evans. He was fantastic out there. He put in some really quick times one of only 3 drivers to break into the 58.0 mark. So Dante Dillon a 58.091, Luke Evans a 58.044, and your vice champion holding the fastest lap of the event, a 58.024. That was a fantastic race. Joining me now is our director from Revolution Audio. Joel, what do you reckon to that show we've just seen?
What a fantastic race! Like I was glued to our screens just here in the gallery watching that. Brilliant defending from Dante, and he didn't over-defend as well. He didn't. Do you remember last year with Sam Slater in the lightweights, how he so nearly lost it in the final few laps? That was brilliantly driven by Dante, but also the pressure that Zach was putting him under. Never got scrappy though, and perhaps if Zach just hadn't quite got so tied up fighting for that second place, it might have been a slightly different story. But what a brilliant race from all the drivers. What a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and third place as well for Haris Ahmed, being one of the youngest drivers in the field. That he's got a lot of time to build some experience, and racing against some a lot more experienced drivers. I think that's going to help him out when he goes racing in the future.
Absolutely, really good racecraft for someone who hasn't been doing it for that long. And I really thought the way that him and Zach eventually worked out that there was more to be gained from working together than fighting. I thought that was really mature racing and just really, really great to watch. And did you hear the crowd during those final few laps? Just the raw passion and enthusiasm for all of the drivers. Brilliant to hear.
Yeah, it's great to have it. We touched on it beforehand. It's great to see so many spectators back here, and the atmosphere in here is absolutely electric, especially when we've got some fantastic racing to witness. But looking through that order, there's a lot of very, very experienced drivers, especially like Luke Sullivan and P4 there as well. And some drivers who've had a long drive down. Cameron Sale all the way from Dundee to walk home with 5th position. I think he's going to have to be happy with that one at the end of the day. So the drivers now just receiving some BIKC winners caps, and we will get ready for podium with our presentation master, Russ Mabley. He's going to bring his special brand of enthusiasm to proceedings. It is quite difficult to keep him on a very, very tight leash, which is why we've kept him in the cage, the commentary box. We'll just let him out every now and again to hand out some trophies and have a bit of fun there. You can see, looks like a change of race suit there for Haris Ahmed. Looks like quite a nice little colour change there, and looks like one of his parents going over there just to have a chat with the stewards. The top 3, though, you can already see they look quite happy on there. But if Zach Venn was tired after that first one, he's going to be tired after that fight. He really had to work to stay in second place in that one.
And great to see some of the TeamSport staff as well. That's Eva Atwood there from TeamSport Bristol, one of our CLOs, competitor liaison officers, and what a great job they're doing, making sure that everything's communicated to the competitors fairly regarding any penalties or investigations. The drivers now head over to the podium, and I believe very shortly we're going to be handing over to Russ Mabley, and him, along with some of our sponsored representatives, will be looking after the podium proceedings. But once again, guys, what a fantastic race, and so many of you watching as well. We've got over 3,000 people already on YouTube have tuned in today, and we've got over 2,000 on Facebook as well. So brilliant support for this new and upcoming British Championship, Tom.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people getting involved, not just in terms of drivers. Remember, over 3,000 drivers tried to qualify in this, 730 drivers in lightweight, and what we're about to see is some trophies handed out to the very best 3 that TeamSport have to offer. So, in your own time, we're going to hand over to our presentation master, Mr. Russell Mabley.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? What a race! What a race, everybody! Unbelievable! Boy, that was indoor karting at its absolute finest. First of all, can I just say, everybody, just come forward as much as you possibly can, because we are going to crown another BIKC champion here in the next 5 minutes. Now, before we start, we've got Simon here, COO of TeamSport. We've got Will from Club 100, and we're just going to have a few words from each. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Simon Wooldridge.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you. Well, firstly, welcome everyone. The second BIKC. I mean, that was absolutely delighted to have everyone here to TeamSport Warrington. I think firstly, thanks to the amazing competitors. The driving then was just absolutely brilliant, and the sportsmanship that I've seen today has been really fantastic. And they've done a brilliant job to get here through all of the qualifiers. I think also thanks to the supporters. I know you've all come from far and wide, Bristol, Dundee, you name it, and TeamSport Basildon. I know a whole world of them, so thank you for making the effort. Thank you to the TeamSport TeamSport crew as well, you've done an absolutely brilliant job. I think the marshals, the tech team, the stewards, the commentators, our marketing team, IT, tech team, everyone. It's a real, you've done us proud. And of course, thanks to our sponsors. We've got Will and Club 100, who's going to come up and say a few words. We've got Tops F1 cards, Coke, Smoking Bean Coffee, which is tremendous, and of course Motorsport UK. So thank you everyone for coming along. I'm going to hand over to Will.
Cool, thank you, Simon. Well done, everyone. Some fantastic driving all around there. Dante, it's amazing. As you know, Club 100 is the next step up from indoor and indoor karting. So when you're ready to take that jump up to two-stroke outdoor racing, come and get in touch with us at Club 100. Dante is going to win a whole season in the Club 100 Sprint Championship, and second place driver Zach is going to win 3 rounds in the Club 100 Experience. And Harris, another amazing driver, the top 3, will win a couple of rounds as well. So when you're ready to come and do Club 100, get in touch with us via the website. And before I pass back to Russ, I just want to say what an incredible event all you guys have put on, guys and girls, and well done from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. Right, let's get to the important bit. We've got 3 drivers here who have driven absolutely spectacularly, racing of the absolute highest order. Now, 3rd place. He was 2nd for a bit. He fell back to 3rd. He had a major impact on the result of this race and was brilliant to watch every single lap. 3rd place, put your hands together for Harris Ahmed! Whoop, whoop! Okay, well done. Now we go to the 2 protagonists. I'll be using that word a lot this morning because they were the favourites coming in to this event. And about this driver in 2nd place, I just want to add that he had the fastest lap of the event, 58.024 seconds. What a lap time. Absolutely stunning. He's the runner-up in BIKC. Put your hands together for Mr. Zach Venn. Oh, there's a few congratulations still going on. Well done, brilliant stuff. But somebody's missing. Somebody is not here, and he is the new BIKC champion of the lightweights for 2021. And he becomes, after a certain driver yesterday, he becomes the 2nd double BIKC champion. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, it all goes to Mr. Dante Dillon! Whoop, whoop! Here we go. Now, there are some bottles of champagne there that are armed and loaded. We're just going to have a few pictures for the paparazzi, just for a few seconds. And then, gentlemen, if you want to use the champagne, here we go. Excellent stuff. Got a few certificates. And are we going to have a spray? We're not. Maybe yes? No? No. Right. Okay. Oh, Dante is. He knows how it's done. He's won a few races before in the past. Let's have a look. Dante Dillon. Who's going to get the champagne open first? Here we go! Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the lightweights
BIKC 2021. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all that's left for me to say, I get the last word, which is brilliant. Just a huge thank you to everybody for supporting us through 2021. We will be back with BIKC 2022. From everybody here at TeamSport, thank you so much and good afternoon.
What an absolutely fantastic that race was. Right, with me now is Harris, who got 3rd place. Harris, that was quite a battle. Talk me through that.
I started 5th and then I just got... I forgot the guy in 2nd as well.
Yeah.
So
First place was Dante, then it was Zach, and then it was you, Harris. So there was quite a few changes back and forth going on there. Did you ever think at any point you were going to go for that first place?
Yeah, but I just went wide just before going up the bridge and conceded back to 3rd. But I'm really happy getting 3rd.
Well done, you are truly deserved winner today. Absolutely smashed it out there. So if you just wait here, we're just going to get some of the other guys over. So have we got Dante and Zach here yet? Have they made their way over? Here they come. Dante, Zach, head on over, guys. Yeah, so Dante and Zach will be coming over very shortly. Dante, as it is said, is a 2nd-time BIKC winner. Absolutely smashing it out there today. So Harris, are you definitely going to compete again next year as well?
For sure, yeah.
So talk me about your journey that actually made you to where you are today.
I got through the wild cards, and then, yeah.
So where's your home track?
Trafford.
Trafford?
Yeah.
So you're doing everyone in Trafford proud?
Yep.
Who have you brought with you today?
My mum, my dad, my mate, and my brother.
I bet they are proud as anything of you today.
Yeah.
Dante, come on over. Congratulations, Dante. 2nd-time winner of BIKC. How does that feel?
Amazing. It does feel really good. It's always more satisfying when it's a difficult race as well, and you have to work for it. Zach then, again, giving me a hard time. I knew it was going to happen, and in all honesty, I thought he was quicker than me all day today. So, he's so quick, and he deserves to be so high up. He's a brilliant driver.
Let's get him over here. Zach, come on over. You two racing, I didn't realise I could hold my breath for 15 minutes. What an absolute battle that was. How was it for you?
Well, again, as it has been all day, it's been bloody hard work. And then throwing Harris into the works as well made it even harder again, especially like when I dropped back to 3rd as well. I was just like, well, this is it.
How did you feel when he got past you and put you into 3rd place?
I was just like, well, that's it. Dante's gone now. No chance of catching up with him again. But managed to get back past Harris and somehow caught back up with Dante.
He's too quick, guys. My hands have given up. Again, I don't know how he's doing it with being in the 2nd semi-final and his hands still holding on because mine are. And I was in the 1st semi-final, so.
Well, you have done yourselves and any one of your spectators down proud. So where are your home tracks?
This year my local was Crawley. Great venue, great people. I'm glad to be representing them and giving them a win.
And what about your home track?
Bristol.
Bristol?
Yeah.
Doing up for Bristol. I'm sure they are cheering you on at the tracks and at home. Congratulations, guys. 2nd winner of BIKC.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that's it for that heat. Let's go back to the studio.
Harlow and then dual sighted between London Docklands and...
Hi guys, welcome back.
Oh, hello.
Nice one for that. What a race, what a final. We're back with Will from Club 100. You did just see the back of Rob's head. That's our guy on the socials who's talking to you. How did you find
the race? Fantastic race. Very, very close. I was blown away by it, to be honest.
Yeah, it was amazing. It's fine, don't worry. Joel's talking to me. Top 3, Dante there got ahead quite a bit, and then obviously made that gap, and then...
Yeah, we've got another double champion.
Yeah. So, just to recap, what does that mean for Dante? What's he going to get now from Club 100?
It was a really impressive drive. So I saw Dante and Zach right next to each other, going through that first chicane into the first right-hander, and that's where Dante won the race for me. So he managed to get to that first corner. He managed to pull a gap of about a second as well at the beginning. And then it was impressive how Zach and Harris, who came third, were catching up. I think they had a bit of a hoo-ha at one point, but they still managed to catch up Dante. And I think Dante's defence was really impressive. And sorry, I know I'm talking about the race before I get to what he's going to win. I was excited because Dante was being reeled in by them, by them both actually. And when they got to the hairpins, I thought, go on, Zach, have a go. I mean, Dante's a really nice chap, and he raced in the BUKC as well already. So I didn't really want Dante to win. It doesn't really make a difference, but Zach could have gone up the inside, I thought, at one point.
He had to do it there at the end. If he was going to get that, then
it's kind of like a do or die move, and I thought, if you're going to win something, you've got to go for it.
Yeah. I'm really gutted for Stu Nunnan as well. He spun out, ended up at the back. Same thing happened to him last year as well.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of bad luck, Stu, but we'll see what comes of it.
Well, Sophie did great as well.
Yeah,
doing it for the girls, and she was amazing out there.
Absolutely. In the chat, we've been asking for your cart numbers to win some cinema tickets and stuff like that. We're going to go through that in just a bit. But Will, thanks for joining us.
Oh yes, but we've got time.
Yes, go.
30 seconds. So just to recap, Dante's going to win a whole season in Club 100.
That's right.
In the sprint season, in the lightweight sprint championship. So that's 11 rounds, and the kind of racing he'll be doing will be hardcore, brutal, 3 heats in a final.
Wow.
And that's where you don't even get time to think about your racing. There's no time to calm down. You just got to go for it. Yeah. And so we're really looking forward to seeing how he'll do next year. Zach will win, or has won rather, 3 rounds in what we call the Club 100 experience. So those who are new to Club 100, it's a really good introduction to the series. Yep. It's 2 20-minute races and a 20-minute practice session. So it's a really nice, easy way of getting into Club 100 without the hardcore stuff which Dante's going to be doing. And you can see he's got the skills for it. So and finally, Harris will win 1 round of the Club 100 experience. And they're all winning a test day as well. And just to say, we're really looking forward to seeing how all 3 of them do. It's the next level up from indoor karting, really. It's high performance, 2-stroke karting, like we talked about earlier on. Formula 1 drivers, that's what they grew up upon. Of course. So, we're delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC. We can't wait for next year as well. So, thanks for having us.
No, thank you. It's an absolute pleasure. We'll catch up with you again a little bit later on. But we'll go to a quick break, quickish break, and we'll be back with the middleweight finals.
That was challenging and unexpected. Bristol is quite a difficult track, and whenever I've practiced here I haven't done so well, so I haven't raced much against my own weight class, so I didn't know what to expect coming in, and I came in just wanting to have a bit of fun and expecting, to hopefully try and get it into the top 10. So it was quite unexpected.
The race was really good. I had a few tough guys. Sean was obviously catching me in the last few laps in that, so good up to him, man. But best man wins.
Okay, Marcel, so how did you find that final race?
It was challenging because Jack Collins was catching me by a lot, and I'm lucky I had somebody else from Edmonton to back them up for me. But apart from that, I feel like I deserve it because I put in quite a lot of effort into it.
And how did you find the racing today?
Yeah, really good. It was a nice split of drivers, and I wouldn't say any of the races were easy. There were challenges in it all, but yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
And what are you going to do to prepare for the finals now?
Probably try and get some sleep. Got a bit of a journey home ahead of us now and an early start in the morning, so catch up on that beforehand, and I suppose much the same as Sean, trying to get a lot of practice.
Find it very, very fun. It's really close racing with my friend Rory. We're really good friends, and I really enjoyed it.
How did you find that final race?
Tense, really tense. I had a good pace at the start, keeping close with the first 2 guys. 2 laps to the end, I heard a loud bang and I got a puncture. I was absolutely bricking it. I was going I was going mad. I was so worried. I could see the guys behind me just flying towards me. Don't know how I kept it in third. No clue.
Did you think you were going to be on the podium today, let alone first?
When I got here, I wasn't too sure because I did a practice before this, and there were a few guys that were quicker than me, but I started getting quicker towards the end of the day. So yeah, I'm very pleased with where I've gone.
the official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars, plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
After 3,000 driver entries, we're back in Warrington for BIKC 2021. Coming up, we're going to be doing the middleweights. You've just seen the lightweights. Drama, amazing performance from Dante. What do you think?
Absolutely, like the best bit of racing. I think like every category just tops it and tops it and tops it. So
Tops it.
Tops it.
Tops it. Well done.
Here we go.
Hey, that was good. I can tell you're in marketing.
But yeah, so we're very interested to see what the middleweights will be like, because if they can top
Yeah.
the lightweights.
On top. While we're talking about top, there he is.
What have we got here?
Nikita Mazepin,
the man himself.
See what I did there?
Doing what he does best. True to the name.
You just hold it like that forever.
Yeah, that's about right. We've got shouts, haven't we, that we need to go through. So I just want to say hello to Jojo Gaynor, actually, loving the stream today. We had loads of messages in. We had Vito Vokes actually saying, come on, Stu Nunn. So, he was here just yesterday, right? And then there was a great one here that I loved from Sumner Speed saying, had F1 on one screen and BIKC on the other last night and didn't watch a moment of F1, had to look up the results today. So clearly, we're winning out there.
Yeah.
You got some shouts as well?
I have got some shout outs. So a big shout out to the team at Harlow and everyone that is watching. We've got Amanda, Brooke, Alan and Paul. So a big hello to you guys. We've also got one in from our Instagram. So a big shout out to Scott, and that is from Mohammed. And also Chris from Eastleigh. So hello.
And just before those races, we were asking you to guess what kart number was going to be the winner in what we like to call bingo karting. Hey, so we got some. We're going to give 2 cinema tickets, thanks to Coca-Cola, to Dr. Madman. Well done. And you've got one there as well?
I have, yeah. Sam Slater, last year's champion, actually.
Yes.
So, 2 tickets going to you as well.
He was actually here.
He is here, and if we can grab him, we'll grab him.
And what have you got as well?
So I also would like to give some tickets away to Sam Spinell, because he said if he wins them, he's going to take Costa's mum on a date. So
we're going to give you the tickets.
We're going to give you the tickets because we're playing Cupid here, aren't we?
What we do.
Sorry, Costa, but your mum's getting taken out on a date.
That's the way it is. We'll reach out to you, Rob, in the corner over there. You saw his head before. He's going to be reaching out to you, so you know how to get those tickets. We're going to be speaking to Tom and Russ in just a bit, but before we do, let's have a little look what it looks like at a driver's view around the track of Warrington.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you join me at TeamSport Warrington International Circuit for the hot lap. This circuit is one of the longest, oldest and fastest indoor kart racing circuit in the country, going on to the main straight, and the drama, the action, it starts immediately as we literally slingshot down through these S's, tight as you can to the apexes, then it's down into the hairpin section, which is all tarmac, which is high grip, high speed. The most important apex is this one right here, because it goes onto the S's. The key here is to hug the corners as much as you can through here, but we're watching out for the next apex, which is coming up here. really good high grip through here, and then we're just smoothing out this corner to hit that apex. Once again, we have good speed, and the car will be flat out around here, but we're watching out for the corner onto the up ramp. It's important to go left here, because there is an important apex there as we drive round over the hump, and then round these corners, down onto the downhill where you brake actually on the ramp, turn the kart in, and once again around onto the start-finish straight for one of the most epic corners in indoor karting. Should we do it again? Why not? Look at this, flat out here, flat out there. And that is a lap of the international circuit at TeamSport Warrington. That was good. I don't think I'm doing any better than that.
Awesome, that, Russ. That was great. Yeah, we're on. We're on. We're talking about your lap.
I was too engrossed in my own driving, if I'll be absolutely honest.
Go on, hit the apex.
I just thought genius. I thought that is how it's done.
Yeah, of course.
Give the likes of Dante Dillon that.
Oh, he's jealous.
Dante Dillon looked at that lap and said, "That's how to do it," and that's the reason why he's won today.
So if you want to get into BIKC, that's the lap. Speak to Russ.
That's how to drive the track for the finals. Yeah.
That aside, how did you find that? That was awesome.
That was one of the most epic finals that we have ever had in BIKC. I'm not just saying that because I'm on the telly, right? I'm saying that because that's absolutely how it was.
Yeah.
3 drivers, absolutely every single corner, every single lap. There was just a whisker between them, and then with the 3rd place driver overtaking Zach, meaning Ahmed overtook Zach, meaning that suddenly it changed the whole complexion of the race. And then when Zach got back, suddenly there's a bit of breathing room, just enough for Dante Dillon to hold on. So it was gripping, it was thrilling from the start to the finish. It was amazing.
Pulled out at that stage was a feat to do, and then I think they just got really caught up in each other, and then it allowed him to get away. But from your angle,
yeah, we saw him dominate the heats, but in the finals we saw a side of him we didn't. For a lot of it, he had a lot of pressure the entire way through, and he had to switch from trying to go absolutely flat out to just keeping his position.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find the numbers that you get. What number did you guess was going to win? I think it was.
I went 7.
16. I went 4.
Oh, you see. I think we've got it right. I'm sure
someone
one of us
in the
got
team
it right.
got it right. I'm sure someone
I
did.
can't remember. I don't know.
You won. Don't tell me Lex, it was you.
It was me. Yeah. No one actually asked me.
I went for 12, so I got 2nd place. I'll take that.
Well, I won that one anyway.
But with the middleweights coming up, we've got huge amounts of competition in this round.
Yeah, some big names that we'll be familiar with for BIKC beforehand, with 2 former champions on the grid in the form of Sam Slater, lightweight champion last year, and Mackenzie Jones, who's qualified through from Warrington in Rising Stars last year.
And it's worthwhile pointing out that the last 2 finals have been won by returning champions.
Yeah.
So we were discussing earlier, does that give a psychological edge? Once you know you've actually done it, you've actually won, and you're defending, you're actually, somebody's trying to take something off you.
Yeah.
Does that inspire you that little bit more?
Who's going to win though? We've got 2 in one category this time.
That's the beauty of having a second championship and having more going forward. It's, really into
you
it.
get to see those new faces. You also have the top 3 in Rising Stars about. You've got 3rd place in heavyweights as well in Adam Hadfield. There's a lot of drivers fighting for podium places that know what it's like to have it. So it's going to be interesting to see who ends up where.
I think this is the tightest group that we've had. So
this is the one to watch. We've been saying it for a while.
Jones, you think?
Mackenzie's an easy bet because he's quick around this track. I'd probably put him quick or quicker than Dante Dillon from what I've seen.
Wow. That's a big statement, Tom,
for a
after what we've just seen.
I know, that's impressive for a middleweight. There is still the possibility of a 57. We saw it, got close to it before. There is still a possibility of it, though.
Awesome. All right, we'll let you guys.
We got as close as we could to a 57, didn't we?
Yeah.
58.04, I think.
I believe so. We have 3 drivers in the 58 zeros.
Yeah.
We can't wait though. It's going to be epic.
All right, get yourselves down there for this one. This one's going to be really interesting. So, while you do that, you caught up with the Naked Warrior.
I did.
So, take a look at this.
Hello
Hello everyone, we are joined with Claire Johnson, the Naked Warrior. Welcome to BIKC 2021.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
So could you tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, what you do, what you stand for, what you're about?
Sure, so I work with women in motorsport and I help improve their performance out on track. I work with them in terms of improving their nutrition and training so they can be fitter and stronger and just improve their overall performance and their results. I'm also part of the Formula Women Health and Fitness team, and I also work with a couple of different driving academies as their lead trainer, nutrition coach to help women within motorsport as well. And I'm also an author of a book called The Winning Formula.
Oh, amazing. You will see that on some of our VTs running through, so make sure you check that out. So obviously you're one of our BIKC ambassadors.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about your journey through the competition.
Okay, so I started working with BIKC as an ambassador probably when I wrote my second book, The Winning Formula, because I wanted to do a book launch down at my local track, TeamSport in Basildon, and it just naturally evolved from there. I turned out to be quite fast on track. I was asked to be a BIKC ambassador and a role model to help more women and inspire more women to get out on track. And then I just ended up competing and going through to the local finals, and it was an incredible experience. I loved it.
That's amazing. So what would you say you enjoyed the most about the competition?
I guess it was definitely going down to the track. The team at the track were amazing. They were so incredible. They were so supportive. They really encouraged me and helped me improve my lines and get better. I literally felt like I was part of the furniture down there. And then just all the other members that I met. So there was a real good, strong community spirit, and that was really good.
Yeah, well, we've got the TeamSport Basildon takeover that's happening at the track at the minute.
And I've seen them out on track, yeah.
Loads of banners out there. And what would you say you learned most about yourself or about karting during your journey?
Oh gosh, I learned so much. I learned I'm actually more competitive than what I gave myself credit for. I learned how to improve myself out on the track, and I learned and understood more of the mindset that I help women with when I'm helping them improve their performance out on track. You know, when you get that negative self-talk about, oh my gosh, I can't do it, or I'm not good enough, or something goes wrong out on track, then it's like, okay, like how do I overcome that so it doesn't impact the rest of my lap? So it was an incredible learning experience for so many reasons.
Perfect. And were you racing against any other females out on track?
There were a few ladies out on track. There was me and two other girls that were going through the qualifying process, and but the rest of it was the guys.
Why do you think that is? Why do you not think that women are involved in motorsport as much?
I think that women potentially feel that they don't want to compete against the men, so that's why the ladies' night events are really good, and I've enjoyed going to a few of those. They don't want to compete against the men, or they don't feel they're as good, or I think more of it is to do with the fact that they don't know what's possible. So one of the things that I want to do is just create that awareness and inspire more women to get out on track, to show them that it is possible, and just go out there and have some fun, and go and do it.
If you could give one bit of advice to women that are thinking about getting into motorsport, what advice would you give them?
Just go do it.
Just get out there, basically.
Just ask me and I'll go and help you do it, it's fine.
Perfect. So will you be competing in BIKC 2022?
Oh, I don't know. Potentially, I think that's a yes, isn't it? I think you've twisted my arm to go and compete down in Harlow. Let the cat out of the bag now.
Perfect. So we'll see you again next year.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Fuel Bar at Warrington, BIKC 2021. We've got the middleweights about to go out there, going out for their practice session at the minute. So you might hear the cars just getting warmed up and ready to rock and roll for what will be some crazy action. Before that, though, as well as Tops, we've got Smoking Bean sponsoring this as well today, which is amazing. So we want to give away some of their merch, and we've got tote bags, we've got hats, we've got t-shirts. I think there is a bag of coffee. There's all kinds. And the way you do it, Dave is going to explain.
Yeah, so all you need to do is, yesterday we asked you to take some pictures of you at TeamSport Tracks, or just send pictures in when you have been to TeamSport Tracks, and hashtag them I have been, as in B-E-A-N. Important, because it's Smoking Bean. We had quite a few.
I have been.
Very
clever.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I know what I mean.
And we had some through yesterday. I don't know if we can just take a quick look at some of these. So these are examples of what we're looking for. So that's Naughty Norris there, sat on the elf there, sort of sat on the bar from Newcastle, right? And we got these guys sent in from the Netherlands yesterday watching. There we are in the background, there's the live stream and everything. And of course we had a couple more come through as well. I'm expecting, this one. I love this one.
That's at Warrington.
That is brilliant. That is at Warrington, actually. That's just downstairs, just behind us here.
Yeah.
So these are all hashtagged with I have been, and the idea is every one of them. Look at that. That's brilliant. I have been woken up too early was the caption on that one. So I have been spinning out my friend at 10-1, which again is here also, right?
Yeah.
So what we want you to do is send us in your pictures, and there's Rachel and her mum as well. Hashtag I have been to TeamSport Warrington. So what you need to do is put your pictures on Instagram, on Twitter, anywhere, hashtag them I have been, and we'll be picking some of the best ones out and sending you some Smoking Bean merch.
Yeah. So we've got loads of shirts to give away.
We have
got some coffee cups as well, like the ones you guys have been drinking out of.
I didn't know they were included.
Yeah.
We get coffee cups.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. So we'll reach out to you if you want to send in your stuff, but we want the coolest picture you can imagine. Make them as funny as possible. Even if you're here now, do something and send it in. We'll give you some of the stuff we've got here.
Do you know what? I think instant wins would kind of be someone stood there. I have been stood behind the camera at the BIKC studio, and
that would be
just a selfie with us.
With
Hashtag
the
I
merch
have
as
been.
well.
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you to Smoking Bean for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to start running another competition to win some more cinema tickets right after this.
How did you find the race?
It was good. Obviously, I was starting second. I knew if I was going to make a move, I had to do it early on. I didn't quite expect to be able to get by as soon as I did. I think I just got a good run out the corner. The thing is, car lacked a bit on the ramp. So the opportunity arose was sent it, and then Taylor kept me on my toes for the rest of the race. So yeah, there was never a stress-free moment, but it went well.
And how are you going to prepare for the finals?
Well, obviously we've done it last year, so I know Warrington. I've done the track before. Again, just as I said earlier in the day, just having an understanding of the format, and I'm sure I'll go down there for cheap practice, of course.
Yeah, it was quite good. I started third, and if I knew that I was going to be at the front, I'd have to try and stay with the leader. And I got into second quite early on, and then I tried staying with Dante, but unfortunately just found a bit more pace and thing left me, but it wasn't a big gap, 2 seconds only.
I found the race it was very good, and it was challenging.
Driving was good, it was very equal, the heats. It was basically just a train of cars. You couldn't really make position, so good battling, really clean from the whole field, so I really enjoyed it actually.
It was cut out, to be honest, starting P5, trying to get into top 3. I think it was mainly on a track that's difficult to overtake. It's all about studying the other drivers in front, trying to get past when I did, and eventually it paid off.
And what are you going to do to prepare yourself for Warrington?
Again, I think it's just mainly getting as much track time as possible. Also, Warrington's quite a physical track, so I think it's just trying to get as much consistency as possible down there.
My name's Kian, home track to Leeds, and I finished P3 just about.
Top 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrival drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
Hi, I'm Claire, and I'm the Naked Warrior. Are you ready to level up with your fitness? Do you want to unleash your inner warrior once and for all? With my brand new program, you will get exclusive access to a personalised workout plan, a customised nutrition plan, access to my online community, 24/7 email support, and access directly to me. You will get customised workouts that you can do at home or in the gym that will suit your goals, whether or not you want to get lean or you want to get strong. My meal plans and my recipes are easy to follow, they're delicious, and you will never ever feel like you're on a diet. So if this sounds like the program for you, now's the time to get started.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Tops. with over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars, plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Welcome back to the Fuel Bar at TeamSport Warrington for BIKC 2021. Before we get started with anything else, we want to start that competition again to win a pair of tickets to View Cinema thanks to Coca-Cola. All you've got to do, it's like a draw, so we've only got 10 pairs to give away, is guess what cart numbers are going to be on the podium, basically, is what you've got to do, and you've got to do it now. Put it in the comments, Facebook, YouTube. Just make a guess, and Rob is going to find it. And if you can, but don't pick cart 4, 5, or 8. Do not pick 4, 5, or 8. You've got cart 1 to 18. Pick any number there. Get it in the comments now, and whatever cart is on the podium on the finals, you could get some cinema tickets. Thank you to Coca-Cola.
Perfect. So we are joined with Sophie Gill and Molly Winfield. So how have you found today, guys?
I think there's been some excellent racing going on. Very competitive, a few penalties here and there, but other than that, it's been some really good racing.
Yeah, and Sophie, how have you found the racing?
I found it really good. So I've moved up like 7th place in the semi and about 7th place in the final. I think it's been really competitive. It's been quite tense. There's been quite a few pile-ups and crashes, but I think it's been really good. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it, competing with like other fast people and stuff. Yeah.
So how did you originally get into karting?
So my favourite movie was always Cars when I was younger, and so like eventually like I begged my dad for like something to do with like, I don't know, like cars, and I got a quad bike when I was about too young to have a quad bike. I think I was about, I don't know, but and I really loved that because we've got quite a lot of fields, so I used to take it out in there, and eventually I begged him to go to like my local indoor karting track, and after that I was just like consistent, like take me back.
Yeah. The only women in the lightweight final.
Yeah. Get them stats out again.
Yes, so out of 731 drivers and you were in the top.
That's phenomenal. That's really good.
I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think once you get out there and you get a helmet on, it's about your driving really.
Yeah, you're focused. Yeah.
So Molly, you've been watching the racing. What have you been looking out for? Is there any drivers that you're thinking that's coming up next? Or?
So I'm based on the start-finish line, so I get to have the pleasure of waving the checkered flag. I don't know, there's quite a few good racers out there, good drivers. Having been to the regionals and stuff like that as well, there are a few people to keep an eye out for. But yeah, who knows? We're all going to tell in the heats and the semis as well.
Amazing, and you're part of Formula Women outside of TeamSport, aren't you? So could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I saw it, just saw it posted earlier on this year. Thought I'd give it a go, why not? It's always worth giving it a shot. It's all just women racing, giving us a chance to actually compete in driving, karting, anything like that. Had an assessment day back in September, so waiting to hear the news about that some point later on this month, hopefully. I'm lucky enough as well to be sponsored by TeamSport, so they're helping me along. But yeah, fingers crossed I get through, but we've just got to wait and see.
We'll all be rooting for you, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Sophie, what advice would you give to any females that are out there wanting to get into it, or why aren't there so many women?
I think I would just say go for it. Like, I mean, it's competing and stuff like this. It's difficult if you're a boy or a girl. So I'd just say like, definitely go for it. I've seen a lot more girls karting definitely now than when I first started about 8 years ago. Like I've seen a lot more. But I would just say just go for it really, and it's not going to hold you back or anything. It's really good fun. You'll make some really good friends.
Yeah.
Like once you get on the track, you talk about racing. When you come off, you talk about racing. It's nothing to do with like your gender or anything. So just go for it.
No, definitely. And
Go on, Mother.
I was just going to say, what is your ultimate racing goal?
I quite like to race a car series. That's what I'm looking to next. Maybe like minis or something. Or I'd love to race Genettas or something like that. Something in a car.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was just going to talk about BSKC for a minute.
Go for it.
That's a new championship. It's not a new championship. It's just a reinvented championship for schools to get involved in stuff like that. You know a little bit about it as well. But there's going to be a lot of younger drivers involved in that that have never done it before and making a team. What would you say to those who might be saying, "Oh, do you know what? I've never driven a car. I don't know what to do." How would you approach your first ever time in a car?
I I just say go for it and like be friendly, because a lot of people will help you out. Like if you come to a new circuit, they will show you the lines and stuff. So I just say just be friendly, just be open to like ask people if you need help, and just give it a go, because it's really not that scary.
Yeah, and same for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only thing you can do is give it a go. At the end of the day, like Sophie was saying, people are always going to be around to help you. Ask questions. No harm in asking, trying. Just give it a go and just see where you can get from it.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time you went karting?
Yeah, I was very slow. Yeah, I do. And thankfully, loads of the members and stuff around there just helped me out, show me the racing line, let me follow them, get me tips, stuff like that. So yeah, really helpful.
Oh, perfect. And part of the competition, which karts are you guys rooting for the middleweight final?
I'm just going to pick one at random. I'm going to say 15.
15,
yeah.
And whatever Mackenzie Jones is in. He didn't tell me to say that, but...
You can't do that. That's not how it works.
He showed me quite a few lines when I've been coming down and stuff, only because I'm not in his weight category. Otherwise it's going to be a completely different story, but yeah, he won last year, so speak of the devil.
Here he is.
Here he is.
We'll bring him in if we can in a minute. So go on, whatever he's in is what you're going to say.
Whatever he's in.
Just back on BSKC though, it's not just schools, it's...
clubs, scouts, brownies, youth clubs, and the lot. If you're 12 to 15 and you've got a group of free friends,
just get involved. It'll be a lot of fun. Here's a little bit more about BSKC. So yeah, head there for more information about BSKC and get involved. That is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to get Sam Slater in.
Yes.
We're going to have a chat with Sam Slater. Let's bring him over. You actually won. You've won some cinema tickets.
There you go. You can go in the middle if you want.
Yeah, you've won some cinema tickets. Put that right close to your mouth when you talk for us, mate. So yeah, we are live.
We are live right now.
We are very professional. How have you been today? How have you found it?
Yeah, good. I mean, came down last night for a bit of practice actually. First bit of practice I've done all year for this. Surprisingly, I was quite off the pace. I was quite nervous. Came here this morning and I just shot straight up. So yeah, confidence is back, which is good. Just trying to win this for, essentially the second time, 3 times if you count car champs.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, on that, we obviously had Charlie Ratford that won juniors again, and Dante that's won
as well.
Again. So
it's got to stop with someone, right?
No, come on. We've got this. It's absolutely
We've got 2 in this category, obviously. So it's you and Mackenzie.
Yeah.
So it's between.
Well, one of us isn't going to win it, which is disappointing. But I've just had a bit of a practice with him. He was slightly quicker, but I stayed ahead.
Let's get Mackenzie in.
Yeah, we've got Mackenzie as well.
He's coming on. Let's get you a mic nice and close to your face. Do you want to come round here? How have you found things?
So far?
Yeah.
Seems to be on pace.
Nice and close.
Seems to be on pace.
Seems to be on pace. Yeah. You've got a lot of support. You both have a lot of support on socials, which is nice to see. But we were just saying then, even what's the girl's name?
Sophie. Yeah.
Apologies. She's putting a bet up. Well, not a bet, but she said that whatever car you're in, she's going for. Yeah. So, what's next for you? What's your plan of attack? Because you were walking around with your headphones in and everything, totally focused.
What's doing for today? Plan of
action. Use your microphone.
Sorry. Yep. It's a plan of action for tonight.
Yes, please.
Send it. I've just got to send it.
One of you has got to win it. You know what I mean?
I think I've got more of a track record for sending it. We'll see. You're quicker. I can send it better. That's true.
So who have you guys got watching you today?
So I have my girlfriend and team BSR with us at the back in here, and I believe family and friends at home as well. So work colleagues and mother and dad.
Oh, perfect. So who have you got watching you?
There's no one here. I've got my family watching at home. That's about it, really.
That's good. Yeah. We're here for you, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
We're there for support.
Yeah, you guys are here to watch.
Yeah,
just us.
Yeah.
Just you guys.
Yeah, it's so funny. We've been giving away Smoking Bean of sponsoring this, and it's like, it's coffee, it's amazing, and we've been asking people to get on social media with the Smoking Bean. What did we say?
Yeah, it's hashtag I have been, BEAN,
Yeah.
and your time at TeamSport, really.
So basically, I think we should do one with these guys ourselves.
Yeah?
Get your phone out. Let's do it now. Have you got your phone?
Phone, anyone? Phone?
Yeah, no, we're gonna do a Smoking Bean picture.
Yeah, I've got some pretty green. Not going to let you.
You can have some merch if you want. Do you want some merch?
Really?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's do it. We haven't got the stuff.
So what, are we saying something here?
No, we're just getting a picture.
We're just getting a little
Quick picture. There it is, right there. We've got it.
Perfect.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm liking that, you know.
So you can check out all of our photos and videos over on our @BIKC official. That is on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And of course, we are monitoring your comments down below in the YouTube comments.
Awesome. Right, we'll let you go, but it's time to get back to the action down with Russ Mavely and Tom Gibson.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you once again join us for the next chapter in the BIKC story on this incredible weekend of racing, where we will be crowning 5 champions. We have already crowned 3. We have 2 more to go. And what we have here is one of the most highly anticipated events of all of them that we have got coming up this weekend. It is the middleweights.
Yeah, this is the one I've been looking forward to pretty much all weekend. In terms of stacked grids, you don't get one much more stacked than this. There's 2 former champions on the grid, a lot of drivers who've been on the podium before, and honestly, I cannot wait to get racing.
Indeed, we've got some great stuff coming in on the live stream. So, as ever, keep your comments coming, and I've got to do a big shout out here. Alison Robbie, shout out to Super Dad from Dundee. Drove down Thursday to drop off son, drove home the same day, drove back down today, and will drive back tonight. That's some commitment. That is. Dundee is
that's a lot.
Dundee, what, 5.5, 6 hours?
That's not a small drive. No, it's definitely not a small drive.
That is the kind of commitment, though, Tom, that all the mums and dads and the supporting family members have put in. I mean, we talked about this yesterday in the whole cadets and juniors and all the sport that comes from mums and dads, but that is some commitment all the way from Dundee.
Yeah, it's definitely a big commitment, not just to be part of the BIKC, but to just support people in the BIKC. As Checker Flag goes on the final practice session, and we can take a look at some of the results. Looks like we've just got a member of the 58 Club just joining the ranks, Matthew Williams, and one driver I want to keep my eye out on. He's out there in kart 16 at the moment in Ferry. He qualified through from Preston. Not an easy one, because those guys ended up doing their local at another venue. They ended up having to go to neutral ground at Trafford due to an incident that was there. Just showing up on stream there. He's driving around this circuit one-handed. Anyone who's driven this circuit normally knows that this one is ridiculously tough to start with, and to be going out there being relatively competitive with these guys out there, he's only a couple of tenths off some of the top lads in that field, is quite impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely incredible is what I would say. And we've got a few more. Come on, Mackenzie, do the Warrington lads proud. Yeah. Beth Willis, definitely love Alison Robbie. So out to with Dad from Dundee. We've done Ian Ferry. Got to be the inspiration here today. Show them Ian. That's William Hodgson. Here we go. So should we just say, everyone's really just in anticipation for what is going to happen. And we've just finished the practice sessions. So what we're doing now is the marshals in the pit lane will just spend a few minutes just setting up the karts for the start of the heat. So let's just go through the format of exactly what's going to happen here. So we've just had 2 practice sessions, and they don't count for anything. All they are really is for drivers just to get used to the circuit, really get their eye in the game. And we do have a cheeky look at the lap times, and I can tell you that Mackenzie Jones is the fastest driver in practice. Doesn't count for anything, but he's gone round in a 58.676 seconds. Second fastest was fastest in the second practice was Matthew Williams. Okay, so 2 practice sessions out of the way. Then we've got the heats. Now there's going to be 6 heats, and each competitor will be driving in 3 of them, and they will obviously score points for where they finish. They watch out for the penalty flag, the half black, half white flag. If that gets waved, that's either a penalty point of -1 point of the score for minor offences, or, which is more commonly seen, we have the 5-second penalty, and we have actually seen a 10-second penalty being given earlier on today. That's James Hislop there on the start-finish grid. Don't often see James down this neck of the woods. Usually he's hiding, I would say, but there we go.
He's spent quite a lot of time up in race control, keeping an eye on all the drivers, monitoring the VAR, making sure that all of the decisions are made correctly. And just noticing through track a lot of support coming through for Ian Ferry. They're great to see it, and he is going to be starting in the second heat. But what we do have is a grid for the first heat. So Joe Patty is going to go off pole position. Jonathan Jockey Wilson will go off P2. Mackenzie Jones is going to go off 3. Adam Hadfield, driver who finished 3rd place in lightweights, will go off 4th place. Andy Pine will go off P number 5. Mackenzie Solomon will go off P6. Reese Kello will go off P7. Lewis Draper P8. Matthew Borrowdale P9. Lewis Jolly, John Houston, Sam Slater, lightweight champion last year, goes off P12 for this first one, and Matthew Roberts, who was 3rd in Rising Stars last year, will go off P13.
So what we've got then after the heats, we've got 2 semi-finals, and then the top 16 drivers will go through and race in the grand final. Couple more shout-outs. Big shout-out for Will Lockwood and Grant Nunney, who at the moment are enjoying a rum while watching the epic racing. You know, little bit of envy, little bit of rum envy there, a little bit at this time of the day. And also we've got to mention Amy for helping us out on very, very short notice. So thank you, Amy, out there. But Will, sit back. You've earned it. Enjoy your rum. Watch the racing and listen to the fantastic commentary. Is what I would say, Will, as well.
Yeah, some top tier commentary.
Top tier commentary, indeed. Now we're going to start off here. So I think we've almost got the first grid there, and we are going to run under the Christmas tree cart, which is there as the pace cart, and that's driven by Adam Beale. Adam Beale would like to say hello, Alice, if you're watching. He didn't, but I said I'll do a shout out anyway. In actual fact, we're good at our shout outs, aren't we? Has to be said.
We're getting okay at this now.
But what we're looking for here is the green light. Now, this is just about as perfect a rolling start as you're going to see. I think we are definitely going to go green. And in pole position, we have Joe Patty. We've got Jonathan Jockey Wilson in second. We've got Mackenzie Jones, who is the one of the reigning BIKC champions, in 3rd, so eyes on him in kart number 3, and 16 in 4th. We're watching for green. Are we racing? Are we racing? Yes, we are. And it's Joe. Let's have a look. It's number 2, Jockey Wilson. Jonathan Jockey Wilson gets the jump on Joe Patty, but Joe Patty immediately wants to come back and makes a little bit of contact there. And already drive number 3, Mackenzie Jones, is eyeing this up. He's looking at these two.
Hadfield to the inside there.
Oh, yeah, number 16, Adam Hadfield, up the inside and straight through. Oh, no, he's fought back. He's fought back.
Yeah, he didn't quite get that move completed. They went side by side up the ramp, but what that's actually done is that has allowed Adam Hadfield to lose another spot. I believe that might be to Andy Pine. So Hadfield tries to go forward, ends up losing a place instead. But down the ramp for the first time, Jonathan Wilson leads the field through one of the fastest corners in indoor karting, heading up towards T1. So it's Wilson, Patty, McJones is your top 3 at the moment. Those 3 absolutely nose to tail, and I do believe it is Andy Pine. He's gotten past Adam Hadfield. Mackenzie Solomon showing up still in 6th place as they break the beam for the first time here in the middleweights for BIKC. Shake of the head there from Andy Pine. He's not happy with the gap he's got to close down. It's about 1.5 seconds at the moment. You can see the drivers using all of the road to try and get the every last 10th out of these Biz Evo 3s, but that top 3 definitely now have a gap down the inside. inside.
Mackenzie's got
Goes
him,
Mackenzie
surely.
Jones into
Oh,
3.
he's going to fight back.
So Joe's going to try and fight it down, fight it back because he had the inside. Mackenzie had to slot back in. He had to figure out another place to try and get past. What our move has allowed is it's allowed Jonathan Wilson to move ahead a little bit more. That 2.5 gap is probably put it almost a second now as the field flashed down the main straight. Looks like Sam Slater already making up a few places. He's up to P9. Matthew Roberts from the back of the grid. He's up to P11 at the moment as they head down towards the start-finish line. Looks like Jones is through. Looks like Jones managed to get past through Joe Patty as they come over the start-finish line. It's still Jonathan Wilson that leads, but second place now, I believe, is Mackenzie Jones. He pops through with a 1.1 second disadvantage to Jonathan Wilson. Andy Pine still in 4th. Adam Hadfield in 5th. Lewis Draper 6th. Reese Kello in 7th. Sam Slater moving forward. He's now got up to 8th. And Matty Roberts, he's inside the top 10.
Okay, great stuff from Mackenzie Jones finding his way through. It's all about now what kind of impression can he make on Jonathan Wilson, who is currently in the lead and leading by 1.14 seconds. The fastest lap time is by Jonathan Wilson. I tell you what, Mackenzie Jones is sliding the car around that hairpin there. He's looking behind because I don't think he's quite got the levels of grip yet that he is expecting. Now these cars, it's the first of the heats. We've been for the practice. They had a bit of a break. There's no doubt that the tyres are very much still coming up to temperature here. But number 3, Mackenzie Jones, that did make that move, looks like he's more driving defensively at the moment than really starting to rage and attack. He needs that grip to come in the tyres, and then he can start putting the pressure on Jonathan Wilson, who is currently leading by just under 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, a little further behind, you can see Adam Hadfield and Lewis Draper having a good fight. That's now got Sam Slater and Matthew Roberts in there as well. So Matty Roberts now has cleared Mackenzie Selmanine. It's going to be interesting to see how these top-tier drivers fare in the lower grid positions. But it looks like they're doing quite well at the moment. The fastest lap of the race, a 59.1 for Mackenzie Jones. So it's no surprise to see that he is right on the back of Jonathan Wilson, and he is defending for his life. What that's allowed is Joe Patty to get into this. The top 3 once again, all nose to tail as they head through the chicane. This may give the chance for Andy Pine and Adam Hadfield to get into this one. So Wilson takes a little bit of a wider line there. Jones is going to hang it to the inside. He's not close enough to go for it. Patty in the 1 slides out a little bit. It's 2-3-1 in terms of kart numbers as they come over the start-finish line. 4 minutes to go here, and that gap between the top drivers is now just 0.6 of a second. Fastest lap, though, still in the hands of Mackenzie Jones, but the top drivers now are really slowing down, arms flailing in the air. They're not happy with the level of contact coming from behind there. Mackenzie's not only got to look in front, he's got to keep checking over his shoulders. Looks like Adam Hadfield's going to try and make a move on Andy Pine at the bottom of the ramp. We'll have to take a look back in a moment, see maybe if Sam Slater or Matthew Roberts are involved in that one as well. Another driver moving up trying to move up the order is going to be Lewis Jolly, one of the drivers in Featherweights last year. Apparently was racing overweight in that class and still managed to get inside.
Penalty for Sam Slater, 5-second penalty for Sam Slater, who's currently running in 6th place. That's going to drop him. Look at this, really, really different lines. And surely number 3, Mackenzie Jones, is going to have loads of extra speed, and in comes number 1, but he overcooked it.
Yeah, he very nearly came in like a wrecking ball.
Overcooked it. Massive tank slapper of opposite lock. And we've got a couple of laps to go. It's still Jonathan Wilson leading, but look, Mackenzie Jones now has found his form. This is what we see from a BIKC champion. He's found his form, and suddenly he's got the speed in absolute abundance. I think Jonathan Wilson is just getting tighter and tighter and driving more defensive and more defensive. And it just means that the 2 drivers behind are now falling over themselves, trying to overtake, and a little nudge there from Mackenzie Jones, as there was a little nudge there a few laps ago from Joe Patty on Mackenzie Jones.
Yeah, so the guys now heading down the ramp once again. They still got that little bit of breathing space from Joe Patty. It did look, because Wilson's defending so hard to try and keep Jones at bay, that they close right up on the outside. They're going side by side here. Wilson shows him the door. and it just allows Patty to get back into this. Jonathan Wilson is just holding a former champion at arm's length here as we head on to what will be the final lap. 5-second time penalty also goes out to Matthew Roberts, so despite his strong charge through the field, he's now been handed a 5-second penalty as well, as now Joe Patty's side by side Mackenzie Jones. He's got through, so Mackenzie Jones trying to go for the lead is third place as Joe Patty takes over the position, and it looks like a little bit further down Andy Pine still there. Jonathan Houston's moved right up thanks to Adam Hadfield falling down. I believe that may have been where the penalty for the guys behind came from.
So we've got two penalties. We've got Sam Slater in car 7 for multiple contact. Happy. Mackenzie Jones is really not happy, but Jonathan Wilson wins the first heat in the BIKC 2021. Mackenzie Jones has got to settle for second, Joe Patty third, Andy Pine fourth, John Houston fifth, Adam Hadfield in sixth place. Matthew Borrowdale moved up. He's a name from last year, and he basically started quite well back, and he's managed to come home in seventh position. And fantastic. And also, right, we're going to get an interview straight away with Jonathan Wilson as soon as he gets his car back to the pit lane. We got another time penalty for Shelmadine. Mackenzie Shelmadine in 12th position will also receive a penalty for contact in that race. So Louis Draper come home in 8th, Reese Kello in 9th, Matthew Robertson 10th, Sam Slater with a penalty in 11th, Mackenzie Shelmadine in 12th, Lewis Jolly in 13th, and that was a very, very solid start to our heat racing in the middleweights of the BIKC, and a lot of love on the net here. We've got F1 will have nothing on this racing, yeah, indeed. Shout out to Neil, the Pumpkin Durant. So here we go. We're going to have an interview straight away here. We're going to grab Jonathan Wilson, who's going to go down and see our track rod down there.
Yeah, track rod, track side.
Track side. You get that? We're just full. We're here all day. That's all I can say. So Rod's going to be there, and here we go.
Here we are with Jonathan Wilson, the winner of that heat. How was that for you?
Oh, it was hard work. I can barely catch my breath. It was just a non-stop defensive race. I started second. Got a lucky. So it's quite a different track surface to this. It's a totally different driving style, but I've done a little bit of practice here, but it's I could do a bit more track knowledge.
Well, you did yourself proud. Congratulations. Thank you. So remember, guys, we are still doing the kart bingo. So send your numbers in to win@bikc.co.uk and win some excellent prizes. Back to commentary.
Okay, and talking about prizes, can I just have a big shout out to Coca-Cola, because they have donated all the cinema tickets that we are giving away this weekend. We obviously sell Coca-Cola up there in the bar, and but that's where the cinema tickets have come from. We're very, very appreciative for all of that. So just a big shout out to Coca-Cola. Here we go then. We've got the second heat coming up. We got as ever, we have a heck of a grid. Okay, we got the name wrong, Alison. I do apologise. We like Jonathan, though. Jonathan's much more formal, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It is a bit formal, but if it's John, not Jonathan, then we'll do our best to try and stick to it. Looks like, though, on the grid, Darren Shaw's trying to psych himself up just before we get going for this one. Second heat here at BIKC for the middleweights. We'll see Mortaza Hassan, name from last year, start on pole position alongside Darren Shaw. Thomas Layton and Blaze Turnstill will line up on row 2. Ben Pickard, James Howarth, who I believe is sporting a very nice Jensen Button inspired helmet. Johnny Elliott, Barry Lakes are on row 4. Cannon Bendelow, Neil the Pumpkin Durant, with Oliver Smith, Bailey Jones, Matthew Williams, and one to watch Ian Ferry going off the back of the grid. it's going to be interesting to see what some of these guys can do here, especially the likes of Matty Williams. He was second last year in the Rising Stars, so has a bit of pedigree in this sort of competition. As we get the pace cars up at the front of the field, and we get ready to go racing once again. A bit of support coming through for Andy Pine, the dark horse from Timmy Turner, and then Gary Pickard. Good luck to Ben in this one. He's going off P5. The pace car, though, sets off on the parade lap as we get ready to go racing. Heat number 2 here. The first heat for these drivers. Remember, each driver will complete in 3 of the 6 heats that we will run over the course of the day. The aim of the game is to pick up as many points, maximise your positions throughout the course of the races today to get a coveted place in the grand final in a couple of hours' time. Nice slow formation for these drivers as they come through. So Hassan, Shaw, Leighton, Turnstile, Pickard, Howarth, Elliott, Lakes, Bendelo, Durant, Smith, Jones, Williams and Ferry. The pace car drops the throttle. We look towards the lights. They go green and we're racing once again. Looks like a decent start there from Darren Shaw on the outside, but Mortaza Hassan is going to hold the inside. The pair are side by side as they go through. Looks like Hassan may just have got the jump on them as they head through the first couple of corners. The 15 and Mortaza Hassan comes through in the lead. The 9 of Blaine Turnstile has come up from 4th place. He's running in 2nd place. I think Thomas Leighton briefly was challenging for 3rd place there, but it is Ben Pickard who's moved up from 5th and is now running inside the top 3s. They head up on the top section of the circuit for the first time at full race pace. Look at the cars flying through that top hairpin as they get ready to come down the ramp, get up to full speed around about 40 miles an hour before they touch the brake, before they just tap the brakes on the way into that first hairpin as the field files through here. Looks like Darren Shaw is up in P5 from 2nd on the grid. I think Neil Durant's had a storming start. It looks like he's up inside the top 6. So great start from him. I think Matthew Williams as well has moved up a position or 2 as they broke the beam for the first time. It is going to be Mortaza Hassan who leads the field over the line for the first time here at TeamSport Warrington. Blaze Turnstile in 2nd, Ben Pickard third, Darren Shaw moves down to 4th, Neil Durant up in 5th, Thomas Leighton in 6th, James Howarth, Barry Lakes, Johnny Elliott down to 9th. Bailey Jones rounds out your top 10, with Callum Bendelo also losing a position at the hands of Oliver Smith.
Has to be said, Tom, Blaze is on fire at the moment. There's no question about that.
I thought you were going to wait till the finals to pull that one out.
I bet he's never heard that before. He started 4th, he's already running in 2nd. Ben Pickard doing a great job in 3rd, but the battle for the lead is absolutely intense. And Blaze is really on. He's got his car absolutely glued to the rear bumper in a way that we haven't really seen in the BIKC. There's inches in it. He's going wide. Mortaza went very, very tight. There's going to be a difference in speed here. And number 9, Blaze, again, he's making all the room, and I'll tell you, Mortaza went very wide there. There's going to maybe a bit of an overspeed here.
Contrast, Johnny Elliott's been turned around. Not sure what's gone on there, but that's Johnny Elliott's been spun up, hand in the air. That looks like that may have been contact, but back up at the front. Mortaza Hassan still in the lead. Fastest lap first time round goes the way of James Howarth as we look towards the front of the field. As just a couple of drivers in the 59s. One of them is not Mortaza Hassan. The faster lap there was with Blaze Turnstile. Ben Pickard's in there as well. Neil Durant is trying to push on. A 5-second time penalty goes the way of Bailey Jones in kart number 7. So he's going to fall way, way down the order. Unfortunately for Bailey Jones, that's probably going to be for his part in the incident that involved Johnny Elliott that saw him drop down the order. But it's still Mortaza Hassan that leads. Bailey Turnstile, Ben Pickard is your top 3. You can see Hassan's going really defensive very early on. These 3 extremely close in terms of pace, but it doesn't look like Hassan has the answer to get away from Blaze Turnstile. Those 2 karts are glued to the rear bumper of the 15. It's almost like one kart is driving around there with 12 wheels out there as they head now down towards the bottom section of the circuit. Now Ben Pickard 59.7, he's the fastest out of that group, but Mortaza Hassan is just slowing himself down now. It's just going to bring more and more karts into this fight. As you look at the one of Darren Shaw's getting into this, Thomas Leighton as well isn't too far outside of this fight either.
And it is for defensive driving, Mortaza Hassan, that is resulting in these 2 drivers pulling up, because there's no doubt there is a massive speed difference between the top driver and 2nd and 3rd at the present moment in time. And Blaze Turnstile he's got to look right in front of him. He's got to look directly behind as well, or know where that driver is. And also Darren Shaw, Thomas Leighton and Neil Durant, they are not far away either. in a minute we are going to have a 6-kart battle for the lead. And again, number 15, Murtaza Hassan, really conservative around those hairpins. And Blaze is literally throwing the kart around. Number 12, Ben Pickard, is right there as well. There's contact there. Number 9, Blaze is getting a bit, he wants to go past. You know, he's been stuck there now for a while. And now, yes, we've got a 5-kart battle for the lead. It's soon going to be 6. And it's all down to Murtaza Hassan and the ultimate defensive drive that we've seen so far in the BIKC finals.
Yeah, that trade just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger because Hassan's defending. He's losing about half a second to 6/10 to the guys that are chasing him. Another driver who's just lost a lot of time is Matthew Williams. He's just picked up a 5-second time penalty. Looking further back, fastest lap of the race, Johnny Elliott trying to make amends for the incident that he was involved in. He's just backed in a 59.2. Murtaza Hassan's about 8 to 9 tenths slower than that one as he tries to keep Blaze Turnstill at bay. Looks like this may be 2 more laps that Hassan has to try and withstand the challenge from Blaze Turnstill, but now I believe that is 6 or 7 karts in a line, ending with Neil Durant there, who is trying to get past Murtaza Hassan for the lead here.
And this is a danger point for Blaze, because you could just see on the previous corner he was trying something different. He really tried a different line to what he had done on the previous laps, and he's got to be careful here because he does have the 3rd place driver, although Ben Pickard has now got Darren Shaw, and I think Ben Pickard has also gone a little bit defensive, allowing Darren and Thomas to be absolutely right there. So I think the top 2 are just edging away a little bit, and it might mean it's good news for Blaze because he can stop worrying about what's happening behind him and focus 100% on what's happening in front. And again, very, very defensive Murtaza. He literally goes to the middle very, very late, and it's these corners here where he goes very wide and there's a big overspeed. Can he do the switcheroo onto the back straight? At 15, no, but he's got a wheel in there, but it's not enough. Murtaza just hanging on. Great defensive driving.
Yeah, looks like you got the 10 of Matthew Williams trying to bolt himself onto the back of this train as well. But 1 lap left for Murtaza Hassan to try and withstand. Oh, looks like Pickard's just been pushed out wide. I think that maybe Darren Shaw who's got through in the 1 car. Tom Layton's gone through as well. It's all kicking off behind. Ben Pickard just loses 2 positions in the space of a couple of corners there. He's not happy. Arms thrown in the air. But that is the nature of indoor karting. It can change extremely quickly around here. But it's still Murtaza Hassan who's out in front. He's withstood the pressure that Blaze Turnstill has piled on over the last few laps. And now with a little bit of breathing room, Blaze may be able to try and make the move, but he's not been able to. Hassan moves, looks like he moved twice. He quit the barrier on the inside though, forced him a little bit wide. That's allowed Blaze to go side by side through here. He may be able to get a run. If he's going to do it, it's going to have to be now. He's not quite got the overlap. Win in heat number 2 goes the way of Murtaza Hassan. Withstood the pressure of Blaze Turnstill. 2 tenths was the gap at the line. Darren Shaw pops up into 3rd place on that final lap with Thomas Layton in 4th place. Ben Pickard in 5th. Neil Durant comes home 6th, having run up in 5th place beforehand. James Howarth in 7th. Oliver Smith in 8th. Barry Lakes in 9th. Callum Bendelow complete the top 10. Matthew Williams, only driver, I believe, into the 58s in the races.
That is the story of the race, because all these drivers ahead were all driving defensively. We go back to number 11th place, Matthew Williams, able to have a little bit of a go at fastest laps, and suddenly he's in there with a 58.8 second lap time, where all the others are deep in the 59s, late 59s even, because there's so much defensive driving going on.
I think it's quite interesting to show there as well, as the only driver in that race not under the 60-second bracket was the winner, Murtaza Hassan. It just showed a little bit of how much much defending he was having to do to try and hold Blaze Turnstill at bay.
We are going to go straight back down to our man on the ground, the boots on the ground of the commentary team. That's who he is. It's going to be Rod again, who is going to have a couple of interviews lined up of the drivers coming off. Right, here we go. Over to you, Rod.
Okay, so now we have Murtaza. What a excellent performance and a masterclass in defensive driving. How was that for you?
Incredible, man. That was a very, very tough race. Couldn't really look behind me because then, you know, like I'd lose a bit of focus. So I just kept looking straight, didn't look behind me. Just a few times around corners, I saw him, he was really, really pushing me. But, you know, I tried my best, kept it as wide as I could, and yeah, bagged first in the first heat, so not too bad.
You are absolutely a professional out there. Well done. Looking forward to seeing you in the next few races. Thank you. What a race that was. Absolutely fantastic. Back to commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Rod. Picking up the latest scoops down by the pit lane. And if you guys do well, you may have the honour of being interviewed by our track rod, trackside, at the end of your race. Thinking about a race, we've got another grid ready for the next heat. And we're going to quickly run through it as the drivers take up their karts for their next session. On pole position is going to be Reese Kello in the 13. Lewis Jolly in the 11 will go off P number 2. Matthew Roberts will go off third place in kart 9 with John Houston, not Jonathan Houston, John Houston off P4. Andy Pine and Mackenzie Jones will go off 5 and 6. Mackenzie's going to have Sam Slater, the fellow champion's going to be nose to tail on the grid in this next one. 8th will be Matthew Borrodale. Jockey Wilson will go off P9. Adam Hadfield in P10. Lewis Draper, Joe Patty, Mackenzie Summerdyne will complete your grid. After that first heat, there was quite a lot of quality racing out there, and looking at the way it's been shaken up for this one, I'm expecting quite a lot of action throughout the next 8 minutes.
Indeed, it's looking like another thriller. Out goes the pace kart onto the grid, and we're just making some final checks. And Mackenzie Jones there just really psyching himself up for this one, because I think he expected it's all about moving forwards from your grid position to your finishing position. Because starting 16th, if you finish in 10th, you've actually done a really, really good job. But if you are starting at the front, like Mackenzie did, or he started 3rd, I believe, in his first heat, really, you've got to be winning. You've got to be getting your car over the line to get those extra points. So that's the key to the game. So there's a few drivers to watch out for. And let's have a look. We've got Reese Kello in pole position, Lewis Jolly in 2nd, Matthew Roberts in 3rd, Matthew Borrodale. Now, he's starting in 8th. But basically, he started very, way back in the first heat and made up loads of positions. So, in actual fact, in the grand scale of things, even though he's going underneath the radar a little bit, Matthew Borrodale is actually doing very, very well. And we've got Joe Patey there, is in 12th place. Joe Patey, watch out for him in this one, because he had a really good run in the first heat. It's Patey, he's complaining.
Okay.
So, with final checks going on. Got a different pace kart driver here. We've got, I think, Dave McGregor is going to be taking them round on the first few corners, and then he's going to be peeling over, and then we will be going, and we've got a driver with a hand in the air. Oh, he's not happy. Oh, hang on, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work, because he's not going anywhere. Or something's not right.
Yeah, just stopping the pace kart to find out what manner of thing has occurred there with well, I believe that is Adam Hadfield that are taking a look at. I think he's not quite happy with his grid, with his original grid position. I'm just trying to make sure he is in the right place. He should be up in P10 between Matthew Borrodale and Joe Patey, just to make sure that they are in the correct positions. And Clark, of course, James Hislop will double check that all is good, and we will get the race off and running again. You can see, just looking there, Matthew Roberts. And like I said earlier, some gorgeous looking helmet designs out there. Some nice custom ones over the last couple of runs. Nice one there from Sam Slater in the 6. He's quite a design he's become notorious for as well.
Wow.
It's quite a good one he's got there. And that Jensen Button replica that we spoke about being worn by the 10 kart of John Houston. He's quite a nice looking design, obviously representing what I'm assuming is one of his favourite Formula 1 drivers.
Indeed, nothing wrong with how Jensen Button performed in Formula 1, going from kicking off with the Williams Formula 1 team in 2000 right up to be world champion in 2010, which is 2009 in fact.
There we go,
nearly. But here we go, now I think we are going to be starting. James Hislop just getting into a jog. Doesn't happen very often, that. Here we go. Right, Reese Kello leads them away behind the pace kart. And again, it's looking great, and the quality of the starts is just second to none. We had a few issues with the cadets yesterday, but this is exactly how it's meant to be. And here we go, we got Reese Kello on the left-hand side, Lewis Jolly on the right. Let's have a look. Let's see who's going to get a better start. we're looking for green. We got it, and it looked like 11 there. Lewis Jolly got a great start there. Will he be able to take it into turn one? He does. It was noticeable, the better start there from Lewis. Absolutely superb stuff. And these starts, they're so strategical. And there's there's chaos behind, is what I would say. There's a lot of contact. Look at this.
Contact, lot of
Everybody's involved.
It looks like Reece Kello's gone from pretty much first up to about 11th or 12th there. Lots of pushing there in the mid-pack. The top two have gotten away here. It looks like Lewis Jolly and Matthew Roberts, who are roaring away at the front of the field. And I think that is Andy Pine there in third place. No, Sam Slater, sorry, in third place for Andy Pine and Mackenzie Jones just behind for company as they fired down the ramp. The 6 of Sam Slater fires through shot, and there is the rest of the field. Side by side, Matthew Roberts forces the issue there on Lewis Jolly. That might be something that they take a look at a little bit later on, but they do have a nice big gap over Sam Slater. They can afford to fight a little bit and get the elbows out here at TeamSport Warrington. So across the line, breaking the beam for the first time, Matthew Roberts leads the field away. Lewis Jolly, Sam Slater, Andy Pine, Mackenzie Jones, Jonathan Wilson. Then you got Adam Hadfield, Joe Patey, Lewis Draper, Mackenzie Solmanine, then it's Reece Kello, Matthew Borrell, John Houston completes your 13-car field after that carnage of a start. Kello from pole position down to 11th. That's not what you need in a championship as close as the BIKC normally is. It looks like Andy Pine's lost a couple of places at the expense, thanks to, I think that's Adam Hadfield and Mackenzie Jones who've got through there.
Yeah, great racing. I thought that was a great move at the end of the straight there. He was fully on the inside, and this is racing. We want him to race. And now he really does look like he is starting to disappear into the distance. The car number 9 of Matthew Roberts goes round onto the back straight around the curves, and here he comes, and it will be driver number 11 Lewis Jolly, and Sam Slater is third. Big driver to watch, Sam Slater third at the moment, 1.8 seconds behind the leader, who is Matthew Robertson. Yeah, he's round right up to the back of Lewis Jolly and starting to put pressure on Lewis. And Sam Slater is very renowned round here, and I think it might only be a few seconds or a few corners, because Sam Slater looks significantly faster than Lewis, and I think that when we get to the fastest part of the circuit, which is coming up, we might see a move. That's what I'm predicting. Let's have a look see if it happens. Here we go. 30S is down, charging down to the fastest point. There goes Matthew Roberts. Here we go. Is he going right? He goes, takes a very, very wide line, and as ever, Lewis very defensive. Plonks his kart for a minute there, right in the middle of the track, just making it as wide as possible, making sure that Sam Slater, he's got a real decision to make whether he goes inside or outside, because wherever he goes, he's going to leave a massive gap. And not too far behind Sam Slater is Mackenzie Jones.
Yeah, Mackenzie started to close in. He's just taken a second out of the two that are fighting at the moment over second and third. Matthew Roberts, though, is roaring away here at the moment as Lewis Jolly tries to defend for his life from Sam Slater. Slater now has Mackenzie Jones glued to his rear bumper. If these guys aren't careful, Adam Hadfield's going to factor into this fight as well. Just see Adam is only about a second or so behind as they now go through the top hairpin, the double left, just before you head down the down ramp towards the fastest part of the circuit. The 11, the 6, the 2 fire through the shot. Matthew Roberts, though, is flying at the front of the field here. Lewis Jolly and Slater with Mackenzie Jones just behind. It does look like Hadfield's catching up on this fight. Then there's a massive gap of about 3 seconds back to Andy Pine. He seems again to be the cork in the bottle with Jonathan Wilson and Lewis Draper behind him for company. But as they break the beam this time, let's see what the gap is between the top drivers, as it looks like Slater's thinking about the moves. Mackenzie's just staying glued to his line with Lewis Jolly defending for his life. Slater again took a tiny look towards the inside, just tried to sell Lewis the dummy but didn't manage to make the move done. Are we going to see a dive down the inside? No, Jolly's got him covered, but this could see the guys behind get closer and closer and closer. The gap at the front between Roberts and Jolly was about 3.4 seconds. The gap between Jones and Hadfield at the start of the lap was just under a second. I reckon it's probably under about half a second now as they get ready to come back down the ramp once again. Fastest lap at the moment sits in the pocket of Mackenzie Jones, a 58.812.
And I think we're looking now at a 4-car battle here for second place. And very defensive, super defensive from Kart 11, Lewis Jolly. And now with Sam Slater and Mackenzie Jones, surely something's got to give here. Surely something else to give. We've got 2 more laps to go till the end of this, and there's 4 karts. Each of them fancies a little look there from Sam Slater. He's got to do something now. He has to, because at the end of the day, he's got Mackenzie right there. And the longer that he stays without making a move, the more that he's exposed. And I think that number 2, Mackenzie Jones, is going to make a move in a second. It's got to be Sam Slater. You've got to get it done now. You've got to get it done, because Lewis Jolly is significantly slower than them. Probably to a good half a second on a lap easily here, which has enabled these string of drivers to get right there. It's a great defensive driving display, but I still think that the 2 drivers behind have got such a track record here that they're going to try something. And here we go. Here we go, surely, and here we go. We've got Mackenzie trying to go around the outside. Sam Smith has to go defensive.
Oh, Slater down the inside. Jolly's in there as well. Mackenzie goes wide. Hadfield might get the lot of them here. He's got past Jones. He's going to get past Jolly as well. Slater in there now moves up into second place.
Had to happen, Tom.
Yeah,
had to happen.
The move had to happen, but Adam Hadfield, great opportunistic driving. Meanwhile, while I've been watching all of this, Jonathan Wilson's picked up a 5-second penalty. I believe that's going to be for contact with other drivers, as he's in a massive fight over 7th place with the likes of Lewis Draper, Andy Pine and Matthew Borrowdale himself. But Sam Slater finally on what will be the final tour of the circuit in this heat gets the job done, moves up to 2nd place, and you can just see how quickly him and Adam Hadfield are starting to put a little bit of air between themselves and Lewis Jolly. Mackenzie Jones though still has to try and get past Lewis Jolly if he wants to try and pick up those extra couple of points and stay on terms with the guys in front in the points standings. But as they come through the final corner, the fastest lap of the race and the win is going to go the way of Matthew Roberts. 58.8 over the line, his fastest with a 58.7. The gap at the flag between himself and Sam Slater, as he's only just coming across the line now 8 seconds later. Half a second behind him was Adam Hadfield, Lewis Jolly, and then Mackenzie Jones in the last lap. Lewis Draper popped up into P6, Andy Pine in 7th, Matthew Borrowdale in 8th, Mackenzie Selmadine in P9. Jockey Wilson completes your top 10. And I think, honestly, that was a display of dominant proportion from Matthew Roberts at the front of that. That was a well-deserved win. The finger in the air as he celebrates his win on the way back towards the pit lane.
Has to be said, 8.1 seconds. That's, I think that's the biggest win.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think we've seen anything more. I don't think we've seen a more dominant display than that one from Matthew Roberts. And 2nd place Sam Slater managed to get the move in the last couple of laps. It was absolute mayhem there. I've got to say though, great opportunistic driving from Adam Hadfield. Managed to pick 2 places in one go.
Also, Sam Slater right on the edge on that move, right on the absolute edge. And but he did it, and he made it stick. And Adam Hadfield went through as well and took a couple of. He just benefited from the chaos. And Mackenzie Jones actually lost out there. He was literally right there in 4th position, holding off, and then suddenly down to 5th. It all changes, blink of an eye. That's how quickly it changes.
That's how fast the BIKC is. The nature of the championship as the drivers head out of the pit lane. And just having a few little tips from a couple of the clerks. And yeah, we're going to have a chat. Our track rod is going to have a chat with race winner Matthew Roberts.
Okay, they are just coming off now. Very shortly we will have Matthew here. Okay, Matthew, do you want to head on over? Hey, Matthew, winner of that one. How was that for you?
I mean, from the start, I thought I could get first here. I was on the inside as well, so I thought I'd get past 2nd. Off the line, the guy in 1st wasn't going so fast. I thought, right, I could be in trouble. Anyway, I managed to make it stick, kept 2nd, got past him into the 1st hairpin on the next lap, and then just pulled away after that.
Yeah. So how did you deal with the pressure going on there? Because it was pretty tense at times.
Yeah, I just tell myself it's just like you're going karting normally on a Thursday night, Monday night. Just drive, have fun.
Yeah. And what's your local track?
Warrington.
Warrington. Ah, local boy. Well, cool. Congratulations. You did really well today.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and back to the commentary.
Big breaking news is a 5-second time penalty for Adam Hadfield in 3rd place. Now 5 seconds is going to drop Adam all the way down, we think 7th in that race, which will promote Lewis Jolly into third place, promote Mackenzie Jones into fourth. So big decisions being made. We are watching everything. We have VAR here, so every single corner is covered by the VAR. And we can analyse it for as long as it takes. Even if we had in the previous event, we took a good 5-minute break while we analysed what happened in semi-final number 2 to make sure we called everything correct. We can even do action replays. I know. Who would have thought that, TeamSport?
Yeah, it's all go here at TeamSport Warrington here for the BIKC National Finals, pulling out all the stops, including a beautiful cart provided to us by BizCards for the purpose of leading the field around.
And Jennifer, please get Neil to do an interview. We're going to try. We'll speak to our Rod, who is around and about, and see if we can make that happen. So here we go. Let's talk you through the grid for the next heat. We're getting through the heats. This is going to be what's this, heat number 4, I think. So we've got Callum Bendelow starting in pole position. Matthew Williams will be second. Neil Durant is in third. We've got Blaze Turnstill starting in 4th place on the grid. We've got Ben Pickard in 5th. We've got Ian Ferry in 6th position. We've got Oliver Smith in 7th. Thomas Layton is in 8th. Bailey Jones is 9th. Johnny Elliott is in 10th. Barry Lakes is 11th. Mortaza Hassan, who started the last one in pole position, is in 12th. James Howarth is 13th. And in 14th, we have Darren Shaw. And that is your grid for heat number 4. And a big tap on the head from James Hislop sends the drivers off. And let's take you around these first couple of corners as I don't know what's going on in the production studio, but something's funny. Anyway, I'm not involved in it, as ever. Callum Bendelow, he's going to be starting on the right-hand side. Matthew Williams is going to be starting on the left. And let's see, again, this looks like an absolutely perfect pace car. The expectation here is we are going to have a green light, and we will be racing as they come along. We're just looking out for the green. This is a shot. We can just see the green light on the right-hand side. Off goes the pace car, and we are going. And again, I think Callum's got this one. Yeah, 10, great start from Callum Bendelow. He knew exactly what he was doing then. He literally predicted the green light, had his foot to the floor, clearly through. Matthew Williams holds on to 2nd position. Let's see who as they come round. And it is still Neil Durant. So the top 3 staying exactly the same from the start of the race. And everything looks relatively calm at the moment.
Yeah, keyword at the moment here. Things can change very, very quickly here, but the top 4 all line astern, the order that they started. Callum Bendelow, Matthew Williams, Neil Durant, your top 3 as they head down the ramp and head through the chicane. A lot of support for the guys on the grid at the moment. I believe that's Ian Ferry that you've got there in P6 at the moment. The black and orange suit with the yellow helmet. Looks like Matthew Williams, so home driver here on home soil in Kart 9, looking to make a move for the lead nice and early against Callum Bendelow. He's looking behind, checking over his shoulder. He knows he's got Neil Durant just behind. He's also got Blaze Turnstill not too far behind as they come over the line for the first time. It's Bendelow, Williams, Durant, Turnstill, Ferry, Pickard, Smith, Layton, Lakes, Jones, Hassan, Elliott, Howarth and Shaw is your grid at the moment as they now get ready to head up onto the flyover for the second time of asking. Durant thinks about a dive down the inside, or was he trying to go defensive from Turnstill? Looks like Ben Pickard, though, has just been shuffled out by Oliver Smith and maybe Thomas Layton as well. Thomas, a driver who's got quite a bit of experience around this track. He's done a few events around this one, qualified through from Stoke. Very, very different track to Warrington. Low grip and electric karts now meets high grip and petrol karts as the lead is now fired down the main straight, and it's still Bendelow that leads with Matthew Williams, vice champion in Rising Stars last year, breathing down his neck as they get ready to head through turn number 2. Slide there from Bendelow. Looks like he tried to use a bit of a drift to defend from Williams, but it's not working out at the moment. That Dayglow yellow helmet is still glued to the back of his car.
As we said, Bendelow was all over the place then. He had a right old slide on, and if you're going to drive like that, that's not quite what we call defensive driving. That's like hanging on for your dear life. And driver number 9, Matthew Williams, will only take a huge amount of confidence from seeing the lead driver sliding as much as he is. And once again, we are in the position where the lead driver is very much driving defensively, and Matthew Williams must surely be thinking about the corner and the end of the main straight here to set yourself up through this hairpin, set yourself up for the next and get a really good exit speed, because Callum Bendlow again looks directly behind him, and look how close he is when we come down to the fastest part of the course. He's gonna go defensive, yes he does, and yes, Callum Bendlow goes very, very deep into the corner. And Matthew Williams wasn't quite sure, I think, what Callum Bendlow was going to do there, because he had set himself up to come onto the inside and try and go around the outside, but then he changed his mind halfway. And again, right, we've got a position where, because of the defensive driving at the front, Neil Durant and Blaise Turnstile are right there, and they were all absolutely falling over each other to try and get past. Brilliant racing, but you gotta suspect that with another 4 minutes to go of racing, Callum Bendlow's got a very, very tall order to keep these drivers behind him for all this huge length of time. But here we go again, down these little hairpins. Very important you get these right, because they will just set you up for the exit speed going down the hill onto the fastest part of the circuit. Bendlow again looking behind him. He's more concerned, doesn't really care about the lap time. He just cares about staying in front by any means possible. Very deep, goes very deep into the corner. Here we go, surely we're going to have a change here. Surely, because no, it stayed the same, but completely different lines for top 3 cars. Top 3 drivers, completely different racing lines going through those sectional corners. A little bit of
there we go,
there.
side by side there for Williams. He thinks about it, shows the nose down the inside, but Bendlow just slams the door on him. Behind, looks like Oliver Smith's managed to get past Ian Ferry for P5 on the road. And if these guys keep fighting, expect to see that red suit just close in as they head up the flyover. Once again, it does look like Bendlow may have a tiny, tiny bit of breathing room here against Matthew Williams, Neil Durant, Blaise Turnstile, and now Oliver Smith is in this fight. 5 karts now going for the lead. These drivers only lapping about 2 or 3 tenths slower than what they've done in terms of their personal best in this lap. Fastest lap of the race, though, sits with Barry Lakes down in 9th place at 59.144. You just see Bendlow sliding the kart a little bit more on the way in, maybe used to driving a slightly lower grip circuit than the likes of Matthew Williams, who is a home driver here, but he didn't quite get a good run out of that one. Bendlow now has quite a bit of breathing room, and Williams has to worry about a challenge from Durant behind. You just see the field flowing through there. You've got Ferry, Pickard, Leighton, who's just lost the place, there to Ben Pickard. Now 5 karts going for the lead here at TeamSport Warrington. I believe we've got this lap and maybe one more on the timer. Looks like Williams, though, is able to pick himself back up. He's so much quicker on that bottom section of the circuit, but Bendlow just gets the run out the final corner as they run towards the line, and that is so far just enough to keep Matt Williams at bay. If he can get that better run, you never know, we could end up with a drag race over the line. But Bendlow still managing to hold Matthew Williams at bay at the moment. But now, instead of having to look behind him, he's got a good, I'd probably say 7 or 8 tenths in his back pocket against Neil Durant, who's defending quite hard from Blaise Turnstile. Side by side, the 2 leaders go. Williams isn't able to go past there. It's just going to follow behind Callum Bendlow at the moment. We head over the line onto what will be the final lap. The board shown out there to the rest of the drivers, and we are getting ready for the crescendo of this race here. The 9 versus the 10. Bendlow versus Williams, Durant, Turnstile, Smith, Ferry, Pickard, Leighton, Lakes, Hassan, Elliott, Howarth, Shaw and Jones is your field as it sits at the moment. Neil Durant, though, has his hands full at the moment trying to defend from Blaise Turnstile. We've seen how good Blaise is on the charge at the against Mortaza Hassan in his previous heat, but this time now he's got a very different opponent in Neil Durant. Yellow flags come out here. Looks like, that's a 16 been spun around. James Howarth is now facing the wrong direction. He's going to get going again thanks to MJ, who's just pushed him back out of the barriers, up the ramps. We get ready to go back to green for what is going to be a charge to the finish line. We're only going to get a couple of corners now under green flag conditions. The lights go green. You can hear the engines roar as they fire down the main straight. And now head towards the final couple of corners. That pack of 5 drivers is all nose to tail again. We could see a shuffle in the final couple of corners. Durant takes a very defensive line against the 7 of Blaise Turnstile, but over the line comes Callum Bendlow to take a heat win here ahead of Matthew Williams. Half a second was the gap at the line. Neil Durant in 3rd. nice show of respect between the drivers. That's one thing that we've seen quite a lot of over the course of BIKC weekend. These guys are fighting for a British Championship. At the end of the day, a racer will always appreciate good racing from a fellow competitor.
I thought that was brilliant and a great drive from Callum Bendlow. What I was amazed at there, he was sliding the cart around so much and still able to stay in the lead. It just came down to the fact that he was really fast on the bits of the course and the parts of the course that really, really mattered, which means getting out to the corners, he was great. In the hairpins, he was throwing the kart in, he was sliding. The drivers behind must have thought, yeah, this is going to be straightforwards, but it definitely wasn't. And a great win from Callum Bendlow. Matthew Williams coming home second, Neil Durant third, Blaze Turnstile in fourth place.
Yeah, it's
once again we've got.
Yeah, it looks like Rod's going to be grabbing one of our drivers out there at the moment for a quick chat, but just want to chat on the different driving styles you see out there. You got Bendlow, who's a driver qualified through from Crawley. It's from what I understand, a very different circuit to TeamSport Warrington. I've not been down that far just yet. It's definitely one to tick off my my bucket list. But yeah, Bendlow definitely using the rear end of his kart as a bit of a defensive line, and hopefully we should be able to have a decent chat with him with our trackside reporter. It's down to Rod Stone.
Hello, and what a race that was. And here we have Callum, the winner of that race. So, how was that for you?
It was really good, actually. Better than the first one.
So, tell me about your journey that's brought you to here today.
It was a long journey, so it took us a couple of hours to get here.
Okay, and where did you qualify?
Crawley.
Crawley?
At local, yeah.
Okay, and...
Reading in regions.
Oh, that's good. So, are you expecting going to fight for a podium today?
I'll try, but it's going to be tough, but I'll do the best I can anyway. So I'll try to go one step what I did last time, so I hope it goes well for me.
Well done. You have done yourself proud today. And we should have Ian. Ian, come on over. Hi, Ian, representing Scotland, because this truly is the British Indoor Karting Championships.
Yeah, but I don't live in Scotland.
Where do you live?
Rosendale.
So where's your home track?
Preston.
Oh,
the incinerated Preston.
Yeah. So tell me about your journey in motorsport.
I just started doing it as a joke 10 years ago to teach my son how to drive.
And you've come this far?
Yeah.
So how was that race for you out there?
Hard work.
It was a bit of a fight in the middle of the pack, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I know how to get my elbow down.
Definitely. Well, you've done yourself proud today, and I'll keep an eye out for you for the next of the races.
I shouldn't be here.
You're great.
I'm 53 with one arm, man. I shouldn't be here.
Representing. Well, thank you very much, and back to the commentary.
Okay, and breaking news, Ben Pickard with a penalty point in the last race for multiple minor contact. So there's a little bit of only 1 point deduction there, so not catastrophic, as we see the next race, which I believe is the last race in the heats.
Yeah, we are getting into it quite quickly around here. These guys are going out for their last race. I think we've got the second group. They need to have their final one as well. Looks like some tactics being discussed at the front of the field between poleman Sam Slater and Mackenzie Solmadine, saying, go on, let's go together. Let's not fight. Let's work together and try and build a gap. And then maybe the last lap or so, then we'll start fighting about it. Second row is going to be Lewis Draper and Matthew Borrodale, two drivers who have quite a bit of experience in racing. Matthew Roberts, a very, very quick driver, as he's just proved in that last heat, will go off P5. John Houston's going to go off P6. Adam Hadfield and Joe Patey will go off 7 and 8. Lewis Jolly and Jonathan Wilson off 9 and 10. 11 will be Andy Pye. Mackenzie Jones is going to go off P12. Let's see what he can do from the back of the grid. We've seen that sometimes he may not go for the move the first opportunity. Now he's going to have to try and scythe his way through the field. And in 13th place after falling from pole to the back, Luis Kello now has to try and work his way through once again. And we've got at the front of the field that beautiful Beers EcoVolt GT, one of the latest generations of electric rental cars, ready to lead the field around with Adam Beale at the wheel, ready to lead everyone off for the formation lap. Looks like I was a poet and I didn't know it.
Okay, we've got a lot of love on the social media, so we've got Jennifer Tompkins. Jennifer's been literally very active on the whole. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for all your comments. Come on, Sam! Says Jennifer. I hope I did that one proud. JP Wakefield says, I love Ian. Richard Oliver, Cohen Mackenzie. Got Jennifer Tompkins again, Neil. In fact, there's a lot of love for the Cardiff drivers, as there has been all weekend. Jennifer Tompkins again, not Neil doing Cardiff proud.
Yeah, the guys in Cardiff all sat watching at the track. So some of the staff, some of the drivers, hello to all the guys sat watching at home. It's still nice to have quite a nice big crowd here. You may notice, though, they are a little bit quiet because the Basel Massive have taken a bit of a break. They've not got a driver in the middleweight, so we'll see them back and hopefully hear them nice and loud for the last group of drivers, the heavyweights, which should be coming up in a couple of hours. But still, we've got the rest of the heats ready to go for the middleweight, and James Hislop releases the field. He's happy with proceedings, and we're going to get everyone underway. Is that the fastest Adam Beale's ever been?
It
looks
is.
Like he's going for a PB there, as they now lead. As he leads the field, as he leads the field now through the first couple of hairpins. Oh, be careful! Watch those lines. Oh, he's definitely playing a game with the Apex's lava there, as they drop through the third hairpin.
He just loves the flashing lights. That's all it is. He just loves the flashing lights. That's what his Christmas tree is going to look like, yeah, on Christmas Day. Alice, if you're watching, that's what's going to go. He's going to turn the Christmas tree into a go-kart, right? And it's going to have flashing lights, and it's going to look just like that.
Thinking about lights, we're watching for a green one popping up now, as Adam Beale drops the throttle, proves he can drive quick, and the rest of the field is going to go off in pursuit. Looks like it's Slater, though, who's got the whole shot there. Mackenzie slots in behind. Those tactics maybe coming into play here through the first couple of laps. Through the bottom section, under the mezzanine, you've got the 11 of Matthew Borrowdale's already moved past Lewis Draper, so he's got a position already. Matthew Roberts already tucked into 5th place as they head up onto the flyover for the first time. 2 by 2 they go. Looks like the 9 of John Houston's managed to get himself past, and Mackenzie Jones has already got past one of the bottom drivers. I think that may have been Joe Patey. No, that was Reece Kello. He's got himself through as they now drop through the double left-hander and head down the ramp for the first time in this last heat. The last opportunity for these guys to influence their position for the semi-finals. Now as they go through the chicane in towards the first hairpin, Salmadine looks like he's going to go for a move on Slater, drops back in, just shows the nose, gets the nose alongside, but Slater is a wily old fox here. He knows what he's doing in terms of defensive driving. He put on a defensive masterclass in the main event last time out to claim the lightweight championship, and now he's going for a middleweight title. Just half a second separate the top 3 over the line, just a second separating the top 4, with Lewis Draper completing that top 4 as they're starting to break away a little bit from Matthew Roberts. Correction there, top 3 are breaking away as Matthew Roberts somehow has managed to get himself past Lewis Draper. He's up into fourth place. Looks like John Houston's also moved his way up through the field as well, so he's into 5th at the expense of Lewis Draper. Once again, lets one kart through, loses 2 places in the process.
Drive to watch here is in 11th place. Kart number 1, Mackenzie Jones. He's got his start all the way back at the back of the grid, and let's see what progress he can make, because this is a time where drivers think, oh, I'm starting at the back, but in this type of competition, it's great, because every time you pass something, you gain a point. So basically, starting at the back, you've got all these drivers that you could overtake and increase your score. So it is still an opportunity, and let's see where Mackenzie is as we come through. But at the sharp end of the field, we've got Sam Slater, who's leading by 0.2 of a second. Mackenzie's Skelmerdale, Matthew Borrowdale's in 3rd, Matthew Roberts is 4th, John Houston's in 5th, Louis Draper is in 6th, Adam Hadfield's in 7th, Joe Patey is 8th, then John Wilson is in 9th, Lewis Jolly 10th, Mackenzie Jones 11th.
The field all now up on the top section of the circuit. You've still got that top 6 drivers now all absolutely nose to tail. Slater is not getting away here. Just shows, even though he may have a championship pedigree behind him, there's a lot of drivers trying to take that crown away from him. Adam Hadfield in the 19 is not too far out of this fight as well. Patey as well could become a little bit dangerous. Looks like that looked like Salmonine tried to go for a move there, but Slater now has a little bit of breathing room as the back end on the 13 kart slid out a little bit wide. That could give Matthew Borrowdale the shot at 3rd place as they now come over the start finish line. That gap that Slater had, it was a quarter of a second. It's now over half a second Looks like Jones, though, has got himself stuck behind Lewis Jolly. Looks like those two sparring partners, they're at it once again. It took the last couple of laps in the heat for Mackenzie Jones to have a crack at Lewis Jolly. Now he's got to try and do it all over again. It looks like now Matthew Borrodale is desperate to get past that 13 car. Slater just pulling away a little bit now. So Borrodale, he can't just look in front of him. He's got to think about what's coming up behind, because he's got Matthew Roberts tucked under his rear bumper. There's the 13 cart heading through our picture right now. Roberts is looking racy here on the back of the 13. That's Roberts versus Borrodale. Over the ramp, under the bridge they go. Houston's in there as well, and Jockey Wilson's trying to push towards the front of the field as they now head through for what is the 4th lap here. 4 minutes left on the clock, and Matthew Roberts is chucking everything at the back of Matthew Borrodale to try and get back on terms and get himself onto a podium paying position. Meanwhile, it still looks like Mackenzie Jones is still stuck up behind Lewis Jolly. Jolly putting up a real big fight here to try and stay on terms with a former champion.
Okay, and then Sam Slater leading. We've got some news on Sam Slater. We actually have the action replay. I'm not going to show it now. We'll wait for the end of the race of the last heat where where he got a penalty point. So we'll be watching. It at the end. So watch out for that. We can all decide exactly who's at fault. So Sam Slater, though, leading in this one, 59.4, the fastest lap of the race so far. Mackenzie Shelmerdine is in 3rd place. Matthew Borrodale is in 3rd. Matthew Roberts is in 4th. And it's all pretty static, it has to be said. I'm hoping that's going to be like a commentator's curse, because here they go charging down to the fastest part of the circuit, but no, they all absolutely ripple through there, and everybody is absolutely on each other's bumper, but nobody really looking like they want to make any bold gesture to try and increase their position in the race. 58.6, Matthew Roberts has just gone through and clocked the fastest lap of the race so far. Driver number 9 there, John Houston. Big shout out, John. He's got a lot of fans on the social media, and he's trying to work his magic on Matthew Borrodale in 4th position at the moment. He's doing well. He's having a solid set of races, is John Houston. Very, very solid performance indeed. Adam Hadfield directly behind him, then Joe Patey. Let's have a look what's coming through. It's how's your weekend going? Miners, good cause. I got 37.8 in Edmonton. Well done, Alti official. Very, very good indeed.
Yeah, decent time around Edmonton there. I tell you who's got a decent time around Warrington. Matthew Roberts does. He's in the 58s at the moment, as he has got through, as he's cleared Matthew Borrodale, and he's now setting off onto the back of Mackenzie Selmerdine. That was a 2-cart rate fight for the lead. It's now 3 carts. He's got them all within 1 second, and Roberts is throwing everything he has at the back of Shelmerdine. He wears a Lewis Hamilton-inspired helmet by the looks of it. Similar sort of design, but it is not helping him out today. A pair of Lewis Hamilton helmets actually doing battle there with Matthew Roberts as well. So looks like Hamilton versus Hamilton at the moment as they head down towards the top section of the circuit. And we get ready to come back down the ramp, the double left-hander on the final lap here. If Roberts wants to do anything, it's going to have to be this lap. But Slater looks like he may be away and clear in this one. As we drop down towards the top section circuit, Shelmerdine does go a little bit defensive, but Roberts is doing everything he can. Oh, it's a cart-sized gap, and he throws it down the inside. Shelmerdine's not happy with that one. The stewards are going to be busy in the office there, and Roberts is just like, let's go, let's go. But the checker flag flies for Sam Slater. He takes home heat victory on the road. Matthew Roberts comes home in 2nd place with Mackenzie Shelmerdine in 3rd place, but I think that one is going to be going to the stewards.
Fantastic stuff, and yeah, we like a bit of controversial moves. That was definitely one. Literally, he was handed like, what on earth was that? So yeah, great racing, superb stuff, and we've got some good chat coming in. Here we go. Rachel Percy says, how do I enter? Rachel, look, I'm not being funny. I've seen you drive. Yeah, quit now. All right, that's all I'm saying. Right, here we go. So here we go. We're going to see if we can we show the replay? Are we ready?
I think we're going to take a look at the incident that netted Adam Hadfield a 5-second penalty. And we're going to take a look and see.
Here we go, folks. You decide. We're going to hit play on this in a second, and we will see the penalty.
So the guys come through the guys come into the top section of the circuit there. You've got Mackenzie Jones, Sam Slater's in there as well. You see Hadfield's miles away from this one. Slater trying to get his kart up. Slater chucks it down the inside of Lewis Jolly with a bit of a touch, and that is what allows Adam Hadfield to just chuck it around the outside and get the move on the pair of them. That looked like it may have been 50-50 with Slater. I think that's a harsh penalty if he was going to pick one up. But great opportunistic driving there from Adam Hadfield as they go around the outside, and he picks up 2 places, one on Mackenzie Jones and one on Lewis Jolly. As the drivers now come out of their karts, we've got one more heat left to go here at TeamSport Warrington. I believe the second group need to go for their third race, and I believe in a moment our man Rod is going to have a chat with one of the drivers. He's got Sam Slater with him.
Indeed, here is Sam Slater, the winner. You look very happy with yourself. You made that look easy. How was that for you?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, the gap was there towards the end, but at the start I was a little bit nervous, to be honest. I couldn't really pull away, so wasn't as comfortable as I would like. But I mean, these guys, they're all talented enough to be here, you know, and talented enough to win it. So it's one of those. Definitely happy to pull away eventually.
Yeah, you didn't show that you were nervous at all. That was a sterling performance. So, what's your home track?
Bristol.
Bristol. Okay, and how long have you been karting?
Competitively for about 8-9 years, but I mean, I had a go-kart when I was a kid, messing around, so no, nothing serious.
Okay, so at home now, we've got thousands of people watching. What would you say to those that are asking about how do I get into karting? What should I do? What would you say to them?
Honestly, the best advice I can give is just go and kart. And that sounds silly and bad advice, but go to your local track, enjoy it, and ultimately, if you feel that you're actually gaining time, talk to the locals that are quick, learn from them, compete in championships, and don't care if you come last, you know, and ultimately that's how you get faster. You got to race with the fast guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So he said it all, yeah, net down to your local tracks. Have a race, and maybe it could be you here next year. Back to commentary.
Thank you very much, Rod. We have the... Did I say the last heat last time? This is definitely the last heat.
It's the last heat of that group, so you're still
6.
partially right.
Can't count to 6.
It was the last heat of that group, so you're still partially right there, Ross. Don't take that one away from you. But I think Sam made a very, very good point there. Head down to your local track, compete in championships, but don't worry if you're at the back. The first time you get out there, you're not going to be on the pace with the quick guys. There's a very good chance you're not going to be, let's say. Some people, they may get right up on there. But go out there, race with the fast guys. If you've got someone in front of you, 9 times in 10, you will find yourself going that much quicker as well, which is what quite a lot of the drivers tonight are finding. They're up there on a grid of pure quality, and that is why we're getting such quick times over the course
I'll tell you
the
why.
day.
Dave Carter summed it up perfectly. He's got my name wrong. He's called me Muscle Rabley, but I don't mind that. It's a god around this track. The sheer heat of his flying lap is still radiating out of the track surface. Now, considering that my lap was done, the hot lap was done 2 years ago, it must have been a really, really great lap. You should have seen the one before. That was so hot.
Oh, trust me, we saw the one.
That was so hot, it ended. In fact, it didn't end. It ended in the barrier. But that's
ended at turn 1.
Different, so we actually have the footage of that somewhere as well.
Oh, I know, I've seen it. We've seen it.
Hey ho.
Do you know what else we've got a lot of footage of? Adam Beale lasting two corners in a
Indeed.
race. We've got
Indeed.
a lot of footage of that one,
Yeah.
but that is because he's the pace car driver and he's currently leading Bailey Jones, Ian Ferry, James Howarth, Barry Lakes, Oliver Smith, Johnny Elliott, Darren Shaw, Matthew Williams, Murtaza Hassan, Neil Durant, Thomas Layton, Callum Bendelow, and Ben Pickard, with Blaze Turnstall completing the field as they now get ready to go for what is the final heat of BIKC for the middleweights. The pace car driver Adam Beale's going to drop the throttle now. We wait for the green light, so that's the signal that everyone else can do the same. As the drivers drop side by side now, looks like Bailey Jones. It's Ian Ferry now who's got the lead. He's caught Bailey Jones napping there, as it looks like. I think that may have been Blaze Turnstall taking a very, very wide line. But Ian Ferry leads the final heat here as they get ready to go up the ramp. Oh, carnage in the tunnel. That's Oliver Smith in there as well. That's going to be yellows dropping out very, very quickly. I would not be surprised if a red comes out for that one as well. That looked like a pretty big hit that Oliver took, and it is red lights out here at TeamSport Warrington. That does mean we are going to have a restart just as the marshals double check that Oliver Smith is okay. That did look like a pretty nasty one. He was up in about 5th place in the top half of the field, so he'll have been in there and then had another 7 or 8 carts coming straight at him. His heart must have been in his mouth at that point.
Indeed.
But,
a few shout outs for our on the Reds. Dave Rich is at home watching. Dave Rich always checks in just to check we got enough vegan pizzas in stock. They're fine, Dave. We do have vegan pizzas. They're there. Haven't sold any yet today, but we've got lots in stock, so don't worry about that. Back on, we're just going to check how the driver is. Looks okay. Was looking a little bit worried of the other drivers coming through, but all the drivers negotiated around the extra obstacle that was on circuit. So, yeah, we're at a standstill, and I think we'll be back running very, very soon. The driver looks like...
pulled back out the barrier. He's going to rejoin the field.
It was one of them.
Yeah, it just looked
That's
like...
what happens a lot in Formula One these days. That's how you describe an incident. It's just one of them.
Yeah.
That's what Michael Massey
in the
described.
best way of putting it, that is one of them. That's
It's one of them.
literally looked like the case. 5 or 6 into one didn't go in one of the narrowest points of the circuit. They tried to go 2 or 3 wide. The driver's now underway. I believe we're going to be heading for a restart as the drivers now drop down. And Clark, of course, James Hislop's there is just...
We've got a replay of that. Can you get up? Can you do 2 minutes?
Yeah, so we're going to take.
We
a couple
do
of
have a
minutes and just
replay,
get a replay for
of that incident. If we can get it in before the restart, we will. But we'll show it to you at some point anyway. Whatever happens, and I think we get it. There's a little bit of manoeuvring around going on here on the grid. I know how fast Joel is. Joel is like literally the best producer on planet Earth. He's got every action replay.
Yeah, Joel's
up his sleeve.
Yeah, the guys at Revolution are doing a fantastic job. They are a revolution, but they're doing a fantastic job to bring this sort of stuff to us. It's not having sat behind the scenes of something like this. We sit and watch the Formula One all the time, and to bring images like we're about to see now with a full replay of that instance, we can take a quick look at what manner of thing did occur.
Yeah, we got time. We can do this.
So just going through, double checking, making sure they got the correct one now, and we're going to take a quick look at what manner of thing occurred. So you can see the field all file through. Ian Ferry with massively there. They try and go too wide. Looks like Johnny Elliott's too wide there, and he's just forced out wide on the exit. Oh yeah, look, I tried to go 2 or 3 wide into one of the tightest points of the circuit, and Oliver Smith, unfortunately, was the one that was just shuffled out. So you can just see it in the corner of the shot. You get the top 4 or 5 drivers go through, and it looks like that may have been Matthew Williams. Is that involved in that one as well? Looks like they tried to go 3 wide through there. It's good to know that the drivers are all okay. For about 6 or 7 of them caught up in that one. And as quick as it's taken them to get that footage for us, we're almost ready to go racing. It's actually amazing at how quickly these guys can actually get that sort of stuff done. You sit and watch the Formula One, they do that in an instant, and they've got a multi-million-pound production team and about 150 people around them. The guys that we've got here, it may only be a relatively small team, but honestly, the stuff that they've been able to do for us this weekend,
amazing.
It's absolutely amazing. So
hats off.
The guys over at Revolution Audio. Also, hats off to the drivers on track as Adam Beale now comes around towards the front of the field. I believe we're going to get a second pace lap here. This time, though, because it is a restart, it will be single file, but it goes from the last time the drivers cross the line, which means these guys are now back in grid order. So they've got all the work left to do as we start once again and get ready to go racing. The pace car will lead them round one by one. They go. Bailey Jones, Ian Ferry, James Howard, Barry Lakes, Oliver Smith, Johnny Elliott, Darren Shaw, Matthew Williams, Murtaza Hassan, Neil Duran, Thomas Layton, Callum Bendelow, Ben Pickard are the drivers that are going to take the restart here at TeamSport Warrington. The drivers now file back through. You can just see some of these drivers maybe starting to get tired now. That already they've got another 7 minutes of this race to go. They've been in the karts for a good amount of time there. The pace kart drops the throttle. We look for the green lights. We go green once again here at TeamSport Warrington. Hopefully it's going to be a decent start. Looks like one of the drivers a little bit behind, a little bit slow away. I think that's Neil Durant, who's been shuffled out in the 16. He's lost a place already by the looks of it to Johnny Elliott, but Bailey Jones now takes the lead here in the final heat of the middleweights. In Ferry in second place. Now what he's got to do is try and defend for his life from James Howard and Barry Lakes just behind as they held on to the flyover. Once again, And it looks like, Matthew Williams now has been caught up in an incident there. The 7 kart plummets from 9th down to what I believe will be the very back of the grid. Almost got overtaken by Adam Beale then.
I know, that'd be something to say, wouldn't it? The only driver ever to get overtaken by Adam Beale. Right, Bailey Jones leads. Here we go, we've got, look at the scrap for second. They all want it. Here we go, it's 12. Ian Ferry, who is just about keeping the drivers behind there in check. James Howarth, Barry Lakes, Oliver Smith, all in there as we file down once again, going underneath the flyover. And yeah, Bailey Jones, 0.8 seconds, so he's got a decent lead, I would say. And Ian Ferry's got a Q-Dam 19, that's a great move. Surely Barry Lakes, can he make that stick? He's going to have to go around the outside.
He's not been able to. Oliver Smith now, very opportunistic moves. So Oliver Smith able to take advantage there of Barry Lakes trying to go around the outside of James Howarth. Lakes managed to get the move completed on Howarth. 5-second penalty goes away of Darren Shaw. He's now dropped down to P10. He's going to be out of this battle, even though we'll see him on track. At the moment, though, it's still Bailey Jones, Ian Ferry there in second place. He's now got a bit of breathing room over Oliver Shaw. He was doing extremely well to hold the drivers behind him. But it's now Jones, Ferry, Howarth. Barry Lakes is now moving, moves up behind. Oliver Smith, who's now up into third place. Looking at Johnny Elliott there, he's got Mortaza Hassan all over his rear bumper, and that's James Howarth just in front of him. But as they break the beam for the first flying lap here in the final heat, it is fastest lap to Oliver Smith, 59.4 as they break the time in line to put a third lap in the book.
Got a bit of aggro here, a few drivers really shaking their heads to drive around the circuit. Driver number 1, that's Johnny Elliott, really not happy with something's went round the fast hairpins down the top end of the circuit, but still, number 3, Bailey Jones, is starting to edge away there. And the battle really is for second with Ian, Oliver, Barry and James, who are looking really, really close at the moment. These little hairpins here are so important. You've got to get a decent run out of here to get a phenomenal down ramp under your belt and then flat out right down to the fastest point of the circuit and no bother. And number 12, Ian is looking all over the place. He says, where are you? He looks one way and then he looks the other way. And the answer is number 11 is right there, Oliver Smith. Absolutely right there, tracking absolutely behind you. So yeah, he's got to keep him there. We've got another 3 minutes to go. This was about another 3 laps to go, or 2.5 laps to go, and yeah, it is looking like Bailey Jones has really got this one, and it is all about second place. And Ian Ferry, who is doing an absolutely fantastic job. And tell you what, Oliver Smith now got Barry Lakes right. That might really help Ian, because Barry Lakes is going to really be a major distraction to Oliver Smith in Oliver's battle to try and get through into second position. There's no doubt here, number 19 there, Barry Lakes, is very, very quick. And if Oliver has to just slightly lift to come down here, then you bet your life that Barry Lakes is going to be absolutely all over. Here we go. Here goes Cuts. Yeah, right. It is 12 still. Ian Ferry holding on.
Yeah,
but 19's right there and 11 going through.
Yeah, Lakes got around the outside of Oliver Smith. I'll be honest, I've raced against Ian Ferry before. He drives a very, very wide kart. He's not the easiest man in the world to get past, but Barry Lakes now is the one who's going to have a crack at getting past him. James Howarth still in this one. Johnny Elliott still running in 6th. He's still got Mortaza Hassan for company. And the longer that these guys sit behind Ian Ferry, he is acting like a cork in a bottle. Once again, we've said it before, we've seen it again. That gap is going to get bigger, and that group is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. At the moment, it stretches down to Mortaza Hassan. Neil Durant's not too far off this one. Fastest lap of the race at the moment. Sits with Blaze Turnstile, a 59.124. That's an incredible time for these middleweights, almost knocking on that 58-second bracket.
Blaze is on fire again, Tom.
Yeah, Blaze is on fire. He's pushing on and trying to get back onto the back of Thomas Layton. The pair of those guys trying to catch up to Neil Durant and Mortaza Hassan in front. Looks like, though, Ian Ferry really having to go defensive. I reckon they've probably got one more lap after this. All he's got to do is try and hang on.
Whoa,
Barry Lakes slows down the inside. There was a little bit of a touch there again. I think they may end up taking a look at that one, but that's just cost Ian Ferry 2 positions. One to Barry Lakes, one to Oliver Smith, and contact there between Johnny Elliott and James Howarth as well. So this is all kicking off in the final lap here, almost going 3 wide through the bottom section of the circuit, but it's Barry Lakes now who's up into second place. Oliver Smith and Ian Ferry is your top 4. Johnny Elliott still in there as well as they drop up behind, up onto flyover. Looks like Neil Durant is just behind Mortaza Hassan still. I think James Howarth may have been shuffled out of that pack. We'll need to see how they come through. Look, yeah, James Howarth has been shuffled out of that pack. Mortaza Hassan now is the one right up behind Johnny Elliott as these guys fire back down. Bailey Jones is out in front. Do it for Dockland, say the guys in chat. Bailey Jones is about to as they drop through the first hairpin. It's 3 corners from home here in the final heat for the middleweights. The last chance for them to make an impact on their semi-final position. Looks like Oliver Smith trying to take a wider line to get a run on Barry Lakes, but the checker flag flies for Bailey Jones. You can see what that means. It may be a heat win, but he's over the moon with that one. Barry Lakes comes home in second place. Oliver Smith in third. Fantastic run from Ian Ferry to come home in fourth place. Johnny Elliott completes your top 5. Mortaza Hassan in sixth place. Neil Durant 7th. James Howarth in 8th. Thomas Layton 9th place. Turnstile in 10th. Ben Pickard, Matthew Williams after that spin early on comes home in 12th place. Fastest lap of the race as well at 58.973. We said the Blaze was on fire. Matthew Williams is on fire. Callum Bendelow, Darren Shaw complete your 14 runners and riders. That's the conclusion of the heats, Russ. And if these are anything to go by, we're in for a proper treat when we get to the semi-final and the final.
Absolutely. Real shame for Ian Ferry there because he drove such a great defensive race, and it all just got a little bit chaotic there with the move that Barry Lakes made, and then Oliver went through and took that position as well. Another shout, Callum Bendler, I thought only finishes 13th. I would have thought Callum would have made his way a little bit further up.
I don't think the result in that one probably tells the entire story.
Yeah.
There may be something that needs to be taken a look at in that one. But the drivers now sit in the pit lane. You can see a couple of them, especially Neil Durant, looks extremely cool, calm and collected here. As the drivers jump up, we're going to pass down to our trackside reporter. Down to you, Track Rod.
Hello, and what a race that was. The drivers are coming off the track as we speak. So Davy Jones, the winner of that one, should be coming over in just a moment. Here he comes, there's Davy Jones. Congratulations. What a race. Talk me through that.
It was a bit lonely. It was nice where we only had a single start. Obviously got rid of the riff-raff at the beginning. It's been a trouble day really, losing a load of spaces down there. It's been a bit of a tough day, but glad to come out in front. Just needed one win today. So yeah, it's been all right.
So what's your home track?
Docklands.
Docklands, and
Yes.
Where did you qualify in your regionals?
Regionals came second.
Yeah, and where was that?
Brighton.
Brighton, so
Yep.
been all over the place. to
Been
make
all
your
over
way
this
here.
shot, yeah, long way up here today. But yeah, no, it's been fun. It's been fun, good day.
And how long have you been karting for?
Just over a year, I reckon. I started at the end of lockdown. So
Wow, that's impressive. So who have you brought down with you today?
just my family, mum, dad, sister. Yeah,
Hello over there.
big supporters.
Have
So,
you got
yeah.
people watching at home as well?
Yes, hopefully quite a few. I'm not sure. I've not been on my phone all day, so
I'm sure it is going to be
yeah.
blowing up. But no,
Hopefully so.
congratulations, you have done
Thank you,
yourself
cheers.
really proud.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that was Davy Jones, the winner of that heat. So remember, guys, Bailey Jones, see? They tell me many things. That was Bailey Jones, the winner of that heat. So remember, guys, the lottery is, the bingo is still on. So send your numbers to win@bikc.co.uk and you can receive many prizes for that. They are great, so please enter. You never know, it might be you. Okay, and back to the studio.
Thanks, Rod. Yeah, so the competition is basically, we've called it bingo karting. Bingo go karting? I can't remember now.
Bingo karting.
It's been a long
It's like
day.
bingo karting.
Bingo karting. So, the final about to come up now. Choose a number from 1 to 18. Not 4, 5 or 8 though. Don't choose those. You can send that to win@bikc.co.uk or you can simply just put it in the comments below. And you could be in for a chance of winning 2 tickets to the View Cinema thanks to Coca-Cola. But you need to get them in before the carts of the final are announced.
What cart are you going for?
Oh.
Whoa.
Well, there's a clip for next year. I don't know. I think I'm going to go for 7.
7.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for 9.
My pen doesn't work anymore.
Oh no.
You're going to go for 9.
I'm going to go for
Awesome.
9.
Tell us about some cool memberships that teams will have to offer.
Yeah, so if you want to be part of the action next year, make sure you get yourself an elite membership. So it comes with a whole load of benefits. Not only can you enter the BIKC, you get a loyalty program where you get your 7th visit for free. get a birthday session for free as well. So
yeah, absolutely. We've in fact we've got if we've got it, a little trailer of a police car. Right, this event is amazing, and you can only do it if you are an elite member. I'm going to be honest. Me and my dad built it.
Did you?
We did, yeah, and it's all got flashing lights on it and everything.
I love that.
But now it's going around the whole country, and you can enter it. There's loads of other cool events and stuff as well. But yeah, we're going to pull that up, and you can have a little look in a minute. Yeah, let's go. Let's have a look at that now then. And there it is. There's my police car. Isn't that cool?
It's very cool.
It's very good. So to get onto events like that, get yourself an elite membership.
Elite membership, $34.99, and that is for the whole year.
And it also gets you into BIKC.
It does.
Awesome. Hello, Rod.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
You've let me in.
I've let you in. I was going to let you do this alone just before we went on.
They've given me cards and everything, but I'm going to tell you, these ones are blank. There's nothing on them. On my ones. These have got stuff on theirs. Mine are blank. What are they doing to me?
Yeah, read that.
What's that one? Smoking bean
No, not that one.
Get well soon, Dave Rich. Dave Rich is ill.
He's ill.
I never knew that. Bless him. Get well, Dave. Hope everyone's all right. Never mind these. Let's just have a chat. How are you? You're right.
I think you should shut up and we'll get back to the action. They're ready for the finals of the middleweights with Tom Gibson and Russ Mapley.
Official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars. Plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Now, at the bit where it all gets really, really interesting, as that's the heats. And we've been really, really well entertained with everything that's happened during the heats. But now it gets somewhat more serious. It just goes up a level, really. We've got two semi-finals, and the top drivers, the top 8 drivers, let's say, to be absolutely articulate, will go through and race and make up the grand final. And this is, I wouldn't say quite as important, but if you get it wrong, and we saw it yesterday, we saw a driver who had been really, really well, driving beautifully through the heats, got it all wrong in the semi-finals, ended up starting mid-pack in the grand final, and it's just too much to do from there. So we have got 2 semi-finals that will decide the grid for the grand final, and same procedure, but everybody will be seated, they'll leave the pit lane, form up onto the dummy grid, and then we'll be away once again for the pace car. However, these races are now going to be extended. We are going to go for 10-minute races. So the drivers have just got a little bit more time in order to get their moves done. And as well as that, hopefully, we might see a lap time that ends up in the 57th. How close did we get to the 57th club? The fastest lap of the lightweights was 58.04 seconds.
Yeah, it's extremely quick. Times being posted by the lightweights earlier, even eclipsed what the juniors managed yesterday. They got down into the 58.3 mark. I honestly thought in that final, looking at the way the times are going, we would have got the mythical 57. I've had promises off a couple of drivers in this one that we'll see it in the middleweights. I think it's going to be a bit of a tough ask, but these guys still managed to get into the 58 bracket. A couple, especially the local guys, doing extremely well. Quite a couple of guesses dropping through for the kart bingo that they've been running. A few drivers trying to pick which kart I reckon is going to set the fastest time. Disco guessing kart 9. We've got Paisley with kart 6. 6. Hell Shepherd reckons kart 12. And Aidan Venn going for kart 13. I know earlier in the day we tried to pick. I went kart 7. And I know I was quite a way out on that first one. But we're getting ready now to go for the semi-final. If we're going to see quick times, it's going to be in the next 3 races because, like you said, there is a little bit more to play for. In this one, you really want to try and end up, even though you have to get top 8, top 4 is possibly where you want to be because that'll give you a starting position on the front 4 rows of the grid, and that means you're in with a shot of maybe having a really good run. We've already seen drivers go from 7th, 8th, 9th up to 3rd in the open laps of a couple of the races. And you see some of the drivers getting themselves kitted up and ready to go racing. Looks like you got Matt Williams and Matty Roberts there having a bit of a heated debate maybe, and Adam Hadfield as well, just watching the screen, focusing on figuring out which car he's going to be in. And also I think you got Mackenzie Shalmerdine in there as well, getting ready to go racing. Some of the drivers just taking a little bit of a breather, getting ready for their semi-final, which will be coming up in around about 10 minutes. We'll say may have Thomas Layton getting in that one as well. Murtaza Hassan enters the pit lane. Jockey Wilson and Lewis Draper definitely dropping in as well. Looks like we're going to have Ian Ferry on circuit as well, as Arman Rod is shouting over Adam Beale by the looks of it, trying to disturb our pace car driver, put him off, and maybe cause him to crash a little bit earlier than you've been suggesting he does.
Indeed, and as the excitement builds, just a little bit of shout out to a lot of stuff that's going on in TeamSport at the moment. We have 35 venues in TeamSport, but we are literally about to open our first venue in Germany. And it is due to open in Mönchengladbach, I think, if I pronounce that right.
Yeah,
and
I believe you're close at least.
Yeah, and then perhaps we could run the German Indoor Karting Championship, the DIKC. I mean, we need a few more tracks, don't we, to make it work, I would say.
Let's get a couple more tracks, and then maybe have an international karting championship at some point between the very best that the UK and Britain has to offer and the very best that Germany has to offer. That could be good fun.
So Dave Rich, if you're out there, we just...
There you go, guys. Marketing, you guys can have that one for free. You guys can have that idea for free, just we get to commentate on it. That's the deal.
We need another 35 venues in Germany, and then, let's bring it. The DIKC.
Maybe one day we can see the international karting championship at some point. I reckon that could be really good fun. What is going to be good fun, though, is this next semi-final. The drivers all in their karts, and the pressure now is starting to mount. These guys have to finish in the top 8 if they want to carry on racing tonight. And that, honestly, is quite a lot of pressure for these drivers out there. The karts are released from the pit lane, and hopefully we'll get a grid that we can run you through. There we go, as I say it. And pole position goes the way of Matthew Roberts. He's going to drive out in kart number 1 off pole position. P2 joining him alongside is going to be Murtaza Hassan, Blaze Turnstile, Jockey Wilson on row number 2, Adam Hadfield, Lewis Draper, Thomas Layton, Callum Bendelow are the drivers that occupy the qualifying positions on the grid. Ian Ferry, Mackenzie Shalmerdine, Matthew Williams, Bailey Jones, or Bailey Jones looking to send a few drivers to Bailey Jones's locker over the course of this next race. And Johnny Elliott and Reese Kello have a lot of work to do if they want to try and book their ticket to tonight's main event.
Indeed, right. So,
I think maybe Beth Wiles just caught on to the joke you were making there. That I was trying to gloss over.
Nobody picked up on it.
I was trying it.
Now they're trying to pick up on it.
Now we figure out where the dirty minds in the crowd are out there. But the drivers forming onto the grid now, and some top-tier tie-warming strategies being shown by some of the drivers. And a thumbs up from the back of the grid. The drivers showing... The drivers showed a bit of respect there. I think now chat is sort of cottoned on to what manner of thing you were insinuating there.
There's like a gap, wasn't it? Right, we're almost there. Let's not forget this is semi-final number 1. We're going up a level here, and here we are on the semi-final grid. Matthew Roberts. A lot of these drivers actually. You look at the favourites, and we've been focusing on the favourites, but there's a lot of drivers here who have just been really, really solid. Matthew Roberts, right, pole position, didn't really see that coming, I'll be honest.
Yeah, there's also a lot of drivers with a lot of speed and know how to race that out of position here. So I'm looking at the likes of Johnny Elliott and Matthew Williams. Those are 2 drivers who are exceptionally quick, and I'd possibly have put them a little bit further up the grid had they not had a couple of incidents or maybe even penalties handed their way. But look to see those names firing through the pack. Even Reece Kello as well. I'd probably hope to see him a little bit further up the order. But right at the front, Matthew Roberts finished third in Rising Stars last year. Is going to go up against Mortaza Hassan and Blaze Turnstill, Jockey Wilson, Adam Hadfield, Lewis Draper, Thomas Layton, Callum Bendelow, Ian Ferry, Mackenzie Shalmerdine, Matthew Williams, Bailey Jones, Johnny Elliott, Reece Kello. The safety car drops the throttle. The lights go green. We're racing in the semi-finals. Looks like a pretty even start from the front row. Jockey Wilson throws it down the inside from fourth on the grid. He's up to second place at the moment. Looks like Hassan's trying to hold on, but those two fighting. It's allowing Matty Roberts for the second time today to just start extending his lead. Side by side they go through the tunnel. Wilson's been pushed out a little bit. Hadfield's in this one as well as they head up the ramp. You've got Roberts, Hassan, Turnstill, then you've got Wilson, Hadfield, Lewis Draper, Thomas Layton up in that fight at the moment, but it's still Matthew Roberts now has checked out at the front of this one as they head down the ramp. He's away and gone.
Absolutely stunning first few quarters from Matthew Roberts. But what an amazing start from John Wilson in fourth. He came from absolutely nowhere. That's the best start I think we've seen, from fourth on the grid. Literally, he was almost in second. Then he had to defend, and now he's absolutely in the thick of it. And
Hadfield to the inside as well.
Yes, Hadfield. He won't quite make that work because, I'll tell you what, Wilson was a brilliant start, but he's even better at defending, it has to be said. Absolutely fantastic driving. Everybody wants this. Everybody knows and gets the importance of the semi-final. They all need that grid position. All these drivers are top five. As it stands now, they're all going through. They will be racing in the grand final, but that's not enough. You've got to get into the box seats. You've got to get into the front rows, because if you do, you've got a real chance that you can win the whole thing.
Yeah, the guys now in that massive train. There is a cut-off there for the qualifying. That line ends at kart 12. Callum Bendelow in P8 currently holds the final ticket to the national final. He's got Mackenzie Shelmerdine just going through a shot there in the blue and yellow race suit as they file down single file. Now these guys are going, they're just starting to push each other a little bit. There's a little bit of daylight now opened up between Lewis Draper and Thomas Layton at the moment. That's the gap for 6th and 7th, but look at the gap that Matthew Roberts has built already. He's almost 3 seconds ahead of Mortaza Hassan, who is defending for his life once again. He's giving up 7 to 8 tenths a lap to Matthew Roberts here. He's just hemorrhaging lap time in the attempt to try and hold on here. Blaze Turnstill once again is just looking at the back of that number 2 cart, and there is absolutely nothing he can do. He's got to be careful about attacking, because if he attacks too hard, that could open the door for Jonathan Wilson or Adam Hadfield behind, and then he could end up losing a whole host of places because the field is just that close. Thinking about being close, Ian Ferry's dropped down a couple of places. Matthew Williams is still sat in 12th place. Johnny Elliott is still down in 3rd. They've not 13th. They've still not made that much progress at the moment. That's just how close these drivers are in terms of pace. But Mortaza Hassan, definitely the cork in the bottle as they head through the top section of the circuit once again. Let's see what the gap is this time around. Matthew Roberts, fastest lap this time round, straight into the 58s. It took him 3 laps to get that kart wound up. Mortaza Hassan as well now goes for a PB of 59.6 as they cross the line, matched by Blaze Turnstill and Jockey Wilson. Looks like these guys are throwing everything they have at this semi-final.
Jockey Wilson definitely is.
Yeah, he's trying to ride that. He's jockeying that kart through the corners.
Blaze absolutely burning up the track at the moment, has to be said. Mortaza has come from nowhere really throughout these, just been steady in the heats, and suddenly is there in second position. He's a great defensive driver. We saw him drive defensively earlier on in the heats, and he's doing it again, and it's brilliant. Because if he can stay in second, that will give him one of the box seats in the grand final. But look, the queue up. He literally's got that move on the main straight. He just goes to the middle and then just jinks a bit, and nobody really knows exactly where he's going to go.
Contact from Wilson there. He's just pushed his way through the 3 car to Blaze Turnstill. That's put him up for position. It does give him the opportunity now to try and attempt to get on the back of Mortaza Hassan, but that has given him a lot of space. It looks like Draper and Leighton are going side by side through the bottom section of the circuit. I think Leighton's just got that move done up into 6th place. That's put Lewis Draper onto the back of Callum Bendelow now. So those guys fighting over 7th and 8th with Mackenzie Shelmadine right in the fight to try and get a qualifying position up into 10th place. I believe that is for Ian Ferry, and Matthew Williams are in that fight as well. So it's not over yet for these drivers. They still have an opportunity in 5 minutes to attempt to qualify for the main event. Fastest lap though at the front. Matthew Roberts is storming away here, 58.8. He's just stamping his dominance on there, and as we thought it may happen, 5-second time penalty goes away with Jonathan Wilson. That's going to knock him out of the main event if he's not careful. That's just how close this field is at the moment. 5 seconds drops him all the way down to 13th. The only driver behind him is Jonathan Elliott. Looks like he's pulled off and called it a day at the moment. But
see, that's the danger. That's the danger of a 5 second. If you do something, you try something, just to get that extra grid position in the grand final, it doesn't come off. You lose 5 seconds. You might not even be in the final, and that is the position that we find ourselves here, because dropping down the order is not really an option for these drivers. Matthew Roberts, though, 5.7 seconds in the lead. He has just absolutely checked out. This is just a demonstration drive. 58.8 seconds. His challenge is coming in the final. It has to be said, he's got this one absolutely sewn up. Mortaza is 2nd place, is 3rd. Adam Hatfield. Look at the gap. Look at the visual gap.
Yeah, this is just Matthew Williams now.
But look at that jink from Mortaza. He's done that every single lap, and nobody behind has been able to work out exactly how to deal with it.
Yeah, Matthew Roberts right now is just showing the likes of Mackenzie Jones and Sam Slater, this is what you guys are going to have to live with in the final. This is what I can do. Come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. But Mortaza Hassan in 2nd place is still defending like mad from the guys behind. It's still Jonathan Wilson on the road in the leaderboards. It's Blaze Turnstill that's the driver behind. You've still got Adam Hadfield in there, Thomas Leighton, Lewis Draper, Callum Bendelow, Mackenzie Shelmadine now takes up a qualifying position. Matthew Williams from towards the back of the grid. He's only got one car between himself and the national final. The vice champion in Rising Stars last year still has a chance at getting into the main event here, although he may be going off the back. But Mortaza Hassan still just holding Jonathan Wilson at arm's length. This is a fantastic display of defensive driving from Mortaza Hassan. He is literally driving the widest Biz Evo through possible. Just that little move over to the middle of the corner. It's enough to stop the guys trying to get side by side with him, and then through these hairpins they can't quite get the run down to the S-bends. You can just see Wilson just gets a little bit of an overlap, but it's not enough, nothing meaningful enough to be able to do anything about it. Just see at the back the battle over 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Those are the guys fighting over 2 qualifying places left. Jonathan Wilson in the 6th, unfortunately, will not factor in to the national final. That 5-second penalty puts him down in 12th place at the moment. That's the beauty of having the penalties applied already. We can see how big of a difference those small 5 seconds can make here in indoor karting. It's an absolute year in terms of.
And the problem he's got is because he's stuck in this traffic, he can't really get past.
He can't break away.
To put his foot down to do some lap times to make the 5-second difference on the drivers that are further back. So oddly enough, because of that contact and because now he's racing with the leaders.
Oh, Hadfield to the inside. Oh! Hadfield nearly got himself stuck there. That was a very dangerous move from Hadfield. That was very lucky that he didn't get caught, but he's dropped himself right into the
he
Tom
runs
Leighton
the risk of a 5-second penalty, Tom. He runs that risk.
That move as well. He didn't just run the risk of the penalty, he risked getting himself beached in the barrier there. And now, looking through the results, looks like Callum Bendelow has fallen right down the order. Fastest lap of the race, though, still Matthew Roberts, 8.8 seconds. He's opened up now as we head on to the final lap. But what that has meant with Callum Bendelow dropping down the order, Matthew Williams is in a qualifying position as it stands on this final lap. Now Mortaza Hassan just has to try and hang on for one more lap, and he will secure a second row start for the main event in just around 15 or so minutes time. Look how big that gap is that Matthew Roberts has opened up. That's not even funny anymore how far Matthew Roberts is. He's going through the 3rd hairpin and heading towards the line before Mortaza Hassan has even gone through the 1st hairpin. Looks like that is going to be checker flag going for Matthew Roberts. We're watching for the fight over second place. Mortaza Hassan is going to come across the line after a stunning defensive drive. He really worked for that one. Third place goes the way of Adam Hadfield. Thomas Layton is going to come home in fourth place with penalties applied. Blaze Turnstill, Mackenzie Shelmadine, Lewis Draper and Matthew Williams, they are provisionally your qualifiers, but I still reckon this one may be decided in the steward's office.
Yes, indeed, and almost a 10-second gap for the lead. That is the biggest gap we have seen in any of the finals, any of the races, in any of the finals in the BIKC this weekend. So it has to be said, Matthew Roberts just going out there and just laying claim down to becoming the BIKC champion of 2021. Great drive from Mortaza, has to be said, one of the best defensive drives that we have seen all weekend as well. Adam Hadfield, we're going to have to wait and see, Adam. That's all I'm saying. Nothing yet on the race director's chat, so they see it, they might see it in a completely different way. Thomas in fourth position, Blaze Turnstill in fifth, Mackenzie Shelmadine is in sixth, Louis Draper is seventh, and Matthew Williams. That is the provisional grand final positions. I'll say provisional because we'll have to see what the stewards make of it, but as it stands at the moment, those are the top 8. And Callum Bendelow, you never know, he might still make it through.
I think there may have been a few little bits that these guys needed to take a look at, but as the drivers come out of the cars, we're going to head down to our roving reporter Rod Stone, who's with our winner.
Hello, and here we have Matthew. Matthew, come on over. Back again. We should stop meeting like this. Matthew, what was it like to drive a track completely on your own?
Lonely.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was glad I could keep pulling. I thought if off the start I can get gone, I will. I thought I would have to defend for the whole race, if I'm completely honest, but when I looked back and saw them battling, I thought, no, that's it, I'll just drive away. That's what I did. I zoned out at one point. I forgot I was racing.
You showed everyone how it is done. You are definitely putting some fear into the competitors for this final.
After the first heat, I thought it was game over with the penalty because I went 13th to 4th and then back down to 10th. I thought that could have ruined it, but here we are.
Absolutely stellar performance. Absolutely amazing. Definitely going to keep an eye out for you in the next race. Thank you. What a race that was for Matthew. So, back to commentary.
The big point there is that at the end of that, a 9-lap race that was, and Matthew Roberts ended up 9.977 seconds ahead, so over a second a lap faster than. Now that may have had a little bit to do with the defensive driving of Mortaza Hassan. He had his hands full, there's no question about that. However, it has to be said that it's still a stunning drive, and Matthew Roberts, really laying down the claim there of becoming BIKC champion 2021.
Yeah, I think a very good point that Matthew made there as well. Even after that first heat, he made his way through the field. We saw exactly how good he can be, and picked up a penalty, and he thought his day was done. But even then, he's still not given up. He's pushed on as hard as he can, and now he's secured a front row slot for the main event. Now, though, it's time to find out who is going to be joining him on the front row. We've got a grid for semi-final number 2. Pole position is our lightweight champion for 2020. Sam Slater is going to have Neil Durant for one of the BSR drivers. Lots of support coming in for the Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers over the course of the day. Oliver Smith and Mackenzie Jones going to go off 3 and 4. Matthew Borrowdale, Barry Lakes, John Houston, Ben Pickard, Andy Pine, Joe Patey, Lewis Jolly, James Howarth and Darren Shaw complete this 13-kart field. Again, this is another race that is packed with quality. Those 4 drivers at the front, easy drivers that could be contenders to win this one.
This could have been the final.
If you told me in 10 minutes time that this was your grid for the final, I probably wouldn't disagree with you, because quite a lot of these guys may end up being caused to take the whole thing home themselves. Obviously 2 former champions on the grid there. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Slater has shown he's had a bit more of a cutthroat style compared to what Mackenzie's had over the last day or over the last few races. It looks like Mackenzie is focusing on trying to keep his nose clean and and then bring it all out for the final. That's at least what it looks like out there at the moment. But 13 karts going to contest this 10-lap race. I don't think we're going to see a dominant display like Matthew Roberts has just done, but the bonus for him, he can now sit back over the next 10 minutes, take notes, and look at what his challengers are doing over the course of the next 9 or so laps.
Indeed, there's a lot of love there on the social media. When are the heavyweights? Well, they're coming up next, Daryl. Okay, we've got the other semi-final and the grand final, and then we will be setting up the heavyweights. So they're coming on very, very soon indeed. And Dave Carter, yeah, you know what I'm going to do. You know what I'm going to do. That's all I have to say.
Hence why the windows are all closed. So the guys all head through the top section of the circuit. Nice slow pace being dictated by our pace kart driver Adam Beale. That's flashing Christmas tree kart. It's effectively been known. I don't think Biz will be too pleased with us calling it the Christmas tree kart, but that's what it's been known. It's a Bradley Shepherd Racing 1-2 in this one, side by side. The green and black, that is Sam Slater. The orange and black, that is the pumpkin Neil Durant, with Oliver Smith in the red and white, and Mackenzie Jones in the Dayglow green helmet. Wait for a green light. It goes green now. Looks like a good start from Slater. Smith also got a very good start there as well. Durant's going to try and hold it around the outside. Oliver Smith though. Oh, Jones has been forced out wide. He's lost a lot of time in that one. Maybe a couple of positions as well. I think that may have just dropped him down to 8th. I believe, behind John Houston in 7th, who's up into 6th place now. Remains to be seen when they come across the line. He's got Andy Pine just behind him. That is disaster for Mackenzie Jones. That's exactly what he didn't need. Out in front, though, it's all going well for Sam Slater at the moment. Neil Durant just behind. Oliver Smith is tucked up under the rear bumper of that Biz Evo 3 as they fire down the ramp for the first time. Disaster for Rising Stars champion Mackenzie Jones.
Sam Slater, smooth as he liked there. He's done everything right so far. That was the kind of start that you need when you start from pole position. Absolutely brilliant. And number 7, Neil Durant, he knows he's got his hands full trying to get past Sam Slater. He thought he also made a brilliant start, it has to be said. He had to take a slightly different line going underneath the mezzanine to make sure that he had track position for the next few corners. And he did it brilliantly. And because of that, it's all even Steven at the moment. And we wait to see who is going to start making some serious moves. At the back there's some moves. That's card number 16, Lewis Jolly. He's making a move on Darren Shaw. We'll see if that one comes off. But at the moment it is Sam Slater. There he goes, and a little bit of a gap. About half a second on the last lap, and it looks like it's a little bit more. I would say probably about 0.6, 0.7 at the present moment in time as they go around these really, really tight little hairpins, but they're so important because you need the speed on the straight. And Neil Durant there looking a little glance behind. He doesn't really need to look behind because Oliver Smith is a further few kart lengths behind, and it really is all about him trying to win here, not really worrying about the driver in 3rd place just at this stage in the race. And let's drive them to Oliver Smith can speed up, can get a bit of pace there in order to start really, really harrowing Neil Durant and giving something else to think about. But at the moment, Sam Slater's leading, and it looks like from Sam that he's just going for it. He's got 59.1 is his lap time. And consider the fact the karts are just straight out and they would have been sat around there for a few minutes. That is a pretty solid lap time indeed, because it is worth remembering that the lap times these guys are pulling in, they're only in about 7, 10 or 15 lap races. And the whole 57 club, we do races at TeamSport Warrington that are 45 minutes long. And they got loads and loads of time to get the speed there. So imagine what they could do. Surely they would get in the 57s if they had a race that was 45 minutes long. But hey, this one is 10, and Sam Slater is leading at the present moment in time. Darren Leahy, does anyone know where the heavyweights are on? I just said. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, Darren, we've got a few minutes away.
Give me your email address. I'll send you through an email. I'll let you know exactly. They're up next. Sam Slater leading still. 0.645 seconds over Neil Durant with Oliver Smith in 3rd.
Yes, we've got one more race after this, and it is the 15-minute main event. As can see in the background, it looks like Mackenzie Jones is trying to get past Ben Pickard, but Ben is just holding him at arm's length. Meanwhile, Sam Slater, Neil Durant, Oliver Smith, Barry Lakes, Matthew Borrell, Ben Pickard, Mackenzie Jones, James Howarth are your qualifying drivers at the moment. 6 seconds separate those guys, with 1.1 seconds back to Andy Pine and Joe Patey, who are fighting over 9th place, with Darren Shaw in 11th and John Houston, company in 12th. Looks like Lewis Jolly, after making a few moves early on, he's fallen right down the order, and fastest lap at the moment is going the way of Neil Durant. You can just see that fight for 6th place between Mackenzie Jones and James Howarth, with Ben Pickard in the all blue just in front of him. They're all nose to tail, those 3 guys. That's the closest fight on circuit at the moment. You've got the 22, the 9 and the 19 all in this one. Jones now desperate to try and get past the 22 and move a little bit further up the order. They're picking their pace up a little bit, 59.7 for all of those drivers over the last lap or so. But Mackenzie Jones now, disaster off the start. He's looking over his shoulder once again. He's looking at the 19 and trying to see what can be done at the moment. Looks like Neil Durant just starting to close back in on Sam Slater. It's a couple of attempts that he's taken out of him on the last lap or so, but the 22 and 9 absolutely nose to tail. All these drivers at the moment, they will qualify if they keep their nose clean, and for some people that is enough, just getting a place on the grid for the main event.
And Mackenzie Jones, right now he's looking, we were looking at he might win the event at the moment. He's got to be a little bit worried, or is he going to make the final? Because if he drops another couple of places, he is not in a grand final position. At the moment in 7th, he is looking at a grid position very, very near the back, around about 10th place or so. So a lot of work to be done for Mackenzie Jones. We focus on Mackenzie Jones because he is a BIKC champion from 2020. So that's the reason why we keep talking about him. Back to the front, and Sam Slater is leading 0.4 of a second. Oliver Smith a little bit further back, but relatively spread out for a semi-final. Nobody really abs in the top 5, absolutely on the rear bumper, really trying to go through. And now this is a bit of a lap time fest at the present moment in time, I think, in the fact that it is all about these drivers trying to get those lap times in order to get on the bumper, so then we can start having some action and maybe a few overtakes.
Yeah, the guys now, the top 2, absolutely nose to tail. Those 2 guys, the SR teammates, from what we understand, they will not fight too hard. They're just going to try and get through to the main event together, hopefully. But Neil Durant is the quicker of the 2 at 58.9. He's managed so far. It's the fastest lap of the race as they come over the line this time. Both of them now in the 58, but Neil Durant goes a little bit quicker, 58.7, because what they can sense is Oliver Smith is just starting to close in behind. He's in the 58.9s as well, and he's only about 7/10 off the guys in the lead. Barry Lake sat there in a relatively lonely 4th place with Matthew Borrodale a couple of seconds adrift. Then it's that fight, Ben Pickard and Mackenzie Jones. They seem to have dropped. They seem to still have James Howarth, I believe, with them. It's about 3/10 back, just under a second covering those 3 drivers fighting for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Darren Shaw is about 2 seconds behind that fight in 9th place. So unless something major happens and some penalties are handed out, it may look like the guys in 9th down, that their day may be done unless they can find a little bit of pace in these last couple of minutes. But I believe we're only going to have around about 2 or maybe, if we're lucky, 3 laps left here at TeamSport Warrington in the semi-finals, and then it's just the 15-minute main event to decide your champion. Fastest lap of the race that time around, 58.688 for Sam Slater. He's found another gear in that kart as a 5-second time penalty goes the way of Mackenzie Jones. That is going to take the BIKC champion out of the running. Drama here at TeamSport Warrington.
Not even going to make the final with that penalty.
It's going to be interesting to see. We can find out what that one was for. There's a good chance it's maybe for a little bit of contact on the back of Ben Pickard. He's been trying to get his way through, but that is disaster for Mackenzie Jones's chances of getting into the main event. In fact, I believe it may be, because Ben Pickard now is behind, looks like behind Darren Shaw, I think. So
okay,
maybe
he pushed off car number 9. He pushed the driver off the line in order to take the position. That is what's coming from race control.
So race control, not making sure that the calls are clean. So home driver Mackenzie Jones will not factor into the main event unless somehow he can find a 5-second buffer over the karts behind, considering that he's in a battle at the moment, but he does have clear air. that may not be too impossible. A driver who's got a lot of clear air as we on the final lap here is Sam Slater, the number 1 kart, the champion in lightweight 2020, trying to book his ticket onto the front row to join Matthew Roberts in the main event. Neil Durant in second place. He may start on the second row. Oliver Smith, Barry Lakes, Matthew Borrodale, James Howard, Darren Shaw, Ben Pickard are your top 8 at the moment. We head through the top section of the circuit for the final time here in the semi-finals for the middleweights. Just a couple of corners separate Sam Slater and his ticket to the main event. Through the final corner he goes. The BSR driver to BSR 1-2 in the semi-final here at TeamSport Warrington. Checker flag flies for Sam Slater. He comes home in first place. Fastest lap of the race in that one is Mackenzie Jones, but with that penalty applied, he's going to be outside the top 10 and not taking any further part in this race. Fastest lap on the last lap, 58.4, just shows exactly how much pace he's got, but P10 is not enough to keep him in the running. You see the finger flies. Sam Slater is dead happy with that one. Kart number 1 finishes P1 with champion aboard, heading through the top section of the circuit. Neil Durant in second, Oliver Smith, Barry Lakes, Matthew Borrodale, James Howarth, Darren Shaw, Ben Pickard are your provisional qualifiers. That does mean at the moment we bid adieu to Andy Pine, Mackenzie Jones, Joe Patey, Lewis Jolly and John Houston. Russ, that's set up a fantastic battle for the championship now, but one champion down.
Indeed. Great sporting gestures though between Sam Slater and Neil Durant as they finished that race there, and we are as ever going to head down to our man on the ground, the hot rod, the track rod. You just want to say his name is actually Rod, so just want to make that very, very clear.
We're not making puns for no reason. There's a reason for
There's
it.
a reason. So we're going to go down to Rod, who is going to grab an interview straight away, hopefully with Sam Slater as they just come into the pit lane. James Sislop is there, just having a bit of a chat to one of the drivers.
Oh, you can see in the background there. You can see exactly what that result has meant to Mackenzie Jones. You can see what this championship means to these drivers. A lot of emotion there being shown to the driver in kart 9. But at the end of that race, we hand over to our roving reporter. Over to you, Rod.
Hello, and what a race that was. Sam, back again. Keep doing it. You know you're in a good place if you're here for interviews. So, how was that one compared to the one before?
Yeah, good. Kind of felt pretty safe throughout. I mean, that gap was always kind of there. He wasn't really ever within the range. Wasn't quite big as a gap as that Matthew Roberts got in the last semi-final, so I'm going to have to see what he's got in the final. But hey, yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, I think Matthew's made quite a few drivers a bit nervous going into the next round, but you've booked your ticket for the main event of today.
Yeah.
So, have you done BIKC before?
Yes, I did win it last year actually, in the lightweight champs. So
well done. So, are you hoping to have a podium for the final then?
Win.
Let's
go for the win.
Positive, go for the win. Well, you have definitely done yourself proud today.
Thanks,
but thank you very much. You absolutely smashed it on that race.
Thanks.
Rooting for you. Keep going. Okay, that was a fantastic race. So, yeah, back to commentary.
So, Rod cleaning up the stats man of the team. We'll leave that down to our Russ Madley. And but still, we do have our 16
Sam
drivers.
Slater, not a novice to BIKC.
No, he has done it a couple of times. I believe the list of race series on his chest of his race suit sort of say that he's maybe a serious competitor in the world of rental karting. He has notched up quite a few titles to his name. He's not a slow driver, is Sam Slater, but he is going up against some very, very quick competition here in the BIKC. It is nice when you see some really experienced drivers joined by some names we maybe don't see outside of the world of team sport, likes of maybe Matthew Roberts, who mainly, as far as I'm aware, sticks towards our stuff. He is a regular around the Warrington. The Warrington member races. If you do want to get yourself involved in BIKC, then you can of course get involved in the 2022 edition of the championship by heading down to your local circuit, having a crack, and literally come and have a go if you think you're fast enough.
Indeed, and we now await the big race of the middleweights, the grand final, and we're now in once again with the tantalising prospect of the ultimate showdown. 15-minute race, the ultimate battle to the checkered flag. And we have already pointed out a few times already, it doesn't matter now what you've done. Your grid position is your grid position, and then once those lights go to green, just go for it. And wherever you finish is wherever you finish. And if you happen to start in 4th or 5th or 6th, you can still win it. We've seen it before. We've seen action happen. We've seen drivers. We saw it in the semi-finals. A driver go from 6th on the grid straight into 3rd on the grid, but 3rd in the race at the end of the first corner. It can be done. So it's all on the line, and we're just doing some final prep, some final setup before there might even be some stewards' inquiries maybe into what happened in the semi-finals. There's a lot of discussions going on around the arena, but we await the grand final and the big race of the BIKC middleweights.
Yeah, one thing that's also going on as well, you may see Kart just pulling back into the pit lane now. This race obviously going to be the biggest one we've had for the middleweights. It's the first time we're going to have 16 drivers on the grid, which means a couple of extra karts will be required. So just giving them a couple of laps just to make sure that they've not been sat for too long, that they're still within the working range, still within working temperatures. And when these drivers get into them, it isn't going to be a cold kart they get into. So it is nice and fair. That is the lengths that we do go to make sure that it is the drivers that do the talking here at TeamSport for our British Indoor Karting Championship. Nice little question there from Ryan, actually. How much quicker is this new fleet of karts? Are there any Warrington members racing where you can complete how much faster they are compared to the local finals? There is a Warrington member racing, and there is a Warrington member going off the front row. That's Mr. Matthew Roberts. From what we've seen so far, I'd probably put these karts around about 3 to 4, maybe even 3 to 4 tenths, maybe even half a second faster than what we had previously. They're definitely around about 4 to 5 tenths quicker than what we had this time 6 months ago for the 2020 edition of the championship. I believe we've already eclipsed that. We've already eclipsed that time. Got down to 58.0 in the lightweights last year. I believe it was a 58.5 that we got down to. That was set by one Mackenzie Jones in the final of the Rising Stars on his route to championship victory there. Him himself has gone quicker than what he managed this time last time out. One that you will see down by the side of the pit lane as well. Quite a lot of nice banners there by the side. 2 of them supporting some of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers. Some nice depictions of their very distinctive helmets for Sam Slater and Neil Durant. 2 drivers who we will be seeing in the main event in a couple of minutes' time. You just see some of the drivers getting themselves kitted up. The black and yellow helmet there. That's Thomas Layton. He's getting ready to kick off. Looks like we've got Adam Hadfield down there as well. He's getting himself ready to go. In the Dayglow Orange, you've got Lewis Draper. He's again getting himself psyched up and ready to go. Matthew Roberts now making his way to the pit lane as well, ready to take up his kart and start on the front row alongside defending lightweight champion Sam Slater.
Okay, now we've got a 15-minute race in the grand final, so these drivers have got more time to get their overtaking done. The longer the race, the more opportunities that should be there to give everybody the absolute fairest chance to become BIKC champion. And will we see yet another driver become a multiple BIKC champion? We have seen that twice already so far this weekend, and are we going to see it a third time? It's all in the hands of Sam Slater for that particular honour, and we shall see how he gets on. The drivers are now just looking at the karts. A lot of them just staring at their karts going, right, this is my kart for the final. Oh, in fact, I think they get weighed.
Yeah, so I think some of them just double checking the weights, just making sure the drivers are inside the correct window, just to make sure it is all fair play. And there is a bit of a tolerance just to account for weight changes over the course of the championship. There are minimum weights that these drivers do need to make sure that everything's fair and just bring the drivers even closer to each other. One thing we have noticed, and you can see in the different classes, how much weight can make a bit of a difference. We saw in the lightweights that the top guys there were in the 58.0s. These guys a little bit heavier than those, and they are around about, I'll probably say 3 or so tenths
so if they're a
off.
bit under, they can nip up to the fuel bar, maybe grab a pizza, a few
Pizza,
slices
a few
of
mozzarella
pizza,
sticks maybe.
get down there, then hop back on the scales, then get over the line and be able to race in it.
I do remember one incident in a local final. At one point, we had a driver who literally was drinking pints of water to try and make sure he made the minimum weight at one point, and it didn't work for him. It didn't work in the end, and now we have a grid presented to us. So, pole position goes the way of one Sam Slater, trying to go for back-to-back championships here at the BIKC. Second place is going to be Matthew Roberts, the third place driver in Rising Stars last year, trying to go 2 places better this time out. Behind Sam is going to be Neil Durant. Murtaza Hassan, the defensive master, is going to start off P4. Oliver Smith and Adam Hadfield, 2 very quick drivers, are going to go off road number 3. Keep an eye out for those guys making moves. Barry Lakes, Tom Layton, drivers who have made some decent moves throughout the course of this event, are going to go off 7th and 8th. Blaze Turnstile is going to try and set the track on fire from 9th place, with Matthew Borrowdale alongside him in P10. Mackenzie Shelmadine and James Howarth, Darren Shaw, Lewis Draper, Matthew Williams and Ben Pickard complete this capacity 16 kart field we have here at TeamSport Warrington for the main event. And I think now it's time to put our money where our mouth is and pick a winner. I already know where I'm going. The question is for yourself, Russ.
You go first.
It'd be wrong for me to bet against the home driver. I'm going to have to go with Matthew Roberts,
well,
one of our
in that
lads.
case, it'd be wrong of me to bet against the reigning BIKC champion. So Sam Slater gets my vote. So we've just put the absolute curse.
That means what we've just done is hand title to Neil Durant in
Neil
third
Durant.
place. So Neil, you're welcome. If we see you on the podium later, you can thank myself and Russ for that one.
Odds on here now.
You heard it here first. The curse of the commentator is real. And to Sam Slater and Matthew Roberts, before we head on the grid, we do apologise if we've just ruined your race.
Here we go. So once again, the pace car is already out. I think we got Dave McGregor here, wanting his little taste of glory once again, out on track. And I think we're about ready to start releasing drivers from the pit lane. Just a few final checks, a few final words as well to the drivers, because we really want a good race. We had the most thrilling, stellar final to the lightweights. It really was an absolute joy just to be part of it and it was exciting. It was thrilling right down to the checker flag. The top 3 changing positions all the way through, and it was just phenomenal. And that's what we want here. That is really what we want here. So here we go. We're just gonna, then we could just demonstrate the reverse gear of the electric cart.
Yeah, hopefully a gear that these guys will never need.
Any new toy is, flashing lights, reverse gears. It's any new toys. Yeah, we love them.
Yeah, as if that car didn't stand out enough in that beautiful Dayglow orange and blue paintwork. Some flashing lights needed to be added. Emma the Showman, the guys down in the workshop. And some beautiful
but it's Christmas, isn't
it?
So
it is Christmas.
It has been the Christmas cart due to its flashing lights all weekend, and it is a stunning cart from Biz Karting. There's no doubt about that. And here we go. Yeah, just demonstrating the reverse.
Yeah, just looking through the
little things.
Just looking through the results as well. We did say that every track is represented around here, including one of our newer circuits, TeamSport Watford, on the grid. In this one, being represented by Matthew Borrowdale, going to go off P number 10. But just going through the top 10 here in terms of the tracks they have qualified through from. You've got Bristol on pole, Warrington second, Cardiff going to be happy with the Cardiff Massive in third with Neil Durant, Edmonton, Crawley, Sheffield, Stockton, Stoke, Harlow and Watford is your top 10.
Everyone's in there. Right, okay, so I'm going to take it through the start. We have got the pace kart being expertly driven at 3 miles an hour by Dave Mylander, and we've got Sam Slater right behind and Matthew Roberts there. And they're on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Sam on the right, it's going to be Matthew on the left, and then surely we're going to get a green light here because they are all absolutely perfect as they go across the line. Off goes Dave, and we are green, and we are racing in the final of the middleweights, and straight away Sam Slater makes an absolutely superb start, and Matthew Roberts also makes a good start, and it's looking very, very clean at the start and solid. And in fact, let's say, Slater is in the lead. he was a little bit further ahead of what I actually saw there. So Slater leads, Roberts in second, Neil Durant is in third, Mortaza in fourth at the present moment in time as they charge around lap number 1. And I tell you what, that was very, very clean. We have seen in some of the finals a few moves, a few edgy moves underneath the mezzanine on the first couple of corners, but this, no such. And everybody absolutely cleanly through there, and this is going to be a flat outrage. We've only got a little bit of defensive driving there from 17, Oliver Smith, who felt the need just to move over from Adam Hadfield, who has done some absolutely stellar overtaking moves. Some of them got a bit penalised, has to be said, but yeah, he is a big threat right behind. But at the moment, Sam Slater going across with a 1 minute .522.
Yes, the guys now top 3 starting to make a bit of a breakaway from Adam Hadfield and Oliver Smith. And like we say, Hadfield made some fantastic move, penalised rightfully or wrongfully. Top 5 though are covered by about 2 seconds. Top 3 covered by just 7/10. Sam Slater, Matthew Roberts, Neil Durant, your top 3 as they head over the mezzanine further back. It's Hadfield, Smith, Hassan Lakes, Leighton, Turnstill, Shelmadine, Borrowdale, Draper, Shaw, Pickard, Williams and Howarth. That's the way they crossed the line the last time. All 16 drivers still running here as we head down the ramp for the second time. Slater has been caught here by Matthew Roberts. We've seen exactly how fast Matthew Roberts can go, but we need to see him now try and make an overtaking move on that man in front of him. So Slater in the 13, and lucky for some, he's hoping it's going to be the kart that steers him to victory as they now go over the start-finish line again. The gap was about 2/10 over the line last time. It's now 6/10. Slater fastest lap of the race at 59.2, as it looks like who is that one that's just got running again? I think that was Darren Shaw in the 19, who's just been off the circuit. He was moved out of 13th place, so maybe we'll see something pop up in race control in a couple of moments. Mortaza Hassan still has his hands full of Barry Lakes as they are still they're still trying to fight over.
And now Matthew Roberts starting to look racy, I think, because he has really closed in right to the back of the leader Sam Slater, who has been glancing behind and really not much action happening behind because he hasn't been really in touch. But just then, around the back half of the circuit, he was absolutely there. And yeah, absolutely spread out, very, very tight. And again, Matthew Roberts now looking behind. Don't look behind, look in front of you. If you're going to win this, don't look behind, look in front. You're going to need to overtake Sam Slater. Sam Slater he did close up Matthew Roberts, but then that gap has just extended again. It's back to 0.5 of a second, with Neil Durant a further half a second behind in third place. So it is very, very even at the moment.
Yeah, what it looks like these guys are starting to doing at the front, they're trying to open up a gap. And remember, this is a very, very long race in the context of BIKC. It's almost double the length of the heats that we saw earlier in the day. And these guys now have a long time to try and fight over a position, but they're all smart enough to know that you cannot win the race right now, but you can most definitely lose it. Those two, Slater and Roberts, they are in a bit of a league of their own. The only drivers in the 58, it is though, advantage Roberts at the moment, but only by about 300ths of a second.
This is the closest it's been.
Yeah, it's closest been over the last couple of laps. Roberts is right on the rear bumper. He gets a really good run out of that corner. Maybe a little bit more kicking off behind. Looks like Oliver Smith has got away from Adam Hadfield. Still Mortaza Hassan hanging on in 6th place. He's still having a massive defensive drive over in 6th place against Barry Lake and Blaze Turnstill with Kenzie Shelmadine and Thomas Leighton completing your top 10 at the moment. Matthew Williams currently running 14th, up 1 place already. But as they drop up onto the top section again, Sam Slater just controlling the pace here at
Oliver
the front.
Smith straight in there with a 58.636. That's the fastest lap of the race. And the key is here, I think, Sam Slater, with all his driving skill, is now driving defensively, which means the top 3 drivers are being held up, which means it gives the 4th position driver ample opportunity to put those lap times in. And he is 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker, and he is homing in. Oliver Smith is homing in on Neil Durant at the moment. It could be a 4 or 5 car battle for the lead in only 2 laps.
Yes, we've already seen 2 double champions now. Slater trying in a bid to make it 3, but he has got to withstand the pressure of Matthew Roberts and Neil Durant. Those guys all covered by half a second. 1.4 seconds behind is Oliver Smith, and he is catching them. He took around about 6/10 out of the leaders on that last lap. Do not count out Oliver Smith in this one. He could still make this a 4-kart fight for the lead. We've seen this over the course of the entirety of the IKC, not just this year, but last year as well. Gesticulation from Matthew Roberts there as he headed up the ramp. Just think about this, guys. Let's play this safe. He can clearly see Smith coming up behind. He knows what he needs to do. These guys need to work together, build that gap back up that they had over Oliver Smith, and then they can fight. Then they can make it a 3-kart fight for the win and not a 4 or maybe even 5-kart fight. But that message clearly hasn't got to Sam Slater. He is defending for his life in the top section of the circuit, and you can just see how quickly in those last 2 corners Oliver Smith has caught right up onto the back of them. That gap has halved in the space of about 3 corners. It was 1.5 seconds. It's now 6/10. The
bit
lead.
of contact, number 2 there, Matthew Roberts, a little bit of nudging on the back of Sam Slater. He knows he is getting frustrated, and also driver number 15, Neil Durant, taking some very wide lines going into corners. And he's doing that because he knows that Oliver Smith has rocked right up to the back of them. And he won't be able to take these wide lines in a minute, because if he does take the wide lines, he's going to leave the door right open, and Oliver Smith will be straight in there. So there's a lot of strategy going on in these within these 4 drivers racing at the moment. And Sam Slater misses defensive. Matthew Roberts keep it tight and try and put the pressure on. A little bit of contact there to try and unnerve Sam Slater. Neil Durant with the different racing lines, and Oliver Smith, who's just watching these 3 drivers come towards him, and now he is very much part of this battle. It is a 4-kart fight to decide who is the BIKC champion of the middleweights 2021.
Yeah, quite a few people trying to focus on Hamilton versus Verstappen. This is the only fight you need to worry about. Turn the F1 off, guys. It's nowhere near as good as this. Down the inside, Oliver Smith looks. Neil Durant's just holding him arm's length at the moment. That top 4 still have around about 2.2 seconds over Adam Hadfield, but it does look like Hadfield is starting to catch up. These guys have really slowed their pace down right now. Slater's around about a second a lap slower than what he was doing at the start of this race when he was just focusing on the track in front of him. Now he's trying to back the guys in behind him up into the likes of Oliver Smith, Adam Hadfield, maybe even Murtaza Hassan. You can just see Hadfield in the blue suit is closing lap after lap after lap, as Slater now slides the kart using that drift to try and defend. He defends tight on the inside of this second corner, because if you get a run there, you can make a move into the 3rd hairpin there as they come across the line. I reckon this gap between the top 4 is going to be a lot less than the 7/10 it was the last time they came across the line. Now, correction, it's now just gone up to a second, but still, Adam Hadfield only 1.6 seconds off this fight behind. He's just taken half a second out of guys.
Change.
Oh no, change the lead there.
Sam is not happy.
Slater's not happy with that one. We're going to have to take a look at that one later. We're going to have a chat with our director and say, can we have that one on replay later?
Replay
but 6 minutes to go here. Matthew Roberts gets to the lead. The steward's going to be taking a look at that one. We expect a result momentarily. This one could go down to the steward's office. With Slater now in 2nd place. Roberts hits the front. Now, the thing is, if Roberts does pick up a 5-second penalty in this sort of time frame, we've seen him build a 5-second gap in the past. Now, though, he's got to try and do that against a former BIKC champion. So Roberts now, what he needs to do to make sure he can hang on to maybe even a podium, he needs to get the hammer down and try and build a gap. But Smith now gets the hammer down, and he's trying to get past Neil Durant as they come across the line now. Looks like Slater and Roberts have around about a 1.2 second gap over Neil Durant. Let's say hypothetically that Roberts does pick up a 5-second penalty. That will drop him down into 6th place now. Slater hands up again.
Still hands there from Sam Slater. Still saying, what's going on here? That wasn't right. I should be in the lead. You can bet this is going to go straight to the stewards. In the background, we are working on the action replay to see any comments from home. Anybody got any opinions on that? We want to see them. But at the moment, Matthew Roberts is leading by 0.4 of a second, and Sam Slater, this is going to be a test, because if that stands, if that decision stands, he's got to get on with it. He's got to catch him now. He's got to overtake, because he is the BIKC champion. He's already proven this. He's got to do it all over again. Come on, Sam, get your foot down. You can still do it. And he is now. He's closing in once again on that leader. He's shown the speed all the way through this competition. He's got to show it again right now when it matters.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the stewards right now. This is going to be the biggest call that they make in the BIKC, not just in 2020, but the entire championship so far. But it is the number 2 that holds the lead at the moment. The 13 of Sam Slater now is up into second place. I believe we have the replay here, so we're going to take a quick look at this one.
We're going to show the replay right now. It's going to be a cut off to the footage. I'm going
Let's
to
have a
watch
quick
what's
look
going
here.
on trackside. You guys watch the...
So it looks like the guys are coming through nose to tail there. Matthew Roberts goes for looks at the inside. Slater just has, maybe there's a cart width on the inside there. Oh, that angle doesn't show much. Maybe there was a little bit of a touch there. That is going to be a very, very tough call for the stewards to make. But I do know they've got a camera looking right at that corner. So they're going to make a call. They've got all the tools to be able to do it at the moment, though. Play on. Matthew Roberts in the lead here against Sam Slater.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. So Matthew Roberts, and that footage we saw pretty inconclusive because it looked all right, but there might have been a little bit of contact, which was enough to put Sam Slater a little bit off the line in order so Matthew Roberts could go through and take that position. Possibly, we're just speculating. And guess what, Tom? We haven't got to make these decisions. We've got race directors out there.
I would not want to be the race directors at this point here.
He'll sort it all out. Here we go. Matthew Roberts leading now, and we're now into probably we've got this and 2 more laps to go. So has Sam Slater got anything left in the tank? Because now is the time. And also Matthew Roberts, he's got to go for it, because if he does pick up a penalty, if he does, then he needs to be driving absolutely flat out, because even though there's not much chance of getting a 5-second lead, you never know. You never know, or he might be able to get enough to get third, because third is 4.5 seconds behind, another half second. You never know, if he does get a penalty, he might still be on the podium.
Yeah, looking at it now, that gap 4.8 seconds. If he does pick up a 5-second penalty, that will drop him into P4 and just off the podium. It may not be impossible here for him to build up enough of an advantage, even if he does pick up a 5-second penalty. Just look at the gap that him and Slater have at the moment. Still, though, no word from the stewards. At the moment, it is still play on as we head up onto the top section of the circuit. If Slater wants to do this title, he's going to have to make the move on track. He's got 6 tenths to catch up, but he was a 1/10 of a second quicker than Matthew Roberts in that last run. Fastest lap of the race, though, a little bit further down Blaze Turnstill. Good result from him at the moment. He's P7 on a 58.567. Out in front, though, it is Matthew Roberts versus Sam Slater. This is the fight that we've been watching onto what I believe is going to be the final lap. The last lap board is out now. We wait to see what the gap is between Roberts and Neil Durant. We're on the final tour of the circuit here. Sam Slater is running out of time here to try and make a move. Interesting, though, Roberts now does have a 6-second lead over Neil Durant in third. It would put him in second place, even if the stewards decide to throw the 5 seconds at him. Expect a bit of a delay between this and the podium while they take a look at all that footage. But at the moment, Roberts just has to defend for around about 5 or 6 more corners, and on the road, he will become a BIKC champion. And Slater is going to throw everything he's got.
I know. What's he thinking now? Down to the fastest part of the circuit. He thinks he's been unfairly. It has it taken away. What's he going to do? Is he going to make any contact at all to go around the fastest part of the circuit?
If Sam's got anything left now, he needs to use it. If he's got anything left in the tank, this is where he needs to do it. He's not going to get the run out of the corner. Nose to tail, the drivers are going to come across the line provisionally. Your champion, Matthew Roberts from TeamSport Warrington. 2/10 of a second is the advantage over Sam Slater. This is the gap we want to see. 5.9 to Neil Durant. So this one is going to have to go down to the stewards. Matthew Roberts, though, elated to take that one on the track, but we've got our eyes glued to the race control channel. A little bit further down, Neil Durant in third place, Oliver Smith in fourth, Adam Hadfield comes home in fifth place. Good result from him, but visibly, though, Sam Slater is not happy with that one.
I'll say, though, right, nothing from the stewards at the moment, nothing from race control, and considering the fact that happened a fair few laps ago, at the moment, it looks like it may stand. In fact, somebody just come in there to say the result will be pending. Checking change of race lead. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very much in the hands of the stewards. The result we've got, Matthew Roberts 1, Sam Slater 2, is only very provisional.
And this is the reason why, just taking another look at this one, this is the change for the lead that Clark of the course, James Hislop, is going to have to take a look at. Looking at this, if there was a touch, it looks like it may have only been a tiny one, but Slater was enough that Slater could feel it. He's visibly not happy with that one, but as the drivers come back into the pit lane now, we take a look and see what happens. At the moment, the result is on hold. Roberts provisionally holds the advantage, but 5.9 seconds back to Neil Durant in third place. It's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, gets handed out here. It is going to be a very tough call. This is going to be the biggest call the Clarks will have to make over the course of the BIKC in 2021. You just see our roving reporter Rod Stone getting some beautiful shots for the social medias of the drivers coming off there as well. But just one more time for you, provisionally on the road, Matthew Roberts and Sam Slater. The result on hold as the stewards take a look through that result. I do know for a fact they've got a camera pointed directly at that point, so they have got all the evidence they need to be able to see what happened in that one. Neil Durant in third place, Oliver Smith, Adam Hadfield, Mortaza Hassan, Blaze Turnstill, Mackenzie Shelmadine, Barry Lakes, Thomas Layton, Lewis Draper, Ben Pickard, Matthew Williams, Matthew Borrowdale, and Darren Shaw, James Howarth complete your 16-kart field. What do you reckon of that one, Russ?
Now, just to remind everybody, right, we've got all the technology, we've got VAR, we've got marshals on every corner. We have got a very, very experienced race director in James Hislop, who is used to making big calls in his motorsport adjudicating career. I don't think he would have made a decision as big as this, because the whole result will come down to one incident on one corner, and no doubt the officials are poring over it at the moment. We are only going to make this decision when absolutely everybody is happy that it is the right decision to make. And you know, what are they thinking at the moment? I think it's more about, is there any reason was it fair? Was there enough contact there? Well, A, was there contact? B, was it enough to knock Sam off that racing line to give Matthew Roberts the inside line in order to take that position? Is surely the question that everybody is asking in the race control at the present moment in time. But yeah, high tension here down at TeamSport Warrington with the middleweight final, and at the moment it's too tight, I don't want to call it. That's a certain, I want to stay on the fence. Yeah. I don't know about you, Tom, but I think that is one for the race directors, because that is very, very close. Oh, we didn't see the best angle.
Yeah, I think the footage that we got from that one is pretty inconclusive. If there was a touch, from what we could see, it did only look like a small one there. And it does look like we are going to go through, and they're going to take a quick look through that one, and hopefully we're going to get a. Hopefully the guys in VAR will be pouring through it, and I think they're going to take a look at. I think they're going to have a look through that, and hopefully we should get a result very, very soon. But still, despite all of that, we do have a very, very tight race throughout the field. And it looks like, I believe Ross may have just had a word with our clerk of the course, and we have
Ladies
a
and
result.
gentlemen, I have the verdict. So I have got James Hislop, clerk of the course, with me down here, and it has been adjudicated that there was contact, there was loading on the back of the cart from Matthew Roberts. So we are going to apply a penalty for that incident. So I can officially announce that the winner, and we'll get down to the presentation in a minute, but Matthew Roberts does have a penalty, a 5-second penalty, which will remove him from the top position.
2-second penalty I'm getting from the clerk of the course here. So it. Yeah. So enough. So what it is enough is it's to put Sam Slater as your middleweight champion, and put Matthew Roberts still on the podium in second place. But that is possibly the biggest call that the Clarks have had to make, and fair play for being able to do that. And very, very tough decision. It pops up now, 2-second penalty, enough to reverse the positions between Sam Slater and Matthew Roberts. That's a very, very big decision. but a very, very tight fight between the pair of them. But it is still enough to keep Matthew Roberts in second place, so we can confirm your middleweight champion for 2021, Sam Slater. Matthew Roberts taking home the vice champion position. Neil Durant will go into third place, and that now releases our man Russ to take over the podium proceedings. And joining me now, Joel, our director. What do you make of that one?
It was a controversial move, wasn't it? I mean, do you remember last year in the lightweights when Sam Slater came home to victory, the defensive driving that he had to keep up for about half of that final? Like James Hislop, clerk of the course, just came in and chatted to us about the decision, and I think he said Sam played a blinder by backing up the pack to sort of maximise the effect of any potential penalty. I've got to say, from my perspective, from the cameras that we saw and the reaction replay, I say it's very, very borderline, that move. But it's such a high-speed right-hander with so much load on the outside tyres that one little nudge can really put you off the line.
What I will say, though, there does look like that is quite a controversial move. I will say the Clarks do have access to a camera that looks from the opposite direction, and they can see from the other side of the circuit, which honestly I think if we had that same view, then we'd be able to, then maybe you could see where that is. But there was quite a lot of defence, there was quite a lot of offence in that as well. But that is a very very tough call. It's going to be heartbreaking for Matthew Roberts in that
and just
one.
to answer some of the people in the YouTube comments, yes, there is an additional camera in that position. Beyond the broadcast cameras, there is a CCTV wide-angle camera that is facing literally right down at that corner, which
does
is
literally look right at the apex. So
exactly. So James Hislop and Ben, all of the guys looking after the VAR, they will have had way more footage than we have here. So you may not agree with the decision, but it was definitely a very carefully thought through decision and not a rash impulse judgment.
Yeah, that is the sort of thing that does take quite a lot of time. Unfortunately, we don't have access. It is beyond the capability of the broadcast camera to be able to bring that one to you on the circuit's CCTV. And it is a very, very hard call. We did say that it was going to be a very tough one, but honestly, devastated for Matthew Roberts. That was a very good run that he put on a dominant display over the course of the event. But I believe we are getting ready now for the podium presentation. We'll be handing out some beautiful trophies to first, second and third for Neil Durant, Matthew Roberts and Sam Slater. So in your own time, Russ, I'll leave it over to yourself.
Stay focused. Stay focused.
Just a little pause, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting because the result was right down to the stewards. We are just having to rewrite a few certificates. So we'll be just another minute and we'll be right with you. You are the man, sir. You are the man. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, if I have your attention just for one last time this evening, what an absolutely unbelievable event. Drama right to the end. We'll go through that in a minute, but first of all, we are joined by a few VIPs here. We have Simon from TeamSport, we have Will from Club 100, who just want to say a few words before we actually hand out the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, Simon Wooldridge from TeamSport.
Thank you, Russ. So firstly, thank you all for coming along to the second BIKC. It's been a brilliant day and amazing racing. And thank you to the team at Warrington. And in particular, thanks to the competitors. Watching that racing was absolutely brilliant, very competitive, and some really quality driving. And everyone's done amazingly well to get here. We've had lots and lots of competitors have tried to get to the finals. Thanks to the supporters as well. I know lots of you have come from far and wide and driven a long way, and lots of you will get home late tonight. And thanks to the TeamSport crew. Putting on an event like this takes an awful lot of hard work. The marshals, the tech team, the stewards, the commentators, our marketing team, IT, etc. have all done a brilliant job. And finally, before I hand over to Will, thanks to our sponsors. Club 100, Coke have sponsored us as well, Tops F1 cards, Smoking Bean Coffee, and of course Motorsport UK. So thank you to everyone. I'll hand you over to Will from Club 100.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, well done, everyone, today. Some amazing driving, and thank you to all the parents and friends and family for coming to support those drivers and what has been a fantastic final to the British Indoor Karting Championship once again. And we're delighted as Club 100 to be sponsoring this amazing competition. And when you guys are ready, if you fancy it, come and try out Club 100. It's the next level up in terms of performance, outdoor karting all over the country. It's really good fun. I've been racing for 20 years. I'm still doing it, so there you go. Thank you once again. And I'll pass you back to Russ.
Thank you, Will. Right. We've got three people missing here, and let's sort that right out. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, third place in the final. What a great drive. Third place goes to Neil Durant, representing TeamSport Cardiff as well. Fantastic. That's third place. Now, second place. Now, I just want to say from the stewards that we have reviewed the incident and we have clear evidence that there was enough contact behind to knock the car out of the way in order for the drive to go through and take that position. So this is the official result. And second place, hey, he still drove absolutely mega all afternoon. Still a fantastic result. Second place, Matthew Roberts. But the winning driver, who absolutely dominated that finally, it had to be said, led for lap after lap after lap. He comes home to win and become another multiple BIKC champion. It all goes to Mr. Sam Slater! Whoop, whoop. Here we go. Now, Will's just going to hand out a few certificates, but we have 3 armed bottles of champagne there. Gentlemen. Yeah, keep that safe. But go for it. There should be primed. Oh, a bit of camera work. I always forget the paparazzi. They're everywhere, aren't they? Right, here we go. It's champagne time, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Yes, that's what we like to see. Absolutely brilliant. Amazing stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the BIKC Middleweights 2021. All that is left for me to say now is just thank you to everybody for supporting us during BIKC 2021. Just to let you all know, BIKC 2022 is coming next year. But for me and all the team at TeamSport, thank you very much for your support and good night.
Okay, what a absolutely fantastic race. So the winners are making their way over for interviews, but if you're at home, I'm pretty sure you're on the edge of your seat watching that. It was an amazing final to the middleweight category of the British Indoor Karting Championships. So here come the winners. Got Neil, Matthew and Sam making their way around with their enormous trophy. They look very proud. Those trophies are massive. Just like my ego. Just like your ego. Absolutely fantastic, Neil. Okay, so Sam, two-time BIKC.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Oh, yeah, incredible, holy, wow. I lost the words because obviously for a moment you think you lost it. And yeah, I mean, I got behind him on that last lap, thought maybe I can get one more go at him. And I knew when the move happened that there was a chance that I could get given the win anyway. And it was just too close. But yeah, just so happy, so happy.
Really amazing racing, not just in the final, but all day. I've got the names written down of everyone I've got to talk to, and your name is on here again and again and again, just proving that you are the best, and you've done that today. Don't go anywhere just yet, let's get the guys over. Matthew and Neil, head on over, guys. Both of you, come on over. Bring your massive trophies. Okay, so Neil, how was that for you?
Amazing. So chuffed for third.
Well done.
Absolutely loved it. Brilliant. Tried to give these guys a good run for their money, but had to defend them from fourth. So it was a brilliant day. Absolute chuffed.
And how long have you been karting?
Properly 2 years.
Yeah.
So last year I joined SRK Championship and started right at the back, got right up to fifth. This year I was up there on the podiums all the time with BSR. Done me proud. They've really pushed me on.
I can
third.
I can actually vouch for him. You know, I've watched his racing in other championships for the past year, and he's just gone from. Yeah, I mean, he scared me in the semi-finals. You know, and just watching his progression the past 2 years, I'm scared of you for next year. Put it that way. Yeah, you've come a long way.
But we are teammates, so I wasn't going to do anything silly. Yeah. I was happy for East to fight it out.
Matthew, how was that for you?
It didn't go quite as I wanted it to. I mean, it's been up and down with the stewards, but it is what it is. I'll take second. I've done well. So
one thing that you are a credit is your sportsmanship. All three of you all day have been absolutely phenomenal. So there's lots of people watching at home, like we said, that might be sitting on the sofa thinking, how do I take part? What's your advice? Because you're the role models to those guys.
Well, like I said earlier, you know, the best thing to do is just attend a go-kart track anywhere in the country and just drive around it, get good at it, you know, get used to the track and talk to the regulars and get yourself out there with the championships that are out there. And before you know it, you'll be doing Neil in 2 years, or you'll be winning championships. And
at the age of 42,
there is never a wrong time to do it. Just go and do it, and it's such a friendly atmosphere in most places you go.
Absolutely,
so you'll enjoy it.
TeamSport brought me on. I started in Cardiff, home track, amazing track. Love the guys there, and just go different places, just have fun. Don't worry about the car, just enjoy it and have fun. And that's what I've said all day.
Yeah.
I'm here to have fun. It is what it is. And look where it is. Third place. Amazing.
So with all this, we know it's not just you guys. You always have a big support network behind you. Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, I mean, my parents have watched almost every race I've ever watched. And any live stream event, I think my mum probably was hanging on for dear life watching that final. So yeah, for friends from work, any colleagues from BSR, and generally my parents, just appreciate anyone watching.
Of course, my lovely wife. You know, she allows me to come. So she does support me. She's always waiting to know what I've done. You know, and also Sam's been a massive help this year. Really helped me. And Brad, my team manager, BSR, really have brought me on this year. So next year, chasing you for the win. Mate. Chasing you for the win.
And Matthew, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
My dad for coming with me, everyone here who I know that's been supporting me, and family and friends at home watching.
Well, you've all been a credit to motorsport today. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you having us.
See you next year.
You will.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, so what a fantastic final, some well-deserved winners. Let's go back to the studio.
Thanks a lot, Rod. We knew that was going to be an interesting one, Moles.
We did. I don't think anyone in the track today could keep their eyes off of that top three.
No, that was intense. That was intense. It was from the start. Will is back with us from Club 100. He's just explained to us now what that means for the top three. What are they going to get from you guys? And what it means for them.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And so the winning driver, Sam, he's going to win a whole season in Club 100 next year. So he will be winning the Club 100 heavyweight. He'll be in the Club 100 heavyweight championship. So Club 100, for those who don't know about it, it's been going for 28 years, a long time now. But we are sort of the highest level of arrive and drive karting you can do. It's not indoors; it's outdoors on big race tracks, the kind of tracks which Lewis Hamilton grew up on, and all the Formula 1 drivers grew up on, and the kind of karts which they grew up on as well. So it's high performance two-stroke racing, but done on an arrive and drive basis. So Sam is winning a whole season in Club 100, 11 rounds, which is phenomenal. I wish that I had done something like that when I was younger. And in second place he's winning 3 rounds in one of the other championships that we have, which is kind of more of a beginner type thing. But I'm sure he's going to do really, really well, so we might bump him up, we'll see. And then third place will win just 1 round. But they all get a test day as well, so we're really looking forward to seeing how they do in Club 100 next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for everything you've done for the sponsorship and things like that. It's really cool. Very quickly, we have been running our own competition to win cinema tickets, thanks to Coca-Cola, to Anyview Cinema, and the game was bingo karting.
Bingo karting.
Just want to say, Trayvon Allen and Aidan Venn, you've won 2 pairs of tickets each. So get in touch with us somehow. Social.
Social. So we've got @BIKC official, or you can drop us an email, race@bikc.co.uk.
That's right. And we're also going to give away that.
Are we? Oh, yes. No. Yes, we are.
So we managed to fill this somehow with every F1 sticker that exists. And it's worth probably now over £2,000.
Yes, and if you put the man hours that we spent putting this book together, it's worth a lot more.
So we're going to randomly pick someone from whoever's shared.
Yeah, so if you've shared our live stream, whether that was this morning or whether you can do that now to enter, we are going to go through everyone that has shared it across our social platforms @BIKC official.
Yeah, that's right. In just a sec, we're going to be talking to Charlie. I'm excited about that. He's going to get his dad on as well.
I've also got some family tickets to give away for Merlin.
Tickets to give away.
We're giving away a lot right now.
Yeah,
we have got 4 times family tickets for Merlin. So we're going to give 2 of them away to Brighton Fan 1, if you can get in contact with us, and also Mark Wilson. So if you guys can get in touch with us, you've got a family Merlin ticket coming your way.
Well done to you guys. Thank you to Coca-Cola for that one as well. We've got more of them to give away later on.
We do.
But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. Thank you, Will.
Welcome.
We'll see you again very soon.
Yeah, next year, absolutely.
Thanks a lot. We'll be back after this.
Club 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
Welcome back. We're now joined with, yeah, it's all right, we'll have that conversation in a minute. We're joined by Charlie and Dad. Look what's written on the back, if you can see this. We're not here to take part, we're here to take over. That's exactly what they've done, Moles.
Yes, pretty much.
Cue Moles.
So, how have you found the racing from, because obviously you were here yesterday and today, so what are your thoughts and feelings on the racing?
I think this year the racing has been like really good. There's been a load of competitive battles.
Yeah.
And you can really see the improvement as well.
It's been so intense over this weekend. How's it been? How was it watching, Charlie?
It's just total mixed emotions. I mean, it's unreal. Obviously, when you're out in front, you just want the race to be over. When you're behind chasing, you want the race to carry on. It's just everything mixed in one. You know, when you're out in front, you just want it to end as soon as possible. So yeah, it just drags on when he's in front. Basically, you just want it to end. But it's been amazing. It's been brilliant. Really has.
Of course. And how many of you came down from Basildon this weekend?
I think in total, including drivers, it was around about 20 of us in total.
That's insane.
Good support.
That's so good.
We need to get you a minibus next year.
Yeah, well, hopefully a coach, big coach, hopefully.
Yeah, with all this written on it on the side.
Definitely.
Awesome.
We want to say a big thank you to Nikki at Basildon. Hello, Nikki, for doing all of the hoodies, the banners. So for the banner, we are giving TeamSport Basildon the coffee machine.
Hey, at last.
You literally have won a coffee machine.
You have won a coffee machine.
Does that mean I get free coffee if we won it for us?
I think you get coffee included with the coffee machine.
I think you do. You get the beans and everything thanks to Smoking Bean. You might even get one of these.
You have to talk to Nikki about that one.
We'll come back to that one, I'm sure. But yeah, well done on that. Coffee machine's awesome. Have you seen this, by the way? Do you know how much effort went into that? It's a film. They're all in there. They're all in there.
How many packs?
So we went through about 500 packs, which works out about £2,000.
It was mad.
So we've filled it, and if you are sharing the stream on your socials, you will have the chance to win it.
Yeah.
So are you competing again next year?
Definitely, yeah.
Will you still be in the junior category next year?
1 year left.
So,
awesome.
3 times running champion.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming down and putting so much effort in. It's really been awesome to see. Thank you guys.
It's been great.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, and just a big massive thanks to everyone at TeamSport, all the BIKC staff. It's been absolutely amazing. The staff have been brilliant. You've done an absolutely fantastic job.
Thank you.
And it's a great competition. It really is. So well done to absolutely everyone.
Make sure you guys get back safe, all right?
All right.
And get on the socials. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Just to anybody watching on Facebook at the minute, we're going to actually end that stream and bring it back again due to Facebook's 8-hour rule. And that's going to happen around 8:30. So if your stream drops out on Facebook, just reload, go back on, and it'll be back there. We're going to be back very shortly for the heavyweights.
Heavyweights.
This is going to be interesting.
Category.
The last one of the day.
It's been getting more and more intense throughout. It's been building and building and building.
Down.
Up and down. It's so intense. So we'll have to see what the heavyweights are going to bring. I think they could top it again.
I think so. I think it'll be really.
No champions racing though, so
no champions.
It's up for a new title.
New title should be very good. And we've got loads more cinema tickets to give away, and the mail-in attractions as well, all coming up. But for now, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in a bit.
Top 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have classes for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
Hi, I'm Claire, and I'm the Naked Warrior. Are you ready to level up with your fitness? Do you want to unleash your inner warrior once and for all? With my brand new program, you will get exclusive access to a personalized workout plan, a customized nutrition plan, access to my online community, 24/7 email support, and access directly to me. You will get customized workouts that you can do at home or in the gym that will suit your goals, whether or not you want to get lean or you want to get strong. My meal plans and my recipes are easy to follow, they're delicious, and you will never ever feel like you're on a diet. So if this sounds like the program for you, now's the time to get started.
the official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars, plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
After 3,000 driver entries, 27,000 qualifying laps led, we're back to BIKC 2021.
Welcome. This is Lex.
This
is Molly.
God, it's been a long day. If you followed us through the entire day, you'll know it's been a very long day. We're about to start the heavyweight finals. We're joined by Rod.
Hello.
How's it been? Are you as tired as me?
You know what? I've been loving it.
Yeah?
It's been getting me through. Talking to the drivers the minute they come off track, most of them are still out of breath.
Yes.
But it's driven me along, and we're on to the final event now, so let's see how this one goes.
That's right. And you've still got your hair rollers.
I have got my rollers in. I didn't realise we were going quite so quickly back to being live.
It looks fabulous, Moles.
It's been fun. The drivers have been staring at me throughout every bit in a bit of a weird face.
I understand.
I don't know why though.
We want to try and get 2,000 followers on Instagram.
We do, but we
do
would
that.
also like everyone to share the stream onto your pages. If you share the stream onto your pages, you could win a fully complete F1 Topps book. We have put a lot of man hours into this. A lot of stickers are in here. It is worth quite a bit.
Yes. And it's worth a lot of money. And some of them stickers, I like the logos. The logo ones on the front are really cool. I was going to take some of them home. Them ones, yeah.
The shiny ones.
They're really awesome.
They do look fantastic.
Yeah.
Just as
really
fabulous as you, Rod.
Fabulous. I'm saying they've only let me up here because there's the heavyweights coming on.
No, but we are looking forward to some great racing from the heavyweights. We've seen a lot of intense racing today. You've seen the champions have managed to win their titles back, some of them new titles due to the driver categories having a little bit of a switch around.
A little switchy-roo, and there's no reigners in this at the minute.
No, there's no
Did I make up a word?
No reigners.
There is no champions, but we are seeing the top 657 heavyweights.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that one we just had, that you just seen, that was the most entries.
That was the most entries with 744.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
good.
Don't forget to follow us at BIKC Official. We will be shouting out. I do have a quick shout out for Leanne, who's watching David Harvey from Harlow today. So, hello, Leanne.
Awesome. Yeah, we also want to mention loads of BIKC merch available at bikc.co.uk. You look lovely in one of them.
Well,
yeah, there's caps, there's lanyards, there's these water bottles. You can head there, get some merch, get yourself kitted out for next year.
Do you want to tell them about bingo karting?
Bingo karting. Let's do that again, Moles. Go on, after you.
Come on, Molly.
So, if you guys start commenting below the cart number which you think will come in the podium today, you could be in with a chance of winning some cinema tickets.
Yes, to view cinemas, thank you to Coca-Cola. All you need to do is pick a number between 1 and 15, was it? I think it was 15.
Without 4, 8.
18, so 1 and 18, but do not pick cart 4, 5 or 8. They are not involved. If you need to get that, get it into the comments just below before the start of the final. All right. So pick a number 1 to 18. We'll pick out a random number, random name from all of that, and send you some tickets to go to view cinema. Thanks to Coca-Cola. How awesome is that?
I know, right?
We're also giving away more stuff later. There's just so much to
Loads
give
to
away.
give away. Loads to
Amazing.
give away.
It's just, I don't even know where to start.
Still get involved. Hashtag I have been.
I have been is another one. Yeah, we've got a few of them to go through actually, so you'll see some really cool pictures on the way. I think we should catch up with Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley, but before we do, it's time to see that beautiful Stone Cold lap one more time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you join me at TeamSport Warrington International Circuit for the hot lap. This circuit is one of the longest, oldest and fastest indoor kart racing circuit in the country, going on to the main straight, and the drama, the action, it starts immediately as we literally slingshot down through these S's, tight as you can to the apexes, then it's down into the hairpin section, which is all tarmac, which is high grip, high speed. The most important apex is this one right here, because it goes onto the S's. The key here is to hug the corners as much as you can through here, but we're watching out for the next apex, which is coming up here. Really good high grip through here, and then we're just smoothing out this corner to hit that apex. Once again, we have good speed, and the car will be flat out around here, but we're watching out for the corner onto the up ramp. It's important to go left here, because there is an important apex there as we drive round over the hump, and then round these corners, down onto the downhill where you brake actually on the ramp, turn the kart in, and once again around onto the start-finish straight for one of the most epic corners in indoor karting. Should we do it again? Why not? Look at this, flat out here, flat out there. And that is a lap of the international circuit at TeamSport Warrington. That was good. I don't think I'll do any better than that.
There he is, the man and legend is there. It's been a long day.
It has. First of all, can I have a big shout out to Molly's hairdresser? I mean, talk about half a job.
I know.
You know what I mean? To come on screen with rollers in is absolutely fantastic. So let's give it up for Molly. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Great.
I've heard a hairdresser's name's Arthur. Arthur Job.
Arthur Job.
It's definitely getting to that time now where you just need to crack on. Right.
What do you want to know, Lex?
I want to know about your thoughts on heavyweights and what we're looking out for and what you're excited about.
Heavyweight is going to be good fun. This is one of the couple of classes, and normally does have a little bit of a different feel to it. This one though has a bit of a different feel for a host of different reasons. We've not got a former champion in here. We've not got a lot of drivers who have experience in the national finals. I think there's only about 4 or 5, whereas throughout the day there's been 17, 18 on the grid, especially in that last one. Name that pops out immediately, Adrian Ray was in the finals last year, John Paragon as well. They're both qualified through their regionals, where at Bradford, I believe they're through from Stockton and Hull respectively. So 2 drivers to keep an eye on who've got experience. There's a lot of quick drivers in this field as well. Names like Sean Briley, he's a driver who's got a lot of experience. Don't think we saw him in the nationals last year, but in many other championships he's got a lot of experience. Then some drivers done a lot of testing. Richie Clark as well. Yeah. He's had some good times so far.
Yeah, so for people watching who you may not really understand how the weight classes work or whatever, what would be the difference between say that last category to heavyweight?
Well, weight is very important in karting. Like if we take the lightweights as the extreme example of this, it makes them extremely fast in a straight line. Now technically they'll have less downforce, a bit of less grip when they get to the corners, but it's very difficult to overtake another driver when you do a corner really, really well, but then you get on the straight and then the driver who is significantly lighter, all about power to weight, then literally disappears, moves a few karts ahead as you go onto the main straight. So that's quite frustrating, which is why we've done these weight categories for a long, long time. And the drivers who do it really appreciate it. There's a lot of drivers on the cusp of it that have to go on Weight Watchers for 6 months to make sure that they actually make the
go on it for 6 years
to make the grade. But it makes for exciting racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes for competitive racing. All the drivers got the same crack at the whip, basically.
Yeah. And as we've just seen with the middleweights there, that was exciting. I know you were.
There was a lot in that one. There was a lot to dissect.
What was it like for you guys, Dan?
it was manic. There wasn't a single second that you could just take your eye off the screen. There was something happening the entire way round. Obviously, we had the controversy at the end of that one, at the front of it, but there were fantastic fights throughout the entire field, which is what you want to see at the end of the day. And two drivers putting absolutely everything on the line to try and take home one of the biggest prizes in indoor karting.
We knew when that incident happened that whatever was going on track, there was going to be a bigger picture. We knew it was going to end up at the steward's office, and even when the result happened, the checker flag fall, we were saying this is provisional because we were going to have a look at this. And we actually had the action replay. Big shout out to Joel and his team. We had the action replay during the race. I mean, come on, that is amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they put a lot of work into getting the little tools that we've got, stuff that you take for granted in some other series, like the guys who may have been watching something else that's going on in, I think, Saudi Arabia at the moment. But yeah, there's a lot of work gone in behind the scenes here.
The footage looks absolutely fantastic from the whole couple of days of the event. It's stunning, absolutely stunning. So, who are you tipping to be on the podium? Any ideas?
Honestly, I think I've said it a couple of times. I think this one is quite wide open because you don't have a lot of drivers who've got experience of this track. But a couple of the names I've mentioned already, the likes of Sean Briley, he's got to be a good shot for this one. Even like Richie Clark as well, he could cause a bit of an upset. But even further down the order, there's, I like to say, about 10 or so drivers who could have a shot at this one.
Fantastic.
Yeah, well, BSKC is coming up. That's a new schools thing. Should be very interesting. If you don't know what it is, we're going to show you in a second. But it's basically this with it's schools instead of individuals as such. But this is what it's all about anyway. Just head to the website for more details if you're interested in registering from BSKC. It should be an interesting one, that.
Should be fantastic. I've got Molly's cue cards here.
Go on, what's it say?
This is Chivo Smoking Bean, one of our sponsors. Absolutely fantastic coffee on that one.
Right, so what
Does
else
she need that one anymore?
No, well, she might do.
Let's put that one over there. See if she finds it. And she doesn't need that one either.
What's that?
She's going to have so much fun when she comes back.
That's the stats.
Let's leave them there.
What's she got written down on there? Who are we looking for?
Who are we looking for? Who are we looking out for today? All the different drivers. They've made some pretty good decisions throughout the day. A few of the names that we've said have actually made it to the actual podium positions at the end.
No, it has been really good. It's been really good. We want you, for the next one, obviously, all over the socials, at BIKC Official. Let us know you're there, support your driver, get in the comments down below as well. All that type of stuff. We're nearly ready, I think, to go back down.
I best go and vacate myself and make myself at home in the pits.
You've got to go down there.
I have to go down. I'm going to be doing some interviews with all the people coming off track, so it should be a fantastic set of races.
You need to prepare yourself for confetti again, I think, to be honest.
Confetti, yeah. They've already seen people walking around with confetti cannons, so I will be having flashbacks from yesterday, so let's...
Also, for bingo karting, pick a number.
Pick a number?
Yeah.
Oh, what's on there now? I will go for number 10.
Number 10.
Number 10 has got mine on it this time.
All right.
Couldn't have it before, but can now.
If you want to get involved in that and win some cinema tickets to view cinema thanks to Coca-Cola, all you've got to do now is try and guess which kart number is going to win the final of Heavyweight. You need to get this into the comments before the start of the final. Just pick a number, 1 to 18. It can't be 4, 5 or 8 because we're not using those. But get them in there. We'll be randomly selecting people to win if you get that. If you get it right, if it's kart on the podium that you've chosen.
You win.
You win the tickets. It's pretty cool. But anyway, I think it's almost time for the final category of BIKC 21.
Yeah.
It's gone so fast.
It really has.
It's gone so fast.
But it's been phenomenal.
It's amazing. I can't believe it. It's gone so fast.
The standard of driving, just going from the locals to the regionals and now to the finals,
yes,
it's just breathtaking.
Yeah. So sit back, enjoy this, get your feet up, get ready, and we're going to hand over now to Russ Mabley and Tom Gibson in the commentary box for Heavyweight.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last of the BIKC events finals of 2021. The heavyweights, it's here, and it is, as ever, one of the most highly anticipated events of all the races we've been through, all the qualifying, all the laps, the local finals, the regional finals, and now we get to the point where we are at the national final, and tonight we will be crowning yet another BIKC champion. My name is Russ Mabley. I'm going to be taking it through everything with my trusty psychic here, Tom Gibson. Tom, what do you think? Who is your money on?
There's a lot of drivers out there. There's only 4, though, that do have previous experience here at a national final. Looking through this, the likes of, we mentioned them earlier, John Paragon, Adrian Ray through from Hull and Stockton. Then also Chris Burns from Clydebank, one of the guys down from Scotland. And you've also got a couple of others in that list. But a lot of drivers with some impressive feats around this
Emmanuel Nabodo is definitely a returning driver.
Emmanuel, a returning driver as well. A couple of wildcards also making a return. Adam Jackson from Leeds and Darren Stables from Bradford as well. Just looking through my list, they've been through. There is also a couple of drivers that have the opportunity to complete a clean sweep. From what I can see, one of those being one Tom Owens from Liverpool. He won his qualifying sessions, won his local, won his regional, and now he is on the road to a BIKC Championship. But another driver who can complete it from Gosport, Alex Stewart as well, won all of his sessions heading into this one. And quite a few different circuits represented in this one, and I'm looking forward to this one. I don't know about anyone else, but heavyweights is always good fun, and with a load of drivers out there from 22 different circuits, it's going to be a lot of good fun.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's just take you through exactly what the format is going to be. So we've just had 2 practice runs that we didn't commentate on. It's just practice. We're now going to go through 6 heats, and each driver gets to compete in 3 of them. Once we get to the end of the heats, we'll take a very short break, and then we'll be running the semi-finals. Every driver goes through and races in the semi-finals, but we are after the top 8 from each semi-final that we'll go through and race in the grand final. Now, we also have a new clerk of the course tonight. We have got the introduction of Ben Savory is going to be your head clerk of the course tonight. So mixing it up, and we are looking forward to a really, really entertaining race meeting. And what we have there is the new pace cart, which really does resemble a Christmas tree, but it is that time of year, really. So we do have a mobile Christmas tree at TeamSport, and at the moment Dave McGregor is sat in it, and he is our pace cart man for this particular heat. And what's going to happen is all the drivers are going to bunch up behind Dave, and we're going to drive them round at walking speed around 2 hairpins. And then when we get to the back straight, going underneath the Dunlop Bridge, we will, at some point down there, Dave will put his foot down, he'll clear off into the distance, we will flick a switch, and we'll be racing. And we are in for 7-minute races during the heats. The racing will get longer. In the semi-finals, we'll move to 10 minutes. And then when we get to the grand final at the end of the night, we are looking at a 15-minute race. So, don't forget for social media, let's have your comments coming in. Who do you want to win? Who are you supporting? Let's have the comments in. We will read them. We will read them out. We will take the mick out of them. You can take a mick out of us. It's fine. It's no problem. So get those comments in, because we will read them out. We will get involved. So here we go. We've got 4 carts now coming out on to the start-finish line. And we have a grid. So we've got Rhys Courtney starting in pole position. Alex Stewart second. John Paragon is going to be lining up third. Emmanuel Nabodo is going to be in 4th place on the grid. Ben Rodder's going to be 5th, David Harvey in 6th, Richie Clark in 7th, Tom Owens in 8th, Keith Simmons in 9th, Sean Brearley is in 10th, Stuart Clark 11th, Barney Williams is going to be 12th, Jason Wicks is going to be 13th, 14th is going to be Chris Burns, and at the back is Matthew West. Now, as we've said all along, if you're at the back, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because these heats, it's all about how many drivers you can overtake, you can get past. Every time you overtake somebody, you gain a point, essentially. Every time you get overtaken, you lose a point. So if you do start in 15th on the grid, you've got another 14 drivers in front of you there for points to be made, points to be picked up. Reece Courtney, he's in pole position. Really, it's all about winning. It's all about making sure that you get round to the checker flag and you win the race. Because if you get overtaken, you're only going backwards. You're losing points. So here we go. Keep those comments coming in. And here we go. Coming around, and this is exactly the kind of pace lap that we are looking for here tonight. Nice and slow, 2 abreast. We're going to go on to Dave with a little glance behind just to check. Yeah, they're all driving absolutely perfectly. So they're going to go back onto the back straight underneath the Dunlop Bridge, and we are looking for a green light just on the right hand side of your screen for everybody that's watching at home or on your mobiles. Here we go, away goes Dave. Surely it's going to be a start, it has to be. There's Dave. Yeah, we don't need to see Dave, we need to see the next bunch, and here they come. And here we go in the lead, number 23, Reece Courtney. Surely he's going to be holding that lead. Yes, he gets through the first couple of corners round here, and he's already got a little bit of a lead. And John Paragon has made a move already. He started in 3rd. He's already moved up into 2nd position. He has made that move on Alex Stewart. And here we go. So we've got driver number 3, Emmanuel Nabodo. He's in there as well. I think he's made it up into 3rd. Let's have a look as they go around. 23, 2. Just missed that number as it went round. So 23 leading, 2 second. There he leads. The number, actually, John Paragon is already looking feisty. That little bit of a lead that Reece had, I think that's already being taken apart. It is Emmanuel Nabodo that's going there in 3rd place at the moment.
Up into 3rd. I think that's actually the 6th of Ben Rodder there. So he's had a good start from 5th place on the grid to move up into 3rd place. But it's Courtney, Paragon and Rodder, your top 3, as they come over the line for the first time here at TeamSport Warrington in the heavyweights. Alex Stewart there in 4th place. Richie Clark up into 5th place. Emmanuel Nabodo is down to 6th place. David Harvey in 7th. Keith Simmons in 8th. 9th, Tom Owen, Sean Briley in 10th. Stuart Clark, Chris Burns, Barney Williams, Matthew West and Jason Wicks completes your 15 runners and riders as they head up the ramp for the 2nd time of asking. That top 4 all running nose to tail at the moment. The 23, the 2, the 6 and the 1 as they fire down through the top section of the corners circuit. Looks like they've dropped Richie Clark at the moment. I think he may have been passed there by Emmanuel Nabodo as they head down the ramp for the 2nd time, and they are all nose to tail. There's Rich Clark in the 12, the 3 of Nabodo has the 7 of David Harvey just behind, but they're all line astern here. We'll take Harvey and the Dago Yellow behind, maybe going for an overtake. We wait to see if he's got through. I think he may have just got that done as it looks like the 12 Richie Clark's closing in on Stewart and Rodder, as that has given Paragon and Courtney a little bit of breathing room. You can see though the times are popping through. Fastest lap at the moment, 59.9 for Richie Clark. He's going to be happy with that. He's been chasing a time like that for the last couple of weeks as he's been testing. Now as they head through the tunnel, he's got it in the bag. What a time to do it in the national finals as they head up the ramp once again. Courtney leads Paragon, leads Rodder, leads Stewart, leads Clark, Harvey, Nabodo, Simmons, Owens, Briley, your top 10.
And it has to be said, John Paragon is absolutely piling on the pressure on Reece Courtney in the lead there. There was a little bit of gap after the first lap, but that is just vanished. It is literally bumper to bumper. And it's all about when you make your move, when you strike. Now, so many moves been on this corner here at the end of the main straight. The fast corner, there was contact there. A little bit of nudging. They're side by side. It's Paragon and Courtney. Paragon's going to cut to the inside.
Well, this could give Rodder the chance to get into that one as well, but no, they all still line astern. Paragon tried it for the lead, but all that has done has brought Richie Clark and the 12 into this fight. So it's now a 5-car fight. Clark goes faster again. 59.7, 59.2 for David Harvey. The AA man is flying here at the moment as they head into the fight, the closing stages. I reckon they've got around about 3 laps left here. So Paragon's going to go for the move. He's done it all. He's done it already, side by side up the ramp. That gives Courtney the inside though. Oh, that's allowed the 6 of Rodder to through and out, and Stewart as well. So Paragon's tried to go for a move in the process. He's lost the position instead.
And Ben Rodder, yeah, Christmas is a few weeks away, but he just had a present absolutely there given to him on his lap. Open went the door, In he went, straight up, straight through. Merry Christmas. Here we go, John Paragon there. Going down into third position, but Reece Courtney still leading, but now he's got a different challenge behind him. He might not even know that driver change has actually happened. And also, John Paragon is not taking this line down. He put his nose in there, he thought, I'll have a little look. Let's see if I can go through there. But now, it is a different challenge. Ben Rodder. What's going to happen here? Because Ben Rodder looked much more aggressive before. He's all over the pack. He's literally, he has to go for a different part of the track or he's going to run into the back of him. He's that much faster than him. Here we go, coming on to the up ramp. Now, we saw, that's the move! That is the move! Surely he's on the outside!
Courtney,
he's on the outside, on the wrong part of the track, he's going to lose out!
It's the old switcheroo. The exact thing happened the lap before, but the driver's now reversed. Paragon's the one who's profited from it.
He's present back, Tom.
Oh, he's clearly kept the receipt from that one as they head down the ramp for what will be possibly 2 laps to go. Courtney, Paragon, Rodder, Stewart and Harvey as well. All that fighting has allowed David Harvey, his massive pace is allowing him to get through down the inside. Looks like Alex Stewart, the one, is trying to have a crack there, just defending from David Harvey. Those two fighting, that's going to allow the top 3 to just focus on each other. Paragon now is going to cross the line in second place. Reece Courtney, though, just has, I believe, 2 laps to go, and he's going to notch up the first win. Paragon to the inside, and it's done locked in. They're still side by side on the out around, but Courtney is just holding him on the outside of the corner. There's nothing you can do unless you have an absolute worldie of a move, and Courtney doing everything he needs to hold the lead here at Warrington.
Here we go in the last. This is going to be put one more lap after this, I think. So it's a great defensive drive.
Hold the phone. Harvey's up to third already. He's flying here at the moment. David Harvey, fantastic work. Already just had side his way past Alex Stewart. It didn't even look like he was looking for the move. The door just opened and he threw his car into it.
Is David Harvey going to make a last lunge on the lap and a bit, lap and a third, with the biggest overtaking point here that's been there all weekend? Let's have a look. Whoa, he went for a little bit of a, trying to get clean air there. Literally put his hand up to say sorry because the drive behind was a little bit put off by what he was doing. But now we do head into the last lap of the race. And Reece Courtney that has driven absolutely superbly. A great display of defensive driving. He's got to hold on for about another 60 seconds, if that. And he's got John Paragon now second. David Harvey might even do him a favour because David Harvey gets anywhere near John Paragon, it might just give a little bit of breathing space, which is what Reece Courtney needs to go ahead and win this heat. But here we go, going round the top of the course, just round these hairpins before you hit the small ramps. To double back on yourself before you come down the ramp and you hit once again the fastest part of the circuit. And yeah, I think Reece Courtney has suddenly got a little bit of a gap. Tiny bit of a gap there. And David Harvey, what's he going to do here with John Paragon? Oh, he's having a look. He thought
about it there. He thought about it there, but John's not a daft driver. He's been able to defend from quick drivers in the past. As they come through the final corner, it is going to be the first win of the night for Reece Courtney. Over the line he goes. He notches up the first victory of the night. A 6/10 advantage over John Paragon, but well done, David Harvey. That was a performance and a half. Ben Rodder in 4th, Alex Stewart in 5th, Richie Clark comes home 6th, Manuel Nabodo in 7th, Keith Simmons in 8th, Stuart Clark comes home 9th, Barney Williams in 10th, Jason Wicks 11th, Tom Owen 12th, Sean Briley ends that one 13th, Matthew West in 14th, Chris Burns rounds out your runners in 15th place. Star of the show there has to be 3rd place David Harvey. Fantastic pace and about half a second quicker than anyone else in the field. He's got to be one to watch.
Absolutely has to be one because, as I said, it's all about the points you make up there for Reece and for John, who really started the race near the front. It's damage limitation, but David Harvey a bit further back. That points in the bag there, Tom, is how I would describe that for David Harvey, and a really, really solid start. Unlucky on Ben Rodder. I really thought he was going to make a real challenge for this win, but he comes in and he ends up 4th place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to somebody who's down there trackside. His name is Rod. He is a track rod. Get it? He's a hot rod.
Track rod, trackside.
Track rod, trackside. But he is there to pick drivers up the instant that they come off track and get their thoughts immediately for us to hear exactly what they think. And he's there. And as soon as all these drivers are in, the drivers will be climbing out the carts and Rod will be there. So they're climbing out the karts now, and now we're going to go straight down track. Oh, we're not actually, because
looks like they're having a bit of a
back in
chat
their
there.
karts.
Yeah, it looks like they're having a bit of a chat from one of the marshals there. They're clearly not happy with something that happened there as they're released from the karts. And Rod, we release the cameras down to you.
Hello, what an absolutely fantastic first heat. Very soon we will have Reece Courtney coming over for a quick chat to discuss about how that race went for him. Here he comes, Reece Courtney. Congratulations, the first win of the heats. How was that race for you?
It was definitely intense. It was definitely an intense race. I had pressure on me the whole time. Definitely wasn't easy. It was definitely hard to stay in front the whole time.
And how do you deal with pressure on track? Because like you said, there was a lot of pressure on there when you were there, but how do you actually deal with that when you're actually in that situation?
I just try to stay in calmest mindset as possible, and then just try to focus on hitting all my apexes and being as consistent as possible.
Well, that definitely worked for you. So where's your home track?
Nottingham.
Nottingham,
Yeah.
and where did you qualify?
From Nottingham.
And for the regional?
No, I qualified at that. I came first in the Manchester, the regional finals.
Well, first in the finals there, and first in the first heat here. Hopefully we'll see some more of them throughout the rest of the day.
Cheers.
Congratulations, amazing race. Well-deserved winner there from Reece Courtney, so let's go back to commentary.
Rod, and yeah, nice word from our first heat winner, Reece Courtney. And now we've got a second grid ready to get going here at TeamSport Warrington. The second half of the group, another 15 drivers ready to do battle here. 30 drivers total in the heavyweight category. Leading them away is going to be Luke Holroyd, Ben Riches, Mark Martin, Rob Johnson, Tom Seabrook, James Bate, Adam Jackson, Ryan Hughes, Adrian Ray, Darren Stables, William Whittaker. That's not going to be a tongue twister if we have to say that one fast. Ewan Kennedy, Nicholas Walker, Kim Parr, and Andrew Chapman.
Should we call him Bill?
Out the grid.
Bill it is, I think. William Whittaker.
Yeah, Will Whittaker's going to get a bit of a... That's going to be a tough one, especially if he gets up towards the front. But right at the front at the moment, you've got Dave Mylander in the beautiful busy Cobalt GT ready to go racing. Now, we did a bit of a comparison earlier on between the petrol and the electric cart. Not broadcast, unfortunately, but that's something that possibly will be popping up on socials are sometime soon for you to keep an eye on. We won't spoil the results, but honestly, it was quite an amazing feat to watch that electric car being hustled around by one Molly Winfield, one of our
electric car
crack testers.
Definitely competitive, I'd call that.
Yeah, I'd definitely say it was competitive against the petrol car, being driven by Liam Silkston, one of our crack VAR team, who's helping with some big decisions over the course of...
Now, we've got a lot of love on social media. We got Robin Stimson saying, yes, David. We got Katie Stewart saying, come on, Ben. We got Aaron H saying, let's go. Hashtag 19, Nick Walker. We got Parkinson saying, come on, Luke. We got Callie Mason. Where's the other Alex? No idea, Callie, if I'll be absolutely honest. Your guess is as good as mine. We've got Lexus UK, let's go Luke H from Leeds. So yeah, there's a lot of love. You keep popping these comments in and we'll keep smashing them out, no problem. So yeah, TeamSport Karting respond to Rachel Percy. Yeah, all our staff are amazing. They are. We do have amazing staff here at TeamSport. There is no doubt. Every single one of them is amazing. Right, come on Ben, says Abby. So yeah, go Luke, says Riga Racing. Come on, Knobs, says Sophie Howard. Fair enough.
I'm hoping that's a nickname that we've got there, as the drivers are released onto their parade lap. So Luke Holroyd and Ben Riches are your front row in the 23 and the 1. Remember, you can get your votes in for Kart Bingo as to which kart you reckon is going to be up on the podium. Lots of suggestions coming in so far at the moment. I think in this race at least, the 23 and the 1 are definitely sure bets to be up towards the sharp end of the field. As we come through the fast S's, they're going to be taking it a lot faster than this over the course of the next 8 minutes. Dave Mylander drops the throttle. The rest of the field does so now. Green lights are risen, and off we go. The 3, a massive dive down the inside for 4th place. That's Rob Johnson, who's trying to make a move. Elbows are out here at TeamSport Warrington, but it's Luke Holroyd who just holds the position. No, it's not. Ben Riches has pulled a worldie of a move and has gone down the inside. James Baton, the 7, also looks like he's trying to go for it. He's got up to 3rd place. Looks like more contact at the bottom of the ramp. But James Bate is up into 3rd place from 6th on the grid. 3 places gained. Prove how quickly he can move up the field here in BIKC. But it is Riches at lead. Holroyd in 2nd, and a nice little buffer over James Bate in 3rd.
Has to be said, there was contact there for Ben Riches going into the lead of the race. The 23 had to do so much defensive driving because Rob Johnson came from nowhere, from 4th on the grid, and suddenly it was chaos. And I just saw Luke really just veer the car from one end of the track to the other in order to try and make sure he kept the lead. But Ben Riches is going to have to wait and see exactly what the stewards make of that one. But it has to be said, Luke is not holding back here, and he's making a move. There he is alongside. Surely he's going to make that stick. What a great move. What a fantastic move. That is the best move so far in the BIKC final here. That was absolutely stellar, and hats off to Luke, because he didn't let the whole first lap thing get him down at all. He went for it, and now it's very much in the hands of number 1, Ben Riches, to try and take that position back. But a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre.
Yeah, back up on the top section. Ben Riches getting his head down. Ben Riches now trying to get his head down. The Basildon Massive going to be cheering him on as they go down the bridge once again, under the bridge onto the fastest section of the circuit. The 6 of Thomas Seabrook's a little bit outside this fight at the moment, but James Bate looks like he is closing in to try and maybe upset the party for the guys at the front of the field as they come through. We'll see what the first flying lap is for these drivers. 103s off a standing start. That's not too bad considering the amount of bumping and manging that was going on. A 59.9 is the benchmark set by Luke Holroyd at the moment as they fly through. Holroyd, Riches, Bates, Seabrook, Martin, Johnson, Ray, Jackson, Hughes, Walker now up into 10th place at the expense of Whitaker. Parr has moved up into 12th at the expense of Darren Stables, but now it looks like Luke Holroyd just starting to get the hammer down there in the lead. Ben Riches is going to have to be looking over his shoulder because here cometh James Bate.
Can I just say, a great comment from Ryan on social media. Did someone tell Rob Johnson it was a 1-lap race?
Yeah, it did look like
somebody must have. Somebody must have, because that's how it looked like.
I think had it been a 1-corner race, he could have finished 2nd in that one.
Yeah,
but
totally.
At the moment, Rob Johnson now running down in 6th place. Just proof you can't win the race in the first corner. You can most definitely lose it. One driver may be losing the race here is Ben Riches. He's got James Bate all over the back of him. James almost pushing him through the corner there. The 7 versus the 1 as they now come over under the start-finish line once again. Yeah, he's just pushing him. He's all over him like a cheap suit down the inside towards Dunlop 2. These guys running mid 60-second times. Looks like the 3 of Rob Johnson now trying to make amends for that bit of maybe messy start as James Bate applying the pressure here to Ben Riches. The Basildon crew who've been here all day. I'm surprised they've not lost their voices. They've been cheering that much around here as they head up on the top section, still willing their driver on. Tom Seabrook trying to get in on this fight as well. He's about 8 tenths off at the moment. Mark Martin and Rob Johnson in a battle of their own over P5. They've got to be careful. Adrian Ray's getting in on that one as well. Luke Holroyd, though, is using this battle to his advantage and just starting to stretch away. There goes the 23, the 1 and the 7. That close with the 6 not too far behind. Mark Martin in the 2. Chatting to him earlier, he did say he felt like he may have been a little bit off the pace in this one, but he's definitely not showing it now as a 5-second penalty is handed the way of Tom Seabrook. He's going to be handed out of this one just as he gets a position on James Bate there. That 5-second penalty, when it's applied, will drop him outside the top 10, we believe. But as they cross the line, he is 4th on the road at the expense of James Bate, but he does have that penalty hanging over him.
Brilliant stuff. There's a lot of love on social media for that overtaking move to go into the lead of the race. We can do action replays here. I wonder if we can actually do an action replay of that because it was brilliant. And Joel is really on it. He's going, hang on, we can do that, we can do this.
Yeah, the guys at Revolution Audio pulling a worldie of their own. There's some great moves on track and some great moves in the gallery behind us. So hopefully we'll get something in a few minutes. But the 6 of the 6 of Tom Seabrook, with that 5-second penalty, still trying to make amends. What he's got to do now is he's got to try and get as much clear air between himself and the rest of the drivers in the next couple of minutes to be able to try and straight down the inside. Lots of contact there. He's lucky. If he's unlucky there, he may pick up another penalty, but he's just lost a lot of time there. Expect that one to go down to the stewards as well, but a lot of contact. Made the barrier lift up as well. That looked like it could have hurt. I'm surprised he's able to carry on with that one, but soldier on he will do. But he has lost the place to James Bates on the track, so that promotes James Bates into third, both on the road and in the standings. But all of this fighting is just helping Luke Holroyd move away. 3.7 seconds the gap at the moment. He is one of the only drivers in the 59s. Another one of those drivers down in 8th place at the moment, Nicholas Walker.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, and that's what happens, right? You can't take your eyes off this race, not for a millisecond, because it just suddenly kicks off. It just suddenly goes mad. The only driver that can be comfortable here is this driver here, 23, Luke Holroyd, because behind him, and we saw this in the previous race, Ben Richards taking a very strange line going to that particular corner. We saw it with a few drivers in the middleweights kind of get onto that part of the course and just veer over to the middle. Drivers behind don't know. Is he going to go back to the left? Is he going to stick to the right? They don't know, and it just confuses them. But here we go. James Bate now is absolutely behind. He was literally his front bumper touching the back of the rear bumper of Ben Richards as they went through that section of the course there. Coming round here, there goes your leader. He's just happily on his way. But no, that's a good turning point for number 1, Ben Richards. He's driving very, very clinically around the circuit. He's making sure he's got his braking points absolutely spot on. He's not leaving anything to chance, not leaving even the door open or anything like that. This is surely going to be the final lap, so we're into the last few corners, and it's now or never for James Bates.
Yeah, you can hear the Basildon crowd cheering on their driver. He goes a little bit defensive, but at the moment, out in a class of 1, Luke Holroyd's coming through the final corner now, and he's going to notch up his first victory of the BIKC National Finals. But we look at the fight for second place. Over the line comes Ben Richards. He can be happy with that one. Shaking the head, though. He's clearly not impressed with that race, even though he came home in second place. Fastest lap on the line goes to Nicholas Walker in P8 to 59.6. That's a pretty impressive time for these drivers at the moment. But just quickly running through your top 10 in that one: Luke Holroyd, Ben Richards, James Bate comes home third, Mark Martin, Adrian Ray, Adam Jackson, Ryan Hughes, Nicholas Walker, Rod Johnson, Tom Seabrook completes your top 10 after that earlier penalty. What a race already.
Great race, that, I'm about to say. That was an absolute...
and what a performance from Luke Holroyd in that one as well. He just got to the front. 5-second gap he built at the end. That's quite an impressive feat that he managed there.
Yeah, I mean, that, for me, what made that particular race was that overtaking manoeuvre. That was exactly what we want to see in BIKC. It was clinical, it was brave, and it was nigh on perfect, I think, in actual fact. And really, really good stuff. And it just bodes well for Luke in the rest of the heats and the semis and the rest of the event. So absolutely fantastic stuff. And Ben Richards, though, still a good result. I mean, he started second, he did take the lead back into second. Jay Bate will be a little bit disappointed, I think, in third, as he could have made it through. He could have gone into second. Really good.
Did get quite close there as the driver's now in the pit lane, and I'll look forward to seeing what Luke Holroyd has to say after that one. It was quite a dominant performance from himself as the drivers jump out of the carts. Over to you, Track Rod.
And an absolutely fantastic race again. Here we have Luke coming over, the winner of that heat. Luke, come on over. How are you? That's a smile. How was that for you?
It was all right. Yeah, the start was a bit. I got bumped about a little bit and taken out. Couldn't really see what happened behind, but managed to get the move back. So I don't know if that guy got a penalty, but happy for the win. Yeah.
Well-deserved win there. Well-deserved win. So tell me about your journey to the racing today.
Well, I've got Leeds to thank. It's a tarmac track as well, so it helps. So I did the qualifying at Leeds, and then went to Leicester, which was tricky because it was on wood. Not very good on wood. Managed to get a P2, and then I quite like Warrington with it being a tarmac track, so it suits me, I think.
Well, I saw you race at the regionals, and after the race on that one, definitely one I'm going to keep an eye on for the rest of the racing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll catch you later. Another well-deserved win there. Back to the commentary.
Thank you, Rob. We're going to look forward now to our next team.
And Luke's Hollywood doesn't like wood. You've heard it here first.
Yeah, Leeds very tough track. Probably the closest you can get to Warrington, actually. Yeah. It's one of the very few tracks that I'd probably argue is tougher than the one we've got here. It's a little bit shorter. There's a section around that circuit where it drops about 5 or 6 feet through a run through as fast as you can. You get it like that's flat out, but it does take a toll on the driver after a while.
I'd quite like getting a bit of wood.
I'll be all day now. I can't afford to keep the lines down now, but clearly it's not really caged out and how we contain here with his German indoor karting championship.
I've got a grid, we've got Keith Simmons, who is starting in pole position. We've got Chris Burns in second, we've got Stuart Clark in third, we've got Barney Williams fourth on the grid, we've got Tom Owens fifth, we've got John Paragon sixth on the grid, Jason Wicks seventh, Matthew West eighth on the grid, Reece Courtney ninth, Alex Stewart 10th, Emmanuel Devoto is in 11th, George Brady is in 12th, and Roller, who had a great race from 13 to 13, David Harvey 14th, and Richie Clark is 15th. Fantastic. So here we go, then joining out, we've got a new pace kart driver. I've given Adam Beale, right, a lot of stick today, has to be said. He is such a great guy. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think the only reason he's got away with it. I think the only reason he's got away with it so far is he's quite a good sport, and he does do a fantastic job of making sure we do have a tip-top fleet of beautiful Biz Evo 3s ready for these drivers to do battle over the next 8 or so minutes.
Okay, so we're just setting the karts. So that's all in place. Just having a bit of a chat to one of the drivers, and we've got Keith Simmons here, who will be starting on the right-hand side of the front row of the grid. Chris Burns there in second, Stuart Clark third, Barney Williams in fourth place. So yeah, a lot of thumbs up going on out there, and away we go with Adam Beale leading the Biz new electric kart stroke Christmas tree around the first. We need to hang a few baubles on it, don't we, or something?
I'm not giving them ideas. Don't give them ideas.
Yeah, I mean,
don't give them ideas. The roll hoop's going to be sparkly
honestly,
on the next race.
If Adam Beale wore a Santa Claus outfit, yeah, he would just be Santa Claus, would he not? That's my image of Santa Claus.
You've heard it here. TeamSport Christmas 2022 advert in the making right there. But Keith Simmons about to try and make a good run of the 2021 BIKC Heat. So Simmons, Burns, Clark, Williams, Owens, Paragon, Wicks, West, Courtney, Stewart, Novodo, Briley, Rodder, as they come towards the start-finish line. Lights go green. Simmons looks like he's got the jump already as they head down towards the first corner. It is Simmons that leads in the 19, the 12 of Stuart Clark. Looks like he's got up to second place. The 10 of Chris Burns falls down the order. Looks like Tom Owens in the 9 as well, already from 5th place up into 3rd at the expense of Chris Burns, I believe that is. That's fallen down the order. The 19, the 12 and the 9 lead. John Paragon's up into 4th place. So fantastic start from those guys, but Keith Simmons in his Mercedes replica suit, channeling his best Lewis Hamilton impression, trying to keep hold of the lead here from a chasing pack of drivers who all want the bit of tarmac that his kart occupies at the moment.
And yeah, some fantastic starts there. So the driver in 1st, 3rd and 5th make the best starts because they are running 1st, 2nd and 3rd at the moment. And already Keith Simmons lifts a little jink to the left, but number 12 not having any of that. He spells that, get a contact. And number 9 had to, I think, and now he's defending for his life on the outside. I don't think he's not gonna hold that. He's not gonna hold it, he's gonna lose out. And here we go, over the line, Keith Simmons leading, Stuart Clark now 2nd, John Paragon in 3rd, Tom Owens in 4th and Jason Wicks. And that was real opportunistic racing around those hairpins because there's a bit of contact, gaps appeared and drivers took them.
Yeah, there's a lot of contact in that back section of the course. I think Clark, of course, been safely, maybe taking a quick look at that one. Could see a penalty point or 2 being handed out to the drivers for that one. But it looked like Tom Owen just entered the shot on the lock stops. Looked like the British Drift Championship, not a British Indoor Karting Championship, but it's still Keith Simmons that leads. Stuart Clark tucked up under the rear bumper. Got a little bit of breathing room now to Paragon and Owens that are sat in 3rd and 4th with, I believe, that is still... Oh, massive dive down the inside there. Be surprised if that move came off. Looks like it's 3 cars now fighting over the same piece of tarmac. Jason Wicks in the 13, the 7 and the 9 of Tom Owens.
Nine
Tom
looking
Owens
good.
lost the position to the 13 of Wicks. He's going to try and hang on against the 7 of Barney Williams there as they come over the line. Wicks up into 4th, but still Simmons at lead. Paragon fastest lap, a 1 minute, .269 is the best he's managed so far. No drivers into the 59 club just yet. It's very early into this race, and maybe we could see it. Saying that early into the race, the 19's already going defensive. Clark's going to try it around the outside, loses the place to Paragon. Great opportunistic driving.
You just can't do that, Tom, on that corner. You cannot make that much room. You leave the door so wide open, especially in the heavyweights. You know what I mean? It's like the engine's got to work a little bit harder to get these drivers up the hill because Edwards is a little bit heavier. You can't do that, but it's a great opportunistic drive move from John Paragon, who goes into 2nd position and is now piling the pressure on Keith Simmons, the long-time leader. So let's have a look, and also Keith Simmons sliding the car around. There's a lot of different lines. He's got him back. He's got him back. Number 12, Stuart Clark, takes that position there. Oh, I thought they were going to go 2 abreast through there. We've seen a few collisions already through that part of the course. It's high speed through there. So here we go. Number 19, Keith Simmons. He's led all the way through. He's still got at least another 2.5 laps to go with this one. And now he's got back Stuart Clark. It's the challenge that he's got behind him. John Paragon, such a great move. He had that move, but he can't leave the door open. So here we go. Keith Simmons here, and his fastest lap so far is just over 1 minute. 1 minute .269 by John Paragon. And Keith Simmons, I don't think any of these drivers are really going to hit mega lap times because Keith Simmons is now definitely driving defensively, and that is the reason why we've got about a 5-kart chain fight for the lead. That little jink there. In fact, it's virtually the whole field is bumper to bumper because Keith Simmons is literally putting on another defensive masterclass. He knows exactly where to position his car and make sure he's got his exit speed absolutely spot on to keep his car in the lead.
Oh, looks like we've gone yellow on the circuit. Looks like we've gone yellow. Oh, that looks like, is that Richard Clark who's in the barriers down there at the 2nd hairpin? He's going to get himself off and running once again, so hopefully we'll get back to green flags running pretty quickly. But just while we're under yellow, we'll take a quick look back at a worldie of a move that we saw at the last set of hairpins. This is how we managed to get Tom Owens came fully in on the lock stops. Looked like there may have been a little bit of a touch there from Paragon, but it was a fantastic shot there as we go back to the racing action under green flags here at TeamSport Warrington.
Superb stuff. The fact we can do these action replays is just amazing. Has to be said. Big shout out to the production crew. They are sat directly behind me, so I'm probably going to do a big shout out. I'm not going to say anything negative about them because they're right behind me.
Yeah, don't worry guys, we'll throw you the tip later.
But Keith Simmons is still out there leading the race, and there's about 2 minutes to go. So we're talking maybe might get 2 more laps out of this, I would think. But he's holding on. His gap is 0.2 of a second, and that's about as much as it's been all the way through this race. And again, we've got every single driver here virtually bumper to bumper. We haven't seen this. We've always had breakaway groups in these races, in all of the races of the BIKC so far this weekend, but not this one. They are absolutely bumper to bumper. Nobody everybody just wants to race here. It's great. There's not much strategy going on. It's just race. It's just foot down and let's go for it. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to how well Keith Simmons has done trying to keep the guys behind. These guys are all very, very closely matched. The fastest laps are within, I'd probably say, about 2 or 3 tenths of each other. Saying that, Tom Owens, when he got a little bit of clear air, managed to bang in a 59-second time as they all come filing down the ramp. That's a fantastic shot as they all file past the pit lane. Simmons, a little bit of a jink. He's just wary. Stuart Clark is there and he may be trying to get the same piece of track as Paragon tries to go around the outside, but Williams is still there. Looks like Wicks has lost the place actually, so change over 4th place. Jason Wicks moves down. Monty Williams in 7 moves up as we head on to what I believe will possibly be the final lap here in this heat. The field is so tight through the bottom section of the circuit, but it is still Simmons that holds on. These guys still lapping around about 7 or 8 tenths slower than they were at the start of this race. Simmons 61.233 is PB in this race, a 60.6. so he's giving away about half a second in the effort to try and keep these guys behind. Side by side, these guys are trying to go through the mezzanine section. Be careful, guys, you can't fit two carts side by side there, but it did look like Clark maybe thought about going for a move. He's going to try and do it. He's going to run out of corners here at this rate. Looks like they're trying to go side by side there. Oh, contact there between the 13 and then 1. Very, very well held from John Paragon. I thought that was going to send him flying towards the barriers, but yeah, it slowed the pack up. They've all bunched up, but the 19 hasn't slowed up too much. They look like they may be able to come through. The 12 though tries to get the run, a little bit of a nose behind. Elbows are out here in the heavyweights. Checker flag falls.
Keith Simmons knew that was coming all day long.
Oh, hands up in the background. There's quite a lot of guys, I'll probably say 8th and 9th back, are not very happy with that one, but one guy who is happy, you can see how much he had to work for that one. Keith Simmons takes the victory. Nice show of respect between himself and Stuart Clark, who came home in second.
The fastest lap, Tom Owens, 59.902, not bad.
I think the impressive part there is the 14 drivers, apart from Richie Clark, who had that unfortunate spin. Not sure what happened there to him. The top 14 there, covered by 4 seconds at the flag. I think that's possibly the closest we've seen in terms of a race result, and the guys in chat picking that one up as well. But I think we figured out who these guys are all up against today. I think Last did say that this was going to be a very wide open race, and yeah, it's been very impressive. Just look further down. Ooh, nearly the 3 nearly had a bit of a spin. That was Ben Rodder on the way in, came a little bit too quick, but it does look, I did say earlier, it looked like David Harvey may have moved up a few places. He got up to 10th place.
Nice.
So it just showed it's a decent run from his back of the grid start, but it does show how difficult it is to overtake on such a close field.
And we'll see him at the front in another heat. There's no question
hopefully
about
we'll
that.
do.
So brilliant stuff, and carts are all in the pit lane, and once again we are going to hand down to the man on the move, the track rod himself. Rod, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Russell. So yeah, Keith Simmons is coming off as winner of that race. He is just making his way to the interview section now. Okay, Keith, come on over. Look at that smile on you. You look chuffed for that one. How much work was that? Because it looked like an absolute battle from over here.
It felt like half an hour. That was so hard.
So where's your home track, Keith?
Bradford.
Bradford. Doing Bradford proud. So, big up to Bradford. So how long have you been karting?
Since Bradford opened in 2019. Started there and just kept going to TeamSport Bradford,
Well, you did an absolutely amazing performance on track there. You go and get a breather because you're going to be doing it.
I don't do what else tonight, that's it.
Well, take a well-deserved breather because you're going to be doing it all over again very shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we've got an actual replay that we can show you, just of a little bit of a contact on the main straight, which was just brilliant to see. So here we go. We're going to go straight over.
I called it at the time. This was well held. I'm amazed that John Paragon kept that thing in a straight line. There was a little bit of a touch. The guys tried to come down side by side, and just 2 into 1 didn't quite go. I'm absolutely amazed that John managed to keep that in the straight line there. That was a great piece of kart control there, and well done to the 13 for backing out of that one and not forcing him round. It would have been quite easy for him to stay in the throttle and just push him round, and then maybe just take the penalty later on. But at most, if the Clarks do take a look at that one, that may just be that may be a penalty point. I think that'd be a bit tough if it was.
But it was well held, because all the momentum they would have lost with all that little bit of contact,
and
a little bit of
to not
sliding,
lose
and they still held it
as well
at the end of the straight.
Position.
Absolutely brilliant.
If you do want to get involved in the conversation with us as well, guys, we do have the awesome YouTube chat as well. Also, hashtag BIKC 2021, and you can get involved and let us know your thoughts and where you guys are watching from over the course of the next couple of heats. Thinking about heat, we've got a grid for you up on screen at the moment. Ryan Hughes, Nicholas Walker, Darren Stables, William Whitaker is going to go off P4. That's your front 2 rows. Andrew Chapman, Mark Martin, Ewan Kennedy, Kim Parr, Luke Holroyd, Ben Riches, Rob Johnson, Adrian Ray, Thomas Seabrook, James Bates going off the back. Now, we saw in that last heat, James made a blinder of a start to try and get up towards the top 3 very, very early on from the back of the grid. Could be quite interesting to see what he can do. Same with Same with Luke Holroyd going off P9. He's had some really good pace in that last heat. We saw him run away. Now we're going to have to see him work his way through 8 other drivers if he wants a chance of another heat win.
Brilliant, and some great comments coming in. Aaron H, fastest lap last time out. Let's do that again, Nick. Superb. We've got a lot of love for Nobby. Sophie Woodward, well done, Nobby. Hashtag Coventry. TeamSport say an amazing race. Rachel's has proof that fast laps don't make winners, and there's so much more to racing than being quick. Absolutely right. RB Racing responds. It's one thing to catch up, another to overtake, and we have seen some classic overtaking maneuvers, but it has to be said, the drivers who can perform these overtaking maneuvers, they are the ones, obviously, that are winning these championships. So here we go, we're going round on to the back straight, because we do have another heat, and it is group number 2. So round on, it's Ryan Hughes will be on the right-hand side, driving kart 19. It's number 10, Nicholas Walker. On the left-hand side, we're looking for a green light. All looks good at the moment for the start. We're crawling round. Away goes the pace car. We're looking for green on the right-hand side, and we are racing. Here we go, and it looked like a pretty solid start off both drivers. Number 19, Ryan Hughes, using his pole position to get through. A little bit of chaos behind, it has to be said, with some of the drivers here. A lot of minor contact going on to that section of the track, but the top 3 have gone away nice and cleanly. Ryan Hughes leading. Nicholas Walker is in second. 7 actually. William Whittaker, old Billy, we call him Billy, is that right? It might be but easier for us. Billy's up into 3rd place.
Yeah, great start there from those guys. Going to have to see what the order is as they cross the line at the back of the field. What we do know is it's the 19 and the 10, Ryan Hughes and Nicholas Walker, that are going to lead us down the ramp. They've got a nice big gap there over the 7 of William Whittaker, who's got Darren Stables for company just behind. Looks like Mark Martin's up there as well, so not quite sure where Andrew Chapman in the 9 has disappeared to, but it is Ryan Hughes that's going to lead them over the line for the first time. That's quite distinctive helmet there with the chicken on the side of it for Nicholas Walker. I believe that's one that you could get in your local TeamSport track if you look hard enough.
Has to be said, Ryan Hughes is taking some very, very confident lines here. He is using the full width of the circuit, no matter the fact that number 10 is right behind. He's got to be so careful here. He does not leave the door wide open when he's going for those fast lap times. And number 10, Nicholas Walker, looks fast. At this point, they're pulling away from the rest of the field. This battle looks like it's going to rage all the way through, but at the moment, Ryan Hughes is driving pretty smoothly, using the full width of the track. Nicholas Walker is looking to pounce.
Yeah, those guys have, looks like a yellow out there. There's the 11 and the 1. That is Mark Martin's caught up in that one, and Adam Jackson as well. Lights are yellow at the moment. Wait to see the lights go back to green. Looks like the throttle has been dropped. And we are back to racing once again. Gaps all stay the same on the outs. Oh, he's caught him napping. Fantastic move from Nicholas Walker. He used that restart to his advantage and snatches the lead away from Ryan Hughes. Just like a safety car restart, you've got to be looking at the lights. And looks like Nicholas Walker timed that one to perfection. Over the line they go. Nicholas Walker leads now. Ryan Hughes going straight back at him. The 19 and the 10 are tearing chunks out of each other here at TeamSport Warrington. That might allow Darren Stables, who's moved up into 3rd position, to get on terms with him, along with William Walker and Kieran Parr. Ben Riches there in 6th. Luke Holroyd's up to 7th already. That's a great start for him. Also looks like you've got James Bate moving up the order. He's in P9. Thomas Seabrook, some nice support coming through for the Cardiff driver as they all hunker down in the bar to watch this final set of heats here at TeamSport Warrington. But it is out in front, the 10 of Nicholas Walker after that fantastic restart. There's around about 5 minutes on the clock to go, and I'd probably say around about 4 or so laps for these drivers to endure. Let's see what Nicholas Walker can do to get away from Ryan Hughes, or if we're in for yet another defensive masterclass. It does look like Darren Stables is starting to close that gap down. 3.5 seconds it was at the start of at the end of the last lap and start of this one. Let's see what it is now. Possibly, I think that gap may have come down a touch now. 3.6, it stayed about the same.
So we've got some great stuff on social medias from Destro. Shout out Connor and Callum on the bridge. Connor and Callum, you've been shouted out. Here we go. We've got Amy Dawkins, so proud of Alex Stewart. Kiss, kiss. Come on, that's what a great comment. John Peters, come on Seabrook. Buddy, keep your head down and show them Cardiff are the best. Brilliant. Let's go, Nick, says Aaron. But here we go, let's get back to the race because Nicholas Walker is now probably just edging away from Ryan Hughes. As we said, Ryan Hughes with that yellow flashing lights was just fast asleep a little bit there. Just you've got to be sharp, as simple as that. Now we've got a time penalty for Ben Riches. That is going to really hurt because 5 seconds in a field that is that close, it's going to knock him down.
That's
He's
just dropped in from the
last.
mid-pack to last there. So big penalty handed out there. We're going to have to find out from race control exactly what that is. Nicholas Walker, though, is setting the pace out in front. 59.8 for that guy as he heading across the line. Ryan Hughes in second. Darren Stables attempting to catch up now. He's gone 59.8 as well. Will Whittaker is in fourth. Luke Holroyd now up to fifth place. Holroyd is on an absolute charge here. If he keeps this pace up, he could be catching up to the likes of Will Whittaker, who's right on the rear bumper of him now. So maybe we could see the 7 and the 17 going at it. It's a big gaggle of carts there fighting over fourth place. We take a look at the leaders as they're coming down, but that battle over fourth place, there's about 4 or 5 cars there that were a couple of tenths separating them across the line. I'd probably say it's the rest of the field. There they are flashing through shot. You've got the likes of Mark Martin in the back of that one as well as they file down the ramp. The 7 and the 17 also have the 15 of King Parr in there. The 3 of Tom Seabrook. James Bates in the blue suit, the white helmet is in this one as well. But Luke Holroyd is flying here.
Also, Tom, I've got to tell you, Ben Riches is really in the woods. He's got a 5-second time penalty. On top of that, he's got another penalty point because he did more contact. Also, Thomas Seabrook with a penalty point also for contact. So race control are now really handing out the penalties. You have to keep this one clean because if you get knocked back, it really will hurt your chances of getting through to the grand final when you're starting near the back in the semi-final. But here we go, Nicholas Walker leading, just gone round in the fastest lap time of 59.789, which is the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Ryan Hughes is looking like he's going to have to settle for second here unless anything happens if Nicholas Walker has made a mistake, and we have seen that. We saw a driver in the semi-final who was leading the semi-final, put it in the tyres on the final lap with only about 5 or 6 corners to go to the end of the race. It happens. But at the moment, Nicholas Walker is looking like he's got it all under control with a 59.789, and we've got here's a move. I think that's 7.
Holroyd's gone for it. Looks like you're going 3 wide into turn 2, lads. Behave. This doesn't normally work. But I did say it wouldn't be too long before
he made it work.
Made the top 4.
He made it work.
I'll tell you what though, Will Whittaker's going to have a race to forget. He's lost 1, 2, 3 places, maybe a 4th as they come over the line. James Bate now trying to line him up as they go into the Dunlop 2 curve. That is the last lap board that has gone out. So these guys now on the final tour of the circuit as they head up towards the top section of the circuit. Look at the battle right to the back, the 11 and the 1. That's Adam Jackson and Mark Martin. There's the 17 of Luke Holroyd. He's got away the 15 and the 23 also in this one as well. But we're watching Will Whittaker, who's falling down the order. James Bate is the next person trying to get on terms with him there, but out in front, Nicholas Walker there, kart 10 in P1 at the moment. One of the only drivers in the 59s, 2 of them in this field so far have managed it. Nicholas Walker, Darren Stables, but through the final corner they go. Kart number 10 comes through to notch up a win with Nicholas Walker at the wheel. Second goes away of Ryan Hughes. Darren Stables there in kart 12 comes home in P3, and then it's a bit of a gap to wait for the guys in 4th place, but I do believe it'll be Luke Holroyd in 17 that's going to come across the line and bags the fastest lap of the race in the process. Lots of changes in the back section of that one as the penalties applied for Ben Riches. So in 7th place goes to James Bates, Adrian Ray in 8th, Thomas Seabrook in 9th, Adam Jackson comes home in 10th place, Rob Johnson 11, Ben Riches after that penalty drops all the way down to 12th place, Mark Martin after an early confrontation with another driver on circuit comes home in 13th place, 14th Ewan Kennedy, Andrew Chapman completes the grid. So in fact, lots of very close races, very quick times coming from these heavyweights, and I believe we're going to be getting a chat with some of them at the end of this one. There's some great racing all the same.
Also on the chat, there's a lot of love for Luke there, and yeah, Luke up to 5th, smashing it, says Parkinson, but no, 4th.
Yeah.
And Parkinson said Luke must have the most amount of overtakes today. I'll agree with you. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. A lot of stuff in there. Kean Parr with a 5-second penalty. That's going to change as he was 5th.
Yeah, that's going to drop him. I'd probably look. That's going to take him down to, I'll possibly put in Peter 11 maybe, just behind Rob Johnson, and between himself and Ben Riches. You can see the drivers have made it back to the pit lane. They jump out the cart, and we head down to our man on the track. Rob Stone, it's down to you.
That was another amazing race. And soon we're going to have Nicholas Walker, the winner of that heat, coming over. Nicholas, head on over. You made that look easy.
Mate, it's harder than it looks, trust me. I'm exhausted. My ribs are hurting, my hands are hurting. I've been practicing so much, got so many blisters, but it's good fun. Good fun.
So how long have you been karting?
Since I was 7 years old. Started at Streatham Kart Raceway for my birthday and never looked back. Really enjoy it. I've only done indoor karting mainly.
Okay, so for all the people that are watching from home, if they want to be where you are next year, what advice can you give them?
Just get in a kart. I would definitely advise taking some tuition if you haven't done it before, because there's some really knowledgeable guys. Listen to what they've got to say, and you know, just keep practicing and keep getting better. That's it. I'd like to say hi to my mum and nan. I know they're watching, yeah, and my and aunt, and whoever else is supporting me. Hello, guys.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, like Nicholas said, if you want to be here next year, head down to one of our tracks, sign up for the Elite membership, and you too could be part of the BIKC. Back to commentary.
Now, I was saying just what a great job the production team have done. The main man has just thrown Red Bull all over us, basically, Tom. We are now in a sea of Red Bull.
Yeah, what started as like maybe an innocent thing for social media now has just ended in your fuel for the next few races being thrown out the door. But considering how hyperactive you can get in these commentary things, I'm not entirely sure that's a bad thing if the Red Bull's gone missing for you.
Absolutely. So here we go. We got the next race and we got a grid up. So let's take you. He's going to clean it up himself. Look,
there we go. He's making amends. He's making amends. While Joel cleans the floor, and the director's a little bit preoccupied. We're going to go through the grid here. Matthew West is going to line up on pole position. Sean Briley alongside him. Richie Clark looking to make amends for his earlier incident with David Harvey, who's been on a charge here in 4th place. Jason Wicks, Ben Rodder, Chris Burns, Barney Williams, Emmanuel Nabodo, Stuart Clark, Tom Owens, Alex Stewart, Keith Simmons, Reese Corning, John Paragon complete the roundup there. Look at this, that front row, that is going to be really good fun there. Looking through some of the answers that these guys gave, Matthew West is used to driving with some really interesting talent because he once raced against Jolene Palmer and Tom Chilton. He's also used to taking a bit of stick because apparently he's been bitten by a lion before. What he is going to have though is 14 drivers chomping at the bit to try and take some of his track space away from him.
And more great comments coming in. Ryan says, tell the winner to make his adjustments before the interview next time. Did you see a bit too much there? Did you see a little bit too much? So perhaps I wonder if he likes wood as well. It's like, I don't know. It's so then we have
just because it's after 9:30 doesn't mean that sort of stuff flies.
I'm off the leash. Here we go.
Gosh, no.
I can say anything I want. Jojo will be in bed, yeah, so she won't be up, she won't see any of it.
Yeah.
Nobody's recording this, surely.
They are. These guys are. You should know by now, Russ, what happens on the screen stays on TeamSport Facebook forever.
We've got Scott Parker saying, come on, Reese. Dave Carter says, hey up. Stuart Nunnan. Melanie Mason, come on, Alex. Stuart Nunnan, full send. Oh, yeah, brilliant. Come on, Tom, says Stuart again. And yeah, great stuff. So David Harvey, the one to watch, says Josh C98. Yeah, oh, look how he's even replaced the Red Bull. He's even replaced the Red Bull.
Absolute scenes down here in the commentary box as we look forward to more absolute scenes on the circuit. Matthew West and Sean Briley, Richie Clark, David Harvey, Jason Wicks.
It's a smaller can of Red Bull, though.
Yeah, he's not got the whole pot.
It's like half measures, I would say, Joel.
It was only half a can that got knocked over. As the pace car now runs, pace car now does a runner. Are we waiting for the green? And we wait for the green light. Lights go green, and we are racing once again here at TeamSport Warrington. And it's Matthew West that leads the field through the first couple of corners, but he's under a stiff challenge there from Sean Briley. Richie Clark is in there as well. Top three are line astern, as it looks like Jason Wicks has got past David Harvey already, who's also side by side with Ben Rodder as they go up towards the top section of the circuit. It's West, Briley, Clark in top three. West, Briley, Clark in top three. Harvey now down to sixth place, I do believe, as they fly through the top section of the circuit and they fall down towards the fastest part of the track. Matthew West is absolutely flying with Briley hot on his heels. The top five, it looks like, are also all nose to tail at the moment. The six of Barney Williams, top seven it is, that are all together by the looks. I mean, Barney Williams is just there. Looks like David Harvey. He's had a torrid start. He said he was one to watch, and he's fallen down the order in this one. He's going to have some work to do in the remaining part of this race.
I think on the 15 here, he really is looking behind him. I think he almost recognises the fact that he has got a really, really quick driver right behind him, and he's not sure he can hold on. He went very wide underneath the bridge there as well, and he looks like he's just struggling a little bit with the steering wheel. I think driver number 19, Sean Briley, is looking at this thinking, yeah, I'm just going to pick my moment here. Also there, Matthew West, a mile away from the apex. Like, don't go near the apex, you know what I mean? You don't know what you might catch. Sean Briley, surely there. He's got to think about lining this up. Here we go, around these little hairpins are so important because it will give you an absolute slingshot on this part of the circuit. Now coming down the down ramp, charging down to the fastest part, and Sean Briley is right there. He's right behind him. Is he going to go for a dive? Whoa, he doesn't. Thinks twice, but now he's on the inside. He's going to try and go around the outside. He's got to make this stick.
Move if he can make this go. Oh,
number 10 got involved. Richie Clark got involved. Took a little bit of momentum away from him. And Matthew West lives another day.
Yeah, it looks like Briley maybe got a little bit of oversteer in the middle of the corner, which meant he couldn't quite keep the car close enough. Richie Clark, though, tried to go down, tried to open up the corner. What it's actually done is allowed Jason Wicks and Ben Rodder to have a crack down the inside, I believe. They came out the tunnel three wide there. Clark just hanging on at the moment. What this is doing is it's allowing the top two to start to stretch away. If they can do that, Briley then doesn't have to worry about what's behind him. He just put his head down, use his years of experience, and try and get past Matthew West around this 1,000-metre circuit. But Richie Clark now under a lot of pressure for third place from Jason Wicks. Fastest lap holder at the moment to 60.324 as they now drop down through the fastest part of the track. The top two are all nose to tail. 2 by 2 they go. Clark goes defensive. You can see David Harvey now trying to get his foot down to try and get back on terms with the guys in front. Richie Clark soaking up the pressure here from Jason Wicks. Wicks tries to go for the overlap. 50-50 alongside here. It's going to be a good move. You can pull it off. Be careful, guys. We've seen it. We've seen people come to blows here. Contact again. Contact. These guys are tearing chunks out of each other. The 12 forces the 10 wide. This, at the moment, is just allowing West and Briley to run away at the moment. That fight for third. These guys have really got the elbows out here at TeamSport Warrington. Wait to see them come up the ramp. And we take a look at the leaders at the moment. But Richie Clark, if he's still holding on to third place at the moment, that will be a fantastic performance that he's managing to hold on. I do believe he's just about got it, but look who's in that fight as well. David Harvey in 6th place, fastest lap of the race as well, 60.210 as the leaders come under the bridge once again.
Here we go again. Surely he's going to make an attack here. It's so quick. Literally right on me. He doesn't want to make a move. He just sticks right to you. He's decided that corner is not the corner he's going to overtake him. He's going to try and do it around the S's. He's trying to get a little bit more momentum here, but he probably needs to do a little bit more in order to make it past driver number 15, Matthew West, who initially was very much under pressure, but now, alongside, surely he's going to make this thing. He's got the race, he's got the inside. He's done it. Driver number 19, it had to come. Yes. Sean Briley takes a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre, and he is now in the lead of this heat. And he's also just gone around in 59.716 seconds, which is the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Briley hits the front here at BIKC, something that quite a few people, we've seen Sean Briley at the front that quite a few people will be familiar with Matthew West right up behind him. Somehow Richie Clark still managing to hang on. He is, although 3.7 seconds behind the guys that are in front of him. David Harvey is now up to 4th place at the moment, so Harvey's on a charge here, just proving why he deserves his place here at the BIKC National Finals. But over the line they're about to come, and Sean Briley's about to jump to the top of the leaderboard. Matthew West in 2nd place. Let's see what the gap is this time round as they go over the line for 0.38 of a second, and they have just under 3 seconds in hand over Richie Clark. David Harvey's there in 4th place. Jason Wicks isn't too far behind. He's got about a second in hand over Chris Burns, as Briley now just starting to stretch away from Matthew West. You can see over the last couple of corners that gap has just got bigger and bigger and bigger as Briley now gets the hammer down, focuses on running away from West in 2nd.
Now on social media, right, Scotland has said, why is Dave karting on a track? And, I want to answer that, lightweight. Lightweight, that's why it's not a track.
Yeah, these are the hours for the proper racing, proper racing fans. Hence why Davey Carter sat at home enjoying a nice Domino's at the moment as he watches the action from the comfort of his own home. Meanwhile, we are in the thick of the action here at TeamSport Warrington with Sean Briley leading the way here in the latest heat for the heavyweights, with Matthew West trying to chase him down as they head over the start-finish line. Once again, Notch a Black 6 here of, I reckon they've probably got one more to go. Yes, last lap board is out.
We've got a replay coming up, the slide. Joel has said he's literally going, we're going to just switch over to the replay any second.
Yeah, so that was massive. That was massive contact there. I'm amazed that Clark actually managed to hold it in a straight line. These heavyweights, they may be a little bit slower in outright track pace than the lightweights we saw earlier, but gosh, these guys know how to control a kart. And right now we've got Richie Clark and David Harvey nose to tail. Harvey with the fastest lap of the race at 59.4. Clark is pumping in the fastest laps he's ever put around this circuit, just in an effort to keep David Harvey behind. Up at the front though, Sean Briley in the 19 is coming through the first hairpin of 3 on his route to a heat victory here in BIKC as Richie Clark soaks up the pressure in 3rd place from David Harvey. That's going to end in a run to the line, but running to the line right now, Sean Briley comes over the line, records his first win in the BIKC. Matthew West comes home 2nd. Clark hangs on for 3rd place, and you can see him come over as he came over the line. You can see what that meant to him, nodding in appreciation, and a good show of sportsmanship between Briley and West there. Briley notched up the fastest lap of the race in that one of 59.453. I believe that's possibly the fastest lap we've seen out of the heavyweights so far. These guys are getting very, very close towards the 58 bracket. I wonder if we're going to see another member of the 58 club.
Possibly, I think. And again, we've got lots of great stuff coming from social media. Christine Prillis says, "Come on, Barney." Now, just to point out, Barney finished 12th. He's going to need a bit more love there. I think he's going to need a bit more support because 12th, yeah, you need to be a bit further up. Come on, Barney, you can do it. You can do it. You can get up there. Right, we've got Amy Dawkins. No, turn the volume up. This is commentating is on point. It is. The more that the day goes on, the more that we just don't really care about what we say.
I think we just have a little bit more fun. We start getting in the flow of it, just by the point of the heavyweights. Normally we start having a bit of a giggle there, and we also have shout-outs coming out from a few of the guys who are in the building as well. One of the lads, Destro, who is one of our guys who've been helping to bring BIKC to us this year. One of our crack kart testing team. Shout out to the Trickers. They've been up from Reading just supporting the drivers. Their son Liam was racing yesterday in the juniors, managed to get towards the A final, but it's great to see how many people have come up who aren't racing, who are just there to support their favourite drivers from their home tracks. And a lot of staff as well do get quite involved in this, keeping an eye on how their drivers are doing over the course of the weekend. But I believe we're going to have a chat with one of our drivers. Sean Briley is going to be having a chat to our man Rod Stone.
Yes, and Sean is making his way round as we speak. Sean, how was that for you?
Yeah, it was a good race. I really enjoy racing against Matt, who's shown that fair racing can be done around here.
Yeah, and how much did you feel the pressure of the karts that were coming behind you?
Not really. I mean, after a few minutes, we seemed to gain a massive gap, so I knew it was just me v him.
Yeah, you were absolutely amazing racing today. So where's your home track?
Probably West London at this point. Yeah. Acton, yeah.
And how long have you been karting?
About 10 years.
10 years. Going to be a pro. Well, absolutely fantastic race today. You did yourself proud, and I'll definitely be keeping an eye on you in the future races. Well done. Thank you. Well, Russell, that was an amazing race. Back to you.
Thank you very much, and a few comments coming in on social media. Is it time for Mabs to sing yet? I like the way I'm going. I'll be doing Ness and Dormer by the end of the night, let me tell you.
I don't think anyone's ears are ready for that one. They're barely dealing with the commentary at the moment, let alone getting you singing Ness and Dormer. That would be rather interesting. If we want everyone to switch off, then that's what we'll do.
Right. By the time of the heavyweights, we're normally... Yeah, I'm not going to finish that. Can I say that this time of night? I don't really care.
I think we should probably just play it safe. Just play it safe for a change.
Okay, no problem. Right, okay, Dave Carter, I think Mab should sing us out to the top of the credits.
Hashtag Mab sings out.
Have we got credits?
Oh, yes, we have got credits. Yes, we have got credits. I've been campaigning for a certain audio clip to be the end of the credits for every single time. I believe it was last year, and hopefully we can find it again. But one thing we do have to bring to you before we can think about any end credits is some heats and some semi-finals.
Shall I do it? Shall I take it through, Tom?
Yeah, if you take us through the grid that you've got up on screen at the moment.
Because Ryan says, by the time of the heavyweights, we're normally half. By the time of the heavyweights, right, we don't give a... Anyway, here we go. Straight on with the grid. So in pole position is driver number 16, Kean Parr. Second is number 19, Adrian Ray. Third is number 10, Adam Jackson. Fourth is driver number 3, James Bate. Fifth is Ewan Kennedy. Sixth is now driver number 2, Thomas Seabrook. Seventh is number 9, Nicholas Walker. Eighth is number 6, William Whitaker, or Bill, as we're referring to him when things get a little bit difficult in the commentary. Ninth is number 1, Rob Johnson. 10th is Darren Stables. 11th is Andrew Chapman. 12th is Ben Riches. 13th is Ryan Hughes. 14th is Luke Holroyd. He's done some... This is going to be exciting. Like, how many drivers is he going to be able to overtake? This is surely right up Luke's street with the amount of overtaking he's already done tonight, and he starts 14th, and he's got all those drivers in front of him. What say Luke to win? Who knows? And 15th at the back, Mark Martin. So, here we go. We've still got a lot of... We've got a lot of comments coming in. Tom Owens, big shout out there from Vito Vokes, still tuning in. Vito Vokes, third yesterday in the juniors.
Yeah, one of our podium finishes in the juniors. Trying to find out how a fellow Liverpool driver gets on in this one. I do believe at the moment, so far every title has been won by a different circuit. I believe it was Warrington. Yeah. Warrington took the first one in the cadets, courtesy of Jacob Lammers. Juniors went the way of Basildon. The guys in the venue going to be quite happy with that one. Lightweights went the way of TeamSport Crawley, and Bristol take home the middleweights in the form of Sam Slater. It's going to be interesting to see which way this one goes. Still, after what we've seen so far, my standard line, there's a good 5 or 6 drivers that have a very, very good chance of booking their ticket into the main event, which hopefully shouldn't be too far away. As we've got Kean Parr on the front with Adrian Ray alongside him. Adam Jackson, James Bate will go off P4. And then we've got a little bit further back, Ewan Kennedy, Seabrook, Walker, Whitaker, Johnson, Stables, Chapman, Riches, Hughes, Holroyd and Martin, as the drivers all filter out onto the grid. A couple of conversations going on with...
a lot of love for Bradford.
Yeah, a lot of love coming from Bradford. A couple of drivers whose locals of Bradford qualified through other circuits this year, just to try and see if they could get as many people back to finals as possible. But we've got likes of Adrian Ray and Eddie as well, who took the first win, who took his first heat win.
Dan Trendle, commentators, do you think it's fair for locals to win? Of course it is. I just want to point out, right, that the winners of these races are coming from lots of different tracks.
Yeah.
So it's all about, we deliberately keep this venue away from the regionals. So people all the drivers have to go and qualify somewhere else.
Yeah.
But Warrington's such a wonderful circuit. We've got drivers here, but just because you are a Warrington local does not guarantee that you're going to win, and that's what we've seen. Even in the middleweights, we had a local driver.
We had 3 local drivers.
Came home second was a Bristol driver that ended up winning. So as Tom rightly says, the winners have spread around tracks. None from Germany yet. But
yeah, none yet.
We're not open yet, and they're not allowed in this championship.
Yeah, none yet from Germany. Maybe we'll see that in the future as Dave Meilander leads this field of heavyweights away for what we believe will be the final heat of BIKC 2021. You see Adrian Ray weaving his cart, trying to get some warmth into those Duro tyres to try and get the best advantage you can against 16 Kian Park. You've got that beautiful safety car. You can see on Adrian Ray his helmet signed by various people, mostly staff and other drivers. I believe my signature's on there. If you look hard enough, you may be able to see it at some point. But I believe Adrian Ray is a little bit too quick to be able to spot them at speed as we get ready to go racing here. The pace car runs away. The lights get ready to go green. They do so now. We're ready to go racing here for the BIKC, and it is Kian Parr who gets the whole shot. Adrian Ray in second, 10 there. Adam Jackson is in third place. Top 3 are unchanged, top 4 are unchanged. As it looks like we've got a little bit of jostling behind. I think that was Ewan Kennedy trying to hold on against Thomas Seabrook a little bit further behind, but immediately Adrian Ray under threat as Adam Jackson goes up to second place at the expense of Kian Parr. Ray hits the front here at a BIKC 2021. James Bates just sat in behind there, and that's the number 2 there of Thomas Seabrook in the red suit, with in the red suit just hiding behind those few drivers. But as they come down the ramp for the first time, it's Adrian Ray who leads the field down, and he's got a nice little gap there over Kian Parr. I think we've got the top 4 or 5 running away at the moment. Down the inside goes Adam Jackson. That was a dive off. Oh, he spun him out. Massive contact there. Yellow as well. Looks like I think that was Ben Riches that span out there. The 12 now goes through on Ewan Kennedy. The lights stay green, and we keep racing here. Play on, say the officials for now, but they're definitely going to be taking a look at that one. That has split the field up massively at the moment. So Adrian Ray, a 1.7 second lead over James Bates, and a 5-second penalty for Adam Jackson in his part in that one. I think that was a pretty clear-cut decision in that one. But the 10, the 9 throws it down the inside. Nicholas Walker on the 2 of Thomas Seabrook there. These guys fighting over third place in the leaderboard. The 10 car that sat up there in front, Adam Jackson, you can discount him effectively for the results. He's running in a net 9th place thanks to that 5-second penalty for his part in that incident earlier on. But down the ramp they go. It's still Adrian Ray who's opening up the lead, opening up the gap here. James Bates in second place. He's got a nice little comfortable cushion over car 10, Adam Jackson, who's third on the road. The fight we're watching is the fight for third position in the standings, 2 and the 9, as they head through the top section of the circuit onto the start finish straight to complete lap number 2, head onto lap number 3.
This is how it works, ladies and gentlemen. The time penalty gets allocated immediately. So even though Adam Jackson is on the road much further up, on the actual leaderboard that you can see on your screen, it is actual live. So Adam Jackson currently going around in 8th position, who is 8.1 seconds, including 5-second penalty there. So that's how that works. Here we go, back on it. Adrian Ray leading, 59.869 is his lap time, with James Bates 1.9 seconds behind. So everything to play for. Loads of people saying Mab sing out. You know, it's like, what now?
There's no point singing this out now. We've got a lot of racing left to go. There's still 5 minutes left on the clock of this heat. And Adrian Ray still has a 1.9 second advantage over James Bates, who in turn has around about 2 seconds over Thomas Seabrook in kart number 2. If you discount Adam Jackson, who's third on the road but not in the standings, the 9 and the 2 have been trading places over the last lap or so. And it is this time Nicholas Walker who comes through ahead of Thomas Seabrook. William Whitaker is going to come through in P6. That 5-second penalty, though, because of how spread out this field is, only drops Adam Jackson to P5 at the moment. So proof, even though these penalties do seem a little bit disproportional to the length of the race, it's still possible to come back from them. So despite that penalty, Adam Jackson at the moment only going to be losing 2 places as a result.
Indeed, and Darrell Lee, he says, I think Dave McGregor should do a handstand on the start line of the next race. He could do, but if he did, his chest will just give out. And they will be calling an ambulance. There'll be all kinds of paperwork to fill out. And let's just not go there, if I'll be absolutely honest. Dave McGregor, Mr. Fragile. Anyway, back on the race, Adrian Ray, 59.869, still has the fastest lap. Number 10, Adam Jackson there, he's in shot at the moment, and he's running at the moment in 5th. As I said, with that time penalty, he's still doing extremely well. Now let's talk about Luke Holloway. We talked about him starting all the way, 1 from last. And yeah, absolutely, he's running 9th. In fact, he's just gone up to 6th. So, massive overtaking. This has got to really put him at the front of the order. I'm sure you're going to see Luke, unless he really gets it wrong in the next 2 minutes, you're surely going to see Luke in pole position for one of those semi-finals. And let's see how far he could still go further. He's got a few seconds to catch up on Adam Jackson, but it's possible because Adam Jackson's had that penalty, so he's actually not there. So the next person he's going to come up to is Thomas Seabrook. So, come on, foot down, pedal to the metal. Let's see those lap times. Here we go. So 19, Adrian Ray taking a very, very wide lines around there, but Canada's he's got a 1.7 second lead, and he's got about 2 laps to go, I think, here. So he's got this lap, the next, and then surely, as long as he just keeps it nice and smooth and keeps on the circuit, then he will be clocking in another win. We've got Darren Stables there with a 5-second penalty. Let's just find Darren. Darren's running in 14th position.
Yeah,
let's see when that gets allocated where he ends up. And Luke Holleroyd has got a penalty. That's why he ended up in 6th position. He's got a penalty. And all that good work, he now goes down into 10th position.
Yeah,
disaster.
Penalties being handed out thick and fast here. We're just going to take a quick look back at an incident that happened a little bit earlier on. I believe that is the spin that we saw on the corner of Shot, as we got the guys nose to tail out on track at the moment. Here's the move that caused Adam Jackson to pick up his penalty. It was a little bit of a touch on the inside, just forced him offline. I believe the technical term is contact gaining an advantage. And then later on you do get a sympathy spin for Ben Riches in 17 as well. That's a very distinctive helmet, makes him quite easy to point out. Back with the action though on the final tour of the circuit. Adrian Ray in the 19 is in control here. Fastest lap of the race does belong to him as well at 59.699. James Bate is still flying around here, 2.12 seconds. That gap hasn't really changed over the course of this race. Nicholas Walker as well and Thomas Seabrook, they have spaced out to have 2-second gaps themselves. Adam Jackson, after that penalty, still running in 5th place. That is impressive in itself. Keane Parr P6, Luke Holroyd after his 5-second penalty going in P7. These guys have had their elbows out so much. The field is massively spread out here. So these 5-second penalties, again, as big as they sound and as harsh as they may sound, you still are able to combat them if you do have the pace. We're coming through the final corner now with the signatures on his helmet. It is Adrian Ray who's going to take the checker flag in the final heat here at BIKC 2021. James Bate comes across the line to score 2nd place at a good haul of points for the guys up there. Will Whittaker comes home in P3 there, despite a 5-second time penalty being assessed towards him. So I believe that may just reverse the positions between himself and Tom Seabrook. Looking at the gaps here, it may put Adam Jackson up to P4. I'll have to double check the maths in a moment. 6th place goes away of Keane Parr, Luke Holroyd in 7th, Ryan Hughes, Ben Riches, Rob Johnson, Mark Martin, Adam Chapman, Ewan Kennedy, William Whittaker and Darren Stables round out the top 15 even after that penalty. But it does feel at times that some of these penalties may be a little bit harsh, but these guys do have all the technology available and they can review all of the incidents that are going out there. But these 5-second penalties that will be handing out, especially in this race, don't seem to have affected the results that much.
However, bigger news, Tom. Amy Dawkins wants me to sing Sweet Caroline. Just thought I would put that in there.
Yeah, hashtag don't be a letdown. So I think you sort of have to do it now.
I think Dave Carter put at the end, said, don't go breaking my heart, Russ. I think that was maybe inclination of the Elton John Kiki D track of the late 1970s, maybe. If that's correct, Dave, then let me know. We've got Ness and Dormer also on there. Not sure I'm up to that, Ness and Dormer. Number one, are there words to Ness and Dormer?
I think there might. I think that's the sort of thing that you attempt after a Christmas party, that one. That's the sort of thing that you do attempt after a Christmas party. As the drivers jump up, we are going to head down.
Was there a race on?
Yeah, there was a race on during that one.
There was a race.
And what's going to happen now is our man Rod Stone is going to do his thing and grab the winner. And we're going to have a chat to Mr. Adrian Ray.
Hello, and we are down live in the pits. Adrian should be making his way round in just a second. Adrian, evening.
All right.
Not too bad. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it was quick, bit of an easy run from the first lap on.
You did all right, didn't you? I saw quite a gap building up there. Just stand over this way just a bit, Adrian.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
It's all right.
It went all right. Yeah, the first lap worked out quite nicely, and then I just had a space that I could maintain throughout it. So
you did a sterling race.
He fell back a couple of places. Certainly he won in the 2nd or 3rd spot, so don't know how badly he did, but yeah, I felt sorry for him because nice lad.
But you did what you needed to do.
Yeah.
and won that heat. Congratulations.
Well, hopefully it'll put me in good stead because my second heat didn't go very well.
Well, we'll see when the results come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another deserved winner of another great heat. Back to the studio.
Thanks a lot, Rod. We knew the heavyweight was going to be an interesting one. You watched all of it. Amazing,
Literally.
Yeah, that's all Molly's got to say about that one.
It has been very intense, and I think it's been building up through each category, and now it's peaked.
Yeah, even more so now with the final on the way. The final.
Ultimate
final.
Semi-finals.
Yeah.
And then
That's
the
right,
final.
I keep saying final.
You do. Semi-finals.
People on social media are asking why Davey isn't presenting this anymore. He was with us before, and then he suddenly vanished, and we didn't say why. Basically, he's on tag and needed to be in by 8 o'clock, so he's not.
It's good as curfew.
Cinema tickets, still loads to give away. You need to get this in before the start of the final race. Just guess a number between 1 and 18, but not 4, 5, or 8. Okay, they're not being used. Put it in the comments down below now. We've got Rob down there. He's going to be monitoring it, and we'll pick random. If you are the number that wins the final, or you've chosen the kart number that wins the final, you'll get some tickets to the cinema. Thank you to Coca-Cola.
Yeah, also thank you to Coca-Cola. We've got 4 family tickets to any Merlin attraction. So we are going to give those out now.
Yep.
So we've got Stuart Nunnan. Well done.
Well done, Stuart.
And Jack Widdop. So if you guys can get in contact with us at BIKC Official, or you can email us race@bikc.co.uk to claim your tickets.
That's right. Yesterday you spoke to Claire, Naked Warrior.
I did speak to Claire.
Just explain what she does, just for people who might not know.
So she is the fitness queen, is the way I can explain it. And she's recently got into motorsport, which is what her most recent book is about. And she was going around to all the cadets and juniors yesterday, giving them their exercises.
Is that what she does?
This is one of them. So for the drivers that are out there,
We need to stop doing that. We're going to be turned into a GIF. Anyway, you caught up with her yesterday, and this is what that was.
hello everyone, we are joined with Claire Johnson, the Naked Warrior. Welcome to BIKC 2021.
Thank you for having me, it's great to be here.
So could you tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, what you do, what you stand for, what you're about?
Sure, so I work with women in motorsport and I help improve their performance out on track. I work with them in terms of improving their nutrition and training so they can be fitter and stronger and just improve their overall performance and their results. I'm also part of the Formula Women Health and Fitness team, and I also work with a couple of different driving academies as their lead trainer, nutrition coach to help women within motorsport as well. And I'm also an author of a book called The Winning Formula.
Oh, amazing. You will see that on some of our VTs running through, so make sure you check that out. So obviously you're one of our BIKC ambassadors.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about your journey through the competition.
Okay, so I started working with BIKC as an ambassador probably when I wrote my second book, The Winning Formula, because I wanted to do a book launch down at my local track, TeamSport in Basildon, and it just naturally evolved from there. I turned out to be quite fast on track. I was asked to be a BIKC ambassador and a role model to help more women and inspire more women to get out on track. And then I just ended up competing and going through to the local finals, and it was an incredible experience. I loved it.
That's amazing. So what would you say you enjoyed the most about the competition?
I guess it was definitely going down to the track. The team at the track were amazing. They were so incredible. They were so supportive. They really encouraged me and helped me improve my lines and get better. I literally felt like I was part of the furniture down there. And then just all the other members that I met. So it was a real good, strong community spirit, and that was really good.
Yeah, well, we've got the TeamSport Basildon takeover that's happening at the track at the minute.
I know, I've seen them out on track, yeah.
Loads of banners out there. And what would you say you learned most about yourself or about karting during your journey?
Oh gosh, I learned so much. I learned I'm actually more competitive than what I gave myself credit for. I learned how to improve myself out on the track, and I learned and understood more of the mindset that I help women with when I'm helping them improve their performance out on track. You know, when you get that negative self-talk about, oh my gosh, I can't do it, or I'm not good enough, or something goes wrong out on track, then it's like, okay, like how do I overcome that so it doesn't impact the rest of my lap? So it was an incredible learning experience for so many reasons.
Perfect. And were you racing against any other females out on track?
There were a few ladies out on track. There was me and 2 other girls that were going through the qualifying process, and but the rest of it was the guys.
Why do you think that is? Why do you not think that women are involved in motorsport as much?
I think that women potentially feel that they don't want to compete against the men, so that's why the ladies' night events are really good. And I've enjoyed going to a few of those. They don't want to compete against the men, or they don't feel they're as good, or I think more of it is to do with the fact that they don't know what's possible. So one of the things that I want to do is just create that awareness and inspire more women to get out on track, to show them that it is possible, and just go out there and have some fun, and go and do it.
If you could give one bit of advice to women that are thinking about getting into motorsport, what advice would you give them?
Just go do it.
Just get out there, basically.
Just ask me and I'll go and help you do it. It's fine.
Perfect. So will you be competing in the IKC 2022?
Oh, I don't know. Potentially. I think that's a yes, isn't it? I think you've twisted my arm to go and compete down in Harlow. Let the cat out of the bag now.
Perfect. So we'll see you again next year. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And if we want to follow the Naked Warrior on social media, how can we do that, Mols?
So she's at the Naked Warrior.
Pretty straightforward, that.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, awesome. We've just been joined by Clerk of the Course, James Hislop. Thank you for joining us. Just for anyone who doesn't know what Clerk of the Course, not Clerk of the Course, is, just explain it. Very, very simple.
So it's the enviable job of making all decisions with regards to the racing, overseeing and making sure it's done fairly and cleanly if possible.
Yep.
And really running the team that helps or that makes racing possible, really.
Yeah. So how have you found, since last year, it's obviously doubled the number of entrants, which has been phenomenal. Yep. For you, what's been a big difference?
Well, I think the intensity of the racing this year has been incredible.
Yeah.
And I think that just goes to show how much passion people have for it. We sort of stepped into the unknown last year with it.
Yep.
Did really well. Yep. And second generation, it's just gone that next step. Yeah.
It's good. And different weight classes and stuff like that as well. It's made a massive difference.
Seems to work quite well. Yeah.
But Molly's got the actual stats there.
Yeah.
I do. So for the heavyweights, we had 657 entrants doing 5,627 qualifying sessions.
That's a lot.
I think you can tell from their racing that they've had, that they've provided us with.
Yeah. Follow yourself. No, absolutely. I mean, today, compared to yesterday as well, yesterday was amazing.
Yep.
But today, obviously, we knew there was going to be a lot more intensity in it. How have you found the issues?
Well, the issues have been, what you'd expect is indoor karting, and it's just no holds barred. Flat out. We've seen some interesting tactical racing going on there today as well. Which is something we haven't seen yet before. It's just been great. Really good racing.
Awesome. All right. Well, I probably need to let you go if this one's going. So it's about to go. You can make your way down there if you want to, mate. So we're going to go to the semi-finals, not the finals, Moles.
Yeah, the semi-finals. We got it right that time.
But while we've got you, very quickly, want to say thank you to Ty Cuthbert for joining us yesterday and annoying me with a Trumps card, Tops card.
He done great with the commentating.
You've done some commentating. He was really good at it. And obviously, thank you to the Naked Warrior as well. It's been absolutely amazing to have them. I think we might be ready to go down. We are good to go. Thank you, Joel. If you've been talking about Joel all day, I might bring Joel up for the last bit.
Put a face to the name.
Face to a name. Anyway, enough from us. Let's go back to Tom and Russ in the commentary box. Awesome. So we are back now, and we're getting ready to go racing for the semi-finals. It's been a nice 2 days worth of racing. To think we've only got 35 minutes left of competitive karting left before we crown our fifth and final BIKC champion for 2021.
3 races.
That's all that's left. That's all that's left. And looking at this, you got a nice mix of drivers in this one. Just in that little break, I was walking down, just chatting to a few of the drivers, and one of them, I believe it was Mark Martin, said he feels like at times he's been spun around more than Kylie Minogue out there. That was the exact words that I got. I love that. What a great line.
spun round more than Kylie Minogue, and you can just hear it in the back of his head as he drives around the circuit. But we do have a grid, and we are ready to get racing here at BIKC for this first set of semi-finals. Luke Holroyd is going to start on pole position with Nicholas Walker, John Paragon. David Harvey is there rounding out the top 4. Jason Wicks, Keith Simmons on row 3. Matthew West, Thomas Seabrook, Ben Rodder, Alex Stewart, Mark Martin, Rob Johnson, Kim Parr, William Whittaker and Andrew Chapman. Complete your 15 karts that are getting ready to go racing.
I've got to say, right, some of the comments again on social media, absolutely fantastic. Ryan says, this fella from Coventry has given me more penalties than Howard Webb has given United. Okay, nice. We like that. We like that. Okay, Sam Waldridge has got some issue that we're going to sort out. Absolutely. Let's read down there. Amy Hawkins. Yeah, it's Mabs. Okay, yeah, that's me. Yeah, indeed. Abby Stoner, could you make any more noise? Abby Stoner. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Okay, big shout out to everyone at TeamSport and Warrington. So much hard work goes into this by all staff behind the scenes. Massive pat on the back. Thank you very much, Amy. Amy Dawkins. Muchos gracias, as we say in Spain. Thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's do this, Nick, says Aaron. Yeah, Aaron H. Superb. Get in there, Nick. Come on, you got this, says Michael Burgess. Oh, big wave from Dave McGregor with a big wave there. That's the friendliest we've ever seen, Dave McGregor. Don't make him do the handstand because he's got a lot of energy now, but runs out very quickly, I think. So, more yellows than Mike Dean has given out in his reffing career, says Josh. Lots of football references.
There's proper banter going on here in the chat. We should call this one the banter board out there because there's definitely some humour.
We love it.
Definitely some good humour in the chat tonight, and some good humour in the building as well. Nice crowd still sticking around here despite
also,
the late
Salty
hour.
Kid just won Alton Tower tickets. Come on, well done. Absolutely fantastic. Enjoy. Have an awesome day. Zach Bradley, Russ, can I have a pay rise, please? No. Anyway, Hannah West, come on, Matt. Salty Kid, come on, John, you sexy beast. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Amy Dawkins, love him. Dave Carter, lots of round of applause. Oh, here we go. Revolution Audio. That's Joel basically in the background. Past 10 p.m. means Russ Bradley safety reached the watershed. Anything goes from now on.
Oh, don't give him ideas. I've done well so far to keep him sort of under control. And we thought keeping him caged in the comms box was going to be good enough with day release to go onto the podium, but that clearly hasn't worked. But before we can release Ross for one final time to go onto the podium, we do have a small matter of some semi-finals to go through. A lot of love
for William Whittaker, but yeah, a.k.a. Bill, no doubt, right, if he's dicing it out for the lead, we're going to call him Bill. There's no question about that. Sorry, Tom, take us through.
So, heading round now for the first of the semi-finals. A nice slow pace being set by our pace kart driver, Dave McGregor. But it's Luke Holroyd and Nicholas Walker on the front row. Paragon, Harvey, Wick, Simmons, West, Seabrook, Rodder, Stewart, Martin Johnson, Parr, Whittaker and Chapman are your 15 runners and riders. As a reminder, only 8 of these guys will be able to book a ticket to the main event coming up in around about 25 minutes time. But before then, we've got a small matter of 2 awesome semi-finals. The drivers now just making sure they're at a nice slow pace, maybe just trying to play a little bit of mind games, keeping focused on the track in front of him. The pace kart has released itself. We wait for the lights to go green. They do so now. We're racing in the semi-finals. Last 3 races of BIKC 2021. The whole shot goes to Luke Holroyd. He's off and away. John Paragon in 3rd place. He's up into 2nd at the expense of Nicholas Walker. David Harvey's been charging throughout the course of this. Oh, there's a spin at the back. I'm pretty sure I saw Keith Simmons is around just before the Dunlop corner. There's 2 karts involved in that. Simmons is one of them, just trying to get a number on the other one. I believe that's the 13 of Alex Stewart. So those 2 drivers not going to play a further part in this one. They're way too far back now to try and make a run of this one unless they're able and allowed to catch up on the yellow flag under the yellow flag conditions. The field all bunched back together. This is effectively a second rolling start now as the field comes down the ramp. Looks like we are going racing any time now. Nice and slow pace. Wait for the greens to fly. Here we go. Let's rise here at TeamSport Warrington, and Luke Holroyd having to go defensive. David Harvey tries to chuck it down the inside. He may lose position to Wicks there if he's not careful, but nose to tail, the top 5 come as they head through the final corner and get ready to go over the start finish line side by side between Wicks and Harvey. You can't go too wide through here, boys. You need to be careful. This is only the semi-final. Paragon to the inside, down at Dunlop 2. He forces the one cart over towards the outside of the track. Wicks is not, Walker's not happy with that one. Harvey's in this as well. He's trying to go around the outside of Wicks to try and get up into 4th position. All the time that Luke Holroyd now is just walking away from the guys in front. Looks like Matthew West in the 9s also trying to make moves. They head up the flyover for the second time of asking. Paragon now looks like he may just be starting to pull a bit of a gap against Nicholas Walker for 2nd and 3rd, but still have David Harvey in this one. Wicks bolted onto his rear bumper. Sorry, that's Ben Rodder bumped onto his rear bumper. Wicks is just behind.
Okay, great racing. And I tell you what, John Paragon, not the first time he has pulled off that particular manoeuvre. It's one of his favourites because he's done it before during the heats. He knows how to do it. He knows exactly that manoeuvre, when to brake, when to turn, what exactly how to get the car on its limit through that part of the course, and he executed that manoeuvre absolutely perfectly. And he is hot on the heels now of Luke, who typically started in pole position, has made a brilliant start. He's 1 second in the lead from John, and Nicholas Walker further 1.3 seconds behind on the last lap. So let's go. Paragon, says Salty Kid, who's already looking forward to going to his Alton Towers trip. Well, yeah, we got a race to run. Here we go. Amy Dawkins gutted for Alex, and the other guy gone. Come on, lads, you can bring it back. But yeah, so 2 laps down, probably go out another 6 or 7 laps to go. At the moment, the gap is just over 1 second with Nicholas Walker in 3rd at the moment. Charging down the fastest part of the circuit. But here's number 2, and he's sliding a lot through those corners now. The karts have been stationary for quite some time, so no doubt the tyres are not up to full operating temperature yet.
Just popped up on the screen there. David Harvey's been handed a 5-second time penalty. He's running in 4th place at the moment, but he's going to drop way down the order. Now, the interesting part for him, he's got to try and push on as fast as he can and build a bit of a gap. The issue he's got is the grid down to about Mark Martin, sat in 9th, maybe even 10th place, is pretty packed and congested at the moment. So he's going to have to now try and clear. I believe it's Jason Wicks and Ben Rodder that he's got around him, and then set off after the guys in front if he wants an opportunity at qualifying for the main event in around about 20 minutes time. Down the ramp though, Luke Holroyd is definitely trying to book his ticket.
Bumper here now, absolutely neck and neck, and John Paragon, after that brilliant overtaking manoeuvre, has absolutely pulled up to the leader. And Luke has been mega quick all night. Suddenly, yeah, he's always been the aggressor. He's always been the one who's doing the overtaking, and suddenly he has got John Paragon absolutely there and coming down here. He's got a lot of momentum. He's done this move before. He's doing it again. He knows what to do there. This time there's contact. This time number 2, Luke Holroyd, manages to hold on. And yeah, you've got a slightly different kettle of fish to deal with here, John. You've got a driver there who I think is going to turn in on you there. You've got to be super careful. You need to be just a little bit further on. You know what? Luke just opened the gap a little bit, and John was looking up the inside there, but the gap was not big enough. Well played, Luke, on that particular corner. And here we go again, round these hairpins, but are so crucial to make sure you get a super exit speed here to go onto the down ramp and charge down to the fastest part of the course. And a little look behind from Luke, a little glance behind. Let's see what's going to happen. And yeah, no, absolutely bumper to bumper, but nothing here. Maybe a look on the inside, and a little sniff on the inside. But what number 2 Luke is doing is just leaving little gaps, but not enough for a car to get in there. So Basically, John's looking at that gap, but let's have another look going under, because this is his favourite. He knows this. He's already done it multiple times. Let's have a look. He has another go on the inside, but no, not fast enough.
Yeah, Paragon is definitely looking very, very racy here. A lot of support coming through for John, trying to take the win here at TeamSport Warrington in the first of two semi-finals. Not much racing left before we can crown our final BIKC champion of 2021. These definitely two contenders for that title at the moment. And further back, Nicholas Walker, Ben Rodder, Jason Wicks, Matthew West, Tom Seabrook, Keane Parr are the drivers who have so far got their tickets to the main event. But with 4 minutes left on the clock and around about, 3 laps left of racing, that could all change. Just see flying through in the Dayglow yellow, that is David Harvey. He holds a 5-second penalty, so even though he's up in the top positions, he is not at the moment going to factor into the main event. That penalty drops him down from 4th on the road to 10th place overall. That's how close this field is at the moment. Oh, a little bit of a nudge, but at the back of the field, I think that was Matthew West who just took a little bit of a trip towards our friend Barry R, as John Paragon now trying to apply the pressure to Luke Holroyd. Fastest lap belongs to Paragon. He is about half a second quicker. Scratch that. Luke Holroyd now has found another gear. 59.7 is the best that he's managed so far. 59.8 was what Paragon did on the previous lap. Fastest lap belongs to Ben Rodder, who's running P4.
We are after the top 8 here, but it's crucial because there's a real battle for the win here. But if they get it wrong, if they pick up a 5-second penalty, it will demote them all the way down to about 5th or 6th position at the press route, Tom. That would really destroy their grid position for that grand final. But then on the other hand, you've got fake and win. If driver number 6 can get through, he's guaranteed a front row start. Everything to play for.
Yeah, and as we say, we talk about penalties. Tom Seabrook's just picked himself up one, so that is going to drop him way, way down the order. That might actually play into the hands of David Harvey. If the guys in front keep fighting, he may still find a way onto the grid here for the main event. Currently, that puts him up in P9 with Seabrook dropping down into P10. That gives Mark Martin a shot on the grid. He said he was feeling like Kaya Minogue on here. He may end up feeling like a champion at the end of this one if he makes it into the main event. There's just 1, maybe 2 laps left here as Paragon and Holroyd are fighting tooth and nail. Rodder still holds the fastest lap of a 59.4. Wicks is also in the 59s, as is West and Harvey. These drivers are pulling out all the stops now to try and make sure that they can qualify for the main event coming up at the end of the next semi-final. But these guys really starting to fight. The 10 of Harvey's looking to try and make up a position against Nicholas Walker. If he can get past and start building up a gap, he may be able to get a shot at the main event. Last lap board goes out. All Harvey's got to do is try and find 8/10ths on Mark Martin, and he will be able to go onto the grid. He'll start at the back, but being on the grid is just
here we
part
go.
of the
Side
prize.
by side there, first and second. Luke and John were side by side. Let's have a look as they come through, and yeah, we still have Luke in the lead, but that was the closest that John Paragon has come to going through and taking that position. This is the last lap. He's got to get these hairpins absolutely bang on if he's going to have a shot at the end of the fastest part of the circuit, past the pit lane and through the hairpins. So here we go, charging down in the first of the semi-finals. We've got Luke Holroyd. They've both driven absolutely brilliant. Has been very defensive. Luke knowing this is it. He's just got to drive defensive. And number 6, John, is all over him here. But number 2 here, he's just got to really do a bit of a blocking move out, and he's done it. He's put his car in exactly the right position. He's going to fly through here and take the win.
Yeah, it looks like John may not have been too happy with that one. In the closing stages of that, a 5-second time penalty was handed out to Keane Parr. That means that Keane, despite finishing inside the top 8 on the road, will not be taking part of the main event. So your provisional qualifiers pending any further action that needs to be taken. Luke Holroyd, John Paragon, Nicholas Walker, Ben Rodder, Jason Wicks, David Harvey scrapes through in 6th place, as does Matthew West, and Mark Martin will form 8 of the 16 carts that we're going to see in the main event. And honestly, after seeing that one, Holroyd and Paragon, they could be good shots for the win at the end of this.
Fantastic. We got a lot of shout outs online. We got Amy Dawkins saying Alex back at the 12th. What a legend after that crash. Proud of him. We've got Ricky saying, come on, David Harvey. We've got Ryan saying, Seabrook with the beefy overtake. Darryl Lee, can we have a shout out to Jenny Tolwarts? Yes, of course we can. There it is. Jenny, if you're out there, a big shout out for you. So Jenny Tolwarts, big shout out. That's the way to say that name, isn't it?
Oh,
Should I say it a different way?
I believe there may be a few people by the name of Peter Ian Staker.
A big shout out to Jennifer Warts there. A big shout out to Jennifer Warts. Come on, commentator, says Darryl. I've done it as best I can. I've done it both ways. Don't say that.
Man.
Look like us. Now I've got to be really careful. I read these things out. Well done, Luke. And get away with that. Great job, Nick. Solid. Well done. Nice, great drive. Right, we're going to go back down to our track rod in the pit lane. Go for it.
Hello, and these drivers coming off have given it everything they have got. Luke.
Hard work.
Hard work indeed.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure on that one.
Yeah, John was really quick. I was struggling. I couldn't keep the cart was sliding as well. So just trying to defend. John's pace was brilliant. So it was hard work, but we kept it clean. It was I'm not sure what the gap was behind, but it was good racing.
It was incredibly close. So on the last lap, just as you were coming round, he just tried to take you and you just cut straight in. Amazing defensive driving.
Well, obviously, I knew my pace wasn't there, but then when you start taking the defensive line as well, your lap time starts slowing. But it was a great race, and fair play to John. I think he could have easily been stood here if he'd have got a move, so it's a great battle.
Well, you've secured your place in the final. You go get ready for it, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back to you, Russell.
The sad news for Russ is I've just finally, after the entire night, I found the mute button for his mic. So if he's not careful, he may end up suffering the wrath of the mute button. Maybe the best thing for the stream at this rate.
Here we go, Rachel Percy saying, I've actually got sweaty palms. Look, Rachel, don't want to know about your personal life, I'll be absolutely honest. We don't want that on the feed, I'll be absolutely honest. Salty kid. So, we got a shout out to Basildon. Yeah, a big shout out for Basildon. Yeah, absolutely. And Rachel comes in and says, great job.
Yeah, great job, Revolution Audio, keeping this guy on a tight leash somehow. Somehow we've managed to do it. The majority of the night, it's taken to 10:30 on Sunday evening, and we finally lost control. Adam Beale now going on to the main straight in the pace cart, getting ready to go and get ready for the final semi-final here at TeamSport Warrington.
The final
semi-final. And starting the final semi-final.
We're not going to confuse anybody with that.
No, it's not going to get confusing. This is definitely the B semi-final. We've had the A semi-final, now the B semi-final.
What happens when we get to the final?
That is the final. That's the final of the final day of BIKC 2021, the final. But starting this final semi-final on pole position is James Bates. Alongside him is going to be Adrian Ray, Ryan Hughes and Stuart Clark round out row number 2. Row 3, Adam Jackson, Sean Briley from 6th position, Ben Richards and Reese Courtney, Heat 1 winner there in P8. Drivers trying to get inside the top 8 to gain a qualifying position. Richard Clark in P9. He's had a couple of unlucky runs over the course of the day. It'd be nice to see him get a position in the main event. Barney Williams, Chris Burns, Darren Stables, who's picked up a couple of penalties. Tom Owens from Liverpool's Emmanuel Nabodo. I'm surprised he's that far down the order. He's normally there or thereabouts in terms of pace, but he's down in 14th with a lot of work to do. And Ewan Kennedy completes the 15 runners and riders for this of the last semi-final.
Here we go,
of the IKC 21.
777, so it's a big out to Paul Gaza Radford. Nothing wrong with that name. I'm going to start reading these names out normally now, because obviously they're now fine again. So David Lee says a big massive shout out to Ivor Biggin. So he must be racing as well. So there we go. So that's surely a normal name.
I'll be surprised if we don't see Peter Ian Staker in there in a bit, Mr. P.I. Staker. We do have someone, was that Amy Dawkins saying, is that the Hot Pursuit cart? No, that's definitely not our Hot Pursuit cart.
It's not?
No, it's too slow to be our Hot Pursuit cart. We made sure we've got nice quick carts around here to be able to get past. Interestingly, Hot Pursuit, one of my favourite grid events. We always have some good fun with that. If you do want to get involved in them, pick yourself up an elite membership at TeamSport's venue near you, and you never know, you may be able to find yourself on the grid in BIKC 2022 when qualifying opens. Keep an eye out in the new year for all the details of how to get involved in the championship, the dates, where you can race, and how you can get involved. But now we've just got the final preparations going to James Bate. who's going to be told exactly what we need him to do to get this race off and running. Adrian Ray's already been at the front of one of the heats. Now he's got to do it in a 10-minute semi-final. The signal's given. Adam Beals roars away from the start line, and we get ready to go racing here for the last of the semi-finals. It's almost an emotional moment as the drivers go round on their parade lap, and they just get ready to go. Ooh, a little bit of bumping and barging there. Looks like they're not quite happy with the pace at the front. A few little adjustments.
Everyone's waving at each other as well.
Yeah, a few little adjustments on Tom Owens there. Not quite happy with the way his pedals were set. All the fine adjustments being sorted out on the grid as we get ready to go racing for the final time here. Just looking at Ben Riches from P7 with Courtney there, P11, as we get ready to go racing here for the last time in the semi-finals of BIKC 2021. We wait for the lights to go green. The pace car disappears. The lights go green now. We are racing in BIKC 2021. James Bate leads the field away with Adrian Ray just alongside him. The top three are all nose to tail. Carts 1, 2, 3, positions 1, 2 and 3. Looks like a little bit of touch there from Cart 6 on the back of Cart 3 there. That is Stuart Clark trying to make a move on Ryan Hughes, but away and gone is James Bates. They head up the ramp for the first time of asking. He's starting to build a small gap here against Adrian Ray, as we've got the top heavyweight drivers all fighting out one of those 8 coveted positions on the end of the BIKC 2021 heavyweight finals. Down the ramp we go. James Bate leads the field away from Adrian Ray. Looks like Ryan Hughes still up there. Looks like he did manage to hold on. Let's watch that field stream through our shot. It is actually Stuart Clark up into third place there. Looks like Sean Briley also has moved up a place at the expense of Adam Jackson. So Sean just in front there. I think we may have Richie Clark as well inside the qualifying positions at the moment. We'll double check as they come across the line for the first time. 101.234 is the benchmark time James Bate has set. But it's James Bate, Adrian Ray, Stuart Clark, Ryan Hughes, Sean Briley, Adam Jackson. Richie Clark is already inside the qualifying position. Opening the final one is Ben Riches.
Okay, can I say Abby Foss? We're small, we're fast, we're gonna kick your ass. Basildon. Love that comment. Great, keep them coming. Amy Dawkins having a wonderful time. Look, all those like smiley faces, fantastic. TeamSport, I recommend a full playlist for both commentators for pure dedication.
Well, I'll take that one. I'll back that one.
Absolutely.
We heard it first. We had our CEO Dom Gaynor here yesterday, and our COO Simon Waldridge here. So, gents, take note for us. One driver taking note is Adrian Ray. He's taking a lot of notes of how James Bate is driving that kart up at the front of the field and trying to figure out if he can find a chink in the armour as they drove through the top section of the circuit. We get to see what the first flying lap here is for James Bates as they cross the line. A 59.9 bested by Adrian Ray, a 59.7. These two drivers are flying at the front, but Stuart Clark, Ryan Hughes, Sean Briley, Adam Jackson and Richie Clark all trying to get on terms with them as well.
James Bate leading, Adrian Ray. Actually, I might have to commentate on the race.
Yeah, I think that may be an idea.
James Bate is leading, Adrian Ray is in second. The gap is about half a second. There's no doubt that Adrian Ray is the quicker of the two drivers at the present moment in time, with Stuart Clark in third. And again, the dilemma that faces Adrian Ray. He's surely got to risk it. If he's much quicker, if he can get through, he's looking at a front row grid position for the grand final. That is going to make his job of winning the whole BIKC so much easier. But he's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. If he gets a 5-second penalty in a moment, it'll put him right back. He might just scrape into the final, but it won't be the kind of race that he wants. So number 2 is alongside it. He's going to do the old switcheroo to the inside. He's got a lot of momentum here. It's
side
2 abreast.
side.
Come on, here we go. This is 2 abreast through the most difficult parts of the circuit to go 2 abreast. He's held it. Driver number 2, Adrian Ray, is surely going to go through. Yes, he deliberately goes wide.
Fantastic racing.
Fantastic manoeuvre. Brilliant stuff. Adrian Ray into the lead of the race.
That was fantastic, respectful driving there. We've seen drivers come to grief going side by side through that. Those guys were side by side for about 4 corners there. But what that has done is that's brought Stuart Clark, Ryan Hughes and Sean Briley right onto the rear bumper of them. But new leader Adrian Ray leads the field around the top section of the circuit. James Bate is not going to want to sit there for too long. If he can, he's going to want to try and get past, because now he's got the 6 of Stuart Clark breathing down his neck as they head down the ramp with Sean Briley in there as well. I believe he made dispatched of Ryan Hughes, so Briley up into 4th position now, and Adam Jackson I think is in there as well. Looks like James Bate already going on the offensive. Ray was a little bit slow through that first hairpin, then just allowed James Bate to show the nose, but he's not close enough to get the run over the start-finish line now. Adrian Ray leads the field across the line to lead a lap here in the semi-finals. Bate to the inside, little bit of a touch there. Ray went sideways, Bate tried to back out of it. You saw the car go sideways. What that has allowed is Stuart Clark to get in this as well. These guys are tearing chunks out of each other. Bate opens the door a touch, allows Clark in the 6 to get on terms with him, but all this is doing is allowing Adrian Ray to soar off into the distance. But it is Ray, Bate, Clark, Briley, Jackson is your top 5. Hughes, Clark and Ben Riches all occupy qualifying positions at the moment, with Reece Courtney trying to get on terms, just 2/10 away from a place in the main event tonight.
I was going to say that Adrian Ray, you know, the hunter is becoming the hunted, but then absolute chaos happened behind and suddenly he's allowed. It was 0.2 of a second and now we're looking at about 1.2 seconds. I would look at that. James Bate now with everything to do because he's got drivers queuing up behind to go through, and then the start of that queue is Stuart Clark. And yeah, just a couple of attempts in it from second, third, fourth and fifth. But the actual, 0.9 of a second is for the lead now. So that's jumped up just 0.3 there between second and third. And another few attempts between third and fourth. Got a penalty. Barney Williams, why? You've got a 5-second penalty. He's all the way down in 14th position. So
yeah, it looks like he's dropped down from 10th, I believe. So he wasn't in those positions to start with.
Final place anyway, but hey, you've got to give it your best. You've got to. Simple as that. So we're 5 laps in. We've got a long race. It's 10-minute race. So we've got another few laps to go, and Adrian Ray still leading the way there. We're kind of focusing on the battle for second position, so I can't really give you a view. The gap for the lead is literally about the same. It's about 0.9 seconds, so it's a bit even Stevens. But now James Bate, a little bit driving defensive, wasn't actually hugging the barrier there. We're just moving in, and number 6 really have a lot of extra speed there, really trying to find some. He's going around the outside. Can he make this stick? That would be amazing if he makes this stick 2 abreast. And then also we got 7 in there.
Yeah, Adam Jackson, Sean Briley and Stuart Clark all coming to grief. Another driver that's come to grief, Ben Riches, has dropped out of a qualifying position. Reece Courtney, though, up to 7th at the moment. Richie Clark now moves out. Ben Riches gets his 8th place back, but Sean Briley into the top 3 here. Now he's just got 2 drivers that separate him from a front row start in the main event. James Bates managed to pull away a little bit. That gap at the front, he's still around about a second, but he's now got about a second in hand over Sean Briley behind him, and looks like he may have a pace advantage as well. Stuart Clark in the 6th and Adam Jackson in the 7 are still fighting over 4th place. That's a fight over the 4th and 5th row. Effectively, the positions that these guys occupy, the row they're going to start on the grid for the main event.
And don't forget, that number. Top 8 is what we need.
Yeah,
and the
top 8 is what we're looking for.
At Ben Riches. Ben Riches is currently in the final. Richie Clark is the first of the drivers racing now that is not in a grand final position. So everything to play for these guys, because the gap between these guys is nothing. It's a 10th between 8th and 9th. There's another 2 tenths between 9th and 10th. Everything to play for further down the field, because you want to make the final. You want to make the final. It's the BIKC even making the final after all the qualifying laps, local finals, regional finals, national final. It's an outstanding achievement for all drivers that make it to that point. Adrian Ray leading at the moment, and it's probably going to be 1 more lap after this one, and the gap has now come down. It was about a second, and now because James Bate has really just seen off Sean Briley in 3rd place, he's able to put the hammer down, and suddenly we've got a real race for the win.
Yeah, Bate and Ray, these 2 guys have been sparring over the last couple of laps, and Bate, just over the last lap or 2, has been taking a little bit of time out of Adrian Ray with 6 tenths on the last lap. Bate and Briley, interestingly, their pace is about the same. If you look at the 6 and 7, Clark and Jackson are doing battle. They're fighting over a 4th and a 5th row start, as James Bate now, as we go on to what we believe is going to be the final lap, is right on the rear bumper of Adrian Ray, with Sean Briley not too far behind. These guys need to be careful here, because if they make a tiny mistake, it could cost them not 1 but 2 positions, or even worse, if the Clark's team penalty is required, it could drop them out of the main event itself. But Adrian Ray just soaking up the pressure. He's already won a heat. Now he's looking to add a semi-final win to his tally. Still, though, looks like Ben Riches still has a qualifying position. I can hear the crowd going mad outside as the driver's now ahead down the ramp under the bridge, full of spectators at the moment. It's Ray, Bate and Briley. That's how close they are. The 6, Stuart Clark, the 7 of Adam Jackson still in there. Ray has to go defensive against James Bate. That's going to slow him down a little bit on the outside of the corner. Bate tries to go around the outside, but thinks a little bit better of it. These guys, it's going to be a drag race. Briley to the inside. What a move! Bate just opened the door to try and get. Bate just tried to open the door. Briley punches the air. What a move from Sean Briley.
The move of the event. Can we get on action replay,
Yeah,
Joe?
that was a worldie of a move.
Absolutely
and looking at this, a
fantastic.
5-second time penalty in the final lap handed out to Richie Clark. That's going to end his chance of ending up in the main event. But Sean Briley punching the air, coming home in second place. Adrian Ray takes the win and a front row start for the main event. So just go through your provisional qualifiers. Ray, Briley, Bate, Clark, Jackson, Hughes, Courtney and Tom Owens from Liverpool. He was a bit down the order at the start, but he's managed to get himself into the main event. We said Emmanuel Nobodo, who's normally there or thereabouts. He was in 14th at the start of this race. He's come home in P9. Some big movers and shakers in that one. Fastest lap of the race, though, does belong to kart 15 of Richie Clark. Sadly, though, that doesn't give him a place in the national final, for the heavyweights, as we get ready to. As we've got the drivers in the pit lane now. We're going to head down in a moment to our roving pit lane reporter, Rod Stone. But my gosh, that was a fantastic race as the drivers drop back into the pit lane. And this just sets up an even bigger final that we are awaiting for. We do have a couple of minutes as Adam Beale goes for a lap in kart 18. But getting ready to have a chat with our top drivers in that one. It's down to our trackside reporter, Mr. Rod Stone.
Hello, and what an amazing race that was. Adrian is making his way over just now, but that was close, wasn't it? Back and forth, opening gaps. Absolutely phenomenal race. Adrian, if you can make your way over. He's having a chat with his drivers. Amazing camaraderie between these drivers today. Total respect to each other. Hi, Adrian. He's coming. I can see that he's smiling. Adrian.
Oh no, you're gonna have to give me a minute.
I'll give you as much time as you want after that race.
Yes. How you doing?
That was amazing.
That were hard.
Talk me through it.
Is it James? I think. Yeah, he was quick, but my kart lacked a bit of pace on straight line pace, but he handled the corners pretty well. But he made a couple of mistakes, and I just capitalised, and then after that he was just all over me. And he said he lost the place at the end. I don't quite know how, but yeah, it was good. Felt I did pretty well for someone who's weighing over the minimum weight as well. You know, like when they've dropped it by 2.5 kilos, less than the minimum weight. Just putting that in there live for everyone.
Live, you did amazingly.
You know, yeah, I enjoyed it.
Well done. I cannot wait to see you in the final.
I can. It's going to be difficult. There's some fast boys in the other one.
Sure
John and Luke are both quick.
You're one of those fast boys, though.
Well, I hope so.
Well,
yeah,
have a rest, and I'll see you in a bit.
Cheers.
Astonishing race, absolutely amazing. Back to you in the commentary.
Right, I mean, he wins the race and then criticises the competition.
Yeah, he also said he wasn't quite sure how James Bate lost a position on that one. Good news with the beauty of technology. We can take a look at exactly how that happened. And honestly, it was a worldie of a move, as they say.
Replay coming up.
Yeah, as they say in motorsport circles, it was an absolute worldie of a move from Sean Briley. You can see James Bate just open the door a little bit to try and get the run on the outside, but I don't think he was expecting Sean Briley to be there. Just threw it down the inside. It was a fantastic move that he managed to get. Just taking a quick look at it, you can see Bates focused on the driver in front of him, but Sean just sees a big kart-sized gap and puts his kart down the inside there. Fantastic move from Sean Briley there. And I believe we've also got another one here. It's a nice big drift moment. There's a few guys thinking that this is the British Drift Championship instead of the British Indoor Karting Championship. You see Adrian, the guys at the front, I believe that is Adrian Ray coming through on the lock stops as they head up towards. These things don't have that much lock to start with, but he's absolutely sideways on the limit here at BIKC, which is exactly what we want to see from our drivers. So, grids now being built, the drivers just making their final preparations. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Having seen all of that action, who do you reckon is going to be on the top spaces?
Well, I'll tell you what, before I get there, there's some fantastic... What on earth happened there? We've had another fluid attack that's gone on. We're literally now swimming in another fluid. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is, I'll be absolutely honest. Looking at the chat there, we've got Will who says Ben Riches is the greatest of all time. Yeah, okay, that Ben Riches who just finished 12th. We've got Kieran E. rip up our banner. Really? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, we got some dancing in the pit lane as well. Come on. Yes, that's what we want. If I'm going to sing in the presentation, I need some dancers. You know what I mean? I need some dancers. Nicely done. Nicely done. Right, here we go. So, right. I suppose better talk about the racing, I suppose. So, who's going to win? Well, we've got two drivers on who have been standout performers, and they will definitely be on the front row. Adrian Ray is one of them. What a great race. Sean Brearley will definitely line up on the second row of the grid. James Bate, third in that race, will line up on the third row, and Stuart Clark will line up on the fourth row. We are just in the process of just setting the cuts up. A little bit of flossing now going on in the pit lane. Nothing like a good floss, is there? Absolutely. Oh, yeah, get the legs going. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, all good. Right, so we're just doing some final preps, a few star jumps going on. Yeah, indeed. Good. So, David for the win, says Abby. Indeed. David Leary, you done this weekend. Kieran, mate, coming a long way, boy. Keep pushing. Dave Carter, ha, dancers. Indeed. So, busting some fat moves, says Harrison Earl. Indeed. Good stuff. So, we're just going to do some final prep here before we get to the grand final. As soon as we have a grid, as soon as I can actually go through and tell you who is starting where, then I certainly will. We're just having a little bit of just clearing up the kind of devastation that is the commentators' room. I just want to make it very clear, it wasn't my fault this one. I wasn't involved in any of it. It wasn't my drink that went over or anything, but we are surviving. More dancing coming up in the pit lane. Fantastic stuff. Big shout out to the clerk of the course tonight. Now, because it is the last of the BIKC finals, we basically thought we'd bring in an international superstar. So, literally, the clerk of the course tonight is Justin Bieber. If you literally look up to the race director's box and give wave to Mr. Bieber, he has literally fallen on hard times, which is why he's here being the clerk of the course rather than the internationally renowned pop star. But you never know, he might break into song when we get to the presentation. So he's done a great job so far tonight. Well done, Biebs. Keep on going. Here we go. Basildon won the coffee machine. Is that true? Really? David for the win, says Abby again. Ricky S. David Harvey for the win. Yeah. Okay, all his colleagues are watching. David joining with the dancing. Why have you got the heavyweights on so late, says Brad Baker. What, have you got to go to bed or something? We've got to go late night at some point. We've got to go hardcore at some point. Yeah, now the mop is out and the blue roll is out in the commentary box. It's resembling what the track looked like yesterday. So, do a conga, says Scott Parker. It's turning into one of those nights, David. All I can say, don't rule it out. So, big shout out, Hannah West, to Matt, Emma, and Clark. So proud of Daddy. Great comment. Thank you very much, Hannah, for posting that. Here we go. As soon as we get a grid, I will take you through it, and we will find out who will be starting. Dave Carter, I have a question for Tom. How do you manage to keep Russ Mosey in line? Tom's not here at the moment. I could again say absolutely anything. Please tell David to bust some moves again. Abby, she's very demanding on these busting of moves. Nick is taking home the win, says Aaron. God, the comments are flying in at the moment. Leo, it looks like Monday tomorrow or anything. Paul Ratford, fastest dad in Essex. That's Lee Jackson. Shout out to Adrian Ray. The fast as I'm reading these out, they're coming in. Salty Kid, come on, John Paragon, Jordan Cooper, come on, Nobby, supporting from Rugby, LCH Motorsport, come on, Sean. Nathaniel Fullylove, nice driving, Bonnie, support from Swansea. Ricky S, Abby, yes, tell Dave to dance. Will, tell Martin there's nothing wrong with Kart 17 at Brighton. Oh, this is getting very, very attention to detail. I'm sure Kart 17 is fine at Brighton. He's always upset about it. Abby Foss, I'm trying. Right, here we go. Dave Carter back on the map singing. If it's going to happen, it'll happen in the presentation, Dave. That's all I'm saying. Because at that point, there'll be nobody watching. Because we are going late night. 5 to 11 here. Way past any kind of watershed moment. Right, so Jordan Cooper, we are so proud of Nobby. Salty Kid, let's go Bradford. Amy Dawkins, a great point. Everybody has smashed it, whether they've made it through or not. Well done, all involved. Amy Dawkins has just not live streamed. We can't do it because of COVID. Okay, here we go. Now we should have a grid coming up very, very soon because we got drivers literally around the pit lane. And here we go. We got Connor. Shout out to Ben, who's done a lot of work this year to get where he is. We'll be back for Team Basildon for next year. Amy, if I write up the lyrics technically, we have to sing them, Mabs. Yeah, I'm not, you know, done worse. Done worse, Amy. That's all I'm saying. Stephen Burke, Tom Owens, huge effort. Bro, well done. As soon as I get a grid, no, nudge, nudge, race control. As soon as I get a grid, then I can talk everybody through exactly where everybody will be starting in the grand final, the big race. I was swimming in some kind of fluid. Now I'm just swimming in blue roll. There's blue roll absolutely everywhere. Now, basically, TeamSport, we keep blue roll in business, basically, over the course of a 12-month period. If we actually decided to not use blue roll, they would struggle. That's all I'm saying. They would struggle. Oh, hang on. I've lost a technical problem. It's probably linked to the... Oh, it's back. Probably linked to the blue roll, I would have thought. So... And I still don't have a final grid. Nudge, nudge. Well, hey, Team Basildon, says Abby. Oh, look at David, what a legend, says Abby. Most of these comments are actually Abby, if I'll be absolutely honest. Abby has taken over the chat. Oh, Amy's in there. Blue roll goes in seconds. It's like gold dust at track. It does, doesn't it? They made that product extremely well. As soon as you get a roll of blue roll, and you think it's massive, don't you? You take the first sheet off, you think, yeah, this is going to last for months, this is. And then literally you blink, turn around, and it's gone. Here we go. Blue roll, drive of the day. Well, I haven't seen blue roll make any good moves yet, if I'll be honest. Oh, look at this. Hallelujah, I've got a grid. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you through it. So in pole position, it's going to be Adrian Ray. Wow, he gets the pole. In second place, we've got driver number 3, Luke Holroyd. We've got third place, the second row, Sean Briley. Fourth on the grid is going to be John Paragon. Fifth is going to be James Bates. Sixth is going to be Nicholas Walker. Seventh is going to be Ben Rodder. Eighth is going to be Stuart Clark. Ninth is Jason Wicks. 10th is going to be Adam Jackson. 11th is going to be David Harvey. 12th is going to be Ryan Hughes. 13th, Matthew West. 14th, Reese Courtney. 15th, Tom Owens. And 16th is going to be Mark Martin. That is your grand final grid. Here we go. And there's a lot of love going out for the blue roll, is all I would say. One spill from a can of Coke. You're 2 blue rolls down, says Amy Dawkins.
Yeah, blue roll definitely MVP right now. It wouldn't be TeamSport if there wasn't drama on and off the track, at least. But yeah, I think we've stemmed the issue for now. And yeah,
it is TeamSport, right? We just run on blue roll and gaffer tape, really.
Oh, don't forget the cable ties. Got to have a few cable ties. Yeah. Vital part of any engineering prospect is cable ties, gaffer tape, and maybe a bit of WD-40 if you get really unlucky. But the drivers now taking to the grid for the final time in BIKC 2021. We've made it to the final race, and yeah, it's a bit of an emotional time right now.
It's been a long weekend, hasn't it? And
Yeah.
it's been such a great weekend. And it's coming to a head right now with the heavyweight grand final.
Yeah, still a lot of support coming through from drivers. Come on, Tom Slowens. So I don't think some people are happy with Tom Owens' pace. He's got a lot of work to do from 15th on the grid. Commentary box do be flooded. It do be a little bit damp in here, but it's all thanks to Blue Roll. It's all good.
It's not damp anymore because we got the Blue Roll.
Yeah, it's not damp anymore. I
15
don't know.
rolls. 15 rolls have just bitten the dust.
Yeah, I do apologise to anyone who was offended by anything Russ Mabley said.
I didn't say anything offensive. I know that's hard to imagine, but I didn't. I promise.
If you were affected by anything Russ Mabley has said, please do keep those comments to yourself. But waiting on the guys heading out now for the main event, the last race of the day here at BIKC 2021, and hopefully we're in for yet another classic. The drivers making their final preparations. Just run through the grid one more time. Ray, Holroyd, Briley, Paragon, Bates, Walker, Rodder, Clark, Wicks, Jackson, Harvey, Hughes, West, Courtney and Owens and Martin are your drivers, the runners and riders for the final time here at BIKC 2021. Ray is going to control the pace. Holroyd just looking over, just taking a look at his rival, hopefully planning his move around the outside of the British the BIKC 2021. We wait for the lights to go green. They do so now. We're racing in the main event for our heavyweight drivers, and it is Adrian Ray who takes the lead here. Sean Briley immediately goes on the attack against Luke Holroyd, and he's up to second place. John Paragon's also through. Holroyd's been caught napping there. He's lost 2 places in the space of 1 corner. Briley now up into second place. John Paragon in there. James Bates is on the back of the top 4, and those guys starting to make a break for it at the start of this race. This is going to be fast and frenetic racing from these guys, and as they fire through the top section, the top 5 just started to build a gap over Nicholas Walker there in P6. Ben Rodder, Stuart Clark still in there as well as they head down the ramp for the first time. Watch the field fly under the bridge. Some of the fastest corners coming up in indoor karting. Nice gap there behind Ben Rodder in the 1 car. He's got a bit of breathing room. He can just focus on the road in front of him, but he has lost the place out to Stuart Clark.
Here we go, Adrian Ray, who's made a great start. He's got to be thinking, right, here we go. This is my opportunity. I just need the absolute fastest 15 laps of my life. But I tell you what, Sean Briley, who's done some absolutely beautiful overtaking maneuvers so far tonight, he is also staring down the back of kart number 11, Adrian's rear bumper. And you just know, because already Adrian Ray looks like he's going defensive. I tell you what, it's a long, long way to drive defensive, it has to be said. And if he does, we're going to have this train of karts all the way through, and it's going to be absolutely epic. So there's a slight gap now between the top 3 and 4, just a slight gap. The top 3 absolutely bumper to bumper. Adrian Ray leading, Sean Briley in second, John Paragon's in third, Luke, who started in second position, he's had a nightmare, he's down in 4th position. This is the final, you can't be in 4th, this is the time you need a push. You need the luck, you need to be up there.
Oh, Paragon straight to the inside. He's going straight on the offensive and makes the move on Sean Briley. So Team Paragon is up into second place and chasing down Adrian Ray, a driver he's very, very familiar with. Paragon now trying to stay to the inside to defend a little bit against Sean Briley. Bates now lost the position to Jackson behind, and to Holroyd behind. So James Bates in 5th position at the moment. Fastest lap on the last lap to John Paragon. That's why he's been able to get past Sean Briley so quickly. But remember, still 12 minutes of racing to go. This is a long race.
Adrian Ray, took a very wide line going underneath the flyover there, and that is John Paragon's favourite spot on the circuit for overtaking. If he takes that line next time round, there is no doubt that John Paragon will be sending it.
Yeah, these guys definitely have their favourite overtaking spots around this track already, even over the course of these short races that we've had. Adrian Ray already going defensive. Paragon got a bit of an overlap there on the outside. Don't leave the door open here. We've seen Sean Briley. He's gone for the move. I was about to say we've seen him make a move here before. Side by side, though, he might be about to lose a place to Holroyd there. Side by side through the S's. Paragon now is going to look through Ray. He thinks about the move, but Briley's still there. If these guys come to blows, we may may
Briley.
end up seeing James Bate get into this fight as well. You can see the top two starting to move away thanks to the guys fighting, but Holroyd, by the skin of his teeth, is there in third place. Briley has to settle for fourth for now. There's a long way to go in this race, but the guys have to be careful because Nicholas Walker's getting into this one. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Jason Wicks in ninth place at 59.700, as the guys behind have now caught up to Ray and Paragon because they are just holding each other up now. Holroyd right on the rear bumper, and it's the top three, 4, 5 drivers once again, all nose to tail, but everyone down to Jason Wicks in ninth place is on the same piece of racetrack here.
And Adrian Ray, Salty Kid says, be like Gandalf, do not let them pass. Great line, it's going down really well on social media. So here we go now. This is the coming up to driver number 7, John Paragon's favourite overtaking spot. Oh, he looks there, but he thinks better of it because he knows he's got Sean. In fact, he's got Luke directly behind him. And Luke, who made a poor start, the beauty of this being such a long race, he's got time to recover. He's got time to get those places back, especially when driver number 7, John Paragon, is trying to line up.
Oh, Holroyd went round the outside. That opened the door for Briley. Those two are still side by side. A little bit of a touch. Holroyd just manages to hold on, but it looks like Briley's been dumped way down the order. That might be something that the clerks take a look at. And no, up on the top section, you got Mr. Hislop taking a look at proceedings. So if anything was spotted there, then it definitely will be penalised there. But this could see Luke Holroyd pulled out of that leading battle and promote James Bate into the top three. But still, Ray and Paragon are there in first and second. Briley, I think he's now outside the top 8.
Now he's going to have a go, number 7, John Payne. Got a much better exit. He's literally right on the rear bumper. If this is his favourite corner, he goes wide this time. Number 11, Adrian Ray knows. He literally looked at the wrong part of the circuit. 59.4 is the fastest lap and a time penalty for Luke Holroyd.
Yeah, we said it might happen.
Goodness.
We said it might happen. It looked like that was a bit of a forceful move up on the top section. It has been spotted by the clerk. Luke Holroyd has effectively been parked from this battle. He's in third on the road, but he's not going to play any further part in this leading battle unless he can somehow find a way past Adrian Ray and John Paragon and then build a 5-second lead over the guys in front. That's not impossible. It has been done before, but he's got some very, very fast drivers to contend with. But heartbreak for Sean Briley. It looked like he could have had a good run here, but that has been ended at the hands of Luke Holroyd. And we do have now Adrian Ray and John Paragon. Ray definitely going a little bit more defensive. It's back in Holroyd and Bate into them at the moment. That now top 2 is a top 4 train as they head in towards Dunlop 2. This is where Paragon's quick. Ray knows he's going for it. He's just holding the cart on the inside of the track, trying to maximise his line and get the most speed out of it, while also keeping Paragon at bay as they head under the mezzanine once again. Head in front of the capacity crowd we've got here at TeamSport Warrington, heading up onto the top section of the circuit. Ray somehow is still holding on to the lead.
Adrian Ray is looking around in all the places that are the kind of favourite overtaking spots. He's just taking a little glance just to see exactly where John Paragon is at the moment. Famous commentators go, so at the moment he knows exactly how to handle John Paragon at the moment, because he knows where he's quick, and especially going underneath the mezzanine, very tight line. And now, number 11, Adrian Ray, literally does that middle jink, just switches to the middle of the track and switches back, just to pull off the drives behind it. And he's really smooth around here. And look at it, number 7, he's also quick. But then you go through the entrance, you can't get through there. Then you get to underneath the mezzanine, it's always a very tight line. Look at this, no room there, no room to come in there, and a little glance back behind as well. And also all this is going on, James Bate is literally thinking, right, okay, I've got to get past driver number 3, because number 3 is actually miles behind. He doesn't know it, or he might know if he's seen the black and white flag. But yeah, Tom Owens with a penalty. Tom Owens, who is running in 16th position. But that will make a great deal of difference. So here we go. We're about halfway through the grand final. There's still a whole lot of racing coming up, and Adrian Ray is leading by, after we've seen the gap so little, 0.1 of a second basically is what the lead is.
Yeah, that top four separated by about 3/4 of a second. Had some people ask where big man David's gone. He's down in 12th place at the moment. David Harvey, after that penalty early on in the semi-final, he managed to make it through, but off the 6th row, he's got a lot of work to do. The man with his hand full at the moment is Adrian Ray, trying to fend off 3 drivers who want the exact piece of tarmac that he's currently occupying. So John Paragon's still there in 2nd place. He's applying the pressure here. Luke Holroyd 3rd on the road, not 3rd in the standings thanks to that penalty that's been handed out earlier. James Bates is the podium, holds the podium position, and you just see Adrian Ray still trying to defend a little bit on the way into the corner, holding the car to the right-hand side of the track to make sure there isn't a Biz Evo 3 side gap on the inside of that corner to allow John Paragon in. We've seen before, John does not need a second invitation to throw a kart down the inside and make a fantastic overtake, especially at the back end of the circuit at turns 1 and 2. Holroyd now still trying to hold James Bates behind him. Even though he's got the penalty, he's still allowed to race. Adrian Wade a little bit to the inside. Looks like we've got a dive behind. I think it's Jason Wicks trying to make the move on Sean Brierley. Sean punted out of this one at the moment. It's been great to see what he could do in this top fight, but at the moment Adrian Ray still hanging on from John Paragon over the line. Gap stays pretty similar to 1.69 tenths of a second between the top 2. James Bate a few tenths further behind. He's just starting to drop off the back.
Something's got to give here, Tom. Something has got to give. They've been absolutely bumper to bumper all the way through. We've still got 5 minutes to go. Something has to give. And number 7 there, just nudging, just pushing the back of Adrian Ray's car around there. He knows that time is ticking. He doesn't know exactly how long is left. There's no last lap board yet, and he's not going to see a last lap board for another few laps. But when you're racing, when you're in such a tussle, he doesn't really know that. He's got to get the move done as the time goes on. So here we go, fast part of the second, really defensive now, right now in the middle of the track, right on the inside, and that's going to slow Adrian Ray down even more. And spur on, driver number 7, John Paragon again, around it. It's drivers waving each other.
I thought we may have seen a yellow light there. Saw a signal from John Paragon saying, come on lads, back it off a little bit. But Paragon now still holding on to 2nd place with Adrian Ray just in front. These guys are throwing everything they have at each other, and with just a handful of laps left to go here at TeamSport Warrington, this could all change. All it takes is a tiny little disadvantage. You can see, because these guys are backing each other up at the moment, that the guys behind are closing in. That pack led by Nicholas Walker, Stuart Clark, Sean Brierley's in there as well. They just flashed through. That gap was a few seconds, a few laps ago. It's now down to just a single second between James Bates and Nicholas Walker. We could end up with a massive train of karts. You can see them hunting them down. The top 4 are under pressure here. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts going back at them.
He went wide there. Went really wide in Adrian Ray. And number 7, John Paragon's got to be thinking, I've got to do this. I've got to get this move done. He's done some brilliant moves tonight. Here comes his favourite place, but number 11 has always got it covered. He's always, look how tight he goes, and number 7, John knows. He knows exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking, that's my favourite spot, and you've got it covered every single lap. I've got to do something different. And you have to do something different. You've only got 3 minutes. After this, you've only got probably 2 laps left to get this done. And number 11, surely his car's starting to think, I've kept them at bay for 11 laps. Surely I can just do it for another couple and become the next BIKC champion.
Yeah, you can see that gap of the karts is getting even bigger. The pace in this race has been taken up a notch. Every single driver is under the 60-second mark as they fire under the brakes for what could be the penultimate time. Adrian Ray knows John Paragon's there. He's just looking over his shoulder. He's aware of where his rival is at all times. Contact there. Looks like a little bit of a touch. That could give Holroyd the chance to get around the outside. Remember, he still holds a 5-second penalty in this one, so Luke Holroyd won't factor into the final results. James Bates at the moment is holding on to a podium position, but not for long. Nicholas Walker's right on his rear bumper. The top 3 just started to break away. Sean Brierley still in this one. We've seen how quickly things can change here in the BIKC, and it quite regularly does. And with 2 laps to go here, it can all change at a moment's notice.
And Adrian Ray there, right, he took a wide line underneath that. He took a real risk there, because every lap he's been going in very, very tight there, and suddenly he goes in wide. I think it's his natural reaction. I tell you, he was lucky that John Paragon didn't go, hang on a minute, I'm going to send it here. I'm going to absolutely send it. 12 laps down, the gap is just 0.2 of a second, at the present time. Once again, they charge down, and they're going to come around these hairpins and now start their final lap, and it's a massive defensive drive. And number 7, John Paragon. Time is running out, John. Time is running out. You've got to do it. You've got to do it on this lap. Here he is. He's literally glued to the rear bumper. A thumbs up there. I don't know who he's waving at. But here we go. They all stream through. And this is it. The final lap of BIKC 2021.
Yeah, what a classic this is turning out to be. You've got the top 8 drivers all in a fight for the lead. Don't take your eyes off this one. I hope you've got a seat for it. Don't worry, guys. You're only going to need the edge of it. Straight up the ramp they go. Adrian Ray is just a handful of corners away from a British Indoor Karting Championship, but he's got 7 drivers trying to take it off him as they head over the top section of the circuit, down the small down ramp. They're just about 5 corners away from home. John Paragon is running out of time here. Ray just takes a little look over his right shoulder. He knows where Paragon in the 7 is. Through the fast left-right corner, there's only really one overtaking spot left, and it's this corner here. Paragon needs to line him up. He just gets an overlap. Holroyd's taking a look at him. James Bates not close enough to do anything. Adrian Ray has driven a fantastic race, coming through the S's for the final time. I doff my cap to you. Adrian Ray is your heavyweight champion for 2021. What a drive by Adrian Ray. The top 8 drivers there, separated by just 2.5 seconds at the line. Adrian Ray, your 2021 heavyweight champion.
Absolute masterclass of defensive driving from Adrian Ray. He knew exactly where John Paragon was quick, and he made sure that every single corner of every single lap he had those points covered. And of all the drives that we've seen, that's the best defensive drive we've seen in a grand final, I think, this weekend. Absolutely, I'm with you. Hats off. Such hats off, because one mistake on one corner and it would have been over. It's just a brilliant, brilliant drive from drive number 11, Adrian Ray.
You can hear the Bradford guys going absolutely nuts as one of their drivers brings home British Indoor Karting Championship. It's been great to have so many people supporting everyone out there. But it's yeah, some fantastic support out there. Nice little idea there from Leo. Instead of waving some checker flag, why not wave some blue roll instead? I think we'll stick to the motorsport traditions for now, but that's definitely team sport. Something to write down for the list for 2022. And some nice support there from Natalie Jackson. So proud of Aid. Drive of your life. That was an absolute masterclass there from Adrian Ray, your 2021 British Indoor Karting Champion in the heavyweight category. Let's run through the full results as they came over the line. Adrian Ray, your champion. John Paragon is your vice champion. James Bates takes home 3rd position. Nicholas Walker in 4th. Stuart Clark in 5th. Sean Briley could have factored into that fight through there. I would have loved to have seen what he could have done in that top battle, but he comes home in 6th place. Ben Rodder, P7, fastest lap of the race at 59.383. These drivers pulled out all the stops here, with every single one of them lapping this circuit in under a minute. Jason Wicks comes home P8, 9 for Luke Holroyd, 10th for Adam Jackson, 11th for Reese Courtney. Great run for him to come home into 11th place. 12th was David Harvey. Showed so much good pace throughout the course of this weekend, and one of the quickest drivers in his class, but 12th at the end of the day for him. Ryan Hughes comes home 13th. Mark Martin, after feeling like Kylie Minogue, comes home in 14th place. Matthew West in P15, using that experience of racing Jolene Palmer to good use. And then Tom Slowens, as he's been called by a few of his friends out there, comes home in 16th and rounds out the field here at BIKC 2021. So all that is left now is we've got the formalities of the podium, but that is an end to a fantastic weekend of racing. Yeah, I agree with that with Dave Carter. I don't really want to have to wait another year for BIKC 2022, but unfortunately, we do have to wait for some more biblical scenes, like what we've just seen over the course of the last couple of after the last 2 days. The details for the 2022 edition of the championship, I believe, should be going live at the start of the new year. So if you do want to get yourself involved in the BIKC and have your name shouted out by the likes of myself and the legend that is Mr. Muscle Rabley, then you can get yourself down to a local TeamSport circuit, pick up an elite membership, get yourself involved in our weekly members events, and you never know, you could be on the grid of a British Indoor Karting Championship round and taking home some fantastic prizes courtesy of our partner for this one, Club 100. Remember, the champion in this one gets a full season racing in some of the fastest arrive and drive karts around, and yeah, some fantastic racing over the course of the day. And I do believe that if we're looking at kart bingo, kart 11, 7 and 13 are your lucky numbers in that one. I feel like I'm reading out the lottery numbers there. But yeah, I did pick kart 7 at the start of the day, and it's come home second for me, so it seemed to work quite well. But yeah, some really good times in that one. Ben Rodder with a 59.383, your fastest lap in the final of the BIKC for the heavyweights. But sadly, that does bring to an end the racing for this evening. And the guys just setting up the podium so we can hand out some absolutely massive trophies to the guys who finished in the top 3. Unfortunately, the trophy's now not quite as big as the drivers as we saw in the cadets earlier on. And Muscle Rabley just forgetting all of his kit, making sure he's got all of his stuff with him. And the guys now just setting up the podium, we believe. And hopefully we should be getting the podium presentation under the way. And I believe Mr. Muscle Rabley will be assisting them with getting the podium in the right order. This one. And yeah, just before we head off, just a quick chat now with Joel. You've brought some fantastic racing to us over the course of the day. What did you think of that one?
Well, it makes it easy for us when the racing's good. It's
makes
hard to make a dull
easy.
race. Yeah, it's not exactly a Monaco that we've had this weekend. That was brilliant. And looking at the live timing screen we've got here, just look at the consistency and the similarity between the entire field of drivers that we had in that. 16 drivers in that heat. All of them within about 6/10 of each other between 16 drivers in terms of their fastest laps.
Yeah, that's quite an impressive feat.
Really impressive.
That is quite an impressive feat to be able to get them that close, which honestly is one of the benefits of indoor karting. We provide the kit, you just need to provide the talent. But honestly,
and Russ Mabley provides the lols.
Yeah, Russ Mabley, the Murray Walker of TeamSport, commentates like his pants are on fire and clearly can't be controlled for some reason. We've let him out onto the grid to hand out some trophies at the end of this one. But honestly, out of the weekend, there's a whole host of them. But Joel, do you have a highlight from that one?
Ooh, I've got to say, I really enjoyed the Zach Venn versus Dante Dillon battle in the lightweights. As a Southwest boy, I've got to say I was rooting a little bit for Venn, and that's obviously his second year of being runner-up, but what a brilliant, clean race, brilliant racecraft, and a pleasure to watch. That be my highlight from the weekend.
Yeah, there's been a whole host of fantastic moments. Honestly, that last final was great, but personally, being the venue at my home track, I've got to enjoy the cadet final that kicked us off with a home champion in the form of Jacob Lammers, a driver who hasn't been racing with us for that long and is now a BIKC champion. 5 champions we've crowned over the course of this weekend. 2 double champions in the form of Charlie Ratford, who took home the junior title on Saturday, and Sam Slater, who took home the lightweight championship, and Dante Dillon, who also wrapped up the lightweight. And now we get ready to crown our final champion of the weekend, and hopefully we should be ready with the podium anytime soon. So the guys down there look like they are pretty much ready. The drivers have got their beautiful caps and they're just being ushered towards the podium and getting ready to go. Some fantastic trophies, some great prizes on offer. And Russ Mabley, it's over to yourself for the final time this weekend.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I have your attention for one last time. Now, before we start, everybody gather around. I want all the TeamSport staff as well to come over here. Stop what you're doing. Stop cleaning carts, refueling carts. Whatever you're doing, come round. This has been an epic weekend, and the amount of effort that has gone in has been absolutely enormous. So every single TeamSport staff member, make your way around here. This is a really special weekend for us. We put a lot of effort in. There's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes to make all this happen. Ladies and gentlemen, right, before we get to anything, put your hands together for the TeamSport staff, please. They've done an absolutely sensational job. Now, guys, stay there, right, because at the end of this, I'm going to need your help, okay? I'm going to need your help. I'll come to that in a second. Now, first of all, before we get to
the drivers who are on the podium. We're going to hand you over to a few people who are going to just talk a little bit about everything that's happened. So first of all, representing tonight Club 100 is going to be James Hislop, and James would like to say a few words.
Well, thank you. The unique opportunity to thank Club 100 for supporting BIKC again this year. The prizes that are on offer are fantastic. We've got a full season's worth of racing for the champion here tonight. 3 rounds for the second place and 1 round for the third place driver in the sprint series. So Club 100 really is the next step up from this sort of racing. 2-stroke racing outdoors without the hassle of having to buy your own kart. So yeah, Club 100, thank you very much, guys, for supporting us here today.
Well done, James. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to go straight on with the top 3. So, what a final, first of all, ladies and gentlemen. What a final, an absolute classic. Finishing in 3rd place and taking the spot on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for James Bates. Fantastic, a bit of photography going on as well. Right, 2nd position, what a battle for the win. It lasted every single lap. And John, this next driver had favourite overtaking points on the circuit. And great overtaking manoeuvres all the way through the heats, the semis. Brilliant stuff. The runner-up spot will go to John Paragon! Look at this, look at the support. But, oh, hang on a minute, a bit quick there. Just wait for the photographer to take a few snaps. Fantastic, right, there is 1 driver left. And let me tell you, right, this driver performed the defensive drive of the entire weekend. All 5 finals. Absolutely brilliant. He had it covered every single corner, every single lap in that final. Ladies and gentlemen, a big cheer. Put your hands together for your new BIKC champion 2021, Adrian Ray! Whoop, whoop! Is he going to get a new suit? That's the thing, though. He's in his lucky suit now, you know what I mean? He probably can't take it off. Okay, right, we've got some, just wait till the photographs are done, all done. Then, we've got some champagne bottles. Still stay there, staff, because I need your help in a minute. So, we're going to have a bit of a champagne. Are we going to have a champagne moment? Yes, we are. Here we go. Here we go, the champagne! You still got me. I got a screen in a way, and I still got ad. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to stay here for a minute, right? There's been a lot of banter online, and they've been daring me to do something all night, so I'm going to do it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I need some backup, all right? Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined. Hang on, I've got to get them to believe they never could. Nothing? Nothing? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for supporting BIKC through all the summer. It's been an absolute privilege from all the staff at TeamSport here to be involved in it. And also to say is, watch out, we will be back for BIKC 2022 next year. But from everybody here at TeamSport, thank you and good night!
Okay, and what a fantastic final race that was. Very soon we will have Adrian, John and James coming over to see how it feels to be the British Indoor Karting Champion 2021. Okay guys, winners, head on over. James, John, come on over. As you can see, the trophies are rather large. There's some smiles just coming around the corner. Come on over, guys. So James, here he comes. James taking 3rd place. Just stand over here, fella. How are you feeling right now? That smile says it all.
A little bit drenched, yeah.
A little bit. How was that final race for you?
Yeah, it was hard work. It was enjoyable, but hard work. You know, after a whole evening of racing, it was quite physical, and it was very close. You know, you could feel the pressure the whole way through. There was that prospect of maybe making a place up, maybe getting the win. You never know what's going to happen, but I was just chuffed to get 3rd. Yeah, it's been a great evening. Yeah.
Well done, seriously well done. So next we've got John. You can stay here, stay if you want. John. John.
I'm a little bit wet now.
A little bit wet, did you enjoy the champagne?
I did, yeah. I'm going to enjoy the rest of it shortly as well. I saw these guys left theirs behind. I might go scoop that up as well.
It's all gone.
Is it? It's all gone? Oh, I left some.
So John, how was that final for you?
Damn hard. That was hard work. So I started 4th, which means you start on the outside on the first turn, so it's always looking a bit sketchy going around there. Made it up to 3rd, and then throughout the rest of the race getting a little bit of taps, but I made it up to 2nd, and then I was concerned because Adrian was defending so hard that it was holding me up, so the guys behind had a chance. But by the end, you know, I defended hard enough, I guess, to hold 2nd, so I'll take it. I did say at the beginning of the night my #1 rival in the karting world is Adrian Race, so he got 1st, but we'll take it. It was good fun.
So, like we've said a few times throughout the night, you don't do this on your own. There's always a support. Come on in, it's fine. There's always a support network. So, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my everybody watching, so my friends, family, loved ones, lovers, everybody. Yeah, much appreciated. Thanks for watching. I do appreciate it.
And anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, all my family have been great, really supportive, all watching the live stream, cheering me on, keep getting the feedback about it. So, yeah, all of those, and especially my wife, who's here today, and also my dad as well. So,
well, I am sure they are very, very proud of your achievement today. Thank you very much, guys. I'm just going to try and find Adrian.
Thanks for having us very much.
Adrian is still being celebrated over at the podium. Adrian! Trophy in hand, a bottle of champagne in the other one. That is the way to celebrate being the champion of the British Indoor Karting Championships 2021. Come on over, Adrian. Here he comes. You're right. Come on over. Adrian,
Hi.
You doubted, but there's no doubters now. You absolutely smashed it and became the British Indoor Karting Champion of 2021. How do you feel?
Tired. That was hard work. That was really hard work. That last kart, I'd say it wasn't quite as quick as not that TeamSport karts aren't all equal, but I felt like it was slightly under the others. But John was all over me. I felt like he thought that I'd be backing him up into the pack, but literally that was all the kart had. So, yeah, I felt like there was one moment where I saw Luke, I think, got alongside him out of turn 3, and I thought he's going to be really annoyed with me for this, but it wasn't intentional. But other than that, yeah, he made me work for it. But.
So, as we said to some of the guys before, you never do this on your own. There's always a support network behind you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Damien, obviously, you know, he did a good job. Damien Smith, Adam Jackson, all the Bradford lot. All the Bradford lot
on the bridge.
Yeah. Well, they're not listening, but yeah. And then my sister, I think she gave me a shout out on online, I think. Or something like that. So I only copped it. But yeah, and these boys ready for a run home.
Definitely number one. Congratulations. That smile says everything we need to know.
I've enjoyed it. I came with the idea of just enjoying the night. I've been winning. I didn't expect it. I hadn't done that. I came once to practice, which was all right. Obviously, I was here 5 months ago. But whenever we did last year's, which ended up being this year's, I just came with the intention of just enjoying it. It's nice to be able to race at weight with other people that aren't 50 kilos less than you, you know.
Yeah.
Not 50, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. So it's just good to have a good time. And there's Gary from Karting Armchair Experts over there. One of the best karting Facebook pages in the world. Should all join it.
Thank you, Ed.
No worries.
Well, congratulations. You truly are a champion.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So that's it. That's the last race of BIKC 2021.
It's just an empty cup.
I'm sure it won't be for long. And for the last time, back to the studio.
What a weekend.
What a weekend it has been. What a weekend it has been, and we have had.
Okay, Lex.
I tried not to swear. That was.
But what a weekend it has been. We have had 3,178 drivers for this year's competition alone. So well done to everyone that made it through to the national finals, regional finals and your local finals.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Joel, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Oh, right, okay, awesome. This is Joel from Revolution Audio. Provided everything for the whole weekend, all the cameras. This is your moment to sort of say thank you to your crew.
Yeah, I'd like to say a huge thank you to the entire team from Revolution Audio. That's Abby, Noah, Elijah, Philip, Elias and Jed. They've done a fantastic job bringing BIKC to you this weekend. I'd like to say we've all been to TeamSport ourselves, walk out regular karters, so it's great to be involved again. And despite the unique challenges of Warrington being the oldest indoor circuit in the UK, I hope we've provided a really great product for you guys at home. Over 10,000 of you have been watching just today alone. We've had some amazing interaction on the stream, so thank you very much for joining us for it.
Thanks, Joel. Thanks a lot. You need to go downstairs to put the credits on.
I do.
Yeah, you're good at that. This, Molly. Talk about this.
So, as you know, we have been collecting all of the stickers covering the whole book, and we have said that we will give it away to one lucky winner who has shared the stream. So, Blaze Tanstill, this is coming to you.
It's worth about £2,000.
It's worth a lot, but yeah, we would like to say a huge thank you to Tops, Smoking Bean, Club 100,
Club 100,
Total Zero, and the whole team. The whole team has been amazing.
And most of them are here now, so come with us. Everybody come here. This is the team that has brought you this. This is all of them. Every single one. Come on. Let's go. This is it.
I don't know whether I want to be.
You can now register for BIKC 2022. Go to bikc.co.uk, get registered for next year.
Thank you everyone for watching.
We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
If that happens again, I'm going to get my arse out.